Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 6 of the series. Chapter 20, Sinking. Chapter 20, Sinking, translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. That one-eyed human leading the pack had suffered a severe stab by an orc, coughing violently every few steps. A trickle of blood leaked from the corner of his lips. He was terribly frail as his buddy supported him to trudge forward. After several hundreds of meters, that elf had no plans to travel together. As if he had preserved his strength the most, he kicked off against the snow and sped down the mountain route. The dwarf caressed his thick beard, his eyes flashing with an astute brilliance, as he kept up behind Xian's three-man team. Bloodied flayed skin, merciless casting off the mountaintop, strange fiery basin, soaring devilish raptor, such factors interweaved in Xian's vision. After escaping from that calamitous stage altar, his thoughts had never ceased. Slowly, bit by bit, inch by inch, Xian seemed to be grasping onto something. Things were linking up, just that crucial element. The path down was challenging. Their surroundings piled with deathly white snow, slippery glaciers, and the bottomless icy abyss. There was no way out but down. Reef and Xian were unfamiliar with this route, completely unable to increase their pace. Even Melody seemed to show no clues of awakening, occasional whimpers could be heard. The effects of the mucus of the ocean freak of Moria was still persisting, restoring the vitality lost during her forceful casting of the divine art, living flames. The longer they dragged on, the more health they regenerated. Gradually descending, after roughly an hour, they had only reached around halfway down the treacherous icy mountain path. Just as they halted for a short break, they suddenly met face to face with a pack of uruk-hais on this narrow route. There were at least a dozen uruk-hais, led by an exceptionally tall and mighty uruk-hai. Its features sinister, a crisscross scar latch carved into its chest. Starkly naked under this harsh environment, the uruk-hai bared its ugly teeth, its strength seemingly comparable to Lurt's. This uruk-hai leader was wielding an incomparably tough monstrous mace in its left hand, a blood-dripping head in its right. That head shockingly belonged to that elf that sprinted ahead of them. More horrifying was that some distance below, they could vividly see the headless corpse of that elf still twitching wildly. Beneath it was a tough layer of ice, yet shattered cracks muddied with blood formed beneath the corpse. The corpse was still fighting with terrifying vitality, surely it came from the incredible mucus of the ocean freak of Moria. Although Xian and company had been traveling for long, they were still trapped in this never-ending ice-descending valley. Beside them was the impregnable wall of ice. To be able to pinch of the head of a relatively strong elf without a sound, these uruk-hais were definitely elite, their strength was unimaginable. Xian and Reef glanced at each other. Face to face with this bunch within a narrow path, it could be said that they had zero chance of victory. But at this critical juncture, on the ice peak of the next mountain, a black illusion formed. This illusion appeared abruptly, but differentiating it closely, Xian could determine its familiarity. Because its shape was shockingly similar to that of the demonic wizard tower. Abruptly, the pinnacle of that wizard tower illusion erupted with a dazzling flash. This flash was 1,000 times more intense than the sun, flashing straight into the heavens. Closely examining, the flash was shot towards a destination in the sky that was close to that metropolis of the orcs. The flash beam was so abrupt, the sky separated into a hollow. But in the next second, faint black mist exuded, followed by an infuriating howl. The howl wasn't new, it was indeed that same piercing howl of that enormous offspring of Thorondair. This devilish raptor was good at illusory arts. Naturally, the main presider over the emulsion of that ray was no doubt Saruman's doppelganger. TN, the reason why the bird is said to be good at illusory arts, is because the beam seemed to have struck nothing, but it was actually the bird in disguise in the sky. When a wizard exhibits its might from its own wizard tower, the terrifying might could be amplified several times. Naturally, he was able to summon enough energy to break through the perfect illusory disguise of that devilish raptor. The clutter of black mist the bird, was the evaporating ripples formed when the flashing beam struck against the devilish raptor. In this instance, the keen Xian realized a crucial point: the flying posture of this gigantic devilish raptor was rather odd. Carefully observing, he realized its claws were gripped onto something. That thing revealed an astonishing clue of crimson red, yet it was hard to determine due to the far distance and the billowing snowflakes. At this moment, a shockingly loud shout boomed from behind. It came from that dwarf at the tail of the ground. His body trembled vigorously, as it gazed into the skies in a daze. For dwarves who constantly tunneled through mines underground, their vision was normally outstanding. If someone was able to see clearly what the gigantic bird was holding, that would be him. The dwarf slumped to the ground lifelessly, panting in huge breaths. His gaze leaked a strange fear, as though he had forgotten his current predicament. Xian was about to approach the dwarf to inquire what he had seen, but after a few steps, he suddenly retracted his attention to that illusion of the wizard tower. Even in this visionless raging snowstorm, Xian's perceptive sensing displayed its immense potential. He could grasp the overall network and tempo of the battle scene. If I was the aggressor, then there will definitely be a second strike. An intense flow flickered and shot forth. After releasing that beam, the illusion of the wizard tower turned dimmer. This time, the devilish raptor, offspring of Thorondair, started flapping its wings ferociously, churning up a massive blizzard. Its defense was indeed terrifying. After being struck by that dreadful beam, it seemed to have lost only several feathers and did not show any obvious wounds. Yet this time, this offspring of Thorondair was naturally prepared. The blizzard hailed violently, surging against and colliding with the incoming light beam. Above the icy peak, an oppressive explosion boomed out, snow and dust dispersed in 1,000 fragments in the air, enshrouding the sky like a fog. Yet a regiment of dim glow remained, like the unyielding truth in history. Xian's heart shuddered. This familiar sensation was indeed due to the awe-inspiring might of Saruman's doppelganger. Unless the reason why these orcs went through such trouble was to hunt down that offspring of Thorondair in the misty mountains. Far away atop the icy peak, the illusion of that wizard tower was repeatedly flickering, obviously about to dissipate. Its energy consumption was nearing its limit. Similarly, that gigantic offspring of Thorondair was no better. It croaked sorrowfully, loosening its claws. The item within its grip fell, dropping somewhere near the orc encampment. The gigantic bird could no longer maintain its balance, wrestling to flutter its wings as it heavily crashed into a snowy mountain peak. The monstrous strength of this devilish raptor was domineering. Even an ancient, unyielding mountain ice peak trembled violently. The snowy peak that the gigantic devilish raptor collided into was coincidentally a few miles above their current mountain path. The accumulated heaps of ice and snow trembled violently, rumbling as it suddenly poured down in torrents. Against this tremendously titanic avalanche, a human was like a tiny grain of sand, despairing to the extreme limits of weakness. At present, no matter Xian nor Reef, they had not experienced such an insanely terrorizing avalanche. Facing death pouring down on them, Xian's mind flickered as he immediately focused his attention onto the group of Uruk-hais ahead. This was their habitat, naturally they would understand how to deal with an avalanche. Instantly, he saw the group of Uruk-hais pressing closely against the mountain wall in succession, trying their utmost to position their heads beneath any protruding ice edge above. Likewise, he imitated them. In a short few breaths, the thousands upon thousands of pounds of accumulated snow showered down like a waterfall. Xian's vision was enveloped by darkness, the screaming snowfall echoing thunderously behind him. Yet the solid ice edge above him was like a cornerstone, blocking the fatal rains of snow and ice, providing him a tiny surviving space. But just as he was celebrating internally, the ground beneath him gave way. It was as though the world was crumbling chaotically around him, thoroughly sinking in and crushing him in. This snowy peaks of the vicinity were hailed by the orcs as Delos de la Tierra. Its meaning was origin land of the gods. They have been towering for millenniums and centuries, and would continue its majestic disposition for centuries to come. After an endless baptism of time, the snow accumulated over these snowy peaks had coagulated like steel. It was hard to deal even a fraction of damage to it, even sparks would fly when a chisel struck against it. Even flames could not dissolve it. Thus, Saruman's doppelganger had devised a method to construct a spiraling mountainous path to ascend the snowy peaks. His method wasn't the traditional ones of destruction, cutting and breaking his way up, it was a unique and creative method of creating. Chapter 21, Secret Pine Forest. Chapter 21, Secret Pine Forest. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Previously, when Saruman's doppelganger couldn't forcefully tunnel up the mountain, he ordered the orcs to gather snow from far away, heating the snow into water, then hastily transporting the water before it had the chance of freezing. Using the water, they slowly condensed and sculptured its way up, to forge a path leading to the summit. Although much effort was created, sacrificing countless frostbitten orcs, this form of paving a way to the snowy peak was undoubtedly more effective and efficient than forcefully gnawing a pathway up. However, cementing an artificial ice road up contained a massive underlying danger. It was clear that the artificial ice road was evidently weaker, completely incomparably to the ancient density of the primary ice layers of the snowy mountain. Frequently, orcs would be sent out to clear away the accumulated snowflakes and ice fragments of broken glaciers on the road, preventing it from caving in under the immense weight. Yet now, 1,000 tons worth of snow and ice loudly crashed down. Like a torrential waterfall, the immeasurable billions of snowflakes rained down in thunderous rumbles, over every inch of space beneath. The spiraling mountain path could no longer tolerate such weight, its thick icy route exposed its cracked flaws. Bit by bit, a numerous web-like cracks appeared before it utterly shattered, instigating an explosion of snow dust. At a remote frosted valley, rivaling ice walls on both sides. Its reflective sleek surface, reflecting the glaring sun. Heaps of white snow piled up the valley. The lingering chain reactions of sporadic crumbling landslides rumbled occasionally. Apart from that, a deathly stillness. Only the winds of winter swept through, striking terror with its ghastly, sorrowful humming. Suddenly, a patch of snow tremored slightly, a frosted red hand drilled out. The hand scraped against the sides repeatedly, loosening the snow around. Anchoring firmly by grabbing a rock, the hand pulled its body out. Naturally, it was Sheehan who was buried by the avalanche. His strength had been exhausted fully, a buzzing sound rang constantly in his ears. His vision blank, his body devoid of energy as he slumped onto the soft snowy surface, taking huge breaths. Previously, when the icy pathway collapsed, Sheehan likewise fell downwards. Fortunately, the massive protruding piece of ice edge above his head belonged to the primary body of the mountain. It was incomparably tough. Hence, it didn't crumble along with the avalanche, preserving Sheehan's pathetic, minute life. The entire mess of snow and ice rolled down beneath the shattered mountain path, sinking deep towards the ground. During Sheehan's falling descent, countless fragments of ice struck against him, yet it only caused him several cut wounds, as he got buried underneath the snow. Even though being buried underneath snow sounded disastrous, it was different to being buried underground or water. Once underground or in water, one wouldn't be able to breathe and would suffocate within mere minutes. However, snow was soft by nature, allowing minute air spaces through, allowing one to sustain some breath for a long period of time. As long as the situation calmed down, and one wasn't buried too deeply, chances of survival was still high. Moreover, he fell pretty late and wasn't buried so deeply. After regaining consciousness, he carefully burrowed his way up, returning to the snowy surface. Sprawled over the snow, puffs of white fog breathed out of his mouth, a searing ache transmitting from his chest. The pain wasn't intense anymore, merely a numbing ache. After resting a while, Sheehan climbed back up, starting to dig frenziedly around the same area he burrowed out from. A brief moment later, Sheehan finally excavated the semi-conscious Melody out of the snow. Concurrently, Reef also managed to burrow out, similarly slumping onto the ground as he fought for deep breaths. After pondering, Sheehan initially wanted to try excavating that dwarf out. He still wanted to know what that offspring of Thorondair was carrying. Instead, the panting Reef stopped him as he shook his head. That guy is a lost cause. He had been frightened by the sight of the avalanche, and ran down aimlessly. I saw a glacier collapsing on top of him. Sheehan sighed, suddenly straightening up as if realizing something. Then did you see those Uruk-eyes? Reef similarly turned alert and replied. I followed those guys and hid against the ice walls. A despairing look filled their eyes, both flickering with vigilance and uncertainty. If they had imitated the actions of those Uruk-eyes and survived, then certainly those Uruk-eyes would survive as well. Under such circumstances, they were both exhausted, cold and hungry, definitely unable to sustain an intense battle. While they affirmed this realization, not too far away, the snowy surface started to shudder slightly, as though something was trying to dig out. Sheehan instantly hoisted up the elf maiden by her little ass, signaling to Reef as they turned to flee. Deep and shallow footprints followed the trail along the soft snow. Quickly, they abandoned this desolated ice valley. In a short 10 minutes later, the snow tremored violently, followed by 3 Uruk-eyes emerging from it. Naturally, that sinister and mightier Uruk-eye leader was part of them. Actually, under the heavenly tribulation of an avalanche, luck played an important part. Although the Uruk-ais correctly dealt with the matter, situated at a slightly disadvantaged lower position, a good portion of them met their fates under the earth-shattering weight of the snow. Slung tightly around their bodies was a rugged animal hide bag. Even amidst the avalanche, it didn't go missing. The bags were like a survival kit. Obviously they were already well prepared for a long drawn-out pursuit. Looking at the fresh footprints ahead, a vile smile formed on the Uruk-hai leader's face, before erupting in uncontained laughter. They were in no hurry to chase, shaking off the snow violently from their bodies. Their bodies returned to its reddened state. Releasing a murderous roar to the sky, it reverberated along the bitter walls of the mountain, fading after a long time. Trudging over snow appeared poetically graceful in movies, yet it was no easy feat. Every step was burdened by sinking into the snow, utilizing immense strength to pull it out before repeating the same process. It expanded a load of energy. Furthermore, the sheer quantity of snow covered the entire landscape of terrain. Dangerous, unfathomable holes had been covered. If one wasn't careful, one step and he will disastrously land himself inside a deep hole. As they advanced, the mountain valley turned narrower as the snow beneath their feet gradually turned sparse. Finally a grayish rocky surface was revealed, only scattered snowflakes littered over it. A gentle metallic shimmer coated the rocks, revealing its natural toughness. The winds were increasingly becoming fiercer, causing them to bend their backs in order to withstand the drag of the winds. When they reached here, Sheehan and Reef's pace became noticeably faster. Although fatigue plagued them, they were aware of the trail of footsteps they had left behind. If those Uruk-hai survived, it was an easy feat to locate them. Hence, they pressed on while gritting their teeth. The two walls of the mountain valley gradually converged into a 2 to 3 shoulder-length space. After the squeeze through a narrow mountain pass, a wide panorama greeted their view. The mountain valley had metamorphosed like a drastic painting into a vastly broad valley. Although the sides were still precipitous after precipice, an expansive vacant land filled the middle aisle. A tremendous patch of pine forest thrived in its midst, the roofs of the pine trees covered by pure snow. It was like a hardy Christmas wonderland. After the endlessness of striking white, greenery had finally emerged. Sheehan and Reef naturally released a soothing sigh. At least in this forest, their footsteps would be indistinct. Apart from that, because their interspatial regions were sealed, this area signified food, warmth, and a chance to shake off the pursuing hostiles. After entering the forest, they carefully inspected the area, searching for dropped pine cones that could be used as food. In this bitterly harsh environment, the pine nuts were effective in curbing hunger and providing great warmth to the body. Half an hour later, they had already infiltrated 4 kilometers into the pine forest. They discovered loads of pine cones, yet not a single contained pine cuts. Strangely, the pine cones were all empty, devoid of any nuts within them. Going deeper into the forest, their initial delight and excitement had vanished. In place, an indescribable furtive taste wrapped around their hearts. Chapter 22, Hunted. Chapter 22, Hunted, translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. It was too peaceful, just like a graveyard. A deathly ambience governed this area. No bird songs, no insects, no wild beasts, not a single trace of movement. The rustling sounds of trampling footsteps were awfully distinct. 1,000 pine trees arrayed in snow laid ahead, stretching out forever. Under this nervous atmosphere, their energy sapped away by twofold. It was as though an invisible force was pressuring their chest. Unable to bear this, the two sat down to rest. Reef leaned against a pine tree as he breathed deeply. Heavens, what kind of desolate place is this? A forest without a wildlife. Just look at these empty pine cones. But what about the birds, or squirrels that are supposed to have eaten the pine nuts? Where are they? Sheehan placed Melody down, as he sat silently. Popping a clump of snow into his mouth, he gazed at the apex of the tree. Most likely not a single wild animal, no birds, no squirrels. Reef stretched his body, asking curiously. How is this possible? Then who could have eaten up these pine cones? Sheehan's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. He wasn't in a rush to answer Reef. Picking up a twig, he started to scribble onto the ground. Reef closed in to look. Sheehan was outlining their entire journey route here. Reef then chipped in to help. Reef was older than Sheehan, with many plentiful experiences out in the wild. Very swiftly, they affirmed their current position, realizing that they weren't exactly considered too far away from the orc encampment. If they drew a straight line, it was only roughly 20 kilometers away. The two glanced at each other, smiling bitterly as they shook their heads. Xian's eyes swiftly transformed resolute, a familiar passion to Reef. Every time Xian was faced with a major crisis, he would leak out that wild savageness of a beast. Let's go. Xian stood up, clutching his chest as he coughed twice. The wound dealt by the ocean freak had already healed up, but its debuff curse was still like a parasite, its malicious venom lingered on. It was already nearly 2 hours since then, but it carried no hint of receding. Suddenly, Melody, who was leaning against his shoulder, forced open her eyes. Her face pale as she placed her hand on his chest, a soft green light emitted. Threads of black fumes gradually spilled out, forming into a deadly shape of a poisonous insect, before utterly dissipating. Xian could feel a wave of freshness permeating through his body, like his organs being cleansed by spring water. His spirits refreshed, a fuzzy green glow sipping out of his surface. The nightmare imprint transmitted, you received a Twilight Elf's blessing. All your abnormal status have been vanquished, your resistance increased by 15%, 5% buff to every probability attribute, includes accuracy, explosive strike rate, concoction rate etc. After casting her blessing, Melody instantly returned to unconsciousness. But it seemed like she was in a good condition. Her body fragrance refreshing, even her hair and skin carried a shining luster. An intense exuberant sensation emitted out, like a fresh shoot during spring season. No doubt, her current state could only be explained by this, her body required rest for her assimilation into an advanced state. Once she was completely revitalized, then she could be hailed as a true elf of the twilight. One that could lead the elves of Middle-earth back to their sacred land. Approximately half an hour later, 3 Urukais walked over from the distance. Their leader's nose twitched uncontrollable, staring at a pine tree before voicing out coldly. They've stopped here recently. The nearby Urukai had an ugly expression, his voice croaky as he replied. It's already past noon. If we continue to pursue them forward, even if we promptly turn back, we probably wouldn't be able to avoid that thing. The leader looked back with his scarlet eyes, filled with vicious intent. One could clearly see a cyan wart growing at its throat, veins grew over the wart densely, throbbing obnoxiously. It felt like a beating heart. That wart was a new development by Saruman, it was still in its experimental phase, only for certain powerful worthy Urukai. It was called a Neogenesis Blackbody. The process of developing it was vastly wicked, discovered when Saruman was researching the ocean freak. Because an ocean freak's mouth wasn't developed, and couldn't engage in elementary chewing on foods. After swallowing, the food wouldn't digest properly, hence a symbiosis worm grew in their belly. This worm secreted powerful digestive fluids, effectively breaking down foods. Without this symbiosis worm, the ocean freak would die of indigestion. As the saying goes, too much is as bad as not enough. Once an ocean freak enjoyed an abundance in food, the worm similarly thrived in this flourishing environment. Moreover, it didn't understand the importance of family planning and would propagate rapidly. Its eventual outcome would be to provide so much fluids that the stomach of the ocean freak would rupture and disintegrate. Once an ocean freak understood this mechanic, dieting and occasionally expelling worms became a part of its life. Saruman then acquired these dead expelled worms, using them to research and created a bizarre parasite. If a worthy Urukai appeared, the ocean freak would slit a small hole at its throat, then imbued the parasite under its skin. After a period of time, it would metamorphose into that Neogenesis Blackbody. Having that Neogenesis Blackbody was equivalent to having another heart. Both its strength and survivability had been greatly boosted. Yet because the parasite essentially came from the body of the ocean freak, it carried the will of the ocean freak. Once traitorous behavior was detected, Saruman's doppelganger could easily detonate it through the ocean freak from far. Staring into the threatening glare of the Urukai leader, the other questioning Urukai staggered backward, not daring to make a sound. It was like Saruman's doppelganger having sovereignty over the Urukai leader. The Urukai leader was able to release a domineering pressure over ordinary Urukais. Chase, and we may not die. Don't chase, we die. The Urukai had clearly analyzed their current situation. If they recaptured the prisoners and brought them back, they still had a hope of survival. If they didn't, whatever happens here was as clear as flames to the ocean freak. Even if they successfully retreated, their fate would have been sealed. The 3 Urukais kept quiet in fear, tailing Xian's traces as they pursued on. their figures gradually vanished into the pine forest. This region of deathly remoteness once again returned to its deathly stillness, as though everything here had been swallowed and smoothened out. It was currently around 3 in the afternoon. After being filtered by the snowy winds and mist, the dismal sunlight reluctantly bared down onto the ground. Slowly, the thick fog lingering in the area dispersed. Under the illumination of the sunlight, a fairly insipid gloomy fog hung in the air above the pine forest. From a far distance, barely discernible distortions could be seen in one's line of sight, like beneath the fog was a stove. If this was a natural phenomenon, it would imply a precious occurrence beneath, most likely like a jadeite mine. There is a Chinese proverb, "A precious pearl emits life." It means a top-quality jewel will naturally emit its own splendor, a treasure is capable of releasing its own aura. But looking at the peculiar enshrouding fog above the forest, an unfathomable unauspicious omen brewed. Xian and Reef continued forward silently, trying their utmost to conserve every ounce of energy. As they pressed on, the trees turned sparser. The bark of these pines were increasingly dried and split, even the pine needles looked withered. Xian's face turned uglier with this development, he couldn't contain the urge to look back. A tiny urge piercing his mind to turn around and return, probably due to his perceptive sensing. But this urge was quenched by his reasoning and logic. Raising his head to look at the vast sky, he merely caught sight of the tragically pale sun's rays, completely unaware of the faint fog lingering above the forest. Within their minds, as long as the sunlight was present, it meant safety. Ooh. Reef released a long exhalation. Let's take a rest. This damned rule, why did that have to limit our interspatial region? Not a single drop of water to quench my thirst. I reckon if we continue proceeding like this, our life force would gradually wear out. Chapter 23, Blind. Chapter 23, Blind. Translated by, Chua, edited by, T.N. and Ilkasser. Xian turned to cast a glimpse at Reef, earnestly saying, "We need to hurry up and leave this place. I don't know why, but I can sense an immense danger." Reef panted lightly as he replied, "Those Uruk-ais wouldn't chase up so quickly. Although they can definitely trace our footsteps in the snow, but reaching this forest, how would they catch up to us? Moreover, they should be equally exhausted." Xian shook his head, replying honestly, "Those Uruk-ais were dispatched specially to recapture us. They have the numbers, and their physique has all along been preserved at optimum condition. Though this pine forest is vast, it only covers a stretch of several miles wide. They can definitely sweep ahead in a horizontal fashion by spreading themselves out. It would be just like catching a fish with a net in a pond." Of course, Xian wasn't aware there were only 3 Uruk-ais left. Yet similarly, he wasn't aware that their leader had a delicate dog-like tracking sense, and could determine their position and fleeing direction with just a sniff. Hence, his words, though wrong, weren't wasted. Reef nodded, silently contemplating before replying. Why not lay an ambush and finish them? Xian thoughtfully considered, before slowly explaining. Even though that avalanche was tremendously catastrophic, the chances of those Uruk-ais surviving is high. More importantly, we aren't just trying to evade them, I'm afraid there's a hidden disaster. Hidden disaster? Reef was shocked. Xian continued. Yes, think about it. Up till now, we haven't seen a single life organism, just look at these trees and the pine cones. What kind of thing would consume the pine so thoroughly? Even the shell wasn't spared, leaving not a single mark of pine nuts growing within. What does this mean? It means there's an unknown force acting around, influencing these trees, that even they have lost their reproduction capability. What kind of force can scare beasts away, and not even a trace of flying birds? As we traveled deeper into the forest, the withering rate of the trees became increasingly severe. This indicates that we're steadily nearing the core of this contamination. We should hurry up and leave this forlorn ghostland, if not, we'll be in deep shit. Reef nodded, but in the next second, he got the shock of his life. His eyes flashed, as the illuminated black lightsaber formed, swiftly engaging into his battle stance. Upon seeing Reef's sudden behavior, Xian's pupils shrank. He dove ahead, making a forward roll before turning to look. 100 meters behind them was the astounding appearance of 3 pursuing Uruk-ais. Especially that demon-size Uruk-ai leader. His every footstep was like a hammer stomping onto the ground, the earth seemed to be trembling under his might. In its crazy frenzy, it exposed its sinister sneer. He had an appearance of handling a butcher's cleaver with ease, like a cat catching a tiny rat. It was obvious, the three figures ahead were as good as captured. Run! Sheehan squeezed out the word from the cracks between his teeth. Against three powerful Uruk-hais, naturally their only destiny was to return as captives. But more crucially, even though Sheehan and Reef could return to the nightmare realm, the elf maiden Melody couldn't escape this terrible fate. This wasn't something Sheehan wanted to see at all costs. As of now, this elf maiden was like an excellent stock with good prospects, as based on her unwavering pure affection for him, Sheehan felt compelled to not abandon her. Besides, his party's ability still hinged on the duration of stay in this world. Hence, no matter what, Sheehan would struggle till the end. An intense chase broke out. Sheehan and Reef's vision gradually darkened as their energy drained, yet strangely, blood even trickled from the corner of their lips. The gap between them and the Uruk-hai was becoming shorter. Gritting his teeth, Sheehan was forced to a desperate state, almost pulling off his final trump. Suddenly, he reached a downward slope, his heart immediately flushed with joy. Ahead was the end of the pine forest. A vast lake extended into the distance. The atmospheric fog gradually lessened here, the sunlight intensified. The distant clouds casting a burning scarlet glow over the lake, thousands of glittering brilliant lights sparkling against the water surface, refracting. Every tender wave narrated its splendid elegance. Who would have even expected that there would be such a huge lake in the midst of this mountain valley? Against the magnificent and tranquil scenery, it carried a matchless beauty, something Sheehan had never seen before. Sheehan had grown up alongside the sea and ships, even his bones would exuberate a fishy seawater odor. No doubt, his swimming ability was unrivaled, even bringing along Reef and Melody wouldn't be a problem. If they could dive in the lake before the Uruk-hais caught up, their chances of escape would greatly increase. Witnessing the gleaming crystalline reflection of the lake's surface, both Sheehan and Reef made an instant resolution. This newfound motivation pumped speed into the legs, they were supremely confident of reaching the lake and escaping from their pursuing enemies. But just when their hopes were flourishing, the Uruk-hai leader released a cackling laughter. His laughter carried a delighted insanity. Sheehan swung his head round, his vision affirming that the three Uruk-hais hot on their trail had suddenly halted their footsteps. Yet it seems like they were still turtles trapped in a jar. Unless there's a grave danger inside the lake. His heart flashed with this notion, but immediately brainwashing himself. Whatever dangers lies ahead, compared to being captured by those Uruk-hais, would be worth a gamble. No doubt death is certain in those Uruk-hais' hands. Whatever deadly monstrosity inside the lake, perhaps it will be drawn away by Reef or myself, at least one of us has a chance. But in the next second, nearing the edge of the lake, his eyes failed him. A sudden piercing pain, sinking him into an infinite darkness. A deafening roar carrying fear and rage vibrated into his ears, it belonged to Reef. In an instant, they were both blinded. Even if an ordinary person loses his sight, his heart would well up with horror. Besides, they lost themselves amidst a dreadful crisis. Losing their balance, they tumbled forward and crashed miserably into the ground. Their hearts spiraled down into depths of despair. They had escaped from the clutches of death into the crystalline safe haven, only to be struck down by the darkness of fate. In just mere seconds, they had both experienced both spectrums of delight and despair. Something an ordinary person wouldn't even experience in a lifetime. What the hell is happening? Who did this? Sheehan's mind struggled for enlightenment, only catching on to wind. His facial muscles twitched, unwilling to give up. His limbs carelessly feeling ahead as he crawled forward, until the vile laughter of the Uruk-hai leader drew in, stomping down on his feet. Fools, without cleansing your eyes with divine water before ascending the snow mountains, obviously you would incur the divine wrath of blindness. In actual fact, science played a huge part in this. The sunrays carried sheer quantities of ultraviolet rays which will reflect glaringly against the blinding white of snow. Its reflective nature was as high as 95%. If one didn't prepare measures against it, their cornea would be burned. This was known as snow blindness, due to overexposure of UV rays. The burnt eyes would temporarily lose vision, but after adequate rest, the symptoms would fade away. Sheehan and Reef had never gone to snowy mountains before. Moreover, their eyes weren't exposed to much ultraviolet rays over their journey, due to the mist and fog. Yet now, they were rushing vehemently towards the sparkling splendor of the lake. Their eyes directly focused onto the violent UV rays, finally breaking through the threshold for snow blindness. Their hearts panic under this unprecedented phenomenon, this blindness an unfathomable mystery. Of course, these Uruk-hais naturally had no clue what snow blindness or ultraviolet rays were. Yet having been exposed to snow for prolonged periods, this condition had manifested long ago. Thus, Saruman's doppelganger had concocted a healing water, allowing these orcs/Uruk-hais a greater resistance against the glaring snow. Naturally, they wouldn't be affected by the blindness effect. Hence, in this twisted reality, the orcs and Uruk-hais hailed this condition as punishment from their god, Saruman. This was understandable. The Uruk-hai leader had experienced frequent pursuit of captives falling to snow blindness was a common occurrence. Thus, he had full confidence, surely, the humans would succumb to this punishment when they ran towards the lake. This explained their calmness as they observed their prey. Before the earlier avalanche, the group of Uruk-hai had a headcount of above 6. This blood debt was naturally pegged onto Xian. Not giving them any face, the Uruk-hais stomped and kicked mercilessly at Xian, resorting to mocking slaps to his face as well. Then their leader halted with a command. "Drag them back first, then flay or roast them, it's up to you. The sun hasn't set, let us hurry back before any abnormalities strike." Once he mentioned the word abnormality, the other two Uruk-hais simultaneously shivered, as though they had recalled something. Without grumbling, they hoisted Xian and the other two up and left. Chapter 24, Abnormality. Chapter 24, Abnormality, translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. An extra effort to snuffle out an unexpected deviation. This time, the Uruk-hais bounded 3 strands of black vines, tying them securely. Then they carried them to return. The Uruk-hai leader had a sullen expression, advancing hastily in huge strides. It was obvious, this mysterious valley hosted a grave hidden threat. This threat had occupied this region for a long time. Even this formidable Uruk-hai leader was rendered helpless and carried a severe apprehension, fear feeding his anxiousness. Before they got caught, they had already penetrated several miles into the pine forest. Although the Uruk-hais were physically strong, their speed swiftly declined after carrying the human load while running. When they finally reached the edge of the forest, the two Uruk-hais were already out of breath, their sweat like a heavy downpour. Their sickening body odor pierced into Xian's nose. But at this very moment, the Uruk-hai leader released a howl filled with fear and panic. The impression of this Uruk-hai was that of utter arrogance, unwilling to submit even against death. But yet right now, he was actually howling with horror. Simultaneously, Xian's head turned heavy as he fainted into a semi-conscious state, no longer aware of what was happening around him. Within his hazy consciousness, Xian was back at Xiqiao town. Yet he was a stranger here, everyone around him were the ruthless henchmen of Huashan Fei. He began slaughtering his way through, seeking any familiar face. Yet his strength vanished without a trace. During the searching process, Xian could feel his heart turning increasingly restless, increasingly unbearable. He became terribly thirsty, finally managing to find a glass of water to drink, but shockingly the water combusted into fiery flames. Suddenly, a venomous snake coiled around his neck, choking him mercilessly. Xian clutched the snake with both hands, trying his best to pull it off. Yet his hands couldn't be raised. His throat coughed out choking sounds. It seemed like this venomous snake was toying with him, constantly threatening to sink its fangs in but retracting it instead. But just when Xian convinced himself the snake wouldn't bite him, the maroon venomous snake stretched open its mouth, chomping down onto him. In his shock, Xian instantly screamed as his eyes slammed open. The pitch-black sky entered his vision, along with twinkling stars. A boundless starry night. No moon. No a single trace of blood nor fire. Where did the shabby Xiqiao town go? Oh, it was all a dream, or a mind-blowing hallucination. How real it felt. Xian struggled, realizing the ropes were still as sturdy as before. Suddenly, a wave of frenzied delight overwhelmed him. This daddy here is not blind. Though his vision was still blurry, the difference felt like heaven and earth compared to that eternal darkness. After regaining his composure, he finally felt the freezing rigidity of his body. Ice-cracked lips coughed out a dried filth. Xian swung his head, struggling as he twitched his body, wrestling against the damned rope vines. Nearby, the cringing face of the Uruk-hai leader had turned stiff. This demonic fella had a queer smile as he laid horizontally on the snow, rigidly dead. His twin hands clutched tightly over his throat, 5 thick fingers lodged deeply into the flesh, his body in shambles, his complexion ghastly purple. It seemed like he had strangled himself to death. Though he had died, his enormous frame still released a threatening aura. A traumatic fear lingered into Xian's heart. If I wasn't tied up, I would have been choked to death by that venomous snake in my dreams, or rather choked to death by myself. After a long while, a violent coughing drifted in from the side. Reef had awoken. Beside him laid 2 Uruk-hai corpses. The 2 Uruk-hais had died in each other's arms. No, they didn't die from excessive ejaculation, but rather it seemed like they had recently put up a desperate struggle against each other, but ultimately perishing together. The 2 glanced at each other speechlessly, yet an elation surged within them. They were terribly baffled, no clue as to what had happened. But no matter what, surviving was an unexpected bliss. Xian kept attempting to free himself from the vines, but to no avail. The vines were tied too tightly, trying to struggle free was simply impossible. On the other hand, Reef's lightsaber had been activated numerous times, consuming much utility points, leaving him with close to nothing left. Helplessly, they wriggled over to scrape against nearby rocks, finally severing the vines after a ridiculously long struggle. After regaining freedom, Xian rushed over to Melody, discovering that her condition had worsened. She was now completely unconscious. Fortunately, her clothes were intact, no vestiges of being violated. Reef took the chance to rummage through the Uruk-hai corpses. What he found was hopeless. Locating a bamboo tube on their waist, Reef hurriedly drank a mouthful before immediately spitting it out. The drink was practically blood, it emitted an awful fishy stench. Perhaps the drink was like fine wine to the Uruk-hais, but to Xian and Reef, not instantly fainting from being poisoned was already a thankful matter. Water was no issue, stuffing random snowflakes into their mouths was adequate, besides there was still a lake previously. Yet the problem was the Uruk-hai's food, which was essentially raw meat biscuit. The raw meat still had feathers, fur on it. Both Reef and Xian had completely no appetite for such food. If not necessary, they wouldn't eat it at all cost. The 2 discussed for a moment. 2 options were plausible now. One was to head back towards the direction of the avalanche. The next was to return into the forest, swimming across the lake and advancing forward. After a short debate, they decided to return to the lake. The first option was to return to a land of ice and snow. Even if they didn't freeze to death, they would die from hunger. Besides, there was a high probability of encountering more Uruk-hais. For them who were still unfamiliar with the mountain, death was a given. Instead, by continuing ahead, although an unknown dreadful and mysterious force laid ahead, they could probably live longer. Borrowing the glittering illumination from the sky, Xian carried the elf maiden and advanced with Reef leading the way. After a long walk, they returned to the edge of the lake. It was nighttime. The pine forest was a deserted ghostland. A strange prickling sensation could be felt, as though something in the darkness was constantly spying on them. When they reached the lake, both of them were terribly exhausted. Without food to replenish their energy to cross over the lake, they leaned against the pine trees to rest for a while. After a while later, their thirst was too strong as they knelt beside the lake. The icy cold water turned warm in their mouths, finally quenching their thirst. Trembling in cold, they gathered several pine cones and pine wood, starting up a bonfire, as they warmed themselves beside the flames. Poochie! Suddenly a sound splashed from the lake, rocking their hearts. They remained motionless around the fire, the pupils tilting towards the lake. A path of shadow shuttled amidst the water with astonishing speed. Though the moon was non-existent, the starlight was resplendent, casting a dazzling silver along the surface of the lake, a remarkable serenity. Now, it seems like fish had delivered themselves to satisfy their hunger. Xian pondered for a moment before understanding. The reason the fish were aroused was probably due to the bonfire. Just like how bugs and little insects were attracted by light, the fish were the same. Xian had grown up by the sea. He was naturally extremely adept and clear in utilizing light to lure and catch fish. Naturally, with his abundant experience in fishing, Xian wouldn't pass this responsibility to others. Crouching while gesturing silently, he slowly edged his way towards the fringe of the lake. Even without making a single sound, the ripples in the glittering silver lake had become more violent. One could tell how agitated the fish were. The bonfire blazed on, occasionally producing cracking sounds from the burning twigs. Apart from the movement of water, the area was completely still. Sheehan crouched silently by the edge, his breathing becoming lighter and lighter, his body seemed to be turning into a stone carving. Without supplying firewood, the bonfire gradually extinguished. Deep red embers remained glowing under the dark sky, floating and drifting away with the blowing wind. Suddenly, the water splashed. That cunning fish could tolerate no longer, leaping out of the silvery crystalline water, throwing itself in the direction of that bonfire. Sheehan immediately pounced forward ferociously. The lake was the epitome of cold. As Sheehan touched the water, it was like sinking into an ice hole during the winter solstice. Even his white breath instantly condensed, his teeth chattering profusely without restraint, producing clear shivering collisions. Chapter 25, Fish Fiend. Chapter 25, Fish Fiend. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Alcácer. Aiming for the gills, Sheehan's hand spasmed violently due to the sudden cold, and caught the fish by its body instead. Although the fish was out of the water, its innate strength was still great and its scales abnormally slimy. Putting up an intense struggle with its tail, it was about to escape. Without caring for much, Sheehan immediately shot out his other hand ferociously, clamping onto the fish gills. Falling into the river, his hands remained steadfastly clamped onto the fish no matter how this fiendish fish wrestled and struggled. No slightest hint of weakness could be seen. Fortunately, his strength was outstanding. No matter how powerfully the fish struggled, it couldn't resist and naturally gave up. Sheehan then easily tossed it towards the shore, and wriggled back to the shore shivering. The lake was icy cold, the chill draining him of his mental strength as he hurriedly returned to snuggle at the bonfire. After a while, he finally regained some warmth. The famished two intended to immediately slice open the fish to eat, yet after seeing it clearly, they got a huge shock. A bone-chilling current jolted up their backs. This fish had a sinisterly devilish face. Yet, even more strange was that its eyes were leaking out a pulse of malicious curse, glowing deadly at them. It was as though someone possessed it. Sheehan's livelihood since birth was fishing, so much so that the amount of fish he caught had to be weighed in tons. Yet this fiendish-looking fish species, he had never encountered before, not even hearing of it before. Sheehan's eyes blossomed with a glow, like a hungry wolf. Cursing out loud, he swung a hatchet down fiercely, directly beheading this fiendish fish. This swift painless action was an adequate respect to this fiend. After slaying the fish, Sheehan was naturally adept at its follow-up actions. Scaling the fish, he followed the crude uncivilized manner of Mojentia, learning from him to simply dump the waste of organs back into the lake. Then slicing and dicing the fish utterly, before using water to cleanse away the blood. Even if there was poison, it would have been removed. Then he placed it above the fire to roast. The fish was fat. Although there wasn't any seasoning, it crackled delightfully amidst the flames. A black smoke blew out from its surface, the flesh of the fish spotlessly white and piping hot, its appearance terribly alluring. Yet after Reef took a bite, he immediately vomited it out. The fish tasted foul and sour. However, after they determined it was not toxic, they endured their disgust and reluctantly filled their empty bellies. Of course a single fish couldn't possibly fill their rumbling stomachs, but it was better than a wholly barren belly. At least with something, their energy would slowly recover. Sheehan continued to warm his hands above the scorching bonfire, casting his gaze at the black, unfathomable lake. Let's prepare to cross it. Reef astonishingly replied with hesitation. How about waiting till daybreak? Sheehan shook his head gently. This ghostland is terribly sinister. It is best we leave early, the sooner the better. But although Reef was courageous, he couldn't help feeling hesitant upon observing the pitch-black and mysterious lake. Of course he could swim, furthermore as a contestant, mobility in the cold wasn't a problem. But the darkness was a huge deterrence. What other strange fiends were hosted by this lake? But after Sheehan contemplated for a moment, he earnestly urged. We definitely have to cross it before dawn. Reef remained shocked. Sheehan continued to explain slowly. During the daytime, we entered this pine forest, but in the end, everyone was poisoned by that insanely unstoppable hallucinations. Even those Uruk-hai were not exceptions. Yet after awaking and staying inside here for long, there isn't even a single trace of anything. No poison, nothing. If the poisonous curse has been released continuously, then I reckon the poison would have consumed us long ago, we wouldn't have woken up in the night. Thus, the appearance of it is mostly likely regulated and in intermittence. The previous cycle was during dusk. Hence, we must leave this forsaken land before dawn. If not, I'm afraid we would be just waiting for our deaths. The two weaved several branches together, forming it into a makeshift life buoy and flung it into the lake. The lake remained devastatingly cold, as the two warmed up a little before entering the cold. Although Sheehan had to carry along Melody, his swimming skills were excellent. Along with the addition of that life buoy, it didn't require much effort from him. Their surroundings were completely still, apart from the splashing within the lake. They remained silent for fear of unnecessary attraction. The thick threatening darkness seemed to stretch on for eternity. Oddly, a faint greenish glow enveloped around Sheehan and the elf maiden. Indeed, Sheehan once again leached off the blessings of being around a twilight elf. Under the illumination of the green glows, although they could clearly sense odd movements beneath them speeding around the water, the three didn't meet with any particular danger. Yet after swimming for a relatively long period, Sheehan suddenly felt something was wrong. He lowered his voice towards Reef. "Did you notice that the water is turning pretty warm?" Reef was about to reply. Suddenly, two coherent green flickers flashed to their side, and rapidly approached them. Reef had been constantly bracing himself, staying in a combative state amidst this treacherous darkness. Once this peculiarity arose, he instantly released his lightsaber and struck forward. Being an expert in close combat, even amidst the blinding darkness, he accurately pierced his target. A clutter of faint greenish fluorescent rapidly dispersed, casting a neon layer against Sheehan's face. It was obvious that creature had suffered a heavy blow, its blood carried a fluorescent nature. Hence, it explained this strange scene. Following the dispersing of the fluorescent blood, speckles of green suddenly appeared around them. Sensing the blood, the creatures of the lake started gathering here. In this situation, Sheehan also stepped in as he swam and slaughtered. Massive clumps of green fluorescent dispersed densely within the lake. Borrowing the illumination of the fluorescent, they could barely see the sinister fiendish nature of these fish. It was the exact replica of the one they ate. Fluorescent green blood gushed out from the injured fish, sparking a cannibalism within the fish as they swarmed them, tearing them apart. They seized this strange scenario to swiftly flee, yet were pursued by several persevering fish, as the fish chomped and munched away at them. The fangs of these fiendish fish were sharp, easily tearing off chunks of flesh with one bite. Sheehan could feel the bites like numbing tickles, yet it was oddly chilling, like pulses of cold air permeating into his bones. It felt like half his body was turning numb. Fortunately, Reef's innate ability was naturally resistant to abnormal debuff states, while Sheehan had the blessings of the Twilight Elf. Thus, the pangs of petrifying cold gradually dissipated, their wounds gradually patching up. The two continued to cut a path forward, dealing frenzied retaliations against the fish while swimming for their lives. Yet they realized these fiendish fish suddenly lost their assaulting motive, slowly swimming away from them. Raising his head, Sheehan suddenly discovered a marble of white in the horizon. A chill welled up in his heart, as he frantically swam forward. Why did the fish suddenly abandon their prey? There was only one reason. Dawn was approaching, the greater threat was surfacing. Even these savage and cannibalistic fish wouldn't dare to trifle with. The black shadow of the distant shore finally appeared, undulating up and down, completely indistinct under the welcoming rays of dawn. This hope of climbing ashore fueled their final outburst of strength, as they finally arrived at the shore. However, despair greeted their hearts instantaneously. As they gazed ahead, the surrounding shore of the lake was an impressive barrier of smooth precipice. Although the precipice was undulating up and down, its lowest height was still at least 2 floors high. If nobody received them from above, there was no way them could climb this themselves. The lake was vividly turning warmer and warmer. Faced with this despairing reality, the two didn't give up, as they felt along the precipitous shore, attempting to find a low ground to successfully ascend. Yet this low ground never came. But they were completely devoid of energy and hope. A black rope suddenly dropped down from above. The two hastily swam towards it, shockingly discovering it was a climbing rope ladder. 1,000 notions swept past his mind in this instant. Yet he didn't delay any longer. With Melody still slung across his back, he hurriedly grabbed the rope ladder and climbed up the precipice. Chapter 26, Severed Finger in the Belly. Chapter 26, Severed Finger in the Belly. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. The ladder was crafted with a commonly seen vine and could hold the weight of 3 people. But it looked rather antique, and slightly decaying. Grabbing and tugging it, a tense creak could be heard, as the soil rolled off the ropes and dissolved into the lake. Sheehan cautiously began to ascend the rope, like treading on thin ice, finally ascending it without a hiccup. The similar sight of a mountain valley clamped in by a towering precipice greeted them. The same sparse pine trees grew here. It was already daylight. Due to the trauma of their previous poisoned experience, they felt a rush of anxiousness to their heads. Not daring to delay due to fear and panic, they sprinted crazily forward. Only when Sheehan finally heard the chirping of birds, and realized that there were soft pine shoots on the ground did he halt his footsteps and collapse to the ground. Panting deeply and heavily for a long time, he finally recuperated. Compared to the deserted and forsaken pine forest from before, this pine forest was brimming with life. After being dragged up the snowy peak, they hadn't eaten a single thing except for that half a fish the previous night. Their energy had been thoroughly exhausted, and since they had escaped from the danger zone, they instantly felt the gastric pangs of hunger. As they walked and searched, they found several pine nuts. These pine nuts were birthed out of the extremely harsh winter climate. Its shell was tough and ordinary people had to smash it with rocks. Instead, this was as easy as peanuts to Sheehan and Reef. They barely filled their bodies to recover some strength, before regaining vigor to search for other prey. Reef had previous experiences with hunting in the present world. While Sheehan was still trying to scheme against a skinny-looking bird, Reef returned after capturing a plump as hell snow badger. The snow badger was incredibly vicious. To capture one in the present world, a shotgun would be necessary. During the hunting process, it was hard to tell if you'd be the one hunting it or becoming its meal. Fortunately, Sheehan and Reef weren't ordinary people. Reef directly twisted its neck, very easily snapping it off without a drip of blood. They didn't bother draining the blood, allowing it to remain in the meat would give it a savory roasted taste. In the present world, there are many that like to butcher pigs without draining their blood, producing a more flavorful gamey taste for the meat. Reef's eyes radiated with hunger, cutting away furiously at the snow badger. The table salt and tinder they acquired from the uruk-ai's corpses were finally beneficial. They devoured the greasy meat ravenously, not even bothering to chew properly. Finally, they were full. Their body status had recovered to roughly 80%. After eating, the two hurriedly disposed of the blood traces, bones etc. Naturally trying to avoid the rotting stench from attracting other wild beasts, to prevent unwanted troubles. As they buried the remains, Sheehan suddenly claimed in surprise. Amidst the organs of the badger, was a bloodied mutilated object. After identifying this object, their faces changed. It was a shocking freshly mutilated finger. The two glanced at each other, their filled bellies churned. With an ashen face, they continued rummaging through the organ mess, but discovered nothing else. With this sudden occurrence, a tremendous doubt appeared amongst the mysteries and vileness of this place. Looking at the freshness of this finger, perhaps there were humans ahead. How would they dare to continue staying here foolishly? They hurriedly continued advancing. After several kilometers, the forest became sparser. Suddenly, Reef, who was scouting ahead, abruptly prostrated to the ground, before a leopard crawling behind a pine tree. Sheehan instantly reacted upon seeing Reef's movements, immediately hiding with Melody. As they two hid cautiously for a brief moment, nothing happened. Casting a confused expression towards Reef, Reef signaled over with a heavy expression. Sheehan then crept forward. Instantly waves of chills swept through him. Just a few hundred meters away from them, a simple yet crude campsite appeared. Although the campsite was carelessly constructed, one could clearly tell from its style that it was done by the movements of uruk-ais and the ocean freaks. Inclining by the side of the camp was a sturdy-looking uruk-ai, who seemed to be vigilantly on guard. 7 to 8 other uruk-ais were currently resting within the camp, leaning randomly and disorientated around. After a cautious and sneaky surveillance, they discovered an identical uruk-ai campsite to their west. The location of the two campsites completely sealed off the narrow mountain valley. Nothing could slip past it. It was impossible to try and sneak around the campsites, to probe and explore further. Sheehan and Reef had braved through tremendous risks and adventure just to escape from the pursuit of the uruk-ais. Yet in a cruel twist of events, they actually encountered such a huge scope of uruk-ai encampment once again. It seems that there were at least several dozen of uruk-ais who had established a temporary camp here. No clue as to how they traversed through the previous desolated pine forest. They both held their breath, unwilling for even a tiny breath to escape. Sprawled flat on the ground, they inched backwards. But at this moment, the elf maiden that was placed not far away suddenly unintentionally twitched, knocking against the pine tree beside her. The tree wasn't huge, its crown accumulated with numerous snow. After Melody's accidental knock, the snow crumbled down resoundingly, creating a slight ruckus. Within this peaceful and still pine forest, unless the Urukais were all blind and deaf, they definitely wouldn't miss out this sudden commotion. Their faces turned deathly pale as they laid on the ground without daring to move. After a long precautionary pause, they could only hear the rustling of the pine trees. Ahead of them was the lonely forest. The Urukais hadn't the slightest bit of movement. Xian's heart stirred, as he raised his head to probe. He then issued a low voice. That sentry didn't even move. Reef suspiciously raised his head to look, curiously asking. Right, is he asleep? Xian then continued. Even those Urukais laying around in the camp, not even a twitch of movement. Xian's eyes glittered with a crazy glow. He stood up and started to creep closer towards the campsite. Reef murmured to himself. Perhaps. Xian's face exposed a surreptitious sneer as he approached the campsite without disguise. Still, the sentry remained motionless. Xian strolled to his side, stretching his hand to pat him. The sentry maintained its vigilant posture, its rigid self horizontally crashing to the side, before shattering in fragments, just like a toppled ice sculpture. The two campsites were fully filled with rock-solid frozen corpses, a hollow rattle emitted when they knocked against them. These Urukais should have been in the same predicament as Xian. After cruising through the lake, they hooked up a rope ladder up and set up camp here. After Xian and Reef inspected the area thoroughly, they discovered a peculiar triangular-shaped wound on these corpses. Oddly, these wounds were sustained on the lateral sides of the corpses. Though deep, the wounds weren't located at vital spots. According to the norm, these wounds couldn't possibly be fatal to these healthy and mighty Urukais. They glanced at each other. Despite uncovering the truth of the two campsites, they had once again sunk into the tremendous mystery. Looks like, mystery was the title of this adventure. Reef suddenly realized something, frowning as he sincerely exclaimed. There's a survivor here. Xian's pupils shrank, instantly recalled the crux of the matter. That was the mutilated finger they discovered earlier. The corpses here seemed to have died a long time ago, they were all frozen solid, their skin as tough as steel. The corpses had no indications of being ravaged by wild beasts. Yet even if the snow badger was here, those icy cold fingers couldn't have possibly returned to its fresh bloodied state. Fear lodged deeply in their hearts. They then carefully rummaged through the camp. The most beneficial items were some warm leather coats. Though torn and tattered, it provided some warmth. As they uncourteously stole it for themselves. In a wooden chest, they also found 2 pouches of spirited alcohol, authentic alcohol not polluted by blood. Drinking them down felt like a tiny dagger slicing down into their throat, their boiling intensity sizzling into their limbs. Apart from that, they discovered another unusual wooden product. This thing had an appearance of an overturned stool, with its 4 legs pointing towards the sky. 2 long wooden clubs were tied parallel to it, as though trying to support something. After deliberating for a while, they were still perplexed and couldn't find a reasonable reason to it. Mystery, everything was a mystery. Chapter 27, Reef's Disappearance. Chapter 27, Reef's Disappearance. Translated by, Chua, edited by, T.N. and Alcácer. Presently, they were enshrouded in a fog of unfathomable mystery. Only 2 choices presented themselves to Xian, to advance or retreat. If they retreated, they would have to once again cross over that strange lake, the desolate forest and the icy cold winter valleys. Lastly, they had to face the risk of capture by Urukais. These matters have already been witnessed personally by them. They knew of the terror and dread it held, thus Xian wasn't willing to experience it again. Hence, without much deliberation, they affirmed their decision to carry on proceeding forward. No matter what danger lay in store for them, as long as they could drag on further an additional second, it would be worth it. Though they were both formidable contestants, but in this, difficulty world setting, they had been suppressed to just slightly stronger than an ordinary character. They had experienced numerous scares and sudden twists. This region of frozen corpses, though it shocked them initially, they were already used to this mysteriousness. Reef sat down on a piece of pine wood, as he swayed a wine pouch in his hands before asking curiously. What did this bunch come here for? In this era, craftsmanship was still undeveloped. Primarily due to plastics not being invented yet, bringing along water supplies on a long journey was extremely troublesome. Even the wine pouch he was holding, its inner lining was made with animal bladder and tanned cowhide for its exterior. It was able to seal up water effectively, hence its value wasn't low. If Reef were to exchange this pouch with the elven race, even an empty pouch could be exchanged for 2 oxen. On the other hand, Xian's emotions were fluctuating excessively. He was surrounded by overlapping mysteries. On his way, he kept feeling that faint premonition, as though he was gradually nearing a huge profound truth. Such emotions caused him to be rather annoyed, as he picked up another wine pouch and drank from it. The wine pouch had been sitting in the snow for a long time, hence the alcohol was strong yet cooling, producing a boiling sensation in their throats. Reef gulped down the drink, a burning warmth flushed his body as he suddenly spoke up. "How about we stop over for a rest here?" Xian ferociously gulped down several mouthfuls, then he forced a smile and replied. "Look at these frozen corpses, you still dare to stop over here? We are considered to be relatively weak in this world's difficulty setting. But, my greatest worry is that, I'm afraid the realm may weaken us further once again." Reef astonishingly replied. "Another weakening?" "Yes." Xian smiled bitterly. "The first time was when our interspatial region was sealed. My bet is that the longer we stay in this world, we would activate different checkpoints. I reckon it is about time for our second checkpoint to be activated." Reef, who was all along refined, suddenly couldn't resist the urge to curse. F********. Don't tell me the next time they will seal our abilities." Xian helplessly replied. "The second checkpoint shouldn't be that bad. But I can foresee every checkpoint intervals becoming shorter and shorter, stricter and stricter. The last outcome could be that we would be demoted to the conditions of an ordinary person, completely devoid of the realm's benefits. When that happens, don't even talk about others harming us, even the cold temperature and the scarcity of food would be our greatest foes. We may very well be forced back to the realm." Reef seemed to deeply believe Xian's words. He paused and replied. "So your intention is that, before we reach the final stage of weakening, we have to find a safe and warm shelter first?" Xian nodded his head earnestly and continued. "Yes, that is my idea. Contrary to the place we first entered, even though there was the dreadful presence of urukais, at least the environment wouldn't have been detrimental to us." After settling their emotions, they continued ahead. The alcohol gradually seeped into their bloodstream, as they felt a cozy warmth and fatigue fading away. After several miles, they exited the pine forest. The mountain valley gradually narrowed, finally turning into a ravine. Sporadic clusters of snow scattered around the ground. The vegetation wasn't tall here. Only disorderly piles of rocks laid around, their surface had traces of erosion. It seemed like there was a previous flood in the area when the season was warmer. As they raised their heads to observe, the surrounding precipices continued to stretch endless ahead on both sides. The only trace of the sky was in between the precipices. The terrain here was physically draining. Fortunately, Xian and Reef still had energy as they walked without much difficulty. Their only worry was their route ahead would be a dead end. That would be desperation itself. Because Reef was the stronger and empty-handed one, hence he was the group's front scout. The two trudged through hundreds of meters of rocks, finally obstructed by a fairly wide and towering boulder. This boulder was most probably a remnant of the lateral mountain, perhaps a fractured component of the cliff that tumbled down. It was covered with cracks. On their left was a pitch-black gap between the boulder and the mountain wall. Placing their head near, they could feel a wave of wind blowing out. It was obvious the whole channel was long, squeezing through it was impossible. To continue forward, they had to climb from the top. If it was an ordinary person, they would have to lament at their inadequacy and return to the pine forest to craft a ladder. Yet this height wasn't enough to hinder the two contestants. The agile Reef attempted to sprint from far, borrowing his momentum to leap up this gigantic boulder. Yet his fingers seemed to miss the fringe of the boulder by a huge fraction. After several attempts, Xian then stood in front of the boulder as he formed his hands as a supporting platform. Reef then took flight, pushing off from Xian's hand. Propelled up by Xian's 37 points of strength, in addition to his natural agility, his fingers successfully grabbed onto the edge of the boulder, successfully pulling himself up. Instead, Xian was thrown off balance by the tremendous recoil from Reef, as he fell seated to the ground. Beneath his butt was a tiny rock, painfully piercing his ass. Xian frowned as he cursed loudly, and reached his hand to grab it. After picking it up, he realized it was a black rock the size of a ping-pong ball. He was about to toss it away, but suddenly discovered something peculiar. Why is this rock so light? Its surface seemed to have several fresh cracks. How did his butt even deal such devastation to a rock? Xian's curiosity was pricked, as he started to inspect this rock carefully. He realized its exterior was like a round black rock, yet its weight was too light, meaning that its exterior was just a solid crust. As he broke open the cracks, he discovered his innards had a faint lychee red, and had a plain cyan core inside. Yet surprisingly, there was a radiation emitting from its inner folds. Its entire composition felt like a scorching sun. An unappealing black rock actually hosted such a strange phenomenon. It was really a peculiar and admirable creation of nature. For some unknown reason, Xian felt like it was missing something as he gazed upon this rock. It was like drawing the portrait of a beautiful lady, yet missing her most crucial eyes in the painting. While he studied this strange object, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, before hearing a loud cry from opposite. Then it returned to a deathly silence. Xian was jolted up like being pricked by a needle. That shout obviously belonged to Reef. Did something dangerous surface? He instantly shouted in response, trying to get an understanding of the matter. Sadly, even amidst his panic and frantic yells, no response was returned from opposite the boulder. Even after he tried to use the nightmare imprints transmission, nothing happened. What kind of grave danger was able to cause such a powerful MT like Reef to vanish without a trace? The air was still, his surroundings deserted. Only his shouts continued to echo. Under such a depressing and lonely environment, a person's mentality would start to collapse. He couldn't even understand what was going on, yet suddenly another burdensome mystery compounded onto him. For a person with a weak spirit, he would have already committed suicide in this desperation. However, Xian was always a resolute and determined person. Also, being able to return to the realm anytime, he naturally felt that he was still in control. After deducing that something unbelievable had happened opposite the boulder, he hurriedly left as he carried Melody and retreated to a spacious region. Chapter 28, Invasion of Checkpoint. Chapter 28, Invasion of Checkpoint. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcázar. After a series of considerations, Xian still felt advancing would be like experiencing 9 deaths but still alive, while returning backwards would be 10 deaths without living. Hence, Xian hurried back to the pine tree, seizing the Urukai's hatchet and chopped against the pine trees. After a series of hard work, he managed to craft out a simple wooden ladder he could use to ascend the boulder. After expending much effort and energy in trekking back and forth in this vile environment, by the time he had settled all these troublesome matters, it was already nighttime. He didn't dare to advance in search of Reef as he laid against a flat stone to rest, popping pine nuts into his mouth to recover some strength. As he lied down, he started to ponder about the recent peculiarities. Even with his capability, felt like he was lost in a tangled mess of complications. Sighing, he recalled that strange rock previously, as he fished it out to examine it again. As he fished it out, he immediately inhaled a deep breath of cold air, completely surprised. A sliver of glow emerged from the cracks in Xian's fingers. It had a tyrannical blazing sensation. In this harsh winter climate, it was an encouraging warmth. Shockingly, it was the insidal of that black rock that was emitting the glow. Xian had never seen this strange object before. Its inside was practically like a small world. This object was actually able to emit its own charcoal-like glow. It was truly bizarre, a mystery of the earth. Due to warmth from the illumination, drowsiness slowly invaded him. Dangers were present everywhere here. Xian wouldn't permit himself to sleep in this treacherous darkness. Yet the drowsiness continued to assault. It was almost unbearable. His mental and physical state had been utterly worn out. Fortunately, Xian knew certain survival tactics. He quickly carried Melody and climbed up a massive pine tree. Tying her to an enduring branch, he then leaned against the bark within the canopy of the pine tree. Feeling comfortable and warm, he gradually fell asleep. Only a soft glow emitted out from a black rock onto them. Meanwhile, within the former snowy valley, massive amounts of orcs had consecutively appeared. These orcs appeared rather thinly weak, their clothes tattered and looked as thin as a match. Shivering amidst the cold winds, they were shouldering huge amounts of firewood. No doubt, they had the lowest status amongst the orcs/urukais. Those elite urukais that pursued Xian previously should be of the highest ranking, and these orcs over here belong to the lowest, cannon fodder rank. In their eyes contained huge fear, as they trudged on with their load of firewood. It was as though they were fearful of an immense danger ahead. As they exited the narrow mountain pass of that snow valley, they hated when they caught sight of the desolated pine forest. No amount of lashes and beratement could force them to advance. Even when some were forcefully whipped to death, blood staining the white snow, the rest of the orcs still refused to budge. After a brief moment, hundreds of elite urukais arrived. These urukais were extremely threatening, their bulging muscles and wolf-like savagery portrayed their strength to be close to those urukais that had pursued Xian previously. They were currently surrounding and protecting 5 ocean freaks. The physique of these 5 ocean freaks was relatively enormous. The grayish skin on their heads wrinkled up in folds, only a round sinister glow steadily radiated from the eye on their head. It seemed like their mental prowess was exceptionally deep, they had come prepared. With the appearance of the ocean freaks, the feeble working orcs instantly trembled violently, such was the extent of their fear. With the 5 ocean freaks as the core, ripples of spirit energy swerved out, as the orcs involuntarily walked up in a stupor, as they placed countless amounts of firewood at the periphery of the desolated pine forest. After that, they ignited the firewood. The pine forest was originally abundant in natural oil. After the outbreak started by the firewood, the flames continued to flare up to the heavens, casting a crimson red against the night sky. At this moment, the urukais and ocean freaks started to retreat back into the snow valley, using animal hide to cover their nostrils. The 5 ocean freaks then entered into a temporarily dug shelter, a temporary ice cavern, with the urukais heavily guarding the entrance. It was obvious, the ocean freak had a certain understanding towards the place's oddities. The blaze of the pine forest was awe-inspiring. Even the snowy peaks could see clumps of dense fumes spiraling up. A queer ashen color floated out from the flames. Xian woke up in awe of the magnificent wildfire. Although he slept on an uncomfortable tree, it was enough to recover from a huge portion of exhaustion and pain. Xian couldn't help but sigh, because he wasn't startled awake by the flames. Instead, it was because of the nightmare imprint. Scanning, contestant number 1018 Party Establishment Mission Survival has reached the next relevant checkpoint. Warning, contestant number 1018 Party Establishment Mission Survival has reached the next relevant checkpoint. Warning, your difficulty is raised once again. From now onwards, every equipment on you would be stripped and placed inside your interspatial region of the nightmare imprint. If the nightmare imprint has inadequate space, it will be delivered into your personal room. Details: Party Establishment Mission Survival has several checkpoints. Every time you reach a checkpoint, you will trigger an increased difficulty. Seeing this string of notifications, apart from sighing, what else could Xian say? At this moment Xian finally noticed the brightly illuminated scarlet night sky. Also, the abnormality of those flames. His mind was flooding in with numerous notions, immediately aware of an impending huge crisis heading in his direction. To be able to create such a massive operation within this harsh snowy valley, apart from Saruman's doppelganger and his urukais, there was none else. The decisive extent of their operation to set ablaze the forest probably indicated their resolutions towards these few escaped captives. Thinking of that, Xian sighed deeply as he slithered down the tree. Hastily gathering everything he needed, and bringing along that newly crafted wooden ladder, he carried the unconscious Melody and proceeding forward within this rocky ravine. Checking the Twilight Elf's blessing from his nightmare imprint, he realized that it was bound to expire in a few hours. Hence, he hurriedly proceeded with haste. As of now, although the orcs had displayed their seriousness through this large-scale deforestation, they still had to wait for the fire to subside. Hence, it provided Xian with at least several more hours. Following that, they still had to cross over that strange lake filled with those fiendish fish, to be able to truly start tracking down Xian. Regarding the random campsites of the urukais at the other side of the lake, Saruman had probably attempted to explore here before, but suffered a huge setback with no survivors. Hence, traumatized by his previous failure, he would surely enact steady measures to proceed steadily and surely. However, within Xian's thought process, he could sense an awfully tremendous mystery. Besides, it was simply absurd that Saruman would engage his entire nest of orcs in pursuit for just merely a handful of captives. There was an underlying motivation and unspoken truth to all this, it was just that he couldn't dissect it as of now. As he pondered, he trekked through the rocky ravine. After losing all his equipment, it was crucial that he maintained his optimal condition. This was in preparation to deal with any dangers after crossing over the gigantic boulder. On his way, Sheehan consecutively found several other pieces of those round black stones. After breaking them apart, he realized most of these black stones were already rotten, and emitted a rotting stench. Yet two were preserved, liquid trickled out upon opening them, yet there wasn't a trace of that cyan-colored core. Very quickly, Sheehan returned to the bottom of that gigantic, dam-like boulder. He knew a certain danger laid ahead, hence he wasn't in a hurry to ascend the boulder. He shut his eyes, as he regulated his breathing to prepare his mind. But when Sheehan was about to climb the boulder, he suddenly popped open his eyes in shock. Because from a distance behind, an appalling dense sound of scraping footsteps tremored in. Sheehan's pupils shrank. He was like a turtle in a jar with this massive obstructing boulder ahead of him, there was no means of escape. He just couldn't understand what unorthodox method the orcs used, to be able to swiftly traverse through the scorching blaze of the fire, speeding through the lake to arrive here so quickly. The scraping footsteps became fiercer, distinctly getting closer in a flash. When it was finally several dozens of meters away from Sheehan, he could see certain shadows pushing aside the rocks. Sheehan placed Melody down, as covered her as he braced himself. A killing intent flashed from his eyes, as he abandoned all his complex thoughts, wholeheartedly focusing on his current desperation, his heart still carrying a trace of regretfulness. Chapter 29, Aftermath of that Large Boulder. Chapter 29, Aftermath of that Large Boulder. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Ilkasser. Sheehan was closely observing as the urgent footstep resounded relentless towards him. Suddenly, a shadow abruptly broke through the rocks and charged in. Although he was able to anticipate the impending danger, he never expected this charge to be so swift and nimble. He rolled wretchedly to the side, barely evading this charge. Without panicking, Sheehan formed his hands to cover his chest. Yet the follow-up attack didn't happen. The shadow suddenly turned with great dexterity, and scurried into the pitch-black gap at the bottom left of the gigantic boulder. Sheehan released a long breath as he smiled reluctantly and shook his head. That shadow had no hostility, it was obviously just a snow badger. It seemed like it had suffered an immense trauma, and was fleeing frantically. Actually, under normal circumstances, Sheehan would have been able to differentiate between animals or beasts. But he was lacking in energy, as his mind was trapped within this current strange predicament he was in. Hence, he made such a low-level error. Following that, several other animals started to dash here frenziedly, scurrying through the gap between the boulder and the water, as they hurried through the rocky ravine. They were obviously fleeing from scarlet illumination casted by the great blaze in the sky. Sheehan acted fast as he seized and killed one of the panicking badger to use as future food. He then placed his ladder against the bounder, carried Melody up and ascended up the boulder. Of course, he didn't forget to hoist up the wooden ladder afterwards. Although it wouldn't make a big difference due to the sheer quantity of those orcs, doing something was still better than nothing at all. The boulder had a broad apex, it extended over 5 meters in width, deposits of sand and mud covered it along. With several weeds, their roots infiltrating into the boulder's surface. As he felt the boulder with his fingers, a rough fleshy feeling could be felt. Although he knew time was tight, he still maintained his air of caution, seizing the illuminated visibility to survey his surroundings and terrain. Besides, after issuing a sudden scream, Reef had utterly vanished right here. Sheehan understood that based on individual strength, Reef was definitely tankier and stronger in combat terms. It was just that his mind was filled with nobility and chivalry, which could be toxic at times. Something that could cause him to vanish in a split second after he issued a warning scream, that something must have possessed immeasurable strength. Under the twilight sky, Sheehan continued to lay prone atop it as he tactfully surveyed the way ahead. From here onwards, the two sides of the precipice formed into a shape of a trumpet. Its narrow sides gradually broadened up into a small valley, even the rocks were noticeably sparser, but it was still rocky nonetheless. It was all normal, no visible signs of danger. But Sheehan knew clearly, if dangers could be so easily spotted, then it wouldn't even be called a threat. Reef similarly wouldn't vanish without a trace. Suddenly, his attention halted over the back of a clutter of rubble. A string of brown was leaking out, like an appearance of half a straw sandal. The visibility was warm but still vaguely unclear. If not for his careful deliberate probing, he wouldn't have discovered that strange oddity. Previously, back in the harsh winter climate of the snowy peaks, the Uruk-hai had provided preferential treatment to their captives. Not only were they given animal hide coats, they were also given thick woven straw sandals. These thick straw sandals would lower the chances of frost bites. Instead, those ordinary orcs didn't have this luxury. Their feet accumulated clumps of pus from the frost bites. It was because Xian was similarly wearing such a sandal, thus he could identify the familiarity from the tinge of brown line. His heart was stirred. Apart from him and Reef, who wore such sandals, perhaps there was someone else who had encountered a misfortune. Reef, who was protected by the realm, couldn't have possibly died here. If that was the case, contradictions manifested in haze of doubts in his heart. He regulated his breathing to a gentler cadence, as he scanned his surroundings again. After confirming nothing was wrong, he then placed Melody by the side, placing the ladder down before leaping off the giant boulder. After he leapt down, a sudden queer smell whiffed into his nose. This smell was bland. After looking closely, he realized the rocks over here were like solidified oil beads. Xian couldn't be bothered to ponder about that, as he sneakily tiptoed towards that pile of rubble. As he approached, he could already confirm that someone was wearing that straw sandal. Through the openings of the sandal, he could clearly see a toe. The color of that toe was bluish-black, indicating its owner had already been frozen solid previously. The life departed from it long ago. Xian cautiously crept in, his muscles tensing up as he neared in. He was prepared to deal with any unforeseen irregularity to flee immediately. His surroundings were quiet, only that patch of glaring scarlet-infused darkness behind. The apprehension is his heart rising up to the pinnacle. Even if the corpse ahead was Reef, he was still slightly mentally prepared. But the reality completely exceeding his expectation. Although the corpse had been frozen, its surface was a mutilated mess, devastatingly tragic. Even its face was indiscernible. It was shockingly that flayed captive from before. De heck, don't tell me 1,000 miles above me, it is actually that snowy peak that I escaped from. Xian couldn't help but gaze upwards. He could only see the clouds and mist. The winter wind still billowing, yet amidst the fuzzy snowy mist, he could see a horizontal mountain ridge leading to a snowy flatland cliff. This tremendous mystery had been lingering in his heart for a long time. These Uruk-hais had gone through so much trouble, capturing slaves from miles and miles away. On the way, they even treated them preferentially, expending much manpower on them. After forking up such a price, in the end, why did they merely strengthen the captive's life force, then carving off their skin and flinging them down the cliff? These orcs and Uruk-hais were a brutal and savage race. They weren't known to be cunning and crafty. Yet behind them was Saruman, an astute and circumspect old deceitful fox. To go through such immense trouble, what he was conspiring was bound to be unimaginably astonishing. As for himself, he had unintentionally landed himself within the core district, inching closer to the truth. After many experiences of strange happenings, his inner curiosity and suspiciousness was burning vigorously. Although he knew danger lurks in every corner, in his heart he knew, dangers always coincides with opportunities. Uncovering the truth behind this, the information he obtained would surely be priceless. He closed in to examine, as he discovered the abnormality of this corpse. This corpse was deformed. Actually, falling down from such a height, it was bound to be deformed. Looking at the surrounding blood stains around it, it seemed like the corpse didn't die at the moment of impact. The corpse probably struggled in anguish for a long time before withering into death. The rocks around the area in a 10-meter radius were stained with blood. Traces of flattening was distinctly obvious. In fact, one of the rocks was still hooking onto a chunk of bloodied flesh. Moreover, that corpse was originally badly mutilated before it crashed down. Rolling about on the surface, fragments of leaves, rocks, ice and other junk objects would paste onto the warm blood. After the cold winds got to it, the objects would remain glued onto the corpse. As he witnessed his tragic outcome, his heart turned frightened. He gazed ahead towards the spacious valley. The same replica of frozen corpses littered the place. Some had their heads smashed into the ground, obviously dying instantly. Some were grimacing in pain, their bodies twisted in bitter desperation, seemingly rolling about several times before giving up to the maddening agony. It was clear now. That severed finger that Reef and him found in the badger's stomach belonged to someone over here. Seeing this scene, Sheehan couldn't help recalling that gene mix he had drank before, mucus of the ocean freak of Moria. Looking at the degree of fractures of these corpses, these flayed slaves had probably endured several collisions on their way to the bottom of the precipice. Over 80% of the corpses had died by having their heads crushed by a collision. The remaining 20% had to endure the agony of rolling and wailing in this forsaken valley for a long time, before freezing to death. Just seeing each of these tragic corpses, Sheehan felt a chill surging in his heart. Strictly speaking, the mucus of the ocean freak of Moria, though it was superb, Sheehan hadn't expected it to be so overbearing. It was actually able to squeeze out every bit of potential of a person. The more severe the injuries, the more effective the gene mix extracted a person's potential. Even after being flayed and tossed 1,000 miles down, they still had that last breath to wriggle around. As he carried on further, he discovered the rocks here had a shocking enormous paw prints that had blurred with age. These rocks were incomparably tough, yet it was like a bean curd under the paw print. Over the ground were also a messy disarray of a dozen artificially made simple stone basins. Most of the stone basins had already crumbled, only 2 retained its basic shape. The rocks here are probably not small rocks, but should be boulder-sized rocks. Chapter 30, Awakening. Chapter 30, Awakening, translated by, Chua, edited by, T.N. and Alcácer. This stone basin appeared familiar. It could be said to be deeply engraved into Sheehan's heart, a deeper lasting impression than Melody's chest. This basin was placed beside the platform altar previously. It contained a bizarre fuel which reacted in ignition with flayed skin. Once ignited, it was hard to extinguish, resulting in a blood-red pillar of combustion. Fumes. But the crux of the matter was the strange vile aroma it released, one that was able to attract that terrifying great eagle. Yet for some unknown reason, it was tossed down into the valley. After a simple exploration, Sheehan realized there was nothing to gain within this tiny valley. He only found several additions of that queer black stones. His head was starting to turn giddy, not sure if it was the fatigue or something else. The sinister feeling still plaguing his heart constantly. There was no time to seek out traces of Reef. He immediately carried Melody as he strode forward with big steps. Sheehan grit his teeth as he trudged forward amidst the harsh and rugged terrain. Very quickly he left his treacherous place behind. The nearby blaze finally extinguished, spiraling embers drifted through the night sky along with the spiraling cyan fumes. The charred trees remained unbending as it pointed to the sky. Ashen-colored rocks scattered throughout the land, looking like burnt skin. Still, deep inside the forest were tiny traces of raging flames, but the ocean freaks could wait no longer. They hurriedly coerced the orcs to lead the way in. The orcs were short and frail, their bodies covered with blood stains as they shivered violently amidst the winter winds. They were deeply familiar with the danger here, knowing the poisonous fog would only trigger upon a fixed timing. Hence, they sent these dying orcs to probe the way in. If they were poisoned, then the toxicity was bound to flare up rapidly. They could then tell if the danger was present. Suddenly, an aged old orc collapsed, shrieking out loud in fear. Froth bubbled out from its mouth as the orc rolled around incessantly. Several Uruk-eyes rushed forward, splashing the orc with a bucket of icy water. Working together, they subdued and tied the orc up, finally clamping up its mouth. Soon, the orc regained consciousness as it panted lifelessly. Abruptly, the rest of the orcs similarly fell to the horrifying hallucinations as they collapsed. Most were the sickly and the old. In contrast, the stronger ones only felt a dizziness, and retched from the nauseating feeling. After observing for roughly half an hour, the Uruk-eye leader, Lurtz, suddenly appeared. His hands folded on his chest as he spoke to his assistant. It seems like Master's deductions are spot on. The soil of this region of pine forest contains a horrifying hallucination poison. This poison would slowly evaporate when the temperature is higher, and fill the forest with a venomous miasma. After the flames, most of the poison has already been exhausted, the remainder is nothing to worry about. Naturally, we can cross it safely now. Give the order, set off. Upon Lurtz's command, the grandiose orc army marched on carrying loads of tools and equipment before halting at the lake. Lurtz gazed upon the lake with a sullen expression, using his rough finger to caress his beloved bow. At this moment, several orcs shoved in a stubborn-looking elf, beside was an exceptionally massive ocean freak. As it approached Lurtz, it started to wave its tentacles and transmitted its mental rays. Lertz, 2 years ago, Master had already ordered us to explore the region here. That is why I will temporarily assume command now. Lertz was taken aback as he argued. What? Mr. Conte, why haven't I heard of that before? The ocean freak, Mr. Conte, replied. Because you were still in the midst of experimentations. That previous time, that assembly of brave pioneers relied on the visor that Yavanna created, and successfully filtered through this forest of epidermal. They even paid an immense price to cross over this Carn-Dum Lake. Although they ultimately fell into eternal rest at the opposite bank of the floating forest, they had transmitted back numerous important details. Carn-Dum was the capital of Angmar, established in the west point of the mountains of Angmar, near Mount Gundabad in the Misty Mountains. Within that information, the most important is that the most menacing beast within the Carn-Dum Lake is a creature with an appearance of a slug. According to Master's inference, it should be a mutation of a worm. Although their damage isn't threatening, the poison it releases is extremely astonishing. Previously, those brave pioneers who had crossed the Carn-Dum Lake didn't give attention to the poison from these worms, and were forced to end their skirmish after the poison flared up, dying inside their temporary campsite within the floating forest. Then how are we going to deal with those worms? Lertz had a sunken expression as he continued. Don't tell me we have to dry out this damned lake. Master has already surveyed long ago, this damned lake is connected to a tremendous source of groundwater beneath. Although it seems like a standalone lake, it is actually connected to the underground drainage system of the mines of Moria. Mr. Conte raised his tentacle and pointed towards that stubborn elf. The answer lies in this elf, Mr. Lertz. According to my research, these children of nature emit a soothing aura for those worms, to calm their aggressive nature. As long as we bring along an elf on a wooden raft, we can easily cross this lake with ease. Lertz remained silent as he glanced back to wooden rafts behind. Then he drew an arrow and drooped down his long bow. Aiming towards the lake surface, he gradually pulled the bowstring. His thick muscles bulging up, even his hairs were standing as he released. Within a blink, 30 meters away over the peaceful lake, blood bubbles begun to froth up ferociously, bubbling up like grapes. One couldn't even see the arrow's path, not even an after-image of its flight. The lake started turning turbid, the slit beneath frantically rolling up. After a brief moment, a succulent creature, as long as 7 meters with its diameter half a meter, floated up. At round a third of its body was a brutally huge bowl-sized hole, flesh hooked against it. Its appearance looked like a roundworm that was amplified 1,000 times. Sharp triangular teeth pierced out from its mouth. Without the elf, we can still safely cross over this lake. Lertz didn't even bother looking at Mr. Conte as he declared sternly. Sheehan continued advancing over the rocky shore. Though he had the physique of a contestant, carrying an elf while traveling was still physically draining. Along the way, Sheehan discovered this rocky path was like a winding canyon. Looking at the sides of the canyon, it should have been formed by flowing water. As he advanced, he continued to discover several pieces of those unique black stones. Yet the rocky path continued to stretch out endlessly. But to Sheehan, as long as he didn't see any pursuing troops, that was already a huge blessing. The longer he dragged on, the higher his party establishment mission completion rate. He also made a resolution: if he was forced into a desperate situation, he would personally end Melody's life. Because if she was awakened, she would also support his brutal but merciful choice. After walking for a dozen minutes later, Sheehan wiped his sweat. He couldn't help casting secret glances at the slender and delicate Melody. Her clothes masking her underripe body was simply impressive to view. Her chest was flourishing, long legs alluring even her, but was simply abundant. Thinking of such naughty thoughts, he suddenly found his hands wretchedly inching closer to Melody's butt. The feeling was amazing, fueling one's desire to continue exploring further into the deep valley beside. But as Sheehan decided to seize his chance for a few more probes, Melody suddenly opened her eyes, casting a clear and crystal glare at Sheehan as she suspiciously uttered, "You really like to touch my butt." Sheehan stared into that tranquil and serene eyes of hers, feeling extremely guilty towards her. Yet his mouth defiantly refused to submit. "Why, it's just a butt." His heart welled up with a deep shame, as though he had profaned a female goddess. Instead, Melody very harmoniously and sweetly smiled. "You're my protector. If you like my body, I'll naturally feel happy." Her reply was bold and unconstrained. Combined with her pure and fresh expression, it gave Sheehan an unexplainable resolution. He couldn't find a word to reply. In his embarrassment, Melody then stood up as she brushed her hair against the rising sunlight. Simultaneously, it seemed like the glorious morning rays were being cut apart. Under the glittering sunlight, her green hair rapidly turned silver, looking somewhat purer. It was brimming with a refreshing, nature coolness. Witnessing this transformation, Sheehan felt a huge joy. He suddenly recalled what the elves mentioned before, as he tried to probe further. Your fellow elves mentioned an elf of the twilight, are you one of them? Chapter 31, Ocean Freak Moria's Egg. Chapter 31, Ocean Freak Moria's Egg. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Melody thought for a moment before answering Sheehan. I guess so. I've already gotten back half of my previous life's memory, even the skill arts and battle experiences. Sadly, my body's potential hasn't been developed. If not, I wouldn't have to fear those Uruk-eyes any longer. Sheehan suddenly recalled something that caused him to have goosebumps. Were you a male elf or female elf previously? Melody rolled her eyes. She could understand Sheehan's underlying intent, as she turned furious yet charming. A twilight elf is born through immersing in the glorious radiance of the divine tree. Thus one will only obtain fragments of memory and cultivation experiences of the previous life. One's innate talent and intellect would also turn brighter. As for other matters, we wouldn't know. Sheehan released a long breath. If a twilight elf retained the full memories of the previous life, then a female carrying a male's memories, that would be really frightening. On the contrary, if a male carried a female's memories, then that would be like an angel from Thailand. This mentally disturbing sort of elf couldn't be hailed as a leader by other elves. Thailand is known for their transvestites, that is why I presume. Sheehan then supported Melody by her waist as he assisted her to stand. His hands brushed against her softness, a unique fresh scent filled his nose, an unavoidable desire boiled within him. This elf maiden had actually decided to make him her protector, and trusted him wholeheartedly. Naturally, he felt he could do whatever he wanted. If not for the pursuing orcs, Sheehan may have really pushed this elf maiden down. The just awoken Melody appeared rather feeble as she staggered for the first few steps. Fortunately, her footsteps became lighter and more steady after several dozens of meters. After close to 100 meters, Melody suddenly halted a footsteps. Her voice carried a hint of surprise. Why is there such an intense life aura? Sheehan was taken aback as he surveyed around while breathing harder, yet he helplessly decided that this twilight elf was really too formidable. Melody then casually plucked out a tiny green leaf from the crack on the ground, before softly twirling it and breaking it into pieces. Then she blew it into the wind as it formed massive amounts of green glowing firefly speckles, hovering amidst the wind. Although the strong winds were present, the glows seemed to be unaffected. The glows quietly hovered for a moment, before flying against the wind into a stony crack on the left, finally assembling into a regiment of green twinkles. Melody swiftly walked towards it, pinching up that object the green glows were revolving around. Upon seeing it, Sheehan instantly gasped in shock. The truth about that intense life aura that Melody mentioned was shockingly that same unique black stone. Melody retracted her finger, causing the green glows to dissipate, before condensing together again into a perfect imitation of a jade parrot perched on her shoulder. Melody then carefully scrutinized that black marble in her hand, her face becoming more and more intrigued. Finally, it turned solemn. This is obviously an egg that has been stripped off its life support, yet this remnant still carries such a frightening life aura. The amount of creatures that are able to reproduce with such an egg within the Misty Mountains can be counted with one hand. Sheehan was amazed. You're saying, this rock, this thing, is an egg? Melody earnestly nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. She then regretfully sighed and continued. It's a pity this egg has already suffered immense injuries previously, and exposed to the sun and rain for so long. Thus its internal core embryo has been dissolved and evaporated. If not, it can be considered to be a rarely seen treasure. The exterior shell now still contains some vigorous life force, it can still be used to concoct some potions. Sheehan's thoughts were stirred as he replied. I previously managed to collect some similar eggs, but the ones I found still had a core. Perhaps that's the spirit embryo you're referring to. After speaking, Sheehan then retrieved that perfect egg from his pocket. When Melody said that cyan-colored core, she instantly yelped with delight. Yes, this is it. While yelping, she used her snowy white delicate fingers to carve out several abstruse symbols in the air. Speckles of sparks emerged wherever her fingers pass, not fading away under the sunlight. It looked like ancient elf characters, as the symbols floated in mid-air, gently rotating about. It gave off the feeling of a miniature solar system. Following that, she placed the mysterious egg core within the floating symbols. The mysterious egg started revolving. Xian could sense pulses of heat being issued out. The cyan core gradually turned berserk, and started evaporating from the heat. Threads of cyan fumes were released, but was locked in by those symbols, completely unable to dissipate out. The elf maiden shut her eyes and deeply inhaled. The cyan fumes then completely drifted into her nostrils, before the entire core disappeared. Then she released a long exhalation, looking like she was relieved of a huge burden. After a pause, the elf maiden then repeated her actions as she absorbed the essence from 3 eggs' cores. Xian observed her, realizing her face was glowing radiantly, roughly similar to the difference between a female who had just finished putting on makeup. Putting it bluntly, compared to the previous Melody, she was now like leaf that had been washed by the autumn rain. This was a crystal-like luster complexion. A unique exuberance of nature, something hard to describe in words. The fresh aura was dense around her, emitting whiffs of fragrance to those who were standing within 3 meters. Melody titled her head to glance at Xian, curiously muttering. "Your body possesses a mysterious respectful aura. Those few eggs had been sheltered by that aura. Once you took them out, I was able to feel it." Xian understood this was the special element of the realm, as he bashfully smiled. "That must be divine grace bestowed unto me by our God." Melody spoke as she once again selected another core out. Xian was still thinking that 3 wasn't enough, yet after the core formed into the cyan fumes, Melody gestured Xian to inhale it instead. Xian was slightly surprised. "You don't want to absorb it?" Melody shrugged her shoulders and replied. "I want to, but actually these eggs already possess no life. I reckon a wave of domineering blazing force had robbed away their most precious soul before they had the chance to incubate. Hence, absorbing 3 is enough. Anything more can only be used to treat wounds. However, you can try absorbing it too. The first time is extremely beneficial to your body." At present, many thoughts started to clash against each other in Xian's mind. Ever since he had been captured by Saruman's doppelganger, mysteries and riddles had been continuously compounding. Yet this was the first time that he could sense the thread of truth to be almost within reach. Still lost in thoughts, he walked towards the abstruse symbols, and deeply breathed in. The cyan fumes automatically drifted into his body, forming into a vigorous snake as it swam deeply into his heart. In a flash, it felt like his heartbeat was increasing mightily, his blood surging through his vessels like a tide. Simultaneously, the nightmare imprint transmitted notification: "You've absorbed the essence of Ocean Freak Moria's egg, deceased. Your current state is recovered to the max, optimal, state. You receive an additional temporary 50% boost to your health. Scanning, this is the first time absorbing the essence of Ocean Freak Moria's egg, deceased. All your attributes permanently +1. This effect is a one-off effect. After appraising Ocean Freak Moria's egg, deceased, you activate the relevant milestones. Terminated inheritance, collect 20 Ocean Freak Moria's egg. Current status, 2 collected. Nation Pillar, Lord of Gundor, Regent Denether's wife, Finduilas, has contracted a terminal ailment. It is said that 4 items are needed for treatment, which are Ocean Freak Moria's egg, Unicorn's blood, Elf's golden leaf, Dwarf's heart of stone. Whoa. Tentacle, Ocean Freak Moria's egg is an extremely irresistible bait for any octopus. Attract 100 king octopus in this world using the Ocean Freak Moria's egg as lure. Gourmet, Minas Tirith's boss is organizing a huge assembly. Exchange a rare delicacy to obtain his recognition. This is actually the egg of that huge octopus. Receiving this information, Xian's mind instantly jolted with electric currents, blasting through the enshrouding black clouds. The fog of mystery was finally penetrating by a thread. If that's the case, then everything can finally be explained. Xian hadn't expected that he himself would be able to reap that attribute's +1 permanent benefit. Naturally, it should be related to Melody's method of absorbing. Perhaps by consuming it, it would randomly add 2 to 3 points of attribute, but definitely not an all-round +1 bonus. A permanent +1 attribute was already relatively tremendous, but within this difficulty, setting world, it wasn't really a major factor. Chapter 32, Reef's Voice. Chapter 32, Reef's Voice. Translated by Chua. Edited by TN and Alcázar. As of now, even a fully equipped Xian may not live in combat against a Urukai, what more now that all his equipment was gone. The permanent +1 attribute was only like a thirst-quenching plum, it wasn't really a game-changing factor. The traces of the faraway blaze had gradually expired. Xian understood this meant that the pursuing orcs would be reaching soon, as he urged Melody to swiftly advance. If he fell, it didn't matter. He could easily return to the realm, but before that, he would do his best to bring this elf maiden to a safe location. Visibly, the rocky valley again gradually turned narrow, their route also became more rugged. Finally, the sides converged and ended their route. Ahead of them remained a huge and deep cavern. The cave was at least 100 meters wide, cracks were present on both rocky edges, cracks that appeared like enormous black lightning on the rocky surface. The ground was littered with scattered rock fragments. On the ground were distinct traces of a water current rushing through. It was clear that the ravine here would experience occasional floods, and the floods finally ended at that lake after the pine forest. Facing this cave, Xian hesitated a little. The wind smacking against his face carried a hint of sulfuric smell, causing his hair to stand on end. It seemed like there was an invisible deterrence being transmitted out from within. His heart decided that he had to instantly turn around and flee, but at the same time, the cave also seemed to contain an unfathomable enticement calling him in. At present, even a twilight elf like Melody had a pale expression, she was obviously 10 times more sensitive to nature and sensing. She was probably able to sense the hidden terror contained inside the cave, as if nature itself was moaning in acknowledgement. At this moment, a coarse voice suddenly transmitted from his nightmare imprint. "Hey, damn it, Seaman, can you hear this?" It was shockingly communicated from his temporary party channel. If not Reef, then who? For the channel to work, it requires members to be within a definite area. Hence, he could confirm that Reef was definitely not far from here. As he glanced around, the rocky rubble remained, no clues of Reef at all. But listening to Reef's voice, it was gloomy and seemed like he was out of breath, he should have suffered heavy injuries. "I heard you, Reef, where are you? Are you injured?" Xian hurriedly replied. Upon hearing Xian's voice, Reef immediately coughed violently, before regaining his composure to speak. "Praise the Lord, I have been sending a message every 20 seconds within this channel, finally you received it." Xian smiled bitterly and replied. "Wow, you're really patient, eh? Right, you've also lost your equipments, right?" Reef panted. "Yes, if you still don't show up, I can at most hold on for another hour." Cough cough, poo. This damned mucus. Xian once again surveyed his surrounding terrain and replied. "I'm at the end of the valley, there's a huge cave here, how do I get to you?" Reef exclaimed in excitement. "Oh! I know where that is. You mustn't enter that cave, it's insanely dangerous. First backtrack 100 meters, you'll be able to see 3 huge boulders within the valley, the boulder on the right is pasted against the mountain wall. Climb that huge boulder on the right first, then feel around on the wall. There will be a groove for you to climb up, head up roughly 30 meters and you'll find the channel into the mountain's belly." Xian curiously asked. "How did you find such a secret place?" "Oh right, another important question. Why did you suddenly scream and then instantly vanish?" Reef transmitted a dejected helplessness. "You still remember that pine forest before we crossed the lake?" While heading to his location, Xian continued chatting. "Of course I remember. The one with the hallucinatory poison fog. Once it is released it would create a powerful hallucination." Reef smiled bitterly and replied. "After I jumped down from that boulder, I landed in a dense fog of that concentrated poison. The poisonous gas was heavier than air, thus it was pushed to the bottom. After that, I was directly taken over by a frightening spirit force, controlling my body to walk ahead and climbed up to where I just told you. After that, I had to act as a bitter laborer, repeatedly shifting around those abominable eggs. That is why I am extremely familiar with the terrain here." "Then why wasn't there any existence of that poisonous gas on the second day?" Xian suspiciously asked. Reef sighed. "I can roughly guess the reason, but I'm unable to explain right now. More importantly, if you continue to head into that cave, you'll definitely encounter that damnable giant octopus. After hearing the phrase, damnable giant octopus, his fingers instantly tightened as he climbed the mountain wall. Several fragments of rock slided down, he couldn't resist blurting out. Are you talking about that legendary creature, Ocean Freak of Moria, that forced the Fellowship of the Ring in the main storyline to journey through the darkness of Moria's mine shaft? Reef gnashed his teeth and replied. Apart from it, who else? This mountain is at least semi-hollow, within it there's an underground lake that is connected with several larger lakes. That octopus naturally came through there, but it should be its breeding period now, that is why it specially nested itself within these snowy peaks to ovulate. According to my inference, it probably requires a special environment to breed, it requires a warmer place, and also maintain the moisture of the eggs. This damned octopus actually forced me to ferry around snow water to water these damnable eggs. Asterisk, the location Reef mentioned wasn't very far. Sheehan and Melody very quickly arrived here without much effort. As they climbed while listening to Reef, they had reached a suspending cavern on the wall surface. This cavern was suspended 30 meters up from the ground, its entrance was sheltered by a lateral boulder, blocking off vision from the bottom valley. One wouldn't even be able to spot it close by, not to even mention from far away. Sheehan grabbed onto the edge of the cave, and easily lifted himself up, then he helped to pull Melody up. All right, we're at the cave, where are you? Sheehan transmitted to Reef. Wait. Although Reef was using the party channel which wouldn't leak a sound, his voice still carried an unexplainable anxiousness. That sleeping octopus suddenly moved, you have to wait for a moment. I'll notify you when to enter. Remember, you have to remain at the cave entrance, if not even with the Twilight Elf's blessing, you will be discovered easily. This damned octopus even has several other orcs as its everlasting spirit slaves. These fellas seem to be aboriginals from mine shaft of Moria, with no relations to Saruman. That cave at the valley end is extremely risky. Therefore, the passageway you are at now is the channel that those orcs normally travel to and from. That is fine. Sheehan didn't possess his equipment, but Reef still possessed his failsafe card of returning to the realm. Hence, he wasn't really worried for him, as he leaned against the cave wall and sat down. His thoughts suddenly stirred. Right now it seems like that hallucination poison fog is closely related to that huge octopus Ocean Freak Moria. It was as though Reef had breathed in some liquid, as he coughed violently. These damned eggs are annoying like a running nose. Heavens, they sprayed the mucus at my face again. Your guess is correct that hallucination fog is secreted out from this hellish 8-legged demon. Its blood and body fluids contain a powerful hallucination agent, the places it stays for long will be contaminated. Sheehan asked curiously. Then back at the boulder, why did you get affected by I didn't? Reef lowered his tone. I've also considered this question. The only explanation is that your body possess a buff that I don't, that Twilight Elf's blessing. The blessing have probably assimilated you into nature, that is why the octopus isn't able to detect your presence. Or perhaps the blessing possess a hidden attribute, that can specially suppress this ability related to charm and intelligence. Don't forget, when we were caught by those Uruk-eyes, you woke up much earlier than me. Sheehan contemplated for a moment, feeling that it does make sense. The two continued communicating through the party channel. Of course Melody wasn't able to hear anything, but she could also sense the danger here, as she didn't lay down her guard down one bit. Sheehan was shocked to discover, after this elf maiden had evolved into a twilight elf, as long as she remained still, she would give off a fading sensation. She was obviously right there, but the aura on her had completely assimilated into nature. From another perspective, it was as if nature was sheltering her. Chapter 33, Twilight Dictum. Chapter 33, Twilight Dictum. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Suddenly, Reef's coarse voice resounded in urgently. Oi, something big has happened. Those slaves, those vile orcs are fleeing like a bunch of frightened hares. What's that? Shit, wait, there are 2 orcs fleeing towards your direction. Sheehan didn't have the time to process what Reef just said. After hearing that 2 orcs were making their way here, he immediately jolted up and hurriedly notified Melody. Melody's eyes flashed with a chill, green speckles of glow started coagulating on her hands, as if it was becoming heavier and heavier. When an orc appeared at the turning corner of the cave, the weak-looking Melody suddenly yelled out. The green condensation on her hand transformed into a leafy green wooden javelin, then she ferociously threw it. Twilight dictum. The javelin didn't seem very fast, but as it flew through the air, a helix of air swiveled around it. It appeared as slow-moving as fate, but its resolution seemed to have broken through the confinement of time. Following her javelin toss, Sheehan could feel a gale rushing against his face. It was as though the air in this cave became so ferocious, breathing itself was difficult. The orc was about to raise his head, but in that instant, the javelin penetrated his chest. Instantly, his body lifted from the ground, his face still displaying an indescribable shock, widening his mouth to howl, but nothing came out. His twin hairy arms gripped against the chest, trying to pull the javelin out. Yet the area of contact between the javelin and the orc's flesh was experiencing a transfiguration. The javelin was morphing into vines and wood, twisting and dissolving into an upright hardy root, as it grew deeper into the orc's body. Then the greenish leaves and moss of the root swiftly overwhelmed the orc's flesh, cruelly extending over its entire body. Within seconds, the orc had metamorphosed into a tremendous, cumbersome treeman. With a flick of her finger, the treeman's rigid wooden arm was forced backwards, strands of cyan vines folded out of the arm like a tentacle. Dashing up from the spiraling flight of stairs behind, the other orc was instantly obstructed. The obstructed orc was extremely flustered, roaring furiously as it sent a fist crashing in. His build was extremely sturdy. After the punch, the muscles over his body vibrated with powerful boldness. The upheld rigid wooden arm from the treeman instantly stumbled forward, obviously its strength was far inferior to the orc behind it. The inertia of the orc's fist carried him forward as his fist slammed into the nearby wall. Rocks sprayed everywhere, as the orc pulled its deeply lodged fist inside the wall. The orc fumed with rage, as it shot out another fist. The treeman was rooted to the ground, as it used its chest to invite the fist. Boom. The chest of the treeman collapsed inward, splintered fragments of wood chipped off. Yet the brazen vines on its body shot forward like a noose, as it coiled around the orc's body in front of him. It was like a parasite seeking blood. The orc roared furiously, tearing apart the green vines over his body, but what it was doing was ripping his own flesh apart. At this moment, Melody once again inscribed several ancient elvish characters in midair, this time carving out symbol. On this symbol, it radiated a glaring brilliance. That same glaring sunlight of the morning sun at twilight. The symbol started to revolve rapidly. When the orc finally freed himself of the vines and buried his head forward to charge, that mysterious symbol raced towards it with astonishing speed. It directly pierced through the orc. A huge, disgusting bowl-sized, bloodied hole appeared on the chest of that orc. The periphery of that bloody hole seemed to be sizzling, not a single droplet of blood leaked out. Thump. 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 The orc continued to charge forward a dozen meters, his face exposed an expression of disbelief as it clutched its chest. It then lost control, its whole body convulsing violently as it finally raised his head, his vision interlocking with the icy cold eyes of the elf maiden. The life in his eyes gradually expiring into darkness, and vanished, utterly extinguished. The immense body of the orc tumbled down, crashing loudly as it collided against a rock. In a split second, the vines of the treeman drilled into the ground, swiftly taking root. In a mere dozen seconds, it transformed into a genuine tree. The unlucky orc was its foundation. Yet with the appearance of a sudden luscious tree within this cave, it really was a mismatch with the surroundings. Melody marched forward, as she placed her slender white palm against the bark of the tree. A green stream of glow flashed out, directly absorbed by her. The spirit energy she had expended in this battle had been replenished. Instead, the tree suddenly withered rapidly as it returned to dust on the ground. Such a terrifying, cruel way of battling, yet it contained the gracefulness of an elf. The speckles of green were brimming with life, yet it was hard to imagine that beneath it, it was fueled by her own vitality. What a formidable Melody! Sheehan couldn't help but gasp. Currently, he had lost all his equipment. If he had to battle with an orc, he would suffer a crushing defeat. However, Melody was able to single-handedly slay the two orcs, and she was still brimming with vitality. Sheehan hadn't even calmed down his excitement, but Reef was now crying out in exasperation. Damn it! Hurry up and get rid of these abominables before that old clumsy damnable fat mother octopus returns. After hearing his desperate and flustered cries, Sheehan didn't dare to hesitate. He hurried further into the cave, and down the spiraling stairs. When he walked out of the narrow cave mouth, he was utterly appalled. In his vision was an absurdly enormous hollow mountain belly. Within the rocks of this mountain belly grew numerous patches of subterranean moss and vegetation which emitted a faint phosphorescent. The cavern wasn't dark at all, and was humongous, at least as big as 4 to 5 football fields. The shortest part of this place was a couple of dozen of meters. At the west, ripples of water could be seen, forming a gleaming crystal underground lake, which occupied a quarter of this mountain depth. According to his inference, this underground lake was connected to the lake that they crossed over previously, and could be even linked to other water bodies. That colossal octopus, the ocean freak Moria, probably had swam through that underground lake to reach here. At the northern section of this mountain belly, the rocks emitted a strange sulfuring stench. Its color was a hard-to-describe scorched black. If one touched its surface, one would be able to feel the distinct heat, roughly 20 degrees Celsius. Because of that, the entire mountain belly had a rather warm climate, and even slight sulfuric smell. Such a stifling hot environment underneath the snowy peak, it was indeed a miracle from the heavens itself. At the extreme east of the belly, there was a barely discernible jet-black gigantic, arched rock door. This arched door should have been formed naturally, yet a thick menacing aura was floating out of its entrance. It was extremely similar to that same cave at the end of the valley that Xian was at previously. It seems like that arched door was connected to a channel linked to the cave entrance at the end of the valley. When Xian entered from was coincidentally at the middle region of this mountain belly. It was closer to that underground lake. They hastily chased Reef's cries, discovering numerous crevices on the right wall not too far away. The crevices were huge and small, and were all without an exception bundled by excess amount of foamy mucus. The foamy mucus had coagulated on the surface, forming solidly like a plastic. Some were still in a semi-solid state, looking like a crystal. Within this mucus was a massive amount of black circular egg-shaped objects, like tiny stars. Xian was familiar with these objects. It was indeed those black stones, ocean freak Moria's eggs. Initially, these black eggs were the size of a pea, but they would constantly wriggle within the mucus, finally contacting with another. Then they would glue to each other, and engage in a frenzied mutual gobbling. There was completely not a shred of brotherly or sisterly ties. As for those orange-like ocean freak Moria's eggs he gathered earlier, they were at least a matured egg that contained at least over 10 of these pea-sized eggs. When the eggs reached the size of an orange, it would enter into its next phase and sink towards the bottom of the foam, touching the rock. It looked like it was borrowing the warmth of the rock to incubate. Chapter 34, Flame Devil Balrog, Durance Bane. Chapter 34, Flame Devil Balrog, Durance Bane. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. An unexplainable feeling welled up in his heart as Xian observed the ocean freak Moria's eggs at the depth of the mucus. Compared to the previous eggs, these ones were flickering with a peculiar gleam, or in Melody's terms, its soul. Yet it was lacking that arrogant dominating heat of those he picked up. There must be some profound mystery within it I haven't understand yet. Xian mumbled to himself. Reef was bundled by the mucus at the extreme end of the deepest crevice of the wall, lying on the ground as he coughed loudly. Although he was a contestant, he was rendered completely useless against the might of the giant octopus, ocean freak Moria. Since a permanent spirit control over him was futile, after Reef had accomplished his laborious work, the orc slaves were ordered to bind him and tossed him into that crevice. It was probably feeling that Reef was much more efficient in laboring, hence it kept him to control in the future. Right in Reef's face were 5 to 6 of those orange-sized eggs. The shells weren't tough but looked flexible like a colloid type of object. He could see the outline of many tentacles incessantly twitching within. Currently, at the peak of these orange-sized eggs was a nipple that was constantly spraying out liquid, spurting it at Reef's face. The liquid was viscous like glue, easily choking someone once it accumulated. That was the wretched state Reef was in now. Xian dashed forward, as he instantly tried to free Reef. Currently, they had both lost their equipment, still their strength was stronger than average humans. After a brief moment, Xian was finally able to loosen the strings binding Reef. Reef was finally able to stretch his back, as he recovered his breath and forced a smile. You guys finally made it. I was already swearing to my saber, within 10 minutes, no. 5 minutes, and I wouldn't be able to endure any longer. Xian laughed as he slapped his shoulder. Being late is better than not showing up at all. Reef glared at Xian, then snorting coldly. Sheehan then requested Melody to bestow him with a Twilight Elf blessing. They had to try it even if their deductions weren't correct. Sheehan suddenly recalled something else, then speaking to Melody. I remember you mentioned that this ocean freak Moria's eggs are beneficial to you. How about I snatch some away while the mother octopus isn't here? Melody stroked her brows with her finger towards her silver long hair. Then she shook her head gently and replied. No, the eggs here have a natural spirit link to the mother ocean freak. As she spoke, she released a pulse of faint greenish glow and enveloped the two humans. Their bodies shuddered before turning into a void. They could suddenly see the rocks, mountain range, and lake completely devoid of matter, their vision penetrating through them like nothingness. They could clearly see the 3D-like imagery of the vegetation and root systems, the glitters of underwater plants, and even several life pulses of some orcs not too far away. Apart from that, they could see the walls beside the lake beneath were massive amounts of bluish fine lines spreading out like a cobweb. The lines stretched towards a very distant regiment of dense solid blue. That blue was constantly moving, like a surging ocean. It was mysterious like the nebula. Even without using the naked eye, with just the aid of the spirit senses from Melody, they could roughly understand, as they immediately asked. That thing, is that the mother ocean freak? Melody nodded as she affirmed, then she continued. That's correct. According to the records in Rivendell, this legendary creature like the mother ocean freak has always chosen fairly harsh and peculiar environments for their breeding ground. But the records don't contain what environment. Only today do we know that they actually require an environment like a hot spring. But according to the records, the mother ocean freak is normally extremely protective of her children eggs. During incubation she wouldn't even touch them even if she was on a hunger strike. But yet at this moment, she has actually left this breeding lake. But at this moment, from a visible distance, an unfathomable red glow galloped in. An intensified splendor, filled with an arrogant tyranny, that condensation of red glow heftily clashed against that regiment of blue glow. In an instant, Sheehan, Reef, and Melody held their heads as them stumbled 7 to 8 steps backwards, releasing a painful groan. The dreamy imagery they were viewing was instantly shattered like glass. Especially Melody, who had suffered the most severe harm. A ghastly white covered her face as she tottered backwards, looking on the verge of collapse. After huge breaths did she regain her composure, and weakly inclined into Sheehan's arms. Sheehan instantly caught and supported her, then he gazed towards Reef at his side. Resisting that splitting headache, he exclaimed. Did you see what that red glow was? Reef clutched his head and shook it. It was hot and released a clamorous sensation. Sheehan pressed against his temples with his left hand, searching through his memories for clues, but that damned headache was persistent. Reef, who was leaning against the wall, spoke up. Holy, why is the wall's temperature suddenly so hot? Sheehan's heart stirred as he caught Reef and spoke. Initially, when he reached the end of that mountain valley and discovered that eerie cave entrance, you remember telling us it was insanely dangerous. How did you know? Reef thought about it and replied. Initially, after getting spirit controlled by the damnable octopus, not only was I tasked to scoop water to sprinkle over the eggs, I also had to carry some fully watered eggs through the east arch door of the mountain belly, and up some rocks. The surface of those rocks was slightly hotter. From there, I could see 2 roads outside the east arch door. The right road will lead to the cave entrance you wanted to enter from after roughly 100 meters. The left route felt like it contained unfathomable depths, apparently leading to a deep rift valley. I could even see intertwining cracks running horizontally through the ground, with faint glowing red rays penetrating through. Even that humongous beast, that mother ocean freak, seemed to have her guard on towards that side. The orcs were all incomparably fearful. Sheehan's mind instantly processed through the information, suddenly replying. Previously, when you were bound inside the mucus, those coconut-sized eggs in your face had already been incubated. Reefs leaked out a disgusted expression and nodded. Yes. When these eggs have mutually swallowed each other till they reach the size of an range, they would sink down the mucus. That is probably to borrow the warmth of the rock surface to incubate. Roughly 5 to 6 days later, cracks would emerge on those eggs. At that time, the eggs would then be transported and placed outside that eastern arch door to incubate. The rocks there are at least above 30 degrees. However, the incubation success rate is still low, and they would rapidly be destroyed. Only a small handful of ocean freak Moria's eggs will pass, and successfully grow into a coconut size. Sheehan breathed intensely for a while, before flatly releasing air and exclaiming. I know what that red glow is. In the movies, it is probably the only one that could collide head-on with that damned fat octopus. Apart from that legendary beast, who else? And only that creature is able to turn the icy cold walls into a life-supporting warmth. Mayor, divine servant of the Dark Lord. A blood descendant of the Balrogs, a fugitive, the last fiery whip user, flame devil Balrog, Durance Bane. After this string of words left Sheehan's mouth, Melody's face turned exceedingly pale. She rubbed her temples weakly, her voice still cold and cool like the spring waters, yet it contained a distinct feebleness. I remember from my last life, after the Dark Lord Morgoth had been defeated in the War of Wrath during the First Age, most of the Balrogs had met their ends then. However, there were still a few fugitives that had escaped underground. Yet that was over 6,000 years ago, perhaps. This Balrog had been hiding under the misty mountains. Reef suddenly smiled bitterly and spoke up. Previously I was affected by that poisonous fog, but you weren't. The reason should be because of this Balrog. Sheehan was also enlightened. I understand now. Wherever the Balrog shows up, its scorching nature would heat up the rocks. When you crossed the boulder previously, that Balrog was probably asleep. That was why the poisonous air was concentrated densely under the low temperature, and became heavier than air, accumulating at a low-lying area. As for when I arrived earlier just now, the Balrog had probably found trouble with the octopus already. Hence its flaming temperature had probably started heating the poisonous fog, causing it to float and drift away. Okay, for those that don't understand, this involves science. Cold air sinks while hot air rises. So if the ground is hot, then the air will heat up and rises up, while the denser cold air will sink to the ground, Reef sighed. Also, your Twilight Elf blessing probably allowed you to assimilate into nature, hence the octopus wasn't able to sense your existence. Suddenly, an unexplainable sound echoed in from the distant cave. Chiz, it sounded like water being splashed onto red glowing charcoal, but with a rummaging billowing that was amplified 100 folds. Following closely was a murderous deafening roar. The resounding roar reverberated against the mountain walls, shaking the ceiling and sides as tiny rock fragments came spraying down like a rain shower. Chapter 35, Coconut Egg. Chapter 35, Coconut Egg. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Il Kasser. After the violent shaking like an earthquake, a moist humidity suddenly swept in like a transparent palm slapping their faces. The palm was drenched in water vapor, even causing the moisture in their skins to turn saturated. Simultaneously, an enormous deep blue tentacle brushed in through the arched door, its 1-meter huge suckers tightly pasted against the mountain wall. When the tentacle gripped tighter, cracks immediately formed on the steel-like mountain walls. Then another 2 enormous tentacles flushed in. One of the tentacle surface hosted a terrifying cauterized wound, striking bare red over the injured area looking like a prawn that was cooked. Following that, the humongous ocean blue octopus borrowed the strength of its 3 tentacles to pull back into the mountain belly. Indeed, it was that legendary creature, Ocean Freak of Moria. This humongous octopus appeared extremely cumbersome on the floor, yet when with one shrinking movement of its tentacles, it already traversed through dozens of meters. It belonged to the clumsily heavy, yet extremely agile fighting model. It had 10 elongated tentacles, like 10 deadly serpents. 2 of its primary tentacles surpassed over 12 meters. Its body appeared like a spindle shape, with an abnormal superfluous growth of a basketball court size. Although its limbs looked soft, its eyes glittered with murder, originating from its wild savage nature. Still, this mother ocean freak was injured. Heavily wounded. 2 of its tentacles had been snapped by half, thick bluish blood streaming out profusely as it sprayed around chaotically, following the repeated squirming of the tentacle. From the outside of the arched eastern door, blazing flames raged on, threatening to burn down the world. Fiery red flames flared up to heights of a dozen meters. Within its midst a distorted shape could be barely seen. A shape looking to the Devil King himself. Its body was masked within the flames, its soul easily warping through the flames to bore through unrestrained. The 2 severed tentacles of the ocean freak Moria were being roasted inside the flames, barbecuing to the sizzling sound. The Balrog Durance Bane released a piercing laugh, using its blazing mouth to chew on its enemy's tentacles, saliva and blood splashing as he joyfully partook of the meal. Ocean freak Moria was incomparably furious, brandishing its tentacles as it lurched forward, widening its parrot-shaped, half-a-meter-wide solid mouth beak. A cold glimmer shimmered over it like a diamond, it was easy to imagine the consequence of something being pecked by it. Instead, the flame devil Balrog, Durance laughed wildly. With a flick of its wrist, a lava fiery whip appeared. Simultaneously, Ocean Freak Moria's tentacle slammed against its body, fishing out large regiments of flames, yet its physical body remained nowhere to be materialized. The fiery whip was as elegant as a molten serpent, frantically covering the air like a flaming net as it descended against Ocean Freak Moria's sky-blue body. Lines after lines of charred black burnt wounds were whipped out of Ocean Freak Moria's body, with its bluish blood dispersing throughout the region. Even the tragic outflow of blood seemed like it was boiling like lava. At this moment, Melody suddenly raised her hand and pointed. A buzzing sound could be heard in Xian's ears, before they once again returned into that void mode, vividly seeing that blue cluster belonging to Ocean Freak Moria still brimming as clear as before. From this, it was obvious that Ocean Freak Moria wasn't very badly wounded because of its 2 severed tentacles, its life force was still burning strongly. Besides, an octopus's tentacles could be self-severed in critical moments. But that wasn't what Melody wanted them to see. Instead, it was the surrounding constitution of spirit links around Ocean Freak Moria. The massive amounts of blue web-like threads were being retracted back substantially. It was obviously it had been wrecked badly. Currently, under the fanatical lashings of the Balrog, the lines were repeatedly being destroyed and evaporated. Perpetual destruction. It was obvious the reason Ocean Freak Moria was being reduced to such a sorry state by this Balrog, a huge portion was because she wanted to protect her own eggs. As the saying goes, 2 hearts beat as one. Xian immediately recalled Melody's special method to absorb the essence of Ocean Freak Moria's eggs. He automatically glanced towards the coconut-sized matured eggs. Brother Reef had painstakingly watered and transported these fellas, being the dad and mother to them. Finally, you have all grown up into a bubbling coconut, and he still had to endure your mischievous ejaculations. But now it is time for you guys to return this gratitude. Something noteworthy was previously, Melody was concentrating her spirit sense heavily onto Ocean Freak Moria's body, hence, they suffered a severe backlash previously. But now, the spirit sense was cautiously probing through the spirit links of the surrounding eggs, hence it didn't exhaust much of her mental strength, and the backlash of the fight was within an acceptable range. The trio slyly hid inside the crevice of the stone, eyeing covetously at those 5 coconut-shaped eggs, awaiting the moment the spirit links vanished completely, before the egg thieves made their move. Fortunately, the Twilight Elf blessing was extremely crucial as it assimilated them into nature. Thus, even though the Ocean Freak Moria was a legendary creature, it wasn't able to discover them. Moreover, her twin eyes were in a critical deadlock with the opposing Balrog. She also had to remain cautious, preventing her vital spots from being ravished by the fiery whip. Lastly, the mountain belly was exceedingly broad, naturally she wouldn't be able to notice 3 ants sneaking around her eggs. Shockingly, the Balrog raised its fiery whip high up, lashing down vertically like a crackling lightning. Ocean Freak Moria hastily raised its twin gigantic tentacles to receive it. At the instance of the collision, she was unable to maintain the spirit link to her eggs. Within their vision, Xian could vividly see the blue spirit links fluctuating with Ocean Freak Moria at its core, and then scattering. Amongst the 5 coconut-sized eggs, 4 of them had their spirit link severed from the mother. If they didn't commit the crime now, then when? Xian and Reef pounced forward, using their animal hide shirt as they wrapped 2 each, swiftly tying them up with a dead knot and slinging across their backs. Then Melody hurriedly casted a special Twilight Elf magic, ingeniously concealing the backs. The 3 didn't dare to delay, hurriedly sprinting towards that same channel the orcs used, then hastily climbing up the spiral as they attempted to abandon this deadly zone. The trio followed the crude spiral of rock stairs up, with Reef proactively leading the way. As he finally extended his head out of the suspended cave, he instantly retracted and shrank back, while gaping in shock as he hurriedly signaled a silence gesture. Xian cautiously peeped out, and was instantly stunned. Without hesitating he hurriedly but cautiously shrank back into the cave entrance, not daring for even the slightest of rocks to tumble down. Actually, in the narrow valley beneath them, was a shocking battalion of orcs. Their amount was like a fleet of ants. Just beneath Xian, he could clearly see the incomparably arrogant Lurtz striding through, along with several huge ocean freaks, tentacled freak asterisk. Lurtz was a formidable bowman, naturally he possessed a keen eyesight and hearing. Xian didn't dare to make a single sound, frightened like a cheating male, the comparisons keep getting better, lol, as he sneakily shrank back into the cave. TN. Take note, Saruman's ocean freaks aren't the spawns of the ocean freak Moria. He probably only used the genes to create them. To reduce confusion, I've decided to change their name to Tentacled Freak. Even with Xian's intellect, he couldn't help feeling there was no room to advance nor retreat. No matter the battling between two legendary creatures or the orc battalion headed by Lurtz, both weren't situations they could handle. The only consolation was that in this short span of time now, they were relatively safe. Neither the colossal mother octopus nor Lurtz knew of their current existence. Xian secretly spied on the orcs below, seeing that they were apparently unexpectedly cheering or celebrating, as though they had found something valuable on the ground. It was probably those half-rotten and lifeless ocean freak Moria's eggs. Yet for now, there was nothing they could do but wait. Xian then allowed Melody to once again display her Twilight Elf methods, to extract the essence of those perfectly matured ocean freak Moria's eggs. Previously, those eggs that had already lost their life force boosted all his attributes by 1, then this time, the strengthening effects would naturally be a pleasant surprise. The gigantic octopus and Balrog was currently fighting to their heart's content. The humidity of the mountain belly was flourishing as water moisture evaporated under the high temperature. The mountain belly was like a steamer, dense white mist enshrouding the place. They still had the Twilight Elf blessing concealing their auras. It was almost impossible for the octopus to discover them even with the naked eye. Thus in this short duration, there was no chance of them being found out. Even if that was so, Melody still decided to mumble an incantation, biting her finger as she allowed her blood to drip onto the ground. Then it formed into a nature isolation formation circle. She then finally used her slender fingers to carve out ancient elf characters in midair. The only difference now was that the first ancient elf character was actually radiating a splendid gold. It seemed like she had taken more effort to carve it, her face turning slightly pale. Based on Melody's abilities, it seemed like this golden character was her limit. Chapter 36, Huge Replenishment. Chapter 36, Huge Replenishment. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Ilkasser. After the golden ancient character appeared, Melody's fingers exhibited a beautiful sword dance as she carved out 12 cyan-colored ancient elf characters consecutively. It was like the stars revolving around the moon, as the 12 cyan colors cupped the ancient golden character, forming a profound mystery, thriving with nature vitality. Next up was naturally to invite the perfect intact spirit coconut egg into the boiling pot. Xian took the initiative as he delivered the coconut egg directly towards the ancient elf characters, sparing her the effort of using psychokinetic to move the egg. Within the ancient elf characters, the coconut-sized egg gradually turned transparent. An astonishing pocket-sized ocean freak Moria octopus appeared within, its eyes still closed but its tentacles were frantically struggling. Yet, it was completely futile against the pressure of the ancient elf characters. Very quickly, the pocket-sized octopus within the eggshell turned rigid, gradually disintegrating into speckles of faint blue, but not dissolving into fumes. The speckles directly swiveled around the 13 ancient elf characters. Gradually, the golden character at the nucleus started swelling, causing the other 12 cyan-colored ancient elf characters to become slowly plated over with gold. When the egg was utterly extracted, Melody breathed in heavily. The 13 glittering gold ancient elf characters were sucked into her mouth. Melody shut her eyes. Xian could sense a rapid temperament transformation within her. If she was described as the fresh bud of spring previously, then right now she was the luxurious fragrance of late spring and the early summer. Previously, only still green leaves were present, not blossoming flowers sparkled between the leaves. It was obvious her might had transcended a new level, nature smoothly poured with from the reserved Melody. Xian hinted for Melody to continue absorbing, but she shook her head. Currently, it was her limit, besides she was still a newly awakened Twilight Elf. However, her current strength could be compared to a Twilight Elf who had been cultivating for an entire 20 years. If she continued to force her way up, then more harm would befit her than benefit. Thus, Xian and Reef starting their own absorbing process. The process now was much simpler. Pursing her lips, the 13 golden characters flew out of Melody's mouth, as it revolved around her without her needing to carve anything. It was like the servant acknowledging their master. With their aid, Xian and Reef easily absorbed the essence of 2 coconut eggs. No matter Xian or Reef, they both reaped a huge bonus. Apart from a marvelous +2 to all attributes, their HP and MP were permanently raised by 50 points. Of course, this effect only happened for the first time they absorbed. it not they could very easily break through into the 50 points attribute world limit. Actually, Reef nearly miscalculated and commit a sequence error. If he had first absorbed the coconut-sized egg before trying to absorb the ones Xian gathered, that extra +1 to all attributes of the latter would have been utterly overlooked. If not for Melody alerting them, Reef would have really wasted such a golden opportunity. Observing Melody's power once again expanding, Xian couldn't help but ask. How strong do you think you are now? Are you able to compete against that Urukai leader, Lurtz? Melody had nearly been raped by an Urukai before, although she had miraculously raised 2 levels of strength as a Twilight Elf so far, the emotional bane of that traumatic experience still lingered within her. What's more to compare against the Urukai leader, Lurtz? His power was so dreadful, he could even kill Boromir of the Fellowship. Hence Melody didn't reply to him, but merely casted a pitiful expression at Xian. Xian then slapped his forehead and sighed. All right, then how about an ordinary Urukai? This time, Melody shyly nodded her head. Even though her past life and experiences had returned to her, she was still an elf maiden who had just reached her coming of age. Naturally, she still had an air of youthfulness and inexperience. Xian's eyes glittered as he continued. We definitely have a chance if you can deal with 5 Urukais at one go. Oi, what's with that expression? Fine, 5 is indeed demanding, how about 3? Still no. 2. What? In addition to us, only can deal with 2 at present. Melody was still using yesterday's standards in judging him and Reef. She had no clue the 2 of them were reduced to a pathetic state without their equipment. Although they just earned several benefits, it was still vastly far from the overall bonuses their equipments provided. Xian released a long sigh, then looking towards the few tentacled freak mingled amidst the orcs and Urukais. This tentacled freak in his eyes was essentially a 360 degrees machine cannon without a blind spot, that had the appearance of an octopus. His initial idea of attempting to slaughter his way out was instantly extinguished. Hence, he could only do the thing he hated the most to do, wait for Heaven's will to manifest. Since the path ahead was impossible, Xian could only try thinking of a solution for the way backwards. Although their prowess had matured a little, but compared to 2 legendary creatures, they could still be described as ants maturing into crickets, the same fate of being trampled laid ahead. But also because of their insignificance, they would not be noticed easily. Thus, he was trying to see if there was a sliver of hope to pull chestnuts out of fire. After Xian cautiously crept back nearing the mountain belly, he was shocked to discover the temperature had been raised substantially. Peeping closer, he could see a weary and injured ocean freak Moria. It had already retreated towards the west underground lake. 2 more tentacles had been severed, as its severed flesh convulsed incessantly. However, the fiery intensity of the Balrog's superficial body was also flickering miserably, not as overbearing as before. It was obvious both sides had been considerably wounded. Yet Xian didn't have the slightest desire of trying to exploit the clash of the 2 mythological titans, waiting for them to inflict mutual damage before being the main lead, reaping mind-blowing profits from taking advantage of the situation. His only desire was for an opportunity for the 3 of them to escape. Unluckily, as Xian extended his head into the mountain belly, it was the same timing as the Balrog charging towards the octopus. A scorching heat wave surged against his face, its pressure unfathomable like an unyielding mountain. At that instant, Ocean Freak Moria released a blood-curdling whine. A sound wave swept out from its beak as though it was a solid formless slab, causing Xian to instantly turn giddy. Its largest twin tentacles immediately drilled forward like a pike, deeply stabbing into its opposing opponent. The core body of the Balrog was abruptly skewered. The flames rolling ferociously, but 2 shocking deep holes were formed from the impaled aftermath. Once again, the Balrog flickered in transformation. As for the fiery whip in its hand, it cruelly lashed against the floor directly in front of the ocean freak Moria. He could distinctly see in this instance, the flames of the whip seemed to be divided and dropped off. In a flash, the whip was demoted into a queer, sinister, pitch-black bone whip. The flickering flames of its body instantly divided into 1,000 fiery spirits, issuing a crazed hysterical laughter as it submerged underground instantly. Huge fissures erupted out over the originally moist ground surface. Through the fissure cracks, a terrifying red glow like lava sprung out. In a flash, over the entire ground surface of the mountain belly, a massive crisscrossed network fissure of red lava glow appeared. Xian's pupils instantly contracted. He could already see clearly the Balrog's intention. Actually, this flame devil's intentions was actually not to assault Ocean Freak Moria. The Balrog obviously was clear that even if its might was superior to this humongous octopus, slaying it beside a water source was virtually impossible. Hence the undying Balrog's goal was very simple. Why had the Ocean Freak Moria visited this mountain belly? It was obviously to breed its future generation. Hence, if it dashed this very matter, then Ocean Freak Moria wouldn't continue staying over here. The lava-like fissures swiftly spread towards the surrounding walls. Once the Ocean Freak Moria's eggs had reached its tangerine-sized second phase, it would sink down towards the rock surface to continue its incubation. In a flash, the Balrog controlled its flames as it binded towards every single egg that was pasted against the wall. Blossoms of flames erupted as they insatiably devoured and roasted every egg. It was an utterly wicked assault originating from the Balrog's evil soul. How could the frail eggs withstand the overwhelming might of the Balrog? In that instance, every single life force was destroyed. Sheehan instantly understood something that was about the Ocean Freak Moria's eggs that he had gathered previously. The reason why it was so peculiar, the charred insides that seemed like it carried a blazing parchment, it was all because of this Balrog. Having its future generation massacred even before they were born, Ocean Freak Moria was utterly enraged. It no longer had any apprehensions as it furiously retreated and dove into the underground lake behind, inciting a tremendous torrent dashing to the heavens. Within the next second, the water level of the lake declined by 3 meters, its surface surging violently. And in the next second, an unbelievably shocking sparkling and translucent, 8-meter-high water wall was hoisted up. Chapter 37, Violent Rage. Chapter 37, Violent Rage. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Alcasar. The water wall paused in mid-air for roughly a second, as though accumulating more force. Then, it was unleashed like in the form of an earth-shattering tsunami. Within one outburst of spit, it was simply a mountain flash flood exploding forth. At least half of the underground lake was drawn out, carrying the sorrowful anger of the Ocean Freak Moria as it blasted out. The reason Ocean Freak Moria didn't resort to this previously was because it feared the repercussions would affect its offspring eggs. Yet now, it held back no longer, releasing its awe-inspiring deadliness. Even though the mountain belly was incredibly vast, under the furious all-out might of the Ocean Freak Moria, its entire contents were transformed into an unbridled vast body of water. The turbulent flood carried on with unstoppable might, colliding against the naturally arched door at the east of the mountain belly. The flood then continued forward, draining out towards the lower inclination of the mountain cave entrance. At present, the terrifying might of the Ocean Freak Moria could be seen evidently. If it could be described as a Class 5 legendary creature, then after it submerged into the water, it was at least elevated beyond the pinnacle of a Class 6 legendary creature. Caught completely off guard, the place Sheehan was hiding in was abruptly flooded. His body was instantly swept off by the ferocious flood. Fortunately, he reacted fast as it hastily held onto a nearby stalagmite. Instead he felt like his entire body was being stretched excessively by the raging water current. Fortunately, his pure strength was still 23 points, his fingertips crushed into the stalagmite. CRKK crack, still, weakening cracks formed on the rock surface, as though it could break off at any moment. Sheehan gritted his teeth as he steadily held on without being swept away. It was at this moment, when Sheehan was observing the rushing flood, he immediately understood the narrow mountain valley he traveled through previously, why there were so many loose Ocean Freak Moria's eggs. It seems like this wasn't the first time Ocean Freak Moria had decided this destination to lay its eggs, probably due to the suitably terrain for doing so. It was only this place that the rock surface was warm, an unusual phenomenon of body temperature, but it was due to the underlying influence of the hiding Balrog. Thus, its breeding plans had always been wrecked by the crafty Balrog. In its fury, the octopus would unleash a torrential flood, the flood soaring through the bends of that narrow valley they traveled through, finally being stopped at that gigantic boulder of before. The water would be stalled there, with a small portion draining out through the small hole, carrying fragments of the Ocean Freak Moria's eggs. Finally, the water would slowly be drained completely, and flow into the lake behind the pine forest. The actions of those orcs from before were now abundantly clear. The reason they flayed the captives and tossed them off the icy peak yet still preserving their life force, was because they needed the captives to struggle intensely after landing to the ground. Under such severely cold temperatures, random pieces of mud, gravels, and stones would adhere onto the flesh of the captives, and pasted frozen onto the flesh. Of course, that includes the ultimate aim of Saruman as well, those ocean freak Moria's eggs. Obviously neither the Urukais nor orcs were able to climb down from the 1,000 meters high icy precipice and retrieve the corpses they tossed down. Not only did they have to face the treacherous cold and slippery descent, they also had to cross over the unknown dangers of the lake. Although they couldn't accomplish that, it didn't mean other creatures couldn't. Truthfully speaking, Saruman's doppelganger was really a talented individual. He was actually able to analyze that great eagle, Thorinder's offspring, inside the misty mountain, and was able to produce an aroma that they loved, combusted fumes from the stone basin, enticing them to approach, before throwing the stone basin down the cliff. Naturally, the great eagle would tailgate after the origins of the wonderful aroma. Hence, they would casually discover the existence of those frozen corpses that had the wonderful ocean freak Moria's mucus flowing inside them. After encountering such a delicacy, the eagle would definitely have its fill. According to its natural tendencies, it would definitely capture some back into its nest to feed the young, or as night snack for its companion. Based on the topography of this snowy precipice and valley, the stuffed great eagle would normally fly across the orc metropolis encampment. Saruman's doppelganger would then control the wizard tower to assault it. The great eagle's primary weapon was its beak and claws. After being aggressed, it would loosen its claws to retaliate, thus dropping the frozen corpses. If those frozen corpses had Ocean Moria's eggs pasted onto them, then Saruman's doppelganger would have profited. Of course, the majority didn't. Naturally, Saruman was able to obtain great benefits from these ocean freak Moria's eggs, leading to defining breakthroughs pertaining to his research. This wasn't solely and evidently seen from those nasty tentacled freaks he created, but also from the gene mix, mucus of the ocean freak of Moria. The former was a terribly deadly biological weapon, loyal, intelligent, and adept in calculating. The latter was an incomparably miraculous potion, able to amplify one's survivability in battle by several folds. The only thing Sheehan wasn't able to deduce was how did Saruman get his hands on the first cup of mucus of the ocean freak of Moria. It was possible an orc randomly fished an egg from the lake. Perhaps a certain exterminated orc tribe had passed down the legends, or perhaps it was the produce of an evil divine sacrifice, etc. But Sheehan could definitely confirm, Saruman had already conducted several probes and research to the area here, and had paid a gravely huge price along the way. That was how he had managed to come up with an ingenious tactic of utilizing the great eagle to retrieve the flayed captives. Then, Sheehan finally understood one thing. Those Urukai and that one-eyed demon outside weren't even here for us. We were just small fish being swooped up by a huge storm. Saruman had been plotting this matter for a long time. Actually comparing his capabilities, it shouldn't be inferior to the ocean freak Moria. It was only because ocean freak Moria was a water-type creature, and held utmost supremacy in the water. Yet it was because ocean freak Moria had always been coping itself within the Carn-Dum Lake, that Saruman perpetually couldn't deal with it, or even cross the lake. However, not only was Saruman powerful, he even possessed an extremely astute intellect. After long periods of research and investigations, he probably was able to infer the breeding season of this legendary creature. Thus, he had mobilized an expedition into this remote region to exploit this fact. Previously, when Sheehan worked in the basement of the Wizard Tower to process tremendous amounts of materials, it was in preparation for this one-time expedition. Instead, because they managed to flee, they became the fuse for Saruman to shift the mobilization of his troops nearer. This was because the secret of this orc encampment, after Saruman had expended countless blood and effort, was definitely not permitted to be leaked to the outside world. Nevertheless, Saruman was a human and not a deity. He would have never been able to guess that the ocean freak Moria would actually be clashing with the ancient Balrog. The primary motive for this first large-scale skirmish was probably to seize the golden opportunity that ocean freak Moria had left the lake for its breeding season. Thus, advancing towards that narrow and long mountain valley, that the orcs hail as the Land of Hope, to gather more ocean freak Moria's eggs. But as the saying goes, man proposes but God disposes. As ocean freak Moria reached the pinnacle of its fury, those orcs and Urukais that had infiltrated this Land of Hope instantly became fish in a calamitous pond that had to face the incomparable horror of the heaven-defying flood. Sheehan tightly grasped onto the stalagmite, cracking sounds repeatedly emerged from his grip. He bit heavily against his lips. His fingernails were being forcefully inverted, as blood streamed out. Still, Sheehan tried his utmost to stabilize himself against the torrential currents. He knew that if he was swept away, this life would be lost easily by smashing against any loose rocks. Fortunately, his current position was at the back region of the mountain belly, nearer to the underground lake. He wasn't situated against the direct flush of the flood. Occasionally pulses of backflow would even allow him to take an additional breath. Seizing an opportunity of a backflow, Sheehan forced himself forward using his legs to wrap tightly around the stalagmite. With this huge stalagmite shielding the water, he could finally relax a little. Moreover, the flood gradually halted after 10 minutes since Ocean Freak Moria's outburst of rage. Sheehan reckoned that the amount of water spurted out was definitely not inferior to a typical flash flood of a medium-sized river. Swoosh! Swoosh! The water gently slapped against the surrounding rocks. Although it was an unchallengeable legendary creature, Ocean Freak Moria was also clearly exhausted, curling up its tentacles as it floated on the water's surface, resting. The rippling waters beneath it swiftly retreated back, allowing this temporary mountain aquarium to rapidly shrink back to dry land. Undoubtedly, both Sheehan and the Ocean Freak Moria had their attention glued towards the middle region of this place. Currently, the water was still flowing, a mix of white froth and muddied yellow formed into numerous tiny whirlpools. It was also the area the Balrog was standing on before the flood. The water's swift receded, yet not a single trace of the Balrog could be seen. Only, over the surface of the rocky ground, was a tiny clump of burnt darkness which signified one thing: just a short while ago, there was a legendary creature emitting an incinerating temperature over this surface. Chapter 38, Inflicting Serious Damages. Chapter 38, Inflicting Serious Damages, translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcázar. At this moment, no matter who, the sneaky Sheehan or the Ocean Freak Moria, both had one notion in their hearts. That Balrog should have been swept up already, right? Suddenly, the ground's surface split open. An explosion as crazy as a volcanic eruption. Although it was the eruption only happened within a few square meters in a circular radius, it unleashed the same sensation as molten fiery lava exploding into the horizon. Then, a gray figure burrowed out. This figure appeared to be roughly a tenth of Ocean Freak Moria's size. It had a pair of gigantic goat horns, a pointed mouth and triangular eyes. A charred black rock-like shell covered its body, with deep dense cracks running through its shell, of which deep scarlet flames were spurting out. This was the real body of that fugitive, flame devil Balrog, Durance Bane. It actually dissolved itself into the ground after being covered by the wall of water, yet its fearsomeness displayed in its ability to conceal up its traces flawlessly. The Balrog had waited patiently for this moment, and it definitely wasn't for the sake of leaping out to say goodbye to Ocean Freak Moria. Although this matter appeared like Ocean Freak Moria was the perpetual victim, but one had to think in the shoes of the Balrog, Durance Bane, as well. One will then realize that the Balrog was similarly pitiful and incomparably despondent. As a matter of fact, it carried the word gutless on its back for life, being one who had deserted its own kind during the Balrog annihilation in the War of Wrath. At present, it only wanted to dwell peacefully in the abyss and enjoy the darkness and stillness of red-hot lava in dormant, confiding itself to a dull boring life of squashing little insects who crept into its abyss. Yet of all things, Ocean Freak Moria required a warm environment to breed. Its personal residing habitat was the Misty Mountains, which was 3,417 meters above sea level, and it didn't have the luxury of beautiful sunshine, coconut trees, beaches, bikinis of the southern seas. Hence, without a choice, Ocean Freak Moria had to find an adequately warm area for it to breed its future generation. Unfortunately, the destination it found was coincidentally the Balrog's residence. Its unceasing seeking of a warm environment was actually the body temperature manifested from the Balrog. Just think about it: if you were cooped up at home all cozy with the perfect temperature, yet suddenly someone barged into your house and started sprinkling icy cold water in your face, how would you feel? Truthfully speaking, no matter how good the temperament of the Balrog was, it would never be able to endure such invading behavior. Furthermore, creating more resentment was the fact that the Ocean Freak Moria's breeding period was extremely disorderly, sometimes once in years, sometimes once in weeks. Thus, while Ocean Freak Moria hated the Balrog to the core, it was fair to say that the Balrog similarly hated Ocean Freak Moria, who kept infringing on its territory and peace. Besides, the Balrog was an ancient devilish character, and careful deliberations, it decided to spare all effort to consume its superficial flames over its body surface, in order to dispatch of this trouble once and for all. A fiery blaze radiated out. Sheehan could only feel his eyes being stabbed by something, issuing a burning and piercing agony. After the Balrog had exploded up from the ground like a devil from hell, it soared into the air, curling its tail as it aimed ahead. Then with astonishing speed, it propelled its tailbone targeting directly towards the convex area between Ocean Freak Moria's eyes. That was indeed the vital part of the octopus. However, Ocean Freak Moria was similarly a legendary creature of the same tier. At the same time it was struck, two primary tentacles carried splashes of ice crumbs as it lashed out. The tentacles struck the Balrog flying 20 meters away, as it crashed onto the ground sliding miserably, leaving a long burnt trace on the ground. Its black crusty skin at its abdomen had been distinctly torn off, leaving an enormous wound in its place. Fiery flames of blood flared out and combusted to a height of 30 meters. Mutual infliction. Amidst the gruesome roars of anguish by both parties, Xian couldn't help feeling tempted. However, he didn't follow his greed like most main leads would, to charge forward. Instead, he hastily shrank backwards in a timid crawl, before he tiptoed in huge strides back upwards to flee. Who was he kidding? An ordinary octopus already had 3 hearts, and every single tentacle possessed its own brain, allowing it to move on its own even after the octopus dies. Moreover, the Balrog was known as a lava demon who could exercise its spirit. To gain advantages from these two legendary creatures would be essentially seeking for the fastest way to die. How's it going? After climbing back up to the cave entrance, Xian glanced at Melody and Reef and whispered. Reef shrugged his shoulders. This reminds me of the unprecedented flood written in the Bible. Those poor fellas really looked like garbage soaked for 4 to 5 days in the River Thames. After speaking, he offered his optimal viewing seat to Xian. Xian stretched his head out to peep. The entire narrow valley beneath was just a plain of water body. The yellowish-brown mountain flood churned up by Ocean Freak Moria still carried unstoppable might, its turbulent crashing waves snarled like a fuming yellow dragon, and ferociously pounded against the cliff rocks on both sides. Visibly seen were the mushy and mutilated corpses of several orcs and urukai floating calmly over the flood surface, being swept down at rapid pace. On the contrary, those cumbersome tentacled freaks looked as if they were still on dry land. Their agility was matchless in the water as they swiftly swam upstream, their movements rather shocking to behold. What should we do now? Reef inquired of Xian. Xian shook his head and replied. We can only watch for now. Melody suddenly interrupted. When the mountain flood stabilizes a little, we can try to take advantage of this crisis and trace back our original path to escape. I am able to execute an underwater breathing divine art. Xian's gaze flickered, but instantly shook his head gently. For such a large-scale operation, it is impossible that Saruman's doppelganger wouldn't be present himself to coordinate it. We can see that evidently from the exploring party assaulting this valley that comprises mainly of orcs. This group is probably merely front scouts used as cannon fodder. This mountain flood is artificially created by Ocean Freak Moria, it will go as quickly as it comes. If we return on the same path, we will definitely encounter the main fleet led by Saruman's doppelganger, but still, underwater breathing divine art. Although Xian uttered these statements, his eyes still shone with thoughtfulness as he continued. Opportunities go to those who are prepared, let us first continue waiting here. Let us pray the Twilight Elf blessing will stay effective so they won't notice us. Oh, right. Xian paused for a while before standing up, then he walked in front of Melody and sincerely uttered. I'm guessing, if me and Reef weren't around, then you definitely have a method to escape this predicament on your own right. Melody bit her lower lip but remained silent. She didn't dare to look into Xian's eyes, but ultimately nodded her head slightly. Xian released a long breath before comfortably continuing. That's excellent. This only matter plaguing my heart is finally settled. Xian then extended his hand to lift up Melody's chin, staring earnestly into her eyes. Listen to me, O noble and esteemed Twilight Elf. He and I are not people from Middle-earth. In actual fact, if ever we encounter death, our God will protect us and vanquish death itself to rescue us to him. Thus, we will definitely live on even in the face of all dangers. You too, must live on. Don't worry about us, save me the despair of personally watching perish die in vain. Melody was taken aback. Apart from Middle-earth, there are still other Earths. Xian smiled slightly and replied. Think about the sacred undying lands of Aman, therein lies your blessed elf kingdom of Valinor. Is it located in Middle-earth? Since there's an Aman outside of Middle-earth, why couldn't there be our own human Earth? In the end, Melody was still half doubtful of Xian's words. While they were conversing, the mountain flood beneath came as fast as it went, and the water had already receded to extremely shallow levels. Those cumbersome tentacled freaks had already swiftly swam upstream, following the direction of the water source as they reached the mountain belly. The Balrog had long ago dissolved back into the rocks, casually retreating back into the underground abyss as it used the scalding magma to treat its wounds. Only the humongous octopus, ocean freak Moria, was still semi-submerged inside the underground lake, resting. Although the flash flood was rapid and ferocious, most of its unstoppable force was directed towards the main entrance of the mountain belly. Whereas the eggs were all being bred within the crevices of the rocks behind, some crevices were located high up on the rocks, and thus there were several fortunate eggs that were spared from obliteration. As a female beast, and a mother that had just given birth to her eggs, ocean freak Moria still harbored a sliver of hope for any lucky survivors of these remnant eggs. Hence, it remained stationary here, until it had utterly given up. At this moment, amongst the front scouts of Saruman's fleet, a massive tentacled freak had easily swam up into the tremendous mountain belly. The moment it saw the ocean freak Moria, it instantly turned motionless. That round eyeball on its head glinted with a flash, like a computer hard disk rapidly processing. It was clear that the tentacled freak was probably contacting Saruman, feedbacking the strange scenario it was observing. Following closely, 3 other huge tentacled freaks charged into the mountain belly. The 4 tentacled freaks tangled their tentacles together, bracing into a row. Preceding that, the eyes on their heads gradually reddened, as though they were gathering energy. At present, within the mountain valley outside, a flock of swift and fierce elite urukais was seen lifting an immense bone carriage and sprinting with unparalleled speeds. Seated atop the bone carriage was shockingly Saruman's doppelganger. Surrounding and escorting the bone carriage were massive amounts of urukais as well as fully equipped orcs. Obviously, after hearing of ocean freak Moria's weakened state, Saruman's doppelganger ultimately couldn't hold back his thriving ambitions and excitement. He directly mobilized his entire strength, wanting to slaughter this humongous octopus. If not, his basic goal was at least to severely wound this legendary creature, then sweeping the entire mountain for ocean freak Moria's eggs. Chapter 39, Breakaway. Chapter 39, Breakaway. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. Very quickly, the 4 tentacled freaks had received Saruman's orders, viciously targeting ocean freak Moria in unison, and released concentrated assaults of death rays. The rays were roughly the size of a wine cup, radiating forth like lasers. Just by looking at it, Xian felt a shiver down his back. Those death rays not only had a dreadful offensive, it even contained a negative buff effect. Even if Xian was in his optimal state, he still wouldn't dare to face 4 to 5 consecutive shots of those rays head-on. Against the incoming death rays, ocean freak Moria merely raised its tentacle lazily, and easily blocked off those beams of laser. Yet for some unknown reason, when the death rays struck its skin, a strange reflection occurred and ricocheted towards the nearby walls. Chi! Chi! The rays corroded out deep holes in the walls. It was pretty obvious that the genetic makeup of these tentacled freaks were nurtured and created by Saruman through research of those lifeless ocean freak Moria's eggs. Hence, their genes naturally originated from ocean freak Moria. Therefore, ocean freak Moria obviously wouldn't place their attacks in its eyes, blocking them as easily as drawing. Xian didn't know if he saw wrong, but he could somewhat identify a sense of ridicule emitting from the female octopus's eyes. At this moment, Saruman finally arrived and his eyes instantly enlarged with the sight of the gigantic octopus, the greed shining from his eyes and his drooling mouth could even be seen from afar. He immediately signaled to his orc underlings to surround it, but allowed the elite urukais to remain motionless. Something noteworthy was the fact that even though the flood was ferocious and abrupt, it wasn't a fatal threat to the likes of a urukai leader like Lurtz. Only, he was completely covered in dirt, cutting a rather sorry figure. Meanwhile, Reef and Melody were both excitedly exclaiming. Well done, now that the narrow valley outside is left with several frail and old orcs, once both parties start to battle, we can immediately climb out of this entrance, and sneak off behind their backs. Even if Saruman catches wind of this, his hands would be tied to pursue us. Xian's eyes flickered for a moment, but he gently shook his head again, earnestly and gently advising. Now is not the time. Reef was shocked. Then when is the best time to leave? Xian didn't answer him directly. Just take a look at the battle below. Reef cautiously spied downwards. At present, Ocean Freak Moria was suffering from the all-round assaults of 20 orcs, with nearly 10 other tentacled freaks engaging in long-range firepower. Yet with only 2 tentacles, she still easily guarded and even retaliated. As Reef peeped out, he coincidentally saw Ocean Freak Moria swinging out a tentacle with water splashing about. The tentacle was incomparably deft as it coiled around an orc, and constricted, fracturing and shattering every bone within that unlucky orc, before tossing the orc into its mouth beak. The black blood of the orc gushed out profusely. This imagery gave off an impression of a human biting a swollen orange with its juices squirting everywhere. To Ocean Freak Moria, it had just gone through a season of breeding and even engaged in a huge deadly battle. What it needed now was massive amounts of food to replenish its energy, and right now, these pesky ants had delivered themselves to it. Reef continued watching as another 3 orcs were coiled around by those terrifying tentacles, and tossed into Ocean Freak Moria's mouth. Saruman didn't make a move, he only gestured his underlings to retreat a little. But why would Ocean Freak Moria give up on these pesky ants? One step at a time, she crawled out from the underground lake. A thought flashed in Reef's eyes, he was suddenly enlightened and exclaimed. Right. Saruman is too greedy, he actually desires to lure the Ocean Freak Moria out of its lake. Firstly, he can lower its capabilities, and secondly, he wishes to capture the slayed beast, or even capture it alive. Don't tell me. Xian slapped his shoulder, and sincerely affirmed. That's correct. If Melody is able to allow us to breathe underwater, then we can seize the opportunity when this octopus is lured out, and directly leave through the underground lake. Reef frowned and replied. But. Xian knew what he was worried about, he calmly replied. There is no need for buts. The reason Saruman wasn't able to reach here previously, was most likely because the Ocean Freak Moria normally hosted itself within that lake. Then we can determine that this underground lake is definitely connected to that lake outside. If we were still in optimal fully equipped state, the chances of us breaking through the orcs behind and then swim across is only half. Yet now that we have Melody's underwater breathing divine art, we would be able to cross safely without apprehensions. Without alarming anyone, we would be able to leave this place without facing a single danger. Meanwhile, Ocean Freak Moria had already been completely lured out of the underground lake, and was lunging forward at the orcs ahead with insatiable hunger. Those vicious and brutish orcs in the eyes of Ocean Freak Moria were akin to freshly baked custard tarts. Since they could replenish its strength and observing its enemies retreating, Ocean Freak Moria held no reservations. Although it appeared like its movements were slow, it was not one bit inferior to those orcs. After 7 orcs had been consecutively slaughtered, Saruman faintly performed a gesture. Instantly, the battling fleet dispersed and fled in all directions. Ocean Freak Moria's eyes sparkled with a murderous glow. How could she spare them? She instantly flew into a raging pursuit. On her way, she consecutively gobbled up 4 other orcs, but when she had just exited the cave entrance of the mountain cave, the Uruk-hai leader, Lurtz, could already be seen standing a distant away. Standing atop a towering cliff rock as he gazed upon the cave entrance. His body was dripping wet, his face filled with cut wounds, his appearance terribly wretched, yet he was squinting his eyes flickered with an unexplainable glint. Raising his long bow that he would use in the future to square off with that elvish prince, Legolas, he mounted that dreadful arrow that he would use to slay Boromir, steward prince of Gondor. His muscular arm hoisted up, thick bluish-green veins bulged out like snakes. He then released the bowstring, fire. This arrow didn't merely rely on Lurtz's personal strength, it was a combination strike with Saruman. It contained a hovering curse of millions of vengeful spirits. It was simply impossible to capture the trajectory of this arrow. With the twang of Lurtz's bow string, in an instant, one of Ocean Freak Moria's bell-shaped eyes instantly exploded. The octopus released a terribly sorrowful shrill as it retreated back towards the cave entrance to flee into the lake. Yet right now, Saruman's doppelganger had raised his magic staff up high, and was chanting a curse. Word by word, the curse words resounded from his wrinkled lips. The first word carried no sound, the second was exceedingly clear, and the final word sounded like a sonorous thunder. Throughout the incomparably sturdy rocks surrounding the cave entrance, sudden wrinkly fissures swiftly formed and repeatedly broke outwards, and collapsed. Boom. A small landslide showered down, releasing a deafening crash. Amidst the dust and smoke, there was still a narrow channel through. Yet for such a humongous beast like the Ocean Freak Moria, it was a dead end. Currently, Sheehan and the others were dashing towards the underground lake without hesitation. As they trampled through the region the octopus had crawled over before, they realized it was excessively filled with mucus. Every step was a chore as long sticky threads adhered to their soles. But at this moment, for some unknown reason, a buzzing sound resounded within their brains. It was as though their minds suddenly went blank as they simultaneously collapsed to the ground. Sheehan face planted, with the transparent mucus smearing his entire face. After regaining composure, he sullenly murmured, "Saruman is really unlucky. Ocean freak Moria surely isn't one to be trifled with." Melody casted a suspicious glare over. Sheehan sighed and continued, "Don't forget, that damned octopus is able to release powerful hallucinatory gas. Even this fierce male beside me had been taken under its spirit control. Those two perverted abilities were obviously useless against that Balrog, but don't ever forget, Saruman created so many tentacled freaks using the blueprint genetic composition of Ocean Freak Moria. I reckon that Oldman probably doesn't know about that even after thousands of deliberations and analysis, or perhaps he is too confident in his research. Today is the day this place will experience a great setback." Before Sheehan's words faded, sudden faint and miserable cries drifted in. It was the wails and howls of several urukais. Sheehan's deduction was spot on. Those formidable tentacled freaks were instantly counter-spirit controlled by the furious Ocean Freak Moria. In that instance, Saruman was really caught unprepared. The sanctity of such a legendary creature, who could simply voluntarily offend it. Probably the unexpected twist of those tentacled freak turncoats had left a profound shadow, scarring Saruman's heart, thereby possibly triggering him to abandon his future research on them and focus his direction to the urukais. Henceforth, the short-lived tale of the tentacled freaks would vanish from this earth forever. Sheehan leisurely helped himself to a handful of a few Ocean Freak Moria's eggs. Although they had been torched by the Balrog and their souls had been incinerated, it was still a miracle health potion. Melody then bestowed them with her underwater breathing divine art, and they leapt into the underground lake. After casting the underwater breathing divine art, a thin transparent mask covered their faces, emitting faint bubbles of green glow. It was extremely soft and smoothly filtered dissolved air inside the water for them. Chapter 40, Weakening Limit. Chapter 40, Weakening Limit. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Beneath the lake's surface was utter pitch darkness. It was a deathly silence with nothing living inside. Creatures that had tried to approach previously had been slain by Ocean Freak Moria. Although Sheehan and Reef didn't have any deep-sea diving experience, Melody was able to initiate a void spatial 3D mode for them. Under her leadership, they navigated through the curves and bends of the underground lake like a maze, and finally reached that lake known by the orcas, Carndum Lake. Sheehan and Reef could feel that the temperature of the lake had clearly dipped, which was obviously a chain reaction from the Balrog. After it frenziedly drew in heat to recuperate, the temperature of the underground lake would naturally swiftly drop. Those peculiar fiendish fish began to cautiously circle around them. Finally, a famished one decided to initiate an attack at Sheehan. Yet because of Melody, those large stronger worms only curiously swam around their sides, avoiding unnecessary trouble. This wasn't the first time Ocean Freak Moria and the Balrog had faced off. Hence, substantial amounts of eggs from previous times had already been flushed into the lake. Through its decomposition process, it polluted the lake and the creatures living in it, causing them to mutate into fiendish-looking freaks. After being contaminated by the genes of Ocean Freak Moria then treated them as its own, and didn't slay them for food. Fortunately, though Sheehan and Reef had their capabilities severely handicapped, they had the protection of a twilight elf. Melody raised her hands, summoning generous green threads of aquatic grass to elegantly wrap against their bodies. Once a fish closed in, the threads would bind up their mouths and cause them to flee in disarray. After the three climbed ashore, they were momentarily stupefied. The previous epidemic forest was now a plot of charred and white desolated ground to behold. Even Sheehan hadn't imagined Saruman to actually devise such a decisively vicious action to dispose of this ghost land. According to Sheehan's inference, the water flowing beneath this epidemic forest was probably linked to a certain lair that Ocean Freak Moria had dwelled in for a long time. The hallucinatory mucus secreted from this humongous octopus probably mixed into the water, and was absorbed by the roots of the pine trees for a long period of time. The roots sucked up these substances like a water pump, as the sediments gradually infiltrated into the soil. Hence, when the sunlight shone down after the mist cleared, the ground would release a lethal hallucinatory effect. As they continued to trudge forward, they returned to the scene of the avalanche, sighing as they recalled it as if it was from their previous lifetime. Because the entire snowy valley had been trampled over by the endless amount of orcs, the footprints they left behind now were completely negligible. After advancing for roughly a dozen kilometers, the tremendous white honeycomb orc encampment greeted them. Right now, they had two choices. One was to turn left and return to the orc encampment. Next was to turn right, and naturally leave this damnable nightmare behind. Xian pondered for a moment before he spoke out. Melody, do you really have an ability to preserve your life during an emergency? Melody sincerely nodded her head. Xian then handed the animal hide bundle he was carrying to Reef. Inside contained the plundered ocean freak Moria's eggs. He stared at Reef and spoke. Looks like we will part ways here. This is a golden opportunity that happens once in a blue moon. This orc encampment is empty now. I reckon most of their forces have been led away by Saruman's doppelganger. Besides to the scale of his operation, he probably mobilized every single strength he had. Even the aged and sickly orcs were used as cannon fodder. Hence, I believe that this is a huge chance to reap great benefits. Reef nodded. I got it, you want me to be the surviving lifeline, right? That's correct. You still have the Twilight Elf blessing on you. Once you reach any lusciously abundant land, the chances of you encountering danger would be greatly reduced. Moreover, the duration of this Twilight Elf blessing is still pretty long. Xian somberly replied. By surviving, you will ease me of a great burden to take this tremendous risk. Reef smiled. He was always a solemn person, but the smile on his face now was a candid and unflustered one. Take care, seaman. Wait, I still have one reservation. Xian earnestly replied. Tell me about it. Reef deliberated before continuing. This Saruman is merely a doppelganger. His possessions stored inside the wizard tower wouldn't be much. Moreover, he just set off on a huge skirmish, probably bringing along essential potions, battle equipments, and other tools. This means that the chances of acquiring something good is lessened. Finally, because of that ridiculous realm regulation, the things we can bring out of this world is limited. And after our third weakening, the benefits we can acquire would probably reach close to nil. Thus, the reason you want to take this risk is to try your luck in mending that rank 6 ability, right? Xian nodded and replied. That is my exact sentiments, but I still feel this risk is worth taking. Reef paused for a moment before wishing him good luck. All right, then, take care, man. Xian needed to seize the moment. He had no clue when Saruman's doppelganger would return. Hence, he immediately turned and headed towards the orc encampment in big strides. A cowhide pouch was slung beside his waist, as he casually waved goodbye to Reef. Right when the two parted ways, their nightmare imprint once again transmitted a merciless voice. Scanning, contestant number 1018 has reached a relevant checkpoint for the party establishment mission, Survival. Congratulations, contestant number 1018, your party establishment mission, Survival, has reached its final phase of critical checkpoints. Warning, the difficulty level of staying in this world is raised again. Henceforth, all attributes of the nightmare realm will vanish. Your body conditions will decline to the standards of an ordinary human. Details, you've already reached the final phase of the party establishment mission, Survival. 8 more hours of survival will allow you to fulfill the maximum score, LVL max, of the party establishment mission, Survival. You will then be forcefully sent back to the nightmare realm. If you can fulfill that criteria, you will be able to obtain the relevant milestone and acquire the maximum reward for this mission. Although Xian was already emotionally prepared, he couldn't help rejoicing frantically in his heart. At present, there was another matter he had already inferred, but he couldn't help asking about it. If I choose to return to the realm now while my party member continues staying in this world, how will the mission rewards be calculated? Calculating answer, backing up. Answering. Both members have chosen to enter this world together and initiate the party establishment mission, Survival. As long as one member lives, the mission rating would utilize the member with the most exceptional result. After getting an answer, Xian finally loosened up as though he had placed a huge baggage down, as he headed towards that orc metropolis. However, the sudden returning to his ordinary physical state caused him relative distress. He couldn't help sighing inwardly. With his speed now, just traveling towards the encampment would require an additional 5 minutes of wasted time. During the nerve-wracking critical moments of wreaking havoc inside the wizard tower, 5 minutes of time could very well mean victory or defeat, life or death. Xian decided to examine his personal attributes. As expected, he discovered that his personal data, including all attributes and abilities, both passive and active, had all been sealed. The only exception was his innate ability, endurance. Although endurance was not in effect instead of being sealed, it had the words unawakened. This was completely identical when Xian inspected it back in the present world. The orcs of this metropolis seemed to have completely deserted the place. Still, everything remained looking prim and properly. It was evident that Saruman's doppelganger had made a relatively long preparation for this skirmish. As he traversed through the filthy, smelly, and peculiarly enduring city, he recalled the previous noise and clamor of this place in his memories. The eerie dreadfulness of this ghost town welled up his heart. The wizard tower was right ahead. Due to the fact that this wizard tower resembled only a careless imitation, with only its summit roof laced with profound mysteries and decorated with precious minerals like silver, gold, and others, hence, before entering the 4th level, Xian wasn't worried about triggering any magic-based mechanism. Moreover, based on the brain composition of the orcs/urukais who probably had muscles as brains, it was a simple job identifying their crudely designed but still deadly trap mechanisms. Besides, when he had worked in this building previously, he already familiarized himself with the area, knowing this place inside out. This way. After entering the wizard tower, Xian led the way. Although he was reduced to a mortal state, he remained strong and nimble. Careful of those stairs. You saw that. Right, there's a black board in the middle. If you step on it, a gigantic boulder will roll down from above. Melody silently skipped behind Xian. Her clear, flawless pupils suddenly imbued a certain grief as she glanced at Xian. I can feel it, you're becoming weaker. Chapter 41, Ransacking the Wizard Tower. Chapter 41, Ransacking the Wizard Tower. Translated by, Chua, edited by, T.N. and Alcasar. Xian returned a feeble smile. This is because I don't belong to Middle-earth. I was sent here on a special mission, that is the reason why. Take note of that door ahead, right, walk to the left. As they chatted, they arrived at the 3rd floor. Upon reaching here, Xian's face turned stern and he warned. This floor is Saruman's cloning room. There should be at least one tentacled freak monitoring his experiments inside, in order to adjust the temperature at times. If not, the urukais that are cloned out would malfunction. Do you think you can swiftly dispatch the tentacled freak? Melody delayed for a moment before replying. I should be able to. As long as it isn't one of those larger tentacle models. Xian nodded and performed a gesture to Melody to prepare to burst in. Gesturing 3, then 2, but he hadn't reached 1. Xian had completely forgotten he wasn't in the present world, and Melody had no knowledge of the standard 3, 2, 1 ready go action. He could clearly see Melody's crystal spring water pupils dilating as she raised her pure untainted slender fingers, swiftly carving out abstrusely as a splendid gold ancient elvish character floated out. It rapidly undulated into form in midair, before a turbulent surge of force was emanated out. The character ultimately congealed into a golden chain shackle, shimmering brilliantly as it directly broke through the stone door ahead. Twilight silencing shackle. A tentacled freak was currently jabbing away towards one cloning process with its tentacles. However though, that single eye, filled with densely packed compounded eyes, on its brain was like a 24-hour CCTV without a blind spot. Still, when facing the sudden crashing in of an alienated golden shackle spinning in, it had totally no chance of resisting. Melody twisted her hands with a flower-blossoming gesture. The golden chain shackle suddenly crisscrossed and morphed into an ancient archaic golden lock, locking down over the brain of the tentacled freak. The tentacled freak was now locked to the ground. Melody then strolled in. Her slender fingers consecutively formed 3 to 4 different gestures, as she commanded the golden lock to morph back into a chain shackle, then back into the golden elven character, and finally disappearing back into her fingertips. The tentacled freak then slumped to the ground. From henceforth, it was pronounced dead. Presently, an astonished expression flushed on Melody's face. Truthfully, she too didn't believe her spell would be so fearsome. Instead, it was Xian that appeared. Rather relaxed. Just based on the awe-inspiring might of this one spell, it wasn't really out of reason. Besides, throughout 317 years, she was the first Twilight elf that had appeared in Rivendell. The following events were needless to say. The guards in this wizard tower were all rather weak and frail, and Sheehan knew the insides and out of every mechanism those orcs had installed. Very quickly, they sped up to the 4th floor. This was Saruman's research dissecting room, and 3 orcs were currently accomplishing several odd jobs inside. In a flash, Melody unleashed 3 Twilight Dictum, the nature-based javelin impaled their chest, turning them into a tree puppet. Placed within this broad room were 8 crudely manufactured wooden tables. The granite on the floor displayed dense crisscrossed flaws, and this place could be the model of uninhibited. Massive amounts of organs like hearts, kidneys, livers and so on were arranged on the tables, while a dissected orc corpse was piled against a corner like a piece of junk. Black ponds of blood congregated on the floor along with clumps of flesh that looked like pebbles. A piercing and pungent stench forced Melody to frown instantly, as she executed a nature spell to envelope her own body. Sheehan's attention halted at an ordinarily looking door located at the remote end of this hall. The sliding door was made with wood, which wasn't at all sturdy as it contained distinct cracks. Even through the cracks, one could easily view the contents inside the room. Yet Sheehan knew this was just an illusion. Once this door was opened, it would lead to the passageway towards the 5th floor of the wizard tower. As the saying goes, the closer one gets to completion, the tougher the task gets. From here onwards, Sheehan and Melody weren't just facing those crude physical mechanisms, instead, it was the true authentic defense mechanisms of the wizard tower. This signified that mithril killing weapons or murderous talismans could be embedded in unimaginable places, or perhaps other lethal deviations that issues immense threat could occur. Traps that weren't limited to just acid, flames, storms, lava, deadly spokes, poison gas but also untold dangerous creature summons, or incomparably deadly magic pitfalls. The golden ancient character glittered in front of Sheehan's face. Melody once again executed the formidable Twilight Dictum, sending the golden javelin tearing through the wooden door. Then it seemed like the empty space rippled for a moment, before swallowing the golden javelin in. At this moment, glorious sparks erupted. Black and white magic lines interweaved and finally everything settled down. A shocking and spotlessly white flight of stairs built with mica stones could be now seen stretching upwards. The lateral walls of the flight of stairs was vandalized with an appalling writing, City of Silver Streams. This crooked upwards flight of stairs wasn't particularly long. In fact, it was so short that even by raising one's head to look, one could see the flooring of the roof floor. The handrails of the stairs radiated a metallic brilliance. Although it didn't emit a splendorous and majestic aura, it still carried the imposing aura of a sovereign king. From here onwards, physical common sense would no longer work anymore. Based on its construction itself, it was already established that it contained a supernatural foundation, like arcane magic or devil witchcraft etc. The only good news was that strictly speaking, the genuine portion of this tower was only 1 floor. Therefore, whatever enchantment magic or mechanisms were all situated on this floor. Besides, the main resident of the wizard tower was probably still battling an octopus. This undoubtedly meant the threat of this wizard tower had probably declined by half. Sheehan deliberated carefully. Although he wasn't able to recognize or destroy any magic mechanisms, when he entered as an alchemy assistant previously, he still had his 25 points of perceptive sense. Hence, his perceptive sense had already warned him of this fatal region. Moreover, he had previously sensed the tremendous threat jabbing at him from different positions, and could now pinpoint them for Melody. After a series of squandering spells, the passageway was now a chaotic mess with billowing smokes. Only half of the writings on the wall were left after the explosion. As for Melody, she had previously summoned 13 ancient elf characters but was only left with 3 characters now. Melody's face was terribly pale, though her pupils remained clear as water, a distinct weariness could be seen within it. Fortunately, those ancient elf characters wouldn't vanish after forming, and only its internal magic would be exhausted. After meditation and adequate rest, she would gradually recover. Along with the final magic trap mechanism being destroyed, the entire interior of the wizard tower abruptly pierced out with a warning siren. The siren was like a lunatic female ghost screaming mournful shrills tirelessly as though it would go on forever. The siren extended throughout the entire orc metropolis, and proceeded to sorrowfully echo through the snowy peaks. Its loudness was essentially like an anti-aircraft defense alarm in the present world, amplified by several folds. Upon hearing this ghostly female screech, Sheehan instantly celebrated. Obviously, this was the final desperation method installed by Saruman's doppelganger, and was merely a helpless distress call. Actually, no matter if the final mechanism had been destroyed with brute force or triggered in a legit fashion, it would similarly emit this horrifying screech and stir up the entire orc encampment. If Saruman did not utilize his booming voice technique to calm the orcs down within 5 seconds, then the orcs would have to rush here immediately. Yet the current orcs who were left to guard this camp were probably the weaker or injured insignificant ones. According to Xian's deductions, they amounted to not more than a pathetic 10. Even if those orcs dared to rush here as reinforcements, the 3 tree puppets would put an end to them. Xian and Melody overlooked down from up above, but only witnessed a line of sparse orcs limping and hobbling over. He released a long sigh. Time was tight as the 2 hastily rushed forward. The area of the 5th floor wasn't exactly huge, and was roughly 100 square meters. In the middle was a huge experimental stage made with a glossy stone material. It resembled marble but distinctly revealed vestiges of undulating magic. It had been probably solidified and polished with a small cleansing spell. On the stage were several filthy-looking metal/crystals refining apparatus, even a magnifying lens, crystal ball etc. Pasted against the surrounding wall were several large chests. Some of them appeared like they were constructed with bronze metal, looking extremely solid and fortified. Xian opened them in succession, his ears then rung with a list of delightful and wild notifications. You discovered a precious metal, mithril, 14.65 pounds. The value of mithril is 100-folds that of gold, and is the most desirable metal of this world. It can be beaten like copper, and polished like glass. Dwarves used it to forge metals that are harder than tempered steel, yet light as a feather. Its beauty is likened to common silver, but the beauty of the mithril would not tarnish or grow dim. It contains a cloth-like flexibility, but remains cool as ice and tougher than steel. Its greatest value lies therein its rare affinity with magic. If forged into a mithril mail or mithril weapon, it would not influence the casting of spells, but enhance the deadliness of it. This would bestow the magic wielder with unparalleled supremacy. Moreover, by the Third Age, mithril became exceedingly rare. Its only source was Khazad-dûm, the kingdom of the dwarves in Moria. It became incomparably priceless after the kingdom was destroyed by a Balrog. You discovered precious gems, Ruby X3, Sapphire X4, Cat's Eye, Chrysoberyl, X2. These rare gems after being embedded can cause an equipment to be born again. 1 rock is sufficient for one to exchange for 1,000 slaves in any kingdom. You discovered 3 pounds of adamantine. This extremely solid, rarely seen metal can raise the intrinsic quality of an armor or weapon. A weapon forged with adamantine has an innate strength of neglecting hardness. When being struck by other weapon or destroying materials, it can neglect a hardness of less than 20 star. An adamantine armor will provide damage reduction for its wearer. Normally, only a metal-based weapon, armor, or shield can be forged with adamantine. A weapon, armor, or shield that is forged with adamantine has a durability that is stronger than others by a third. TN, probably referring to durability. A lower hardness weapon will not deal damage to its durability, or when the weapon is striking against a hard material. Chapter 42, Plundering is a Life Skill. Chapter 42, Plundering is a Life Skill. Translated by, Chua. Edited by, TN and Ilkasser. Obviously, the item stored here by Saruman was the outcome of industrious labor by the olden-day dwarves, the ancient past of the mines of Moria. In the past, there was a great war of the dwarves and orcs in Karn-Dûm, capital of the dwarves. After which, Saruman had enslaved many orc tribes, and thus naturally the loots of the orcs were dominated by him. As Xian gazed upon his notifications, his pupils almost exploded up, especially the mithril. If that metal was forged into a shield, there would be a high chance an insanely powerful attribute, something similar to Xian's innate ability, endurance, would be created. No doubt, that attribute was critical for a high-offense low-speed contestant model. Yet, this metal could not be brought out. Even if I can't bring it out, I won't leave it here. Xian clenched his teeth, as he started to store all his good fortune into one of the chest. At this moment, Melody was stunned. Although young, she was no fool. Even in Rivendell, mithril and adamantine weapons were insanely rare. It was said that only elvish royalty, for example the elvish princess, Arwen, had a pure mithril princess ornament, and the elvish prince, Legolas, possessed a pure mithril weapon and a refined mithril inner coat. In Rivendell itself, only 3 to 5 equipment/weapons were known as refined mithril content between 10 to 20%, as well as only one other adamantine weapon. As for weapons known as plated mithril, only the blade coated with mithril, it would only be given to powerful individuals in Rivendell. As for adamantine, it couldn't even be used for plating, but even the lowest level of adamantine belonged to the refined category. The reason why Melody was knowledgeable in this was that she had previously worked odd jobs like cleaning weapons and armors. Although Sheehan had been demoted to an ordinary mortal, the way he managed items was still capable and experienced. After storing the materials efficiently into a chest, he then pulled a rope from a side and tied it up. He then glanced down from the window of the wizard tower, before speaking to Melody. "When I leave, I won't be able to take these items. Thus, you have to immediately flee with this chest. After leaving the orc camp, cast a twilight elf blessing onto it and bury it deep underground before carving a marking sign. When Saruman realizes his secrets here have been leaked out, he wouldn't wait for the elves of Rivendell to arrive but choose to forsake this place himself. When it happens, you can then move the item's metals away. Remember, you mustn't tell anyone you possess such wealth. Seek any expert dwarven blacksmith in secrecy to forge an equipment for you. Rely on your own strength as your source. If you doubt my words, just think about how your fellow elves had behaved when they didn't know of your identity as a twilight elf." Melody bashfully gazed at Sheehan, her eyes tearing up. "Your words are really harsh, then what about you?" Sheehan returned a reluctant smile. "Obviously I will stay behind, but don't worry, for I will not die here. How about this, take this chest and bury it first before coming back to receive me. Before the orcs come back, go now." The final two words sounded extremely stern. The schemes in his heart was utterly shameless. If the realm didn't allow him to reap benefits, then he'll get someone to do it for him. Counting on Melody's meek nature, she would definitely be extremely obedient and attentive to him. If she gets stronger, doesn't that mean I'll be more powerful too? Besides, I'll definitely come back to this Lord of the Rings world in the future. Melody stared at him with teary and sorrowful eyes, taking one step at a time reluctantly. Finally, she ran back and hugged Sheehan's legs as she cried profusely. Sheehan, observing this scene, couldn't help feeling twisted, but he finally did what he had to do. He scolded her loudly and shoved her away before she ran off with tears trickling down her cheeks. At this time, Sheehan, who had affirmed his decisions, started to calm down and search for his objectives. Obviously that was Saruman's research diary. The research diary recorded Saruman's research data, containing data on efficiency, speed and many other attributes. If he were to slowly compile them in the future instead, then that would be twice the effort for half the result in the end. Therefore, the first thing he did was to stand at the experimental position that Saruman normally stood, as he scanned the radius for it. Table, nothing. Inside the table, nope, not the drawer, nothing. The interior of this experimental lab was filthy, apparatus were flung everywhere, indicating that Saruman's doppelganger wasn't a very orderly person. Thus, there was a possible he would randomly placed his diary around. Thus it could be inferred that the tables around, the dining table, even the toilet had a chance of containing the diary. Sheehan continued his search, although to no avail, he didn't give up. Yet after his repeated failed attempts, it meant that though Saruman's doppelganger was disorderly in appearance, he was extremely particular towards his research diary. Then, the most suitable place was definitely in a drawer. However, after consecutively scrolling through every single drawer, big or small, it yielded no results. Right now, he had already been inside this orc encampment for half an hour. Counting the time they traveled here, and if Saruman's army wasn't totally wiped out, then they would at least be en route back after his victory. Although Sheehan appeared calm, he couldn't help feeling flustered inside. With an agitated yell, he crazily swept his hand across the nearest table. The crystal glass apparatus crashed to the ground and shattered, and then he proceeded to vent this anger on a wooden stool. Since he understood Saruman was conspiring against Ocean Freak Moria, he had been nervously plotting. Throughout the way here, his plans were without a hiccup, yet now at the final moments, he was faced with an impregnable hurdle. Don't tell me, although Saruman carries an arrogant and haughty appearance, he is actually someone that lacks a sense of security. Hence, before leaving the wizard tower, he had installed a powerful mechanism, conjuring a magic-type stronghold to store his item. Sheehan huffed, feeling the increasing possibility of that occurring. His heart begun welling up with disappointment. If Saruman really did that, then undoubtedly it meant that he really had no fate with that research diary, and he could kiss goodbye to it. As time passed slowly, Sheehan couldn't help but sigh to the heavens. Feeling annoyed, he casually slammed his hands heavily onto the experimental desk in frustration. Whoa. Sheehan suddenly felt something wasn't right. He currently only had the strength of an ordinary person. After losing all his enhanced strength, why did he still felt a slight depression on the table? Sheehan hurriedly observed the place he was standing on. He then looked back at the unusually smooth floor beneath the wooden table. He suddenly realized, actually the place he was standing should be the place where Saruman stood the most and longest while doing experiments. His heart stirred as he pressed down with his left hand. He immediately felt that this flawless table was indeed traceable, but the table itself wouldn't budge. Sheehan carefully deliberated, then he proceeded to press down lightly onto the wooden table, finally pushing it downwards. Still no reaction. Sheehan breathed deeply. This small glimmer of hope had arisen, but he felt like it was as brittle as porcelain, completely viable to shatter any time. Yet with this glimmer of hope, he definitely wouldn't give up so easily as he lightly pressed against it and pushed upwards. Still nothing. Then, how about I press and push towards the left? As he pushed, he immediately heard a clicking sound. Suddenly, a wooden block roughly the size of a book ejected out from underneath at the right, extending 10 centimeters out of the desk. Then the wooden block opened up like a book. On its left side, it held horizontal rolls of parchment paper, while on its right was an ink bottle and a spotlessly white goose feather pen. Pressed under the ink bottle was a clump of wrinkled, black, stained white cloth, probably used to wipe off any spillage of ink. It was obvious, this was the place that Saruman recorded his experimental research. This ingenious mechanism was triggered only after pressing down and sliding to the left. This was extremely convenient. The right wooden slab would be used to record his findings. Then he would use simple magic to control the goose feather pen to record anything. Pulling frenziedly, he started to unroll the parchment papers, before flipping through them fanatically. Then, his heart abruptly sank. The long rolls of parchment paper were brand new. Don't even mention words, there wasn't even a drop of ink on it. It seemed like Saruman had recently concluded a task, and probably tore off his recorded findings. Sheehan shut his eyes in anguish. If he knew this was going to be the outcome, he would rather not uncover this mechanism. Finding hope only to be disappointed. Suddenly, that wrinkled black stained white cloth flashed through his mind once again. Those black stains, doesn't it seem rather systematic? Chapter 43, Snatching and Mad Rushing. Chapter 43, Snatching and Mad Rushing. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Thinking of that, Sheehan's heart was stirred. His eyes popped open as he seized the clump of white cloth, unfold. Written on the cloth were lines of disorderly black handwriting. These writings seemed to have no discipline but were just a bunch of ranting from Saruman, random graffiti that was left behind by Saruman. Sheehan shut his eyes and took a deep breath. Something is better than nothing. He then earnestly started reading it, yet contrary to his expectations, these random absent-minded writings had not a fart's relation to his alchemy endeavor. Recently I discovered an error. When throwing out a cursed gene mix concoction, the angle, strength, and accuracy is crucial. If factoring in wind speeds and other elements, it is simply too complicated. Recently, I discovered that adding lead to that new blend in the crystal flask, the feeling of throwing a curse mix gene isn't bad. Today's dinner was a little bland. If there's a slight flaw in that concoction, that idiot, Lurtz, messed up 3 portions of experimental materials again. Beneath were over 300 more characters. After he read finished with a dejected heart, he could confirm something crucial. There was indeed not a single news pertaining to any relevant concoction of gene mix. No idea what that insane old man was thinking. Apart from his rubbish gibberish, everything else recorded were mostly queer fantasies pertaining to throwing or hurling out gene mix concoction. Sheehan couldn't believe his eyes as he carefully read through the gibberish again. Cold sweat broke out over him as he felt this wild absurdity absolutely crushing him. Really, this was the case of man proposes but God disposes. Yet when it felt like his entire life was in vain, a split second later, the nightmare imprint rung in his ears. Contestant number 1018 has discovered Saruman's experimental insights, and read through it in detail. Scanning, contestant number 1018 possesses a compatible skill, Uruk-I genetic mix, incomplete. Calculating, contestant number 1018, you will now enter comprehension state. Under this state, you must be attacked or moved, if not comprehension state would be broken. Your intelligence/spirit is too low. Comprehension state will require a longer time, and failure may occur. Sheehan was emotionally moved. he had actually triggered a relevant matter. Following the nightmare imprints notification, he stood there silently but pathetically failed 3 times. After a full 8 minutes, he finally received a sweet-sounding notification: comprehension state concluded. Contestant number 1018 has obtained a new appreciation for Saruman's experimental log. Your rank 6 ability, Black Art Mix Technique, incomplete, has received a passive upgrade. When throwing a curse mix at the enemy, the curse mix will now explode with a shockwave. Any enemies within that shockwave will suffer a 1-second confusion/stun. Shockwave is limited within the radius of the poison fog of the curse mix. Any enemies within the poison fog will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 20%, until the poison fog dissipates or until they leave the poisonous zone. Duration of curse mix poison fog is extended by 15 seconds, but it is still susceptible to being dispersed or purified. You can now throw gene mix bombs to allies, which explodes with a 10 seconds vapor. Within a 10 meters radius, all allies will receive the relevant buff of the gene mix. Movement speed and attack speed raise by 3%, speed boost last for 120 seconds. However, the buff vapor will produce a weaker effect than direct consumption. A +3 strength gene mix thrown out would be reduced to an AoE +2 strength effect. Warning: henceforth, every time you throw out a concocted mix, it will consume 2 MP. Wow, how did this happen? Suddenly receiving such news, Xian really felt this was an unexpectedly surprising reaping. He hurriedly scrolled out his skill tree to examine in disbelief, confirming that everything was true. Then, if it's like that, Xian's eyes flashed a glint. He began examining the items in front, his gaze fell on the rolls of parchment paper on the right, and then towards that solid goose feather dip pen. He then gasped loudly. His gasp contained a certain comprehension, amazement, regret, annoyance, impatience, all sorts of complicated emotions. He then hastily seized the few parchment papers and stuffed it into his pocket before snatching a clump of thin cloth on the table beside, and sprinted towards the wizard tower stairs. His anxiousness now was as though his butt was being roasted. It could be said that Xian was lucky, but after escaping from the wizard tower till the edge of the orc metropolis, nobody had noticed him. But it could be said that he was unlucky, because when he just needed at most 10 seconds to disappear into the rocks and into the icy vegetation shrubs, he was instead noticed by the first batch of returning orcs, leading to a frenzied chase. Never forget, Xian was now at his weakest state. His stats were: strength, 8 points, /agility, 6 points, /physique, 12 points, /perceptive sense, 11 points, /charm, 6 points, /intelligence, 5 points, /spirit, 4 points. He was a total garbage. Crunching sounds emerged as he trampled over the loose snow. It was a long time since he had experienced such breathlessness. It was as though his lungs were about to explode. Grasping a snowflake and popping into his mouth, he breathed heavily as he enjoyed the melting coolness to satisfy his insatiable thirst. If not for that twilight elf blessing he received from Melody allowing him to assimilate into nature, those pursuing orcs would have long arrested Xian over 100 times. Still, his fleeing footsteps on the snow surface occasionally betrayed him, guiding the pursuing orcs behind. Those damnable orcs, I definitely mustn't be caught now. His heart howled agitatedly. Although his willpower was strong, the weakness of his body was fully displayed. Due to packed terrain of rocks, snow, and shrubs, the pursuing orcs couldn't see Xian's figure. Suddenly, a snowy slope at least angled 75 degrees down surfaced ahead. If Xian was in perfect state, no, even if it was just his innate ability present, he would dare to directly charge down this slippery slope. Yet now, if he did, no doubt it was courting death, no, it was returning early to the realm. The 3 orcs panted heavily as they gradually closed up the gap till roughly 100 meters. Xian grit his teeth, his butt stuck on the snowy slope as he slid down with his hands, trying to maintain balance. But not even halfway in, his entire being lost balance and he started rolling down, resulting into 2 mournful cuts across his face. Several minor cuts also surfaced on his limbs. Still, Xian endured this agony as he continued to stagger forward breathlessly. Although his physique was reduced to its mortal origins, the experiences and hardships he had gone through previously were his greatest treasures. It supplied him with the strength to continue fleeing. Drips of blood scattered onto the snow, as a lone ghastly blood trail led his enemies on. Ahead was a region of quiet, desolate forest. Some trees possess tenacious vitality, forcing out fresh green sprouts even in the snowy ice. Sheehan didn't even notice this point. Without looking back, he hurriedly charged into the desolate forest. The three orcs behind continued to close the gap, from 100 meters to 50. The orcs were clearly physically larger than Sheehan. They roared angrily as they charged into the forest, occasionally bumping into the trees clumsily, triggering snow to fall down in piles. The leading orc fumed angrily with nasty language, as snow fell into his mouth, causing him to cough as he swallowed 2 mouthfuls of snow. Roughly 7 to 8 seconds later, all of the orcs suddenly heard a sound. This sound was exceedingly queer. It sounded like a mix of boiling beef stew in a cauldron and farting. The leading orc immediately halted, vigilantly scanning around. Because he could feel this queer sound closing up on him, yet nothing was happening. The other 2 orcs shot him an eccentric look, their gaze stopping over their boss's stomach, because the sound had originated from his stomach. Suddenly, the leading orc's face cringed painfully as he collapsed to the ground, a lifeless look in his eyes. In a short span of time, his life left his body. Then shockingly green shoots started growing out of its ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. It was as if his entire inner body was flourishing with new sprouts. Within a minute, the orc looked as if it had been rotting for a month. Even its bones were decayed to dust, like a dried corpse in shambles. Over the dried corpse were huge patches of emerald green grass sprouting. Chapter 44, Final Crossing. Chapter 44, Final Crossing. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Viewing such a strange situation unfolding, the other 2 orcs glanced at each other with horrified expressions. One orc grasped his wooden club tighter, while the other prepared to send out a warning call. Still they hesitated for a moment. The orcs had strict regulations. If they unnecessarily released a warning, they would be beaten up, or would have to endure a rough scolding. Saruman's orcs were a vicious and malicious race. They had many different punishment tools up their sleeves. Finally, they would mercilessly press a glowing branding iron onto the offender. Writhing in pain and smelling the dense burnt aroma of their own flesh, after the offender awoke, they would realize they had been demoted to a slave ranking. Only by laboring non-stop would they regain their freedom. Due to these various reasons, it determined the tragic fate of the 2 orcs. They couldn't sense the deep-lying danger hidden in the dark, thus they paid the price of their lives. Amidst their hesitation, they caught a whiff of a scent. An alluring scent, like a warming alcohol or a sumptuous soup broth. The faint aromatic scent enchanted their flesh, the scent of freshly matured fruits. The 2 orcs were cold and hungry as they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. In a flash, shoots started to swiftly shoot out from the nearby tree, wrestling as it enlarged with green leaves rapidly emerging. A surge of vigorous nature vitality governed the cold, desolated ground, as though spring had been prematurely induced. In a flash, this powerful strength receded as quickly as it came. In that moment, the 2 orcs awakened from their stupor as they hurriedly transmitted the magic warning. Yet though they had the notion, their actions couldn't match up. Their bodies jerked and surged with burning anguish. Golden sparks flashed before their eyes as an ancient elf character swept past their eyes. In that instance, it felt like their souls were sucked into that ancient character, and were being eroded with scalding burns. Idiot. An orc tried to wave his hatchet, but only managed to raise it halfway before his hand turned limpid. As he uttered out that profanity, the tree beside it suddenly snapped into 2, which was coincidentally at the same time his waist was snapped. His body slumped to the snowy ground like 2 splintered pieces of wood, blood gushing out tremendously as it warmed the snow. Quickly, it coagulated into fresh red ice. In its horror, the other orc tried to turn and flee, yet that ancient elven character shot forth like a plague. Following that, the orc discovered a terrifying puncture through its back, before seeing the character swerving behind. The orc felt neither pain nor leaked any blood. He was oblivious as he continued dashing 10 meters ahead in panic, before abruptly collapsing to the ground without a single movement. Inside the forest, Sheehan knelt onto the ground, his hands holding against a tree as he panted heavily. While he tried catching his breath, he cursed at the realm for stealing away his strength. Only after a moment did he stand up, as he staggered forward for a few steps. Then a graceful figure shot out from the woods and supported him. Indeed, it was Melody. Sheehan glanced backwards and asked, "How is it? Have you buried the chest?" Melody nodded but didn't say anything else. She didn't like mindless slaughter in her heart. Sheehan observed her strangely pale face as he frowned slightly. "Are you all right?" Melody lowered her head as she gazed at her finger, shyly speaking. I followed your plans and buried the chest. Yet I coincidentally came across a wounded bear. Its fur was extremely soft, its eyes filled with fear and horror. Thus, I helped to treat its wounds, I understand. She sighed. There were no reasons in finding fault with this kind-hearted elf maiden. In actual fact, a Twilight elf's recalled memories wouldn't cause her entire inherent nature to change. As for a recently coming-of-age elf maiden, equivalent to a 16-year-old girl, this string of arduous events had already demonstrated her resolute courage. I'm sorry. Melody's current state seemed like she was about to cry anytime. My strength was almost drained, I could only use one more ancient elf character. Killing 3 orcs is already my limit. Don't worry. Sheehan earnestly replied. We should hurry up and go, while they haven't caught up yet. His heart was feeling a pinch of regret. It is said that every wise man would have his moment of folly. He was regretting allowing Reef to take off with all the ocean freak Moria's eggs. If they had one now, Melody would be able to recover her perfect state. Are you sure it's fine? Melody whined a little. Sheehan nodded. Yes, but if we don't leave now, it won't be. The two continued trudging forward. Although they had slayed the 3 pursuing orcs, his heart was still pricked by an ominous premonition. It was obvious, Saruman's losses could only be described as outrageous. Just based on those precious gems, even the incredibly rare mithril and adamantine metals were a one-of-a-kind fortune in the entire Middle-earth. Under such circumstances, Sheehan definitely believed Saruman wouldn't just swallow this and let him off. Furthermore, he was actively known as a burden now. With their current pace, he was afraid a terrifying group of pursuers will arrive shortly. Since that was the case, Sheehan hurriedly advised Melody to search for a sheltering cave, then asking her to leave first. Although her spirit and vitality were exhausted, without this burden, she would still be able to advance more quickly. Instead, Melody resolutely refused, as she dragged Sheehan along with a teary face. Helplessly, Sheehan continued to advance forward with her. Although he could sense a tremendous threat, their way ahead was shockingly smooth, without a single orc chasing up. It was unknown whether it was the formidable covering of the Twilight Elf blessing, or that ocean freak Moria had dealt such devastation to Saruman, hence, he was unable to deal with others. At present, they were passing through a treacherously cold and slippery route. The winds were howling, and snowflakes cut against their bodies like knives. So much so that Sheehan had to bend himself, and force himself forward through the winds. Occasionally, green flashes appeared, the Twilight Elf blessing dispelling any negative status on him. On their left was an icy gorge at least 100 meters deep. The gorge was as broad as 200 meters. Looking down, they could see fearsome bony, fang-like stalactites crisscrossing the entire gorge. Death by 1,000 impale was guaranteed if they fell. The opposite bank of the icy gorge was roughly 7 to 8 kilometers away from the orc metropolis. From here, they could even see that snowy peak with the white honeycomb-like holes that those orcs had dug. Before being imprisoned and escorted, Sheehan had already noticed this unique terrain. The orc metropolis should be situated inside the depths of the Misty Mountains, within a depression of an ice mountain. This depression could only be accessed through a narrow mountain pass at the southern end of the depression. Yet beneath this mountain range and after the narrow mountain pass, was a frightening horizontal stretch of icy gorge. It was like a nightmare stretching all the way throughout the foot of the mountain. Without this incomparably treacherous ice gorge, to pass through that narrow mountain pass, one just needed to continue walking straight for 5 to 6 kilometers before reaching the orc metropolis. However, because of this ice gorge, even after bypassing the narrow mountain pass, one had to first walk alongside this horizontal ice gorge for roughly 7 to 8 kilometers. And once they arrived at the narrowest region of the gorge, they had to travel through a previously constructed wooden bridge, braving through the threatening winds to cross over the icy gorge. This simple wooden bridge had been worn down by years of unrepair. Previously, the inexperienced captives had to cautiously cross through this dangerous bridge. Because of this, the real distance from the narrow mountain pass to the orc metropolis exceeded 15 kilometers. Naturally, this was a favorably advantageous vital spot for Saruman, a place where if one held the ground, 10,000 could not pass. There was no way Saruman wouldn't arrange for guards here. Under normal circumstances, there would be 3 urukais, and a dozen orcs sitting inside a little shed at the head of the bridge. They would constantly take turns patrolling through day and night. Not even a housefly could infiltrate. But because of the immense enticement of a legendary creature like the ocean freak Moria, without hesitation, Saruman had withdrew the main forces here. Hence, this place was left with only a sickly and frail orc to keep watch. The only responsibility of this orc was, when it encounters any suspicious activity, it had to rip apart an enchanted scroll to warn Saruman. Regrettably, this old orc wasn't a diligent and responsible person. When Sheehan and Melody caught sight of him, he was currently dozing away by a bonfire. Yellowish teeth leaking out of its lips as his saliva dripped down. A huge puddle of saliva had accumulated on the ground. Hence, Sheehan had ample grounds to believe that Reef, who had fled earlier, had simply strutted through this area like a boss. Chapter 45, The Most Fearsome Assault, The Fiercest Domain. Chapter 45, The Most Fearsome Assault, The Fiercest Domain. Translated by, Chua, edited by, T.N. and Alcasar. Not wanting to count his chickens before they hatch, Sheehan decided to wreck this bridge to foil any possible pursuing orcs. Although Melody agreed to this, she didn't wish for any more mindless bloodshed. Hence, she summoned the remaining vitality spirit she had to activate the ancient elf character. Massive amounts of new roots shot out from the wooden stool, shoving the old orc to the ground and constricting him completely. Even his eyes were covered by a piece of leaf. The only thing the orc could do was roar and yell in shock. 3 minutes later, Sheehan and Melody had successfully crossed over the treacherous icy gorge. Undoubtedly, the bridge behind them was recklessly destroyed. Of course, the two fugitives had hastily and wantonly destroyed the frame of the bridge. Its foundations were still restorable. However, under normal situations, it would have at least won them 10 hours of buffer time. After continuously trekking alongside the opposite bank of the icy gorge for another hour, the narrow mountain pass was finally in sight. After passing through there, it would then signal a perfect escape. The towering majestic mountain range had effectively obstructed the northern cold winds, hence, though the temperature was still freezing ahead, it wasn't the state of ice and snow like on this side. The narrow mountain pass was right ahead. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, arrival. Begin the ascension. This narrow mountain pass was extremely bizarre, like a giant formless knife that plunged down from heaven, cutting a narrow wound onto this southern majestic peak. Though that was the case, it was still several hundred meters high, black cliff rocks covering it entirely. For some unknown reasons, snow wouldn't accumulate onto these cliff rocks, hence, it earned itself the name Black Tooth Pass. Sheehan summoned his strength to welcome the winds, his limbs pushing forward. Every breath required his hand to cover his nose first, if not the winds of winter would pierce into his belly. Undoubtedly, the Twilight Elf was like nature's darling, completely unaffected by the vile climate. Actually, the winds now were considered average. Previously, when they were captured and made to climb through this pass, Sheehan had personally witnessed a raging billowing wind roll past which lifted up a dwarf as he struggled and shrieked miserably. Then his life was ended at the bottom of the gorge. The summit of the narrow mountain pass was in sight, just 3 meters away. After that, would be a blissful path down. Sheehan could even see the distant snow-capped trees beyond here amidst the luscious greenery. Melody was smiling slightly as she squatted at the summit of the mountain pass, extending her hand to him. Sheehan stretched his hand out, exerting his body forward. Yet somehow, at this very moment, he decided to look back. He himself didn't understand why he had looked back. It was like a passing black cloud covering the sunlight, causing people to reflexively raise their heads to look. This one glimpse. At the bottom of the narrow pass, the opposite bank of the icy gorge, atop an erected cliff rock. An astounding Uruk-hai. Though the gap between them stretched out to more than 300 meters, though the Uruk-hai was only the size of a thumb from here, yet his appearance, the dancing snowflakes and breezing glacic cold winds orbiting around this Uruk-hai, in a mere split second, it was as though an insurmountably terrifying hurricane was churned up with him as its core. The Uruk-hai stood still as he panted. Naturally he had dashed here frantically. The Uruk-hai should have been closely tracing their trail, but was finally obstructed by that wreckage of a bridge. Yet he instantly considered one thing: whoever wishes to leave had to pass through that natural landmark, Black Tooth Pass. Thus, he frantically made his way along the opposite bank of the icy gorge. This Uruk-hai was outstandingly familiar. Even in the entire Lord of the Rings world, it played a vastly critical role. White disheveled hair flowing against its shoulders, protruding eyebrows doubling his maliciousness, a pair of triangular eyes piercing forward with a sharp mournful glow. His arms were ridiculously thick, and outrageously long. Clear wounds covered it, but it only served to intensify his brutality. A dreadful longbow, the sickle of the death god. Just by looking, Xian's soul trembled. "Lurtz," Xian exclaimed. F********. Saruman this bastard. Just in mere seconds, he would have reached the summit of this black tooth pass, and enter the other side of the mountain range, completely out of Lurtz's shooting range. However, Lurtz's arrows were so formidable that it could kill Boromir, and even inflict heavy damages onto Ocean Freak Moria. Even if Xian was in his optimal state, he wouldn't be able to evade his arrow, what more now he was a useless ordinary mortal. If I were Lurtz, though his strength was drained, his thoughts still remained as clear as day. His mind flashed with several ideas as he ferociously pounced forward. Without a slightest hesitation, he pulled Melody towards him, directly shielding her beneath his embrace. Meanwhile, Lurtz had clearly raised his bow, mounting the arrow and drawing the bow, and then he released. A complicated set of movements, yet executed like flowing water. It was perfectly completed within an unbelievable short duration. Lurtz had immensely perceptive eyesight. Instantly from his vision of the two fugitives, he could tell Xian was the weaker and negligible individual. Probably a random wind could easily fling him off the icy gorge. The real threat was that twilight elf, Melody. Hence, he immediately regarded Xian as an ant, directly hoisting his special bowman techniques and released a devastating shot. He was fully confident this arrow would deeply lodged into the elf maiden's body. A +2 devil arrowhead crafted specially for Sindarian bodies wouldn't penetrate through it, but directly explode the body innards into smithereens. Even a legendary creature would receive unbearable damage. Yet he never expected, the unmissable arrow was actually blocked by Xian with his own body. As Lurtz lowered his hand, Xian's back and chest immediately erupted into a fountain of blood. A silvery light acute arrowhead pierced out from the right of his belly. Then like a twinkling star, it dimmed and exploded blindingly, transforming into chaotic beams piercing out in all directions. Simultaneously, a ghostly vengeful screech resounded in the air. This strange sound resulted from a vacuum tear that was sucking in all matter. Xian's expression erupted with a flurry of emotions, mocking, triumph, sneer, conceited and anguish. His lips curled into a sneer. The nightmare imprint released a tide of notifications. You suffered an assault from the Uruk-hai leader, Lurtz. You receive a calculated damage, Skyfall, ability and explosive strike, 17,787 points plus, Sindarian attached devil arrowhead, 6,671 points. You are inflicted with a negative buff of Vitality Evaporation. You will lose 5% HP of blood loss damage every 20 seconds, duration of 800 seconds. Details: when Vitality Evaporation is inflicted on a legendary/elite/leader, head or boss/world leader class creature, the resultant effect will be 300 points of blood loss damage every 5 seconds, duration of 30 seconds. Details: Vitality Evaporation, negative buff has a precedence. Warning, warning. Contestant number 1018's current maximum health is 120 points. Calculated damage inflicted is 24,458 points. Contestant number 1018 has suffered a fatal blow. Details: world regulation triggered. Contestant number 1018 is currently engaging in a party establishment mission. Any fatal blows will only reduce him into a critically wounded state. 10 seconds of immunity. Total resultant damage to contestant number 1018, 108 points. Warning, you are left with 12 HP. You are now in critically wounded state, movement speed decreased by 80%, attack reduced by 80%, all attributes reduced by 50%. You receive a domain, Absolute Defense, duration of 10 seconds. Under the state of Absolute Defense, your current negative buffs will be ineffective, any damage dealt would be absorbed. You are not allowed to attack. Domain takes precedence over any effects. Xian violently pushed away the dumbstruck Melody as he shouted furiously. Go. I will cover you. This is the protection bestowed by my god, it only lasts for 10 seconds. You have to leave his shooting range within 10 seconds. After speaking, he widened out both arms, and turned to glare at Lurtz. His face carried an unperturbed expression. He pulled out the arrowhead as his blood wildly gushed out. A huge regiment of mutilated flesh dangled from his wound, yet he steadied his gaze towards the disbelieving Lurtz, and pointed a middle finger. Of course this formidable Uruk-hai didn't understand that obscene gesture, but he could tell Xian's expression essentially meant, pathetic fool. Having his ego crushed, Lurtz's eyes became bloodshot. Nobody had dared to take his bow skills lightly, not even the mighty Saruman. But this damned ant was actually so brazen. Chapter 46, Conceited. Chapter 46, Conceited. Translated by, Chua. Edited by, T.N. and Alcasar. Fine, since that arrow wasn't enough to slay you, that arrow contained a 10% chance of 5x attack and a lower 20 points of defense effect, coupled with the difficulty level of this world, thus the resultant damage was so frightening. Lurtz howled so furiously that even the showers of snowflakes couldn't conceal it, as it echoed throughout the mountain range. Then he drew his lowered bow and mounted the arrows. Mounting a total of 3 arrows. The 3 arrowheads looked mediocre, yet it released a sensation of being dipped in molten gold. It possessed a flicker of scorching gold brilliance. The fuming Lurtz didn't hesitate to use his strongest arrow, +7 adamantine arrow. Infused into the arrow was Saruman's personal magic, arcane pursuit/chain lightning. 3 beams left the longbow, flying steadily forward as they curved into an upwards arc, volleying in at astonishing speeds. The moment he released his arrow, a blast of wind slammed back against Lurtz's head. The wind slowly dissipated into the snow winds. He instantly recoiled to the ground, taking in deep breaths as blood trickled down his eyes. This strike appeared like he was lightly sketching, yet it produced a thundering boom, resembling that of a sonic boom. 3 golden flashes swept over the icy gorge like a chain lightning. The rocks beneath had been frozen for thousands of years and were more solid than steel itself, yet the lightning tore through it like it was being curd, rock fragments scattering everywhere. Tearing through paths of deep craggy crevices which were as long as hundreds of meters, that stretched up the narrow pass. It was as if 3 terrifying scars were carved onto the black tooth pass. The 3 lightning-paced arrows pierced straight towards Xian's face. But in that instance, roughly a meter around Xian, a crystal-yellow transparent curved shield suddenly appeared. Ripples flashed over it, as though Xian was protected by an eggshell. Once the 3 arrows collided against the transparent eggshell, it strangely evaporated. Every arrow evaporated. That insanely domineering might was reduced to tranquility in an instant, utterly fading away. The overbearing chain lightning then crashed into the eggshell, but was reduced into a headless dead snake. It fanatically and chaotically bounced around, rocks were sprayed in all directions before thoroughly fading in the face of the eggshell. Witnessing such a strange scene, Lurtz's pupils almost split apart. Right at this time, Xian had even tilted his head and casted a condescending expression towards him, as he faintly shook his head. Lurtz, who had a heroic potential regardless if it was pertaining to the dark side, possessed an unbreakable confidence in his heart. Once he released an arrow, no matter the outcome, his heart was already convinced it was enough to slay the opponent. This was the result of thousands of hours of bitter practice, forming such wild and obstinate conviction. Yet solely because of Xian's current action, he had become the cornerstone that had toppled Lurtz's unwavering conviction. Of course to Lurtz, he understood his arrows weren't flawless, yet he had never expected the 3 arrows he exhausted his full strength to release, couldn't even touch the hair of an ant like Xian. What power, incomparably praiseworthy. In the face of such power, my abilities are not even worth mentioning. Lurtz's bloodshot eyes leaked out an unfathomable decadent expression, as he howled bitterly to the heavens. His howl carried the grief of his shattered heart. Picking up his beloved bow, he no longer released any more arrows, instead, he viciously bent it to the limits. Crack! That heart-wrenching longbow snapped in 2. Why? Why is it like this? Lurtz raged in his heart. He once again gazed towards the transparent yellowish screen at the tip of the black narrow pass. His heart expressed his heart contents, exposing a shred of flustered dread. Men always possesses an underlying fear for the unknown and freaks of nature, hence, even the primitive ancient men worshipped lightning, fire, rain, snow, earthquakes. Lurtz wasn't such a case, but after witnessing such a puny toe-like undying ant like Xian, henceforth, an unirascible shadow had been cast in his heart. This was also the primary reason why, although he could be hailed as a legendary creature created by Saruman, he would never be able to surpass the elvish prince, Legolas. Lurtz was no Saruman. Once he lost his bow, he was no longer capable of dealing any threat to Xian and Melody. They were an entire 300 meters away, with an unpassable icy hell in between. Within the eggshell, Xian released a long sigh. He turned around and walked but immediately fell to the ground weakly. The yellowish screen around him dissipated. 10 seconds had elapsed. In that instance, the frailty of a severely injured and trembling mortal returned, the searing pain in his chest returned. More frighteningly, massive amounts of blood came pouring out of his chest, soaking and drenching Xian completely. Xian clutched his chest, groaning in anguish. This was that negative effect, vitality evaporation, that Lurtz's first arrow carried. It still remained, and its cruel effects were now manifesting within his body. The merciless tone of the nightmare imprint rung out. You are still affected by vitality evaporation. 5% HP will be drained every 20 seconds, current duration left, 780 seconds. Naturally, this horrific negative effect was based on his maximum health. After suffering this negative effect, 13 minutes was all it takes to kill a person even if they had 2 lives. If one didn't possess medical supplements, death was the only way out. To Xian, he was slightly advantaged because his current maximum HP was only 120 points, every 20 seconds would only deduct 6 HP. Yet. Never forget, Xian was only left with 12 points of health in his critically wounded state. Which goes to say, in the next 20 seconds if he didn't return to the realm of find a health restoration method, then he would be a tragic death. The faraway Lurtz had naturally caught on to this. Although he was incapable of knowing such data, the sixth sense of a wild beast was manifested in the exceptional perceptive sense of a formidable Uruk-hai leader. The prior feeling of respect for Xian had vanished, once again discovering the weak and pathetic ant ahead. At this moment, Lurtz suddenly felt a surge of incomparably regret. If I hadn't destroyed my bow, then he would be dead by now. He once again directed his focus into the distance. He was extremely clear on the devastation his arrow could cause. He thirsted for the pesky undying ant ahead to bleed to death. Then the shadow in his heart would utterly disappear. 20 seconds of time, what could Xian do? What can he do? Medical supplies, he had. But everything was stored inside his nightmare imprint. Currently, it was impossible lay hands on them. Divine healing arts, Melody was capable. Yet it required 3 ancient elvish characters to activate. Was returning to the nightmare realm his only option? It seemed like this was the only path. However, according to the original plan, Xian was to remain inside the wizard tower and continued rummaging and searching, finding any useful information he could find. Until the fuming owner had returned, then he would politely salute and terminate his journey in this world. Yet Xian suddenly changed his plans and fled the wizard tower for some unknown reasons. But one thing was sure, he had a definite reason for doing so. Then, if he returned to the realm now, this no doubt meant the struggles he had gone through fleeing the wizard tower was all for naught. It appeared that he was at the end of his route. There were absolutely no moves left to make, his only course of action was still a bitter return of defeat. Yet he still maintained a calm expression. He smiled at the teary-faced Melody in front of him, holding onto her hand in consolation. Then he flipped his body round as he gazed towards the distant bank, his eyes sparkling with venomous hate, yet it contained a sinisterly conceited trace towards the Uruk-hai Lurtz. Xian released a faint smile. His smile was warm, but still carried a trace of conceitedness. An all-knowing conceitedness. He then reached his hands towards his waist, and hooked out an item. It was roughly the size of 2 palms. On it there were dried clumps of blood stain and dried flesh. Uruk-hai Lurtz had a tremendously sharp eagle-like vision. Once he saw that item, a buzz resounded in his mind. His body shivered as though his blood was all rushing towards his brain. Because this item was indeed something he had in possession right now. This item was something Lurtz was even more familiar with than his own fingerprints. Chapter 47, Devastating Side Effects. Chapter 47, Devastating Side Effects. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. An ordinary wine pouch. Back at the summit of the icy mountain, he had stolen this very cowhide pouch from the mutilated mess of a tentacled freak corpse. T.N. This happened in Chapter 19, the mutilated clump of flesh he retrieved from the tentacled freak, but more crucially, the contents inside this pouch wasn't alcohol. It was the outcome of Saruman's experimental breakthrough, a gene mix, mucus of the ocean freak of Moria. This item was a miracle. The more severely injured the consumer was, the more mucus of the ocean freak of Moria would trigger its potential, allowing his health to swiftly replenish. HP regeneration speed would be raised to ranging from every 10 seconds restores 1 HP to 10 HP restored every second, duration last for 120 minutes. No doubt to the current Xian, his wounded state was of the extreme limit. This signified, once he drank down this potion, it would completely negate the negative effects of vitality evaporation. As for the repercussions of consuming it, to hell with it. If the realm wouldn't be able to treat the side effects, then Xian would live with it. Without panicking, he raised the wine pouch, swirling it around before pressing upwards with his thumb. Pop, he pried open the cork. At this moment, he was smiling while nodding, as he faced Lurtz, whose eyeballs were about to erupt, and raised the wine pouch. Then he gulped it down. His string of actions were courteous and refined, carrying the air of a gentleman, the appearance of a toast done by an European nobility. Actually, it was because of this item that Xian was willing to allow Reef to carry every single ocean freak Moria's eggs away. But he miscalculated one point, that was, mucus of the ocean freak of Moria could only restore health, but the egg was a full restoration. Lurtz was ruined. He shut his eyes, as he quietly leapt down the cliff rock and headed back to the Orc metropolis. Even any energy left to fume was depleted. Although Xian's powers in his eyes was akin to an ant, but, this pesky ant, had actually left such a crushing defeat and torment in his heart. Dancing shadows cast onto the cavern wall by a flame. A gentle resin aroma filled the air. Occasional sounds of crackle could be heard. Placed horizontally above the bonfire was a thick branch, with a fat trout pierced through it. The roasting fire shriveled its skin, splitting it and exposed its snowy white flesh. The fish oil dripped into the lapping flames, ignited it further. Small explosions of indigo surfaced amidst the flames, fumes spiraled up constantly. After a short roasting, numerous cracks appeared on the fish, its alluring fragrance permeated into the air. Xian was awakened by the fragrance. Previously, when passing out at the narrow pass, it wasn't because of mucus of the ocean freak of Moria, but because of losing too much blood and the freezing winds. Xian was basically no different from an ordinary human. Naturally he passed out. However, its regenerative effects were indeed miraculous, completely suppressing the vile effects of vitality evaporation. Once he woke, Melody, who was roasting the fish, hurriedly rushed to support him. Xian attempted to move his limbs, sighing with relief when he could. His wound seemed to have been treated by Melody using her healing divine arts. Apart from the weakness of losing too much blood, he was fine. Xian suddenly recalled something. He instantly asked out anxiously. "How long have I been unconscious?" Melody tilted her head to blow the fire, stroking her silver hair as she gently replied. "Around 4 hours. Don't worry, we've successfully escaped. It is relatively safe here, those orcs will never find us." Xian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The reason he had taken the risk to flee was regarding one extremely crucial matter, which would probably require more than half an hour of time. From Melody's statement, he still had roughly 3 hours left in this world, which was more than enough time to spare. His mind relaxed, suddenly feeling rather hungry. Without being courteous, he received the fish before wolfing it down. The trout lived in a cold environment. It was extremely fat, its flesh incomparably exquisite. Especially its black rolled skin. Though its appearance was subpar, delicious flavors burst out with one bite, leaving behind a memorable aftertaste. After Xian wretchedly consumed half the fish, he suddenly realized there was only one and Melody hadn't eaten yet. He couldn't help embarrassedly snickering. "This, I will catch another later." Melody giggled and lightly whistled. 7 to 8 plump squirrels started scurrying in as they dumped 16 to 15 pine cones. Melody easily removed the shell and ate the nut, shooting a sneaking expression at him. "Don't bother, I'll just eat this. Anyway, back in Rivendell, I don't eat flesh." Xian leaned against the wall comfortably, raising his hand to eat his fish, but this action slightly tugged against his chest wound, causing him to frown. Melody was rather sensitive, sitting beside him as she ate. Xian was probably too hungry. After finishing the trout, he still wasn't satisfied. As he observed the slender white fingers stained with glossy oil, he couldn't help licking her finger. With this one lick, Melody instantly trembled violently. It felt like a current shot through her fingers, numbing her entire body. In a flash, her breathing became heavier. Her body all along contained a fresh odor enshrouding her body. Now this odor gradually transformed into an unbelievable fragrance. It was like a raging summer heat fumigating the night, a hint of tuberose that pleased the spirit, inciting an intoxicated urge. This sensation was something Melody had felt before. It was the same back in the cave when she crawled atop Sheehan to voice out her feelings. Amidst the long life of an elf, there had a patience that of a tree, calm and graceful, hence, it was hard for them to feel this sort of fragrant burning sublime passion. Because he still felt hungry, Sheehan licked her finger totally clean. Right now, he suddenly felt the atmosphere was weird. He couldn't help noticing that rich charming aroma. He then observed Melody's red flushed face, as she lowered her head, her gaze extremely alluring. Sheehan was moved, trying to think of a way to abduct this maiden. Instead, he heard Melody's sheepish timid voice. "What sort of feeling is this? Why is it so strange? So weird, it's like my entire body is burning up. I haven't felt this weird before." She suddenly stretched out her slender white hand again, looking somewhat bashful. "Although this may seem rather overboard, but, Protector, can you kiss my hand? I really want to understand that weird sensation." Faced with such a request, how could Sheehan reject? He pulled Melody's hands in, starting from her fingertip as he slowly kissed upwards. His tongue wantonly lingered over the snowy white skin of Melody. The thick intense aroma became denser, the smell becoming as heavy as a rose. When Sheehan's passionate lips touched against Melody's pointed ears, she couldn't resist any longer. Throughout the tiny gap of her lips, she suddenly emitted an impatient yet feeble and shivering yelp. That yelp sounded like a kitten purring, brimming with ignorance and purity, hinting a subtle enticement. Suddenly, without the constant refueling of firewood, the bonfire gradually extinguished, leaving behind tiny wisps of embers flickering in the darkness. Under the dim lighting, Melody's bare snowy skin radiated, her slender long legs were coincidentally wrapped around Sheehan's waist. Her eyes shut tightly, her cheeks dizzily red as she started actively searching for Sheehan's lips to return his kisses. Though the snowy winds brewed outside, this cave was filled with romantic harmony. Sheehan was originally a person with great self-control, yet gradually bit by bit, he removed the covers on the elf maiden's body. He couldn't help gasping at the pure glossy whiteness, and unable to maintain himself, he kissed her while gently fondling. A low shaky moan was returned. Moreover, this elf was rather different than most humans. She did not host a bashful reluctance, instead she allowed nature to take its course, sincere and calm. To many of Sheehan's requests, Melody had tried her best to compliment, causing Sheehan's heart to be determined in cherishing this one. Yet a burning ruthless impulse gradually built up in his heart. It was like a fire burning slowly, licking as it burnt brighter. His thirst and hunger was at its maximum, only by venting would it extinguish this flame. Damned. Sheehan suddenly became aware. Don't tell me this is the side effect of that ocean freak Moria gene mix. It can sink a person into a burning fervor in an instant. Then his rationality thoroughly submerged. The following was naturally violent winds and rainstorm, an insatiable plundering, lapping, and chewing. The miserable Melody endured silently, timidly welcoming, occasionally issuing a frail, incomplete hum, as though it carried a secret grudge. This undoubtedly fueled Sheehan's flame, his brazen wanton flames. Chapter 48, The Real Reason for Fleeing. Chapter 48, The Real Reason for Fleeing. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Sheehan reluctantly removed his hand from the elf maiden's skin. Although he had caressed the refined jewels of her body, and even wantonly galloped over her for a relatively long time, he was still mesmerized by the sleek, pure cleansing sensation. It was similar to satin. Not only was her skin unbearably alluring and comforting, her kisses were pure joys of life. Moreover, her resentful moans and indescribable yells seemed to still be echoing within the cave. Right now, Melody had sunk into deep sleep, like a miserable little deer that had fainted on the grass. Probably because the earlier excitement had caused her extreme exhaustion, her twin slender white legs were still tightly locked. Her silver hair lodged beneath her left hand like a pillow, her upright but not huge bosom still covered with several red traces, as she still appeared rather tasty and inexperienced. Her face even had 2 trails of dried tears, yet her expression was shy and faintly blissful. To Sheehan's strokes, she had completely no resistance. The sensual rose aroma slowly lightened, once again a peppermint-like, fresh fragrance drifted into the air. Sheehan bent in, and pecked her face lightly before straightening himself. He still had the luxury of time for his following matter, still it was better to act now. He tossed several loose pieces of pine wood into the reignited bonfire, the flames coiling once again. Sheehan carefully positioned his body to block the skipping flames, preventing the glaring illumination from disturbing Melody's sleep. Then, he retrieved that parchment paper he stole from the wizard tower, and attentively scrutinized it. After a brief observation, Sheehan acted. He first selected a carbon strip, like charcoal, from the bonfire, before pinching and breaking it into fragments. Wrapping the fragments inside the silk cloth, he used a nearby stone to lightly pulverize it, grinding it into fine black particles that would act as a toner. Then Sheehan picked up the topmost plain parchment paper, and sprinkled the toner-like black particles over it. Then he used another carbon strip and lightly smeared over it. Very quickly, that blank piece of parchment paper shockingly displayed clear writings. In this era, writings and recordings were done with dip pens, or rather goose feather pens. Although it is called goose feather pen, the feather of a crow was the most suitable to be used as a dip pen. Mastery of the dip pens would cause the writings to be smooth but heavy. Hence, it was normal for writing traces to be pressed onto the lower piece of parchment paper, beneath the one that was being written on. Even ordinary pen/pencil would leave writing traces on the paper underneath in the present world. Though its surface wouldn't reveal any writing, by sweeping one's fingertips to stroke across the parchment, one would be able to feel the minute depressions of writings on the paper. Previously, Sheehan had only casually read through loose scattered writings of Saruman, but it had already upgraded his concoction abilities, and those writings were no doubt gibberish on a wiping cloth. Then if he had the chance to comprehend the actual writings on the parchment paper, then no doubt, his harvest would be much greater. At that point in time, it wasn't wise to stay to look for any suitable particles to use as a toner, and secondly there was still that frustrating comprehension state. Though he may be able to uncover the writings of the previous parchment paper through this unorthodox method, he didn't have the luxury of time to support his comprehension state. Hence, the wisest decision was to flee to a secure place before slowly analyzing. This was the reason why he made such a resolute decision back at the wizard tower, and hastily fled. Following the cautious smearing of the black toner, fluent strokes of the common Middle-earth tongue surfaced. It is said that calligraphy and handwriting reflects a person's character. That was the case of Saruman. Every letter was civilized, steady, clear, but the occasional strokes reflected his thriving ambitions, showing of his ability. The gene mix purification seems complicated but is essentially a simple process. Last month during an experiment, I easily accomplished this matter with a crucible, test tube, and 137 degrees temperature. Uruk-hai managed to possess an outstanding raise in strength. The weather is an essential consideration, yes, the weather. Where else in the entirety of Middle-earth is as cold as the Misty Mountains? Previously when Gandalf visited, wasn't it because of that pestilence, which was due to high temperature? This is bad, some of these potions seem to degenerate under hot environment. Aha! It must be that smoking weed I added in, I'm sure of it. This bottle of dragon gene mix is only able to last 2 hours in a scorching 50 degrees temperature. This experiment is a dead end, perhaps I was wrong in its selection path. Yes, no doubt, the truth lies in this. This green mountain flower from the Shire is the catalyst I have been seeking. The research is done, but for this obnoxious hot temperature. I can only preserve this concoction for 2 months, and this has already vastly exceeded my expectations. Since I've reached the end of this phase of concoction experiments, I have to continue upgrading the strength of the Uruk-hais. Ocean freak of Moria, how could it be that your genes are so mystical? When can I have the great fortune to slice you open and closely examine you? Then, the recordings were concluded on this parchment paper. Naturally, Sheehan was once again forced in comprehension state. This time, he sat by the bonfire for nearly half an hour. This comprehension failed a total of 8 times, before the nightmare imprint voiced a joyous relief to his ears. Contestant number 1018 has successfully appreciated Saruman's experimental logs. Contestant number 1018 has received a new inspiration. Your rank 6 ability, Black Art Mix Technique, incomplete, receives a passive upgrade. Tier 2 of the skill tree receives a direct upgrade. Uruk-hai Gene Fluid, Bear, Uruk-hai Gene Fluid, Fox, Uruk-hai Gene Fluid, Eagle, is upgraded to LVL3. Relative effects from the concoctions would now raise attributes by +4. Expiry of concocted gene mix has been upgraded to 2 weeks. Due to your intelligence and spirit, you are unable to receive any more inspirations. Xian shrugged his shoulders. Although infiltrating into Saruman's experimental lab was a pretty risky move, the benefits he had gained vastly exceeded his expectations. Firstly, throwing out a curse mix had an AoE confusion/stun effect. Although it only lasted for a second, the 20% speed plague from the poison fog was still pretty incredible. Moreover, he could now throw a normal gene mix to supply additional speed and attribute boost. Furthermore, due to this second tier upgrading to +4 attributes instead of +3, this implied that one blended mix of his would provide an 8 points attribute boost. Although currently he still wasn't able to concoct a gene mix that would enhance physique, this upgrade of various supporting attributes could at least be compared to a black-grade equipment. Just based on this itself, Xian would be able to play a critical role in a large-scale party. Yes. Xian clenched his fist with a vigorous excitement. He then started dreaming of that perfect party establishment mission reward, and couldn't help being overwhelmed with emotions. Probably because his movements were too disrupting, Melody lightly twitched a little and rolled her body. Then she gazed at Xian, her clear eyes sparkling with crystal as she leaned against Xian. She finally whispered, "You're about to return to your kingdom, right?" Xian was currently vexed by this. After hearing Melody he became slightly distressed. "Forgive me, I cannot leave with you." Hearing that, Melody began choking with sobs. "As a Twilight Elf, I cannot shirk my responsibilities from Rivendell. My comrades will be facing a tremendous tribulation, I cannot abandon them. Also, because my prowess have been enhanced too quickly due to absorbing the essence of Ocean Freak Moria's eggs, I am in a very dangerous predicament. If I don't return to Rivendell to accept Lord Glorfindel's guidance, I may perish. Apart from that, to advance my Twilight magic, I have to borrow the might of Sire Vilya." Xian's eyes flickered upon hearing that. He curiously asked, "Sire Vilya, are you talking about that ring?" Amazed, Melody glanced at Xian. "How did you know Sire Vilya is a ring?" If Xian didn't know about the 3 elvish rings that could contend amongst the rings in Lord of the Rings, then that would be strange. If he could lay hands on it, it would be at least of a golden storyline grade equipment, perhaps even a divine artifact. One must know, all 3 elvish rings had immensely unimaginable origins, and could safeguard the elves in a city from the evil one's corrosion. Vilya was known as the Ring of Air, adorned with a sapphire over it. It possessed the ability to heal and preserve and even control elements. This was speculated by how the elf Elrond had summoned the torrent of water. Probably, Melody wanted to borrow the elemental strength to advance her cultivation. Another known as Nenya, also hailed as the Ring of Water, was in Gandalf's possession. Its mystery might was to bestow a fearsome protection. Without it, Gandalf would have been crushed by the Balrog in the mines of Moria. How would he have made a comeback? In Lotr Gandalf has the Ring of Fire, Narya. Nenya is born by Galadriel. The author wrote Nenya though, so Nenya it is. The author may have made a research error, but Narya is the Ring of Fire held by Gandalf instead, and it is unclear whether it provided him with enhanced power against fire. However, on account that he didn't, I will keep it as it is, so just take it with a pinch of salt. Chapter 49, Unexpected Reaping. Chapter 49, Unexpected Reaping, translated by Chua, edited by Tn and Alcasar. Although Xian was exceedingly knowledgeable of the 3 elvish rings, he obviously couldn't lecture Melody directed on its history as though he was an elven lord himself. He only smiled faintly. God is omnipotent. Melody had personally witnessed that heaven-defying domain, absolute defense, of Xian. Such a domineering might had vastly eclipsed her understanding. Because of her unfamiliarity, her admiration towards him was doubled. She gazed into Xian's eyes, her tears flowing as she continued. "Forgive me please, my protector, won't you be happy?" Xian's heart currently was also conflicting. Such a pure youthful maiden, yet tender and obedient, whatever female position he desired, she was willing. She even had a naturally perfumed scent, much superior to that of even an imperial concubine. He was really unwilling to part with her, but this was inevitable. Xian held Melody in his embrace, then he looked into her eyes sincerely. "We have no choice but to part, but can you promise me one thing?" Melody nodded passionately. Xian continued. "I don't know the customs of elves, but since you're already so intimate with me, you cannot become companions with other male elves, or be intimate with any elf." "Oh." Melody obediently nodded her head. I promise you, hug me one last time. Oh, it seems like there's still some time. After hugging we can still do something else. Hey, why are you tearing my skirt? I just weaved it again. Listen to me, be good, open up your mouth. What are you doing? An hour and a half later, back in the nightmare realm, inside Xian's personal room. Jin Kuang was currently using a huge ladle to stir a huge pot of black viscous liquid. An intense and vile smell occasionally drifted out, where it seemed to contain a bunch of junk inside. Suddenly, a tiny black vortex appeared, its depth as deep as the mysteries of space. In a flurry, it spread it into a perfect long line, emitting a buzzing sound before forming into a black door. Very quickly, Xian emerged from the door, his legs seemed to be floating slightly. When he appeared, he instantly pinched his nose and sneezed twice. Stumbling forward due to the smoke, he furiously raged out. Jin Kuang, what the hell are you doing? Jin Kuang raised his brows and replied. I'm undertaking a small capital but huge profit business. From the liquid of the richly nutritious rotting fats and proteins of the city sewer, I can extract a top-quality condiment. It contains 5S grade pure natural nutrition, omega oil acid, linoleic acid, vitamin E, low cholesterol, brain and blood circulatory benefits. What the heck, cut the crap, that's just disgusting drain oil. Xian angrily clutched his nose. He couldn't afford to piss this ancestor off and could only head out. If he couldn't bear this anymore, he would just share Reef's room. Jin Kuang hurriedly obstructed Xian as he inspected him from head to toe, then he let off a sly smile. Master, your face is pale, your footsteps are weak, your eye bags are huge, you seem extremely fatigued and exhausted in spirit, your hands are icy cold. I'm afraid you have caught a cold, look, you even have a bloated tummy. One glance and I could tell you have indulged in excessive debauchery. Xian's face turned ashen as he immediately ran off. Jin Kuang then brandished a herbal plaster and yelled loudly. Master, you can try my herbal plaster, it's only 3,000 credits. Once you paste it on, the desired hardness and vigor will surge up within 3 seconds, guaranteed to become the next Lu Xiang of the bed. It is an ultra pellet. How can this master be so unrefined and impolite? At least listen to what I have to say, right? Tn, Lu Xiang is an Olympic gold medalist and world champion of China. After returning, Xian quickly contacted with Reef. He then anxiously asked the sole affair pricking his heart. Did you manage to bring the eggs out? That's right. This was his other huge motive for insisting that Reef safely fled first. In the previous realm, the rules were extremely peculiar. During the party establishment mission process, any utility points, potential points, equipment, items will be unable to be brought back to the nightmare realm, includes concocted potions/forged equipment. As for the others, there were no restrictions. No doubt, Ocean Freak Moria's eggs were an unparalleled precious item, belonging to the restricted category. Yet Xian hadn't forgotten that when he first picked up an Ocean Freak Moria's egg, there was not a single notification. Furthermore, without a twilight elf-like melody, this item wouldn't even be able to exhibit its greatest potential. Hence, Xian wanted to take a gamble, to see if it could be brought out. To be more blunt, he wanted to see if they belonged to the classification of unknown strange object. Faced with Xian's anxious inquiry, he smiled bitterly. I could say yes, but I could also say no. Xian was taken aback. What kind of answer is that? Reef helplessly replied. Head over to the roof of the realm first. This matter is slightly complicated, it is better to explain when we meet. Xian hastily rushed over. On the way, he didn't forget to check up on the appraisal status of his hydralisk rare acid gland. Sadly, it only displayed, appraising, please wait. After a familiar journey to the roof, Xian realized that for some unknown reason, this place was filled with an unprecedented booming of activities. At least 20 to 30 others were here queuing up. Reef was currently conversing with someone at the side, as he repeatedly made hand gestures as though their discussion was extremely intense. Viewing Xian's appearance, Reef signaled towards him, and introduced the other person. This is Aldaris, a scum from Northern Europe who loves to deliver money to me. After hearing that, Aldaris folded his arms on his chest and snorted coldly. Reef, you moron, only adept in using words, how can you call that delivering money? I only lost a few times when we compared pointers, because you have better equipment, you must be seaman. Reef was just telling me what a remarkable alchemist you are. Xian smiled. I'm not worthy of remarkable. I only place all my efforts in that aspect, that's all. At this moment, the group ahead queuing up called for Aldaris. Aldaris saluted and said his farewells, then he left. Reef observed his leaving figure and earnestly uttered. Never ever underestimate him. That guy is a thorn in combat, he belongs to a rare class who possesses dual capabilities. His three peak attributes are strength, intelligence and spirit, and is able to contest fairly against close combatants and exercise long-range abilities to assault enemies. Xian listened with a curious expression. Sounds like a mage warrior dual combatant. But how is he going to maintain his vitality in close combat? Reef seriously replied. Strictly speaking, he is really somewhat like what you said. During close combat, he uses different methods to preserve his life. His magic shield ability can absorb large amounts of damage, moreover his high spirit powers can cause the enemy's accuracy to greatly decline. Also, he still has other life preservation methods employed by intelligence/spirit-based contestants. Aldaris's greatest specialty is that he also possesses a skill tree ability. Previously when I crossed pointers with him, I was left in bitter disbelief at one of his ability vampirism touch of his abilities. He is able to attach a vampirism magic onto his weapon. When he deals any damage to his opponent, he can steal the opponent's life force from the damage, life steal. Due to his relatively excellent spirit and intelligence, he is able to reach roughly 50% of life steal. While he does sound incredibly daunting. Once he heard the words life steal, he felt a certain headache. This kind could be said to belong to a category of becoming stronger as one fights. Fortunately, it seems like currently he didn't have to deal with this Aldaris. Xian shook his head, then he brought their conversation back to subject. What is with the ocean freak Moria's eggs? Reef forced out a smile. Those coconut-sized eggs couldn't be brought out. The realm gave it a dual evaluation of being a living body, and a rarely seen item. Their decision is extremely clear. Eggs that have been incubated completely cannot be hailed as an unknown strange object. Instead, those eggs that had been incinerated by the Balrog can be brought out. The realm's evaluation is that Ocean Freak Moria is originally an exceedingly rare creature, and that Balrog is most probably the last Balrog of Middle-earth. The chances of them encountering is extremely small. As for the Balrog using his fiery whip to torch the soul of Ocean Freak Moria's eggs, that is a minute probability within small probabilities. This object that was formed from such impossible origins, was something that was completely neglected in the realm's calculations. Hence, it is silently recognized as an unknown strange object, and can be brought out. Xian nodded his head. That means we brought 5 eggs out. Reef nodded, then directly traded the 5 Ocean Freak Moria's eggs over. Xian kept 3 eggs and left 2 with Reef. They had already ascertained the uses of achievement points with regards to the military rank, and potential points were needed to further advance abilities, therefore both of them similarly required these unknown strange objects urgently. As an important core of the party, obviously he was worthy of such valuable investment. Chapter 50, Max Reward. Chapter 50, Max Reward. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcácer. Seeing that they had to queue for long, the two decided to head over to the appraisal room first to evaluate the strange unknown object, Ocean Freak Moria's egg, and sell it to the realm. They were greeted with an unexpected delight, with every egg selling for 2 achievement points. After a brief wait, it was finally their turn to enter the core area of the realm to settle their affairs. After they sat down, a laser network beamed out to scan their bodies. Following closely, was a mechanical emotionless voice. Congratulations on returning, contestants engaged in a party establishment mission. Retrieving data. You accepted the mission, Survival, as your party mission. Mission summary, live, try your best to survive, hold on until you no longer can. Mission progress check, you passed the first phase and relevant checkpoint. Mission score increases by 30. Mission progress check, you passed the second phase and relevant checkpoint. Mission score increases by 50. Mission progress check, you passed the third phase and relevant checkpoint. Mission score increases by 100. Your mission score from the basics is 30 plus 30 plus 50 plus 100 is equal to 210 points. Both contestants made it till the end. Your mission completion score, Current difficulty, maximum, level max. Please wait, signal connecting. They waited for nearly 10 minutes before the screen ahead started to show a chaotic interference. After a brief while, that same hoarse voice projected out. If this damned signal machine doesn't provide me with an adequate reason to wake me up, then I'm definitely replacing it. Damn it. What the heck requires our attention? Hello. Party establishment mission completion score, maximum. A young second lieutenant's application. Aha. Look who's here, number 1018. Upon hearing this hoarse voice, Sheehan instantly knew who it was. It was most likely that same person who awarded him with the honor of the second lieutenant rank. He sincerely issued. Very glad to see you again, sir. The hoarse voice laughed out bluntly. You can call me Mr. Lieutenant Colonel. Indeed, I haven't misjudged you at all, although a party establishment mission isn't considered tough, to be able to achieve this grade is already pretty rare. Oh, you completed it with the two of you. Besides, you are only of a second lieutenant ranking, then the relevant reward will consider that factor. Alright, good luck to you lads. Party Ace is hereby officially established. Hearing the announcement from the hoarse voice, Sheehan and Reef simultaneously received the notification. You have withdrawn from your temporary party. Your members have received an additional reward of a maximum completion score, Silver Prestige. Privileges of Silver Prestige. After party is established, you can draw 3 party skills for your members. Privileges of Silver Prestige. When engaged in a party war, you can directly induce suppression on the opposing party's skill, causing their effects to drop by 10% to 30%, depends on the other party prestige. Probability of causing the opposing party's skill to fail completely is 20% to 50%, depends on the other party prestige. Privileges of Silver Prestige. When drawing the relevant party skill, you can receive an additional drawing privilege. Privileges of Silver Prestige. Receive a party interspatial storage of 10 by 10 by 10 meters square. Privileges of Silver Prestige. Every time the party's standing is promoted, 2 points of party skill points will be received, normally, 1 point. You can utilize the party skill points to upgrade the party's skill. Every 3 party skill points can be used to additionally open a new study field of party skill. Asterisk. Observing the list of notifications, Sheehan didn't feel particularly shocked. Citing Jean Kwang, who sprouted unkind words while spitting, he spat out melon seeds. Ignorance was bliss. Instead, Reef gaped with astonishment following what he just witnessed. He recalled when he first established his reserve duty party, there was no such thing as party mission, nor was there any party prestige, which goes to say, this aspect of information was not simply leaked to anyone. As for party skills, this previous party had that too, but they merely had a single skill slot. Moreover, it was randomly allocated, resigned to fate. Yet more crucially, why would they allow you to learn party skills for free? They issued 3 options which required learning fees. The first option, fee, 10,000 utility points, 10 potential points and 5 achievement points. According to Reef, the resultant skill most likely produced effects like movement speed +3/strength +1/damage +1%. Of course, the best draw was physique +1, because it was relevant to every single contestant in the party. Something worth mentioning was previously, the Symbiosis' sec party skill belonged to this very category. The second option, fee, 30,000 utility points, 30 potential points, 15 achievement points. Naturally, this learned party skill was stronger than the previous. It probably included effects such as strength +3/explosive strike +2%/avoidability +2%. The Bank Syndicate's party skill, which triggers a shield that can absorb 100 points of damage while in critically wounded state, belonged to such a category. Obviously, it could also be because they had upgraded a skill from the previous category. The third option, fee, 70,000 utility points, 70 potential points, 35 achievement points. This particular classification of party skills weren't something Reef was clear about. He only heard that others mentioned of an all-attribute +1 party skill, which should belong to this category. Yet more critically, was when Reef saw that whenever the party promotes a level, they would receive 2 party skill points. This almost caused him to black out. When his reserve duty party promoted, they only received 1 party skill point. Which goes to say, in the long run, a Silver Prestige party towers over an average reserve duty party by 2 folds. But at present, Sheehan had no idea what Reef was thinking. He only recalled the advice that Hoarse Voice had offered him. It was really gems of wisdom. Then the lazy, hoarse voice spoke out once again. Are you done viewing? If so, please prepare to draw your party skills. You can draw thrice. Oh, wrong, a silver prestige party can draw 6 times. You can then choose 3 out of the 6 as your primary 3 party skills. Sheehan listened as his heart stirred. Perhaps my lieutenant colonel has any advice for me. The hoarse voice laughed hysterically. Nothing, none. I see you're wise for a lifetime, but muddled for a moment. The principle behind that you should be clear. I just want to ask you, what is the name of your party? Sheehan listened as a wide panorama unfolded in his heart. It was true. To every single struggler within the realm, their only desire was to live on. Survival, that was essentially the basic. Next, the procedures to draw the party skills were initiated. Yet before drawing the first option, the Nightmare imprint ceased the process and delivered another notification. Contestant number 1018 and number 770123 entered the party establishment mission simultaneously. Both parties lasted till the end. Both parties received a mission completion score of maximum. You have fulfilled the relevant criteria. Calculating, planning, determining. After nearly 5 minutes, the next set of notifications appeared. You have acquired a covert party skill, lifelink. Passive, every upgrade requires 3 party skill points, unable to evaluate this skill. Covert party skill, lifelink, when simultaneously within party ace, your life will be mysteriously linked together. Any member once entering near-death critical juncture, will engage boulder state, having their movement speed decline by 50%, unable to attack nor use any items. Any damage dealt will be forcibly reduced by 50%. Then the other 50% of damage will be transferred to another member who is life-linked. The transferred damage will factor in the other member's defense. The member in near-death state would not suffer damages. When both parties involved in a lifelink sinks into near-death state, lifelink will collapse. The defense effect of boulder state is a domain precedence. Details of conflicting abilities, and which takes precedence, no precedence and LT, slight precedence and LT, authoritative, crushing damages belongs to this, and LT, domain precedence and LT, domain authority. You can choose to give up this covert party skill, and choose another randomly drawn party skill. Yes/no. Sheehan and Reef glanced at each other. Without a thread of hesitation they selected no. Seeing that word, covert, they naturally knew this was a rare skill. The rarer something was, the greater its value. This was a 1,000-year-old saying. Naturally, it applied to the specifics of the Nightmare realm. No doubt, the evaluation of this skill was primarily due to its applicable nature to them. No doubt, the effects of Sheehan and Reef linking up was the most compatible. If 2 brittle long-range contestants were to link up, as long as the MT in their group doesn't fall, this ability would be useless. Once the MT falls, then their link could barely be used as a below-average fleeing skill. Chapter 51, Silver Party Established. Chapter 51, Silver Party Established. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. One point to note was that Sheehan and Reef were both rare MTs. At present, their total life points had exceeded 1,000 points. With this lifelink, it was as good as having an additional life. Of course, this lifelink wasn't that earth-shattering actually. For example, it wouldn't help if the enemy was overwhelmingly superior, or had isolated Reef. No matter how much Reef could tank, after entering in the lifelink boulder state, he could at most hold on for several minutes or tens of minutes. The enemies wouldn't need to seek out Sheehan who was linked, they could just surround Reef and dish out frenzied assaults. No matter how weak their attacks were, it would at least present 1 point of damage. Hence, lifelink wasn't a totally immune state. Once they managed to transfer damage to Sheehan until he sunk into near-death state, then the lifelink would collapse, allowing them to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yet ultimately, this lifelink party skill had undoubtedly propelled the survivability of the 2 parties. Moreover, this skill could still be upgraded, although it would require a painful sum of 3 party skill points. Following the confirmation of lifelink as their first party skill, Sheehan and Reef were left with another 4 times of skill drawing, of which selecting 2 amongst them. Currently, Reef seemed to be the more excited one out of the 2, as he actively incited the drawing. The 4 party skill options were as follows: Asylum LVL1, passive, an additional 100 HP and 100 MP is awarded to all members. Vanishes upon leaving the party. Finance LVL1, passive. Every member will enjoy 33% discount on personal items purchased from the realm, through the Nightmare imprint, and enjoy selling their junk for 33% more to the realm. Glory Heal, active. The glory of the party can rescue members from the hands of death during critical moments. After activating this ability, 50% of health will be restored within 12 seconds. No activation cost required, cooldown of 12 hours. Pierce LVL1, passive. All members receive 12% in attack. After a series of deliberations between Xian and Reef, they eventually chose the two skills, Asylum and Glory Heal. After confirming, the hoarse voice ushered. Very good. The party is successfully established, now I will take my leave. I wish you will attain an excellent battle score for your future skirmishes. Xian was currently contemplating on Uncle Desai's fingers, wanting to inquire of this officer that supposedly claimed to be from the future. Yet the officer abruptly left, which left him with a sour taste in his mouth. At present, an emotionless mechanical tone played again. Small Silver Prestige Party, Ace, established. You have joined the Small Silver Prestige Party, Ace. Party scale, small. For certain missions that require a large-scale party, small-scale party members can choose to collectively join with other large-scale party. However, you will be unable to enjoy the party skills of the large party. Under normal circumstances, it is hard for low-prestige parties to view information from comparatively higher prestige parties, unless through voluntarily means. Party Prestige, Silver. Party Level, LVL1, 0/15, requires 15 party experience to upgrade. Every time a party leader, vice head, or any official member accomplishes a main storyline mission/hidden mission, 1 party experience will be awarded. Apart from that, there are other methods like irregular party-level private missions, or massacres during party wars etc. Party Leader, Contestant Number 1018, Second Lieutenant. This information can be concealed from party members. Details: to promote your party level, party leader must promote to lieutenant rank, First Lieutenant. Before promoting to lieutenant, party experience points would be stacked. But party will be unable to level up. For example, stacking till 2015's experience, party vice head, contestant number 770123, Lieutenant Colonel, reserve duty. This information can be concealed from party members. Covert party skill, lifelink, LVL1. This information can be concealed from party members. Party skill, Asylum, LVL1, passive. Party skill, Glory Heal, LVL1, active. Official members can enjoy the privileges of Silver Prestige. When engaging in a party war, you can directly induce suppression on the opposing party's skill, causing their effects to drop by 10% to 30%, depends on the other party prestige. Probability of causing opposing party's skill to fail completely is 20% to 50%, depends on the other party prestige. Unofficial party members can only enjoy the party skill Asylum. Seeing the eventual outcome, Xian and Reef were both gladly rejoicing. To be able to harvest such results was certainly out of their expectations. The previous Lord of the Rings world had dangers that left them both physically and mentally exhausted. A difficulty world was indeed horrifying, just 2 ringleader-class mob could have easily crushed them both. To survive under such circumstances, the pressure on them had indeed been amplified exponentially. Hence, after rejoicing, they immediately felt a tremendous fatigue enveloping them. After saying their farewells, they hurriedly returned to the present world. At present, Xian was still situated in Hong Kong after he returned to the realm. Though Jessica phoned him for a date, he rejected her due to excessive fatigue, hence he first sought a good hotel room, and took a nice bubble bath. While falling asleep, Xian couldn't help planning for his next course of action even amidst his mind fuzziness. As for him, the matters to be settled in the present world were fairly ample. Firstly, after working for Saruman previously, he had tested if the specimens of wolf, freshwater fish, snake, dog and mantis could be used as raw materials for his concoction. He could then try experimenting on them slowly, and possibly enrich his own concoction varieties. Next was pertaining to the awakening of his innate ability that Reef mentioned. Through his duel with Yi Wufu, Xian could sense he was on the verge of awakening his innate ability. If he had the chance to temper himself in Thailand, then he could possibly make a breakthrough. Lastly, it was naturally considering Uncle Desai's illness. Firstly, he wanted to supervise his treatment, and secondly, he earnestly wanted to craft the ship according to the old man's heart, finding something for him to do to prevent him from depressing thoughts. From the perspective of personal gains, both concoction experimentations of new gene mixes and of awakening his innate ability was equally important. Yet for Xian, who placed utmost concern on Qin, he constantly worried about the father like Uncle Desai. Eventually, he decided to return to Taiwan. He would rather he himself face harsher risks and dangers, in exchange for a few comfortable days for Uncle Desai. Moreover, after returning to Taiwan, he would still be able to attempt to research his concoctions. After affirming his decisions, Xian sunk into deep sleep within the bathtub, and begun releasing satisfied snores. He only woke up upon feeling the chill of the cold water. Before he climbed out of the bathtub to resume his sleep on the bed, he only urinated once during this period. He slept for a full 24 hours before being startled awake by the calling of several service staffs. Because there was a recent case of drug scandal nearby the hotel, the staff were all vigilant like a bird. Upon noticing Xian hadn't left his room for 24 hours, they deemed it suspicious and feared that it was another suicidal drug scandal. They repeatedly knocked but to no response, and finally forced open the door. Seeing this terrified bunch of hotel staff, Xian found it immensely laughable. He helplessly shrugged his shoulders. The only thing he could do now was settle the bill and leave. Yet after leaving the hotel, he felt his stomach growl before seeing a huge queue at the opposite side of the road. A wave of fragrance penetrated his nose, as he couldn't resist the urge to walk over. The street stall appeared simple and crude, definitely one that would fail the hygiene safety qualification test. Xian waited for his turn, and sat down at a table. Greasy print marks were all over the table. There wasn't much ingredient, only a yellow skinny woman with a dashboard face. Thump. She slammed down a bowl. From the water traces on the bowl, it was obvious it was briefly rinsed after the previous customer just finished with it. Xian was able to use a tissue to wipe the bowl dry. Instead, the yellow skinny woman simply dragged over a huge metal ladle and unleashed a sticky liquid into the bowl. The liquid was pretty thick, mixed with crimson and snow white. Piping hot steam drifted out along with an indescribably strange aroma. He couldn't help pulling the bowl closer, before scooping with his spoon. The silky delicious porridge contained a splendid blend of seafood and cream. As he chewed gently, his teeth collided against fine threads of silk. It was chewy and flexible, the Chinese vermicelli breaking easily in his mouth. Chapter 52, An Uproar While Changing Dressing. Chapter 52, An Uproar While Changing Dressing. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. As he lapped the savory thick soup and not being fully satisfied, he greedily poured down its entire contents into his throat. A wave of faint burnt charcoal taste slid down his throat into his belly, leaving a rich aftertaste. This, Xian carefully observed. Isn't this the commonly seen one cai chi? One cai chi is a common snack offered by street stalls in Hong Kong, usually sold in small bowls. It is also known to be an imitation shark fin soup without any notable valuable ingredients. Strictly speaking, it could be considered in the same category as chicken wing. This small bowl of one cai chi primarily consisted of shiitake mushrooms, shredded meat, ham, egg and vermicelli. Such ingredients weren't unique, and were thickly layered with cornstarch after slowly cooking for 3 hours. Its most distinct flavor would be determined by the unique soup stock of the stall owner. Xian craved for another bowl, as he raised his bowl to request for a replenishment. The yellow skinny woman strolled over to collect his bowl, her face grim as she thought Xian was just here for a free meal. Hence, she sternly issued a "no more" to him, turning around as she carried her basin full of soup away. The next thing he saw was the male owner, along with 2 assistants, carrying over a huge covered wok and placing it on the stove. The boiling water within the wok seemed to weigh 50 kilograms. The greasy surface at the tip boiled vigorously, producing foam and dispersed out with an unexplainable and thick aroma. Witnessing this scene, some customers shook their heads and sighed, leaving their empty seats behind. Several waiting customers immediately pounced forward to occupy the vacant seats. Some people even starting phoning their colleagues, asking if they wanted takeaways. Xian was a little curious, sitting quietly to observe. After a brief while, that yellow skinny woman marched over with a sullen face, using her greasy and filthy notebook along with a cracked pen, as she registered each orders of the sitting customers. Xian was baffled internally, indecisive of what he wanted to eat. Yet one of his good points was not being picky, moreover that previous bowl of soup had left him with a favorable impression. He strained his ears to hear the nearby person ordering. When it was his time, he imitated the exact words. 3 portions of the back leg, spice paste, a half portion of offals. Asterisk after one of the serving attendants carried over a piping hot bowl, he finally realized that this was actually boiled dog meat. No wonder some weren't willing to eat. Yet the person he imitated from was eating like as though he was an unruly duck on a wild goose chase. In front of him, the dog meat was stewed skillfully, its furless sleek skin swiveled around in the soup. The snowy white thick soup had several fresh green shallots sprinkled over. A strong fragrance assailed his nose. At the bottom of the soup were rare pulps of yellow pea. Not a person was muttering a single word here. Everyone seated here had forsaken their societal identities as white-collared, black society, police, public servant, prostitutes and more. All that were left were gluttons. He could only hear the savory joy of people sucking and chewing on their food. To Xian, his previous bowl of one cai chi didn't count as proper food. He licked his lips and could hear himself swallowing his saliva. Moved by his surroundings, he coordinated his chopsticks as he tore off a large clump of robust meat off the dog leg. After blowing at it, he dipped it inside the spicy garlic paste by the side, and consumed it. He could clearly hear his teeth sinking into the tender flesh, releasing delightful joys. The unique flavor of dog meat and oil, mixed with random condiments, slithered down his body, causing his fingers to move involuntarily to tear of a second slice. With the enhancement of the spicy garlic paste and after eating 3 chunks of meat consecutively, Xian hiccuped with satisfaction, grabbing a bowl of soup to drink. The bowl was bland, probably lacking salt. Yet it was effective in rinsing away the greasiness in his mouth. The peas beneath the soup were soft, his tongue gently crushing it into pieces. As he continued eating, he felt regretful after the 3rd piece. When he was at his 5th, he felt an intense frustration. After eating 2 more mouthfuls, he finally called out loudly. "Boss, get me another kilogram of dog's meat." The skinny yellow woman walked over with an icy cold tone. "No." Xian replied. "And if I add cash?" The skinny yellow woman became impatient as she gnashed her teeth at Xian. "No. Scram after you finish, don't disturb this lady boss's business. This lady boss has a game of mahjong at 3. Facing the fierce and ferocious lady boss, Xian could only reluctantly finish his meat, drink his soup and finally finished up the mixed dog offals. It was here that he realized the dog offals weren't chargeable, they were like pickled radish in restaurants. After paying his bill, he actually only had to pay for the 3 portions of dog meat. The price was extremely fair, no wonder customers flocked here like wild ducks. Asterisk after filling his tummy, Xian's spirits were uplifted as he decided to shop around for gifts before flying back to Taiwan. Nothing noteworthy happened along the way. Sanzi had followed in accordance with Xian's arrangement, renting a seaside detached house before inviting the old granny to care of Uncle Desai. After returning home, he only saw the granny sweeping the floor without Uncle Desai's and Sanzi's presence. Xian then found out they had went to the hospital to change the dressing of his hand. Strangely, this process would normally only require an hour, but an entire half-afternoon had elapsed already. Xian was familiar with the hospital that Uncle Desai frequented. He had recommended this to Uncle Desai, which was known as the Executive Yuan, military-associated hospital for the retiree citizens. Due to its relations with the military, they were known to be skilled in medical treatment. Before Uncle Desai got his treatment, his wound was always festering boils, but now it had finally healed up, probably only leaving a scar within a week's time. Xian was immensely worried and reckoned that something was up. He hurriedly ran over to the road to flag a cab. After reaching the hospital, Xian noticed several black sedans parked at its entrance. He didn't really care as he strided in. After inquiring with the counter lady, and finding out the dressing treatment was at the 5th floor, he took the lift up. Suddenly, he realized the main door of the hospital were dripping with wet bloodstains, which appeared countless times until he arrived at the lift entrance. The bloodstains were fresh, and had probably surfaced several hours earlier. After Xian went inside the lift, it was similarly a similar scene of blood where its interior carpet was stained with moist blackness. After reaching the 5th floor, he could see a frightened and nervous expression of a nurse. Even the doctors here carried a fearful expression and their spoken words were executed in whispers, as though they were frightened by something. Xian probed a few steps in, before heading towards the lateral treatment rooms. After a corner he halted his footsteps. Ahead of him, inside the 30-meter-long corridor, the stretch of 2 seats along it were densely packed with matured males, both young and old. Some were smoking, and had flustered expressions, some had flourishing tattoos and distinct scars, occasionally vulgarities could be heard. Naturally, such a scene only happened in black society movies. Most probably, one of the gang boss had suffered a crushing blow. These gang members all carried sorrowful looks on their faces, along with traces of unwavering loyalty. Although the atmosphere here was stern and stifling, Sheehan had experienced such scenes on numerous occasions before. In actual fact, not a single member gave him the shuddering sensation of a wild beast. He directly strolled into the corridor. The gang members casted a cold and murderous look at him, being glared at like this was rather uncomfortable. When Sheehan arrived at before a gang member, who was wearing a suit with sunglasses, he was obstructed. Another male, with folded hands against his chest and wearing a gold necklace, stood up and warned. "Little kid, what are you doing?" Sheehan didn't want any trouble, he slanted his head and gently replied. "Visiting a patient." The gold necklace male continued. "Who?" Sheehan answered indifferently. "Visiting my uncle. My little brother accompanied him to the doctor." The counter said treatment room 5-07. The gold necklace male seemed like he didn't want another unnecessary trouble, thus he let Sheehan go. Suddenly, an argument resounded at the treatment room at the end of the corridor. It swiftly escalated to loud scoldings, before a glass-shattering sound pierced out. Then the door was smashed open, a curled-out person was tossed out at the same time along with an unceasing torrent of obscenities. "Little scumbag. Before my big brother's health report is out, nobody is F***king allowed to get treatment, even the doctor has to wait. F***off, get your medicine from your mum." Sheehan's pupils instantly shrank, because the curled-up figure was exceedingly familiar, it was shockingly Sanzi. Chapter 53, Meeting Gu Yuan again. Chapter 53, Meeting Gu Yuan again. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcácer. Seeing the shriveled Sanzi, Sheehan immediately charged forward. That golden spectacled male tried pulling him, yet to his horror, the male ahead was trying to hinder suddenly released an unstoppable force against him. He instantly stumbled backward several steps, as his back knocked against the wall to cushion him from falling. Within his heart, he was immensely shocked at this little kid's unbelievable strength. Sheehan immediately hoisted Sanzi up with one hand. Sanzi's face was full of tears, as he fainted from a huge bruise on his head, as he quietly whimpered, "Brother Yen," before fading to silence. After sheltering Sanzi, Sheehan immediately caught glimpse of a man wearing a skull jacket striding over. His style was Chan Honam, his face shaped like Lu Huan, and his built like Sammo Hung. He was wearing glossy black leather shoes, and had styled up greasy black long hair. Pointing at Sanzi, he shouted, "TN, the names above are all Chinese actors/famous persons or fictional Chinese characters, which can be Googled if you wish to see how they look, not scramming yet. Let me tell you, you dare to whine in front of I, Madong. Then I won't even spare the chickens and dogs in your household. Your meals will originate from the toilets." TN, Madong, means toilet bowl in Chinese. Sheehan's eyes were currently emitting a threatful blaze, he completely ignored Madong as he asked Sanzi, "Where's Uncle Desai? Is he all right?" Sanzi shrank behind Sheehan as he shook his head, his tears still flowing. "He's fine. I left him at the waiting room to sit. After noticing they were taking too long, I headed here to consult with the doctor. Instead, I was scolded by him, and he even hit me." Sheehan's rage was materializing into a sword in his eyes. Sanzi understood the prowess of his brother, he immediately hid behind Sheehan and scolded in agitation. "Moronic fat pig. Is this your father's hospital? Based on what can't I see a doctor?" Madong's eyes instantly widened as he berated back. "Idiotic fool. You have eyes but yet you do not see Mount Tai. If I don't rip your mouth into shreds, I won't be called Madong." After scolding, he pounced forward, attempting to seize Sanzi. Yet how would Sheehan just let him do it? He reached his hand out to block Madong's. That fatty was actually rather agile, and raised his legs in attempt to kick. Who knew that Sheehan's feet shifted and effortlessly shoved against Madong's heel when it wasn't even 10 centimeters off the ground yet? Without giving him chance to react, Sheehan lifted it. Madong instantly lost his balance, his hands waving about randomly as he stumbled backwards. His hands then dragged down a medical cart behind, as syringes and random medical supplies came crashing to the ground. Being made to look like a clown in front of everyone, Madong's face swelled uglily. Although his name was called Madong, toilet bowl, his brain wasn't just filled with shit. He understood this person named Bro Yen should be a martial arts expert. He immediately roared out. Seer, Daliu, Danta, thrash this garbage. With one roar, a total of 4 guys suddenly rushed out of the treatment room, some plucking out daggers from their waists. One of them sneered as he picked up a glass shard on the ground, teasing at Xian maliciously with a throating-slitting movement. The one named Danta was a mixed blood. He purposely revealed a black pistol shaft at his waist. There's actually a gun. Xian tightened up. Of course he didn't care about a gun, but was merely concerned for Uncle Desai and Sanzi. Instead, Madong misinterpreted his expression. He laughed loudly as he pierced in, grabbing against Xian's hair. Then he slapped his face and scoffed. Now you're scared. Kneel. Come polish your big brother's boots with your tongue, then I, Madong, will be benevolent and let you off. Xian's face was solemn. Instead he didn't act out but allowed Madong to seize him. That was because his face was still facing the corridor. He was looking at what Madong couldn't. When Madong marched towards him, that treatment room door that was heavily guarded swung open. The 2 guards in suit bowed silently in reverence. 2 bodyguards walked out of the door first, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Then another man walked out. A man that was extremely familiar to Xian. It was that same gangster boss he had encountered back in Hong Kong. His name was Gu Yuan. Xian still remembered him, and his words that were said previously, "You're actually sparing me." It was as if the act of not killing him wasn't giving him face. Strictly speaking, Xian had killed many of his underlings. Yet Yi Wufu had violated the Nightmare Realm's laws and wanted to silence Gu Yuan. Xian took a slash on his behalf, and was considered to have rescued this Chairman Gu. It could be said that he had written off hatred with his saving grace. To Xian, Uncle Desai and Sanzi were bound to remain in Taiwan for a period of time. Hence, it was best to keep a low profile, but he was not a merciful person that would endure all the way until the last straw. If Gu Yuan decides to stay neutral or decides to fend for his underling, then today this hospital's doctors would have to work overtime. From nearby, there were still a bunch of people about to act on impulse. Yet towards the big boss Gu Yuan of theirs, who was a total devil in their eyes, they naturally had to remain watchful. Ultimately, with one gaze into the near distant, Gu Yuan immediately noticed that face. That person. That mediocre, unnoticeable face, that blood-drenched slaughterer, that murderous madman. Xian gazed at Gu Yuan, understanding that he recognized him. He humbly swayed his head to signal Gu Yuan not to reveal his status. At this point, Madong, who was completely oblivious to what was happening, walked over and had seized Xian's hair. With a frosted countenance, Gu Yuan, who was about to reach the commotion, coincidentally heard the sentence about licking boots. Xian allowed his hair to remain pulled, as he gently announced. I just need a doctor to treat my uncle, and you want me to lick your boots? Madong gripped harder, furiously raging out. Cut the bullshit. Let me tell you, kneel immediately. If not, I will break both your legs. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from behind and ferociously tore off a chunk of Madong's hair. Madong immediately cried out, cursing profusely. Instead, the moment he saw that the owner of the hand was Gu Yuan's bodyguard, the vulgarities in his mouth immediately sank back into his belly. The bodyguard released his grip. He had imagined a scene of skyfall of hair floating down before cool appearance, yet he didn't expect that Madong hadn't washed his hair for days. His hair was all greasy and revolting, dandruff and oily hair pasted onto his palm. It was a disgusting sight to behold. Without saying a word, he fiercely kicked out. Finally, the bodyguard had halted his violence. With a loathing expression, he smeared the hair onto the nearby wall. Gu Yuan's powerful voice then rung out. This brat is called Madong. The company's aspiration has always been about providing a decent bowl of rice to our brothers. It is not for you to use our name to oppress the public and jeopardize society. Your big brother Tiger is still inside, his fate is unknown, and yet you are here ruining his reputation. This is a public hospital, yet you prevent others from seeking treatment. Do you think he wants that? Do you think this is the behavior he wants you to have? Tiger isn't able to discipline you, but I can. Break his legs for me. Indeed, he is the chairman, albeit a chairman of a black society. His words were refined and cutting, smashing in heavily. The stupefied Madong trembled in agony. The fear in his heart would traumatize him for ages. A small hooligan like him wasn't even worthy of licking Gu Yuan's spit on the ground. Being admonished by the leader today could already be considered mercy. He gazed blankly as the chairman spoke, nothing but fear cut into his ears, yet when the words, "break his legs," were spoken, it was clearly terrorizing. In a flash, Madong immediately recalled the words, "break his legs" he uttered to this Bro Yen. Wasn't this retribution itself? Then the bodyguard actually pulled out a gun. This gun wasn't the cheap counterfeit Danta had. His eyes flickered in fear as he witnessed a black barrel pointing at his left leg. His mind instantly blanked out, a stench began emitting from beneath his waist. Xian frowned slightly. Gu Yuan was simply making it too obvious. This blockhead Madong was indeed irritable, but breaking his legs? Undoubtedly, it indicated that Gu Yuan was selling face to him. Besides, Xian dared to owe a favor to this United Bamboo boss. Although, he also dared to not give Gu Yuan face, he still had to think for Uncle Desai and Sanzi. Hence, Xian immediately pulled Sanzi up and allowed him to consult with the doctor. Then Xian casually took the chance to stab his foot into Madong's butt, which was coincidentally the same time the bodyguard fired off. He hadn't anticipated a kick from Xian. The bullet struck against the floor, sparks scattering about as it ricocheted into the corridor. Madong instantly shrieked in horror but immediately realized he didn't feel any pain. His soaked pants was filled with his own pee and not blood. Nevertheless, he slumped weakly to the ground. After Xian's actions, Gu Yuan waved his hand to prevent his bodyguard from taking other actions. He then turned to the rest amidst the corridor and commanded. "Those who have other matters, you are dismissed. Those that don't, go to the temple and pray for Tiger. What are you still idling here for? Do you think Tiger will get better with you guys idling around? Let the big boss, me, be flustered about Tiger's safety. The rest scram. Run along now." The underlings of the United Bamboo Gang didn't dare reject the command of their head and hurriedly scurried away. Xian casted a glance at Gu Yuan, then he turned to enter the treatment room. He knew this black society had definitely had matters seeking his help. Yet, if Gu Yuan could use him, why couldn't he use Gu Yuan? There were mutual benefits to be gained. Hence, he remained composed and without fear. Chapter 54, A New Recipe. Chapter 54, A New Recipe. Translated by Chua, edited by Tn and Alcasar. It didn't matter what Gu Yuan was plotting. Once the ship was completed and Uncle Desai and Sanzi were accustomed to it, attempting to find them once they started sailing all year round would be futile. Xian also didn't fear anyone, but if one hair of Uncle Desai or Sanzi's was touched, then Xian would slay his entire family. Therefore, Xian wasn't very fearful of this matter. At present, the Black Society members had left, and the clinic was back to its orderly state. After changing Uncle Desai's dressing, Xian let Sanzi and Uncle Desai return home first. Sanzi had always been an attentive one. He understood there would be repercussions to his brother with that what happened, and whined that he didn't want to leave. Xian had to pull out his big brother threatening schemes before he honestly led Uncle Desai away, feeling aggrieved. As expected, after waiting at the main entrance of the hospital for several minutes, a sullen-faced Madong hastily ran over with a teary expression to offer his gratitude and apology. He was holding onto wrinkled notes worth $300, which he probably took from his own underlings. The person named Madong, toilet bowl, didn't literally have shit for his brain. He clearly recognized it was Xian who had spared his legs. Xian couldn't be bothered to socialize with him, yet in hindsight, this local ruffian may prove to be useful in the future, and thus he asked Madong to leave his number. Upon thinking that he had been overwhelmed by favor from a superior, Madong bowed respectfully before leaving. Xian remained standing still for roughly 2 minutes before a black sedan came pulling over. A butler walked out and respectfully spoke to Xian. "Sir, my housemaster invites you for lunch." Xian replied modestly. "That isn't necessary. Transmit this for me. If it is killing or setting fire, I will never accept. But if someone wishes to kill him, I can be his bodyguard. Of course, it comes with a price." Speaking till here, Xian paused before amending with 5 words. "And it will be expensive." Without saying any words, the butler turned and left. After a while, he turned around and asked, Since that's the case, can I request this sir to leave your contact information? No doubt, this move by Gu Yuan was a beauty. As the regional mafia chairman of the United Bamboo, if he wanted to find anyone, it would be simply faster than the police. Merely, just the fact that Xian's uncle was a patient here, he would be even able to track his 18 ancestral generations back. Yet of course once he did that, it would be offending Xian. But if he got Xian to leave his contact details, then this simply suggested that he wouldn't investigate his private affairs in the future. After this matters concluded, Xian first returned to check on Uncle Desai, and was relieved to see Uncle Desai's inflammation had subsided. More crucially, though his fingers were lost, he still had his palms. After installing an artificial limb, he recovered a huge portion of functionality. At most, he could now steer a rudder, and with adequate help, he would be able to navigate a ship. In Desai's perspective, firstly, his new ship had started constructing and signaled the renewal of his hope. No doubt, now that he would be able to work with his own hands, he was exceedingly joyous. He started familiarizing himself with and practiced his artificial fingers, not caring if his wounds would turn sore with blood. Witnessing Uncle Desai straightening himself up, Xian surged with happiness. He was previously afraid Uncle Desai would slowly wither without a lease on life. Seeing the joy of hope ignite within Uncle Desai was already his greatest desire. Right now, Sanzi was still a youngster who loved having fun. Besides, Xian was extremely generous to him, and didn't mistreat him with respect to money. On the second day, Xian couldn't find him. After inquiring, he realized that Sanzi had left to seek entertainment at Shiwu Pier. Although Sanzi was still young, he had already gone through several voyages. Under influence, he had long ago interacted with activities like gambling and prostitution. Was gambling and prostitution a bad thing? Definitely so. However, everything had its pros and cons. A person with good self-control going out for some fun wouldn't necessarily mean losing his household fortunes, but instead it was a good way of relieving the pressure and emotions. Xian only lightly berated him after Sanzi returned, while Sanzi remained merry. However, after skimming through Xian's list of purchasable items for him, he no longer laughed. Brother Yan, what do you need these things for? And so many. The astonished Sanzi murmured to himself. Wolf, freshwater fish, snake, dog, mantis, and the more the better. What did you need these for? Xian impatiently scolded. Don't meddle in my affairs. I'll give you $3,000. Hurry up and get it for me, less nonsense. Sanzi shrugged his shoulders, feeling that this was all too strange, but he could feel Xian's imposing demeanor increasing day by day. Though Sanzi had an indecisive personality, he was relatively adept in settling affairs. He immediately headed over to the Shiwu Pier to engage in a huge shopping spree, on the pretext that he was purchasing for a wealthy tycoon. The merchants in the pier understood the eccentric nature of rich people. They didn't really suspect anything. The most important thing to them was money. Nighttime, a panting Sanzi just reached home. Since they lived near to the shore, amongst the 5 materials he required, the dog and freshwater fish were the most plentiful. As for the mantis, Sanzi managed to acquire 2 from the hands of 2 little kids after an entire afternoon. The 2 kids then excitedly waved their notes around as they sprinted home. From then on, Xian cherished his time as he spent the next few days conducting focus research in the underground basement of the house. He obviously knew Sanzi was suspicious, but if he accidentally saw what Xian was doing, the nightmare imprint would instantly notify Xian of breaching the realm's secret. When that happens, Xian would have to tragically terminate his own kin. Hence, he was extremely stern with the entrance of the underground room, securing it heavily. This mischievous brat, Sanzi, had actually tried being a peeping Tom twice, but was instead arrested by Xian. Xian then tied him up and locked him up in his own room. Xian proceeded to sternly discipline him until his nose bled, as he cried loudly till Uncle Desai arrived to resolve the issue. However, being disciplined and beaten aboard was commonplace, and Sanzi was already accustomed to it. Moreover, he knew that this was indeed his fault. He could only hold back his tears as he refrained from sneaking around again. After nearly half a month of experimenting and countless failures, Xian finally concocted a new gene mix. Its materials included the mantis as its primary, hence the name, Mantis Gene Mix. Its effects were bizarre: attack speed increase 5%, movement speed increase 5 points, accuracy decrease by 5%. This gene mix could neither be described as strong nor weak, even containing a negative attribute. Yet the most important aspect was that it couldn't blend with other gene mixes. Since that was the case, using it in battle would be nearly worthless. Yet Xian knew that in this world, there was no such thing as success with a single stroke. Being able to concoct a new recipe was already pretty outstanding. His current product may be crude, but surely there was room for improvement. If he could use other variables to fine-tune his concoction, then it would surely produce good fruits. After a period of sleepless nights, Xian was rather exhausted, and immediately sunk into sleep. Only when Uncle Desai reminded him to check out on the construction of their ship, did he receive a notification from the Nightmare Realm. His eyes sparkled with vigor, his spirits were raised and he couldn't help breathing deeply. Strictly speaking, the days spent residing in Shiwu Pier were rather relaxing. However, after 2 to 3 days, he constantly felt an unenthusiastic sensation, as though his every meal was without salt. In recent days, he even started to miss the thrill of the realm. If this continued developing, Xian wasn't sure if he could maintain his sanity if he stayed in the present world for several months. Noticing that Xian's spirit suddenly soared and seeing him wave his hands excitedly, Sanzi was even wondering what wrong medicine did his big brother take. It was a complete contrast from a few days back. This lifeless visage was suddenly flourishing with elation. At present, Sanzi, who wasn't considered pure anymore, couldn't help letting his vile imaginations run wild. He must have been feeling choked for these couple of days. Probably just received news of his lover coming to Taiwan, so he rushed off to extinguish his flames. If Xian had known of the wretched thoughts in Sanzi's brain, he would surely display a good showing of fists and kicks to him, eliminating his vile thoughts. After seeing Xian leave, Sanzi visited Uncle Desai before heading off to the pier for some fun again. When Xian returned to the realm, the previously eerie and frightening realm in comparison, seemed rather cute now. When he stepped into his personal room, he discovered messages left by several people. Amongst them, 2 were message requests by Meng Gensha, to enroll into the party. One belonged to the person that purchased the Zergling shell, dark blue grade, from him previously, who wanted to purchase more. 7 to 8 messages were in regards to that silver storyline item, Hydralisk rare acid gland. Others had cited interest to appraise it. Xian rolled his eyes and sighed. What more could he say? This damned thing had been left inside the realm for so long. This was already belated news. Lastly, Reef also issued a message to Xian. If any unusual matter arose, then he had to proceed with caution. Chapter 55, Realm War. Chapter 55, Realm War. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Ilkasser. Xian then proceeded to the marketplace to check if his silver storyline item, Hydralisk rare acid gland, had been appraised. Upon reaching, he realized the marketplace was bustling with activities. After making a round, he realized there were strangely much more purchasers than purchasables here. He then hastily signaled the slut Jin Kuang, paying him 100 utility points to provide him with the latest gathered information on the marketplace. Xian frowned, as he slowly unfolded toilet paper that was stained yellow, instantly deciphering the several clues on the marketplace through the dog-like handwriting of slut Jin Kuang. The highest inflation here is medical supplies, food. Its inflation has reached 76.4%. Next is the achievement points being sold, its inflation reached 47.1%. Then various equipment/weapons that enhances physique, defense, life points, evasion, its inflation is 38.2%. The most valuable transaction belongs to a micro-magic circle that can instantly transport one back to the Nightmare Realm. Viewing this list of statistics, he couldn't help his voice involuntarily turning shaky. What the heck, is the realm preparing for war? No wonder Xian was astonished. Actually, this scenario that was playing out in the realm now was a replica of inflating rates when countries prepared for war in the present world. Instead, he immediately observed Jin Kuang standing still, scratching and feeling out his own body. Xian was taken aback. What are you doing? Jin Kuang solemnly stared at Xian. Master, recently I found an excellent pet to present to you. Xian was a little surprised, his heart filled with anticipation. Let me see it. Jin Kuang started shivering, as though he was about to experience an epilepsy flare-out and would collapse while frothing. After a brief while, he finally yelled. Come out. Quisite. Oh wait, wrong, Baysite. Xian widened his eyes in anticipating as he stared the empty space around Jin Kuang, yet nothing happened. Then his gaze finally paused at Jin Kuang's stretched out palm, causing him to nearly spit out blood. Are you telling me the pet is this flea? Chui, Quizite, wait no. Baysite. Jin Kuang seriously continued. Master, it is extremely useful. Xian refuted in grief. I know, are you going to tell me its greatest merit is not requiring money to rear it? Just sucking my own blood is enough. Jin Kuang leaked out his trademark sly smile. Master is wise. Apart from that, oi, don't leave. I just need a small babysitting fee, just a little. Xian then easily used 200 utility points to dismiss the delighted Jin Kuang, before he received a notification. Your party member, Vice Head Reef, has entered the realm. Your party members have been assembled. Party Ace, current level, LVL 0. Party scale, small. Party prestige, silver. You possess the qualifications to participate in this time's low-intensity realm war. Your party prestige, silver. Your next world will be randomly drawn, unable to foresee it as of now. Silver prestige privilege. Once you draw a realm war world, if you are not satisfied, you can pay achievement points to redraw another realm war world at random. Do you wish to enlist your party? Yes/no. You can choose to reject this enlistment. However, during your next enlistment, participating in the realm war will result in a higher intensity realm war. Viewing this information, Xian was momentarily stunned. He suddenly recalled the message left by Reef, hence, he requested a moment to consider. The Nightmare imprint responded, you have 60 minutes to answer before entering the next world. With this spare time, he hurriedly contacted Reef. After the two met up, Xian instantly got to the point. We probably have to participate in this realm war. Reef was surprised, then he produced a long sigh. So indeed it is so, I knew it, I never knew that we would actually have to go to that damned place when the party was just established. Xian's gaze flickered. Is the war very tough? But isn't it the case, more powers comes with greater responsibilities? Isn't this the norm? More powers comes with greater responsibilities. Reef still surprised as he digested Xian's words, then he smiled reluctantly. Looks like running away is pointless. I originally thought I could temporarily escape from that nightmare, I never knew it would actually return in a swirl of dust. Xian smiled. Actually for some things, avoiding is futile. Only by genuinely facing it can you utterly place it down. Reef sighed. I understand, your intentions should be to enlist into this time's realm war. Xian nodded and smiled slightly. That's correct. Reef sincerely replied. Since that's the case, then, it is about time I tell you about a realm's secret. You know our current realm limitation, right? Xian nodded. Of course, the one about our attributes being capped at 50 points, right? Reef slowly continued. Once an attribute reaches the 50 points limit, then you will automatically receive a powerful bonus. For example, when I borrowed that +5 silver storyline accessory from you, after breaking through the 50 points physique boundary, I received 3 options as my bonus, and could choose 2. Xian and Reef were both colleagues who walked on the path of physique, naturally he was curious about those options. Reef honestly leaked to Xian. The options were, A. Defense +15 points, B. Physique +15 points, C. HP +300 points. Reef then continued. Not just that. After selecting the 2 bonus options, you can further select a secondary attribute amongst the other 6 attributes. Once you affirm your secondary attribute, you will be given bonuses, 3 options but choose 1. For me, I selected agility, and the 3 options are as follows. A. Movement speed +30 points / evasion +10%. B. Agility +15 points. C. Long-range combat attacks increases 15 to 60 points, determined by the weapon's attack speed, for example rapid-fire rates like submachine guns would increase by 15 points. While slow weapons like bow and arrow would increase by 60 points, /attack speed increase by 5% to 30%, based on personal attack speed. Of course, you can only choose one option for your secondary attribute. Also, the bonuses are constant. If you select physique as your main attribute, then the 3 options would be exactly identical as mine. Citing Mogentia as an example for those that do not understand. His greatest attribute is agility, thus when it reaches 50 points, he would have 3 options of bonus for agility. Then he would be able to assign a second attribute to his highest, perceptive sense. But he could likewise assign physique as his secondary attribute, and then receive the 3 reward bonuses for physique. After hearing, Xian was enlightened. For Reef, who pursued defense wholeheartedly, he would have surely chosen options A and B, resulting in a total additional upgrade of 22.5 points of defense and 150 HP. Once he had chosen agility as his attribute, and chose evasion, then he naturally would make up for the shortcomings of a high defense. No wonder he was able to resist the terrifying assaults of the tyrannical spore colony. Reef continued. According to my inference, the Nightmare Realm probably feels that a person's innate ability would represent his own development direction. However, it may not suit their preferred long-term growth plan, thus they allowed contestants an autonomous possibility, to let them decide their own growth direction through the initial phase of battling. Of course, this growth would take a long, arduous, and treacherous process. Yet those who survived, they would be able to find a path that suited them the most. Xian paused for a moment, and replied. If that's the case, then I believe breaking through the boundary isn't a simple thing. Beneath the primary and secondary attribute, there definitely lies many more relevant secrets. Reef forced a smile. Yes, but sadly, I don't know because I haven't gone past the boundary test. I've never stepped through that door, of course I wouldn't know what lies behind it. Xian nodded. Then what is the extreme boundary test? Reef sighed deeply, his eyes exposing a challenging expression. In this world, gains would come with losses. Once you reach the 50 points boundary and selected your bonuses, following that, your current base attributes, inclusive of the interspatial region of your nightmare imprint, would be sealed up after a short period. Simply said, your base attributes would no longer make progress, and your interspatial region would be locked. Moreover, you won't be allowed to trade. After completing any mission, selling any things would not provide you with rewards nor potential points. The only way out is choosing to take on the boundary test and breaking through the limits. As for my previous party, they were annihilated in the process of assisting me with that boundary test. Reef's words carried a solemn sadness, a devastation that could even pierce through Xian's heart. It was a sorrow that had deeply lodged into his memories. Xian furrowed his brows. Then why were you able to trade my accessory back to me? Chapter 56, Cruel Advancement. Chapter 56, Cruel Advancement. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Questioned by Xian, Reef sighed deeply. He drank down a gulp of alcohol before sinking into his thoughts. Then he replied. The reward bonus at the boundary is extremely formidable, of course its test wouldn't be a small thing. One wrong step would lead to future calamities, the realm wouldn't force someone to their death. Even if you receive the bonus upon reaching the boundary, they will give you an adaptability period of a week. During this period, you will retain the boundary bonus, but once your attribute drops from 50 points, this bonus will vanish. You will be demoted back to an average contestant. But after a week arrives, and you still passes your 50 points boundary, then you will sink into the boundary test state. Xian's pupils fluctuated, he was about to speak before Reef laughed bitterly and continued. I know what you want to say. Only when encountering a crisis will you wear your equipment to force yourself to the boundary, right? In this way, you can display the greatest might within the entire week of 144 hours, that's a joke. You really think the realm would let you exploit that? Every time you strip off the 50 points boundary bonus, the realm will penalize 36 hours off the adaptability period. When all's said and done, you can at most tap into this strength 4 times. Xian couldn't help but sigh. He gazed at Reef, his eyes still filled with expectations. Reef helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Don't look at me, I've already exhausted all my adaptability period, if I do it again, I would have no choice but to challenge the boundary test. Xian frowned internally. Since that's the case, then we can mature first and grow our 7 base attributes above 40 points. Then we can consider the matter of breaking through the boundary. Reef smirked as he stared at Xian and asked. If you were the realm, would you allow a contestant to do that? Xian was shocked, as he shook his head and forced out a smile. Never. Reef dejectedly continued. The realm definitely has a weighing factor, its methods are unknown to us. They are able to factor in your current base attribute points, the nightmare worlds you have experienced, your current equipments, your personal abilities, innate abilities etc. and determine from there. As long as your prowess has reached a definite maturity, the realm will instigate your main mission difficulty rate. You will discover the missions getting harder, while the rewards become lesser. Most importantly, the difference between a contestant that hasn't broken through the boundaries, and one that has is immense, like the heavens and the earth. If you continue in that manner, when the realm reckons that you have reached the standards for boundary breakthrough, they would install horrifying difficulty levels, missions that are impossible to complete without first breaking through the boundaries. Citing a simple example, missions like slaying Saruman of the Lord of the Rings, and if we cannot complete, the punishment may be as bad as utter obliteration. Hearing Reef's words, he suddenly felt the realm was vastly cruel, it was honestly forcing you into a never-ending, ultimate evolution. He paused for a moment, but suddenly raised his head and sneered. His eyes ablaze with a wild defying flame. What an interesting development, I love it. This time, Mojencha had entered the realm and very urgently inquired about the situation with their party establishment. Honestly, Xian was indeed a generous man. He straightforwardly told him about the negative aspects of joining, that was they had to enlist into a low-intensity realm war. Yet Mojencha didn't mind, he forced his enrollment. After enrolling, Mojencha was aggrieved, as he complained about not being called to participate in the party establishment mission. Then after a rough scroll of the party welfare and benefits, the skills of the party, he was stunned shitless for a full 10 minutes, before squeezing out 2 words through the cracks of his teeth. Heavens, pervert. Afterward, through Xian's questioning, Mojencha also divulged the information he knew so far. Actually, this low-intensity realm war wasn't aimed at parties, but towards all contestants. Mojencha's explanation was close to Reef's. The realm would engage in an evaluation of all contestants during intervals. Once a contestant/party reaches a suitable level of power, they would be enlisted. Then they would be thrown into this realm war. Parties would be denoted by their average strength and their real circumstances. Hence, if a party schemes to lower the intensity by filling themselves with new recruits along with a small portion of veterans, it would be impossible. The intensity of realm wars are separated into low-intensity realm wars, medium-intensity realm wars, and high-intensity realm wars. It is said that beyond it is even an insanely frightening realm crusade. For a low-intensity realm war, it is more of an adaptability phase. Its difficulty level is roughly at the C+ difficulty setting of a world, except polluted with widespread slaughters. One noteworthy point was that the headcount entering a realm war would fulfill hundreds. Moreover, it was a free world setting, hence parties will rise against parties, parties will ally with parties, and parties will annihilate parties. More crucially, frequently, a unique mission would appear in the realm war. This mission was hailed as the Golden Side mission. Only an individual or a single party would be able to accomplish it. Hence, the world would be destined to be a stage for bloody massacre. Yet one must remember, when the realm establishes a mission, it would be under the pretext that all warring contestants united as one. Therefore, most of the time, this Golden Side mission would never be completed. Because contestants participating in that realm war were like a bunch of loose sand. To unite most people towards a common goal of selfless sacrifice, letting someone else dictate their moves, it was simply an impossibility. Speaking till here, Mojencha regretfully sighed. Therefore up till today, it seems that not a single person knows what the rewards of a Golden Side mission is. As Xian listened to Mojencha, he couldn't help but earnestly pondered. What an interesting development. Since that's the case, then I really have to deliberate over this. Although the realm's medical supplies were inflating in unprecedented fashion, Xian and them were already prepared. Before they started the party establishment mission, they reckoned the mission would be of a high difficulty rate, thus they had prepared numerous medical supplies. Yet not long after entering the Lord of the Rings world, they activate the relevant checkpoint and their nightmare imprint was sealed. Hence, they didn't even have the chance to consume those medical supplies. Strictly speaking, since they had settled the crucial factor of their medical supplies, then the rest of work was relatively easy. The trio then separated to make their own preparations. Xian straightforwardly headed for the appraisal region, checking up on the status of his hydralisc rare acid gland. As he headed over, he really wished for the appraisal to be a failure, then he could earnestly earn some gains from those brats that requested to appraise it. If it was still appraising, then he would terminate it. Yet regrettably, Murphy's Law happened again. Things would always develop in the worst possible direction. The scenario that Xian didn't want the most happened. Your silver storyline item, hydralisc rare acid gland, is appraised, please retrieve it. If it is not retrieved within 7 working days, then this appraised item would be transferred into your personal room with a fee. Xian silently stared at his application, then he suddenly realized this item was really an item and not an equipment. Shriveled, Tangerine Origins, Starship Trooper World Rarity, Silver Storyline Grade Material, Connective Tissue, Cortex, Marrow, Nervous Tissues, and Lymph Cavity. Carrying Effect, Strength +2/Physique +2/Intelligence +2 Carrying Effect, Charm, 2/Spirit, 2, this is due to its repulsive pungent odor it emits, one that repels people. Usage, smear this disgusting lymph gland onto your weapon, your next 3 attacks will carry a corrosive acid. Details, corrosive attacks are classified as elemental damage, only an elemental resistance can reduce its damage. Details, when using the lymph gland, you must focus and prevent the acid from splashing. Hence, it would require 3 seconds, if this 3 seconds duration is interrupted, then you will receive a backlash of 100 points of corrosive damage. Details, because the acid is volatile, every smear will only last for 12 hours. Details, because the acid secretion is limited, maximum of 5 smearing attempts every 12 hours. Usage requirements, the shriveled tangerine is only effective on close combat weapons. Wearing position, bag weight, 0.8 kilograms. Evaluation, I miss Katrina's mesmerizing mouth, I miss Katrina's sexy long tail, I miss Katrina's delicious mucus, I miss Katrina's sweet-sounding squeals, yet another ridiculous charm drop. Xian couldn't help cursing internally. Naturally, this item's greatest merit was that it could be carried inside a bag, and didn't require being equipped. To be able to receive such a delightful object that enhanced his might, it was a pleasant surprise. One must understand, currently the realm was in a massive buying frenzy. Those contestants involved were all trying to increase their chances of survivability. At this moment, Xian suddenly recalled an earlier notification, your party prestige, silver. You can use your achievement points to change the world of your realm war. Immediately, Xian was determined to investigate several pieces of relevant information, for example how many achievement points he needed, what are the worlds available. Instead, he received a notification of unable to investigate Chapter 1, Designated Entry. Volume 7, Chapter 1, Designated Entry. Translated by Chua, edited by Tn and Alcácer. This is a classified aspect of the realm, please verify your military rank at the roof for further queries. Seeing the Nightmare Imprint's notification, it was fortunate that Xian still had adequate time. Hence, he hastily headed towards the roof of the realm. Not a single person was around, it was just peace and quiet. Xian sat down, inciting out a list of options. Contestant No.1018, verifying. Identity confirmation. Your current Nightmare Imprint rank is 2nd Lieutenant. Your current achievement value is 58 points. Your current usable services are A. Purchase relevant military items. A. Detailed menu list. B. Access military rank related classified information. This option requires a fixed fee. C. Party establishment application. D. Obtain military allowance. Your current military allowance, a free purchase of a military rank relevant item. Item purchased must be within your scope of authority. E. Receive military rank mission. Press to receive mission. F. Leave your current party. G. Others. E. Xian instantly noticed that receive military rank mission could be initiated. He instantly hit it open, shockingly triggering it. Your current military rank, 2nd Lieutenant. Within the next 2 worlds, please hand over 2 blood keys. You can choose to exchange additional blood keys to receive further rewards. Maximum of 4. Xian straightforwardly voiced his queries, immediately getting answers. Realm War will be carried out in several limited worlds. If you are unhappy with your random draw, a silver prestige party can use 2 achievement points to make another random draw. Xian immediately asked. Which worlds would the Realm Wars be carried out in? The realm replied, Tn, this is censored, not that the realm is speechless. Viewing through the answers above, Xian took in a deep breath, his eyes becoming abstruse. Not bad, there is actually that world. I never knew that thing would come in handy so quickly. Then, it is it. Nobody has accomplished a golden side mission, here I come. As time grew tighter, the crowd in the realm grew. It was obvious the contestants selected in this realm would be exceptional. Mojentia then asked Xian if he still required other manpower. If he needed, Mojentia would be able to call several helpers. Xian shook his head. Now it isn't about the lack of manpower. With the resurgence of our silver party, along with this foundation of twin MTs, crowds of people would definitely try to join us. Hence, manpower is not an issue. We can overlook their prowess, but most importantly is if they are reliable. We cannot call others now. Firstly, it is to prevent others from belittling us, and secondly, we have to at least wait for others to beg to join us. At least they would then cherish this rare opportunity. Since Xian said it like this, Mogentia scratched his head in silence. There was still time before entering a world. Mogentia naturally transferred over the Pandora crystals that he promised Reef, allowing him to upgrade his forging skills. Xian headed towards the training field in the realm, to engage in further training. At present, it was time to begin the realm war. The bustling marketplace had already prohibited contestants from entering. Gradually, a scarlet-red speckle appeared. This speckle was mysteriously abstruse, as it slowly spread in both directions, releasing utterly intense sparks as though there was a formless huge hand forcefully tearing the realm apart. Following closely, a gigantic blood-red door materialized, appearing like an enormous mouth, as though it wanted to swallow everything in. The door contained unfathomable ripples, like the billowing tides that were incessantly churning, disallowing a single living being to escape its clutches. Following the nightmare imprint's notification, the protective shade vanished, as contestants poured in like fish. Under the brilliance of the blood glow, different contestants of different parties emitted a faint distinctively unique glow. Most of the parties had thin glows, and required closer inspection to tell their differences. Yet when compared to Xian, the glittering silver covering his body held unrivaled distinctiveness. If they appeared in public, then they would exhibit a tremendous difference, the likes of starlight and moonlight, causing others to be devastatingly envious. If not for the protective mechanism of the realm, they would have probably attracted everyone. Xian hadn't foreseen such a stark phenomenon. He hurriedly voiced to the nightmare realm to disguise it, to prevent himself from being a tall tree that attracts the wind. When the trio stepped through the blood door, a sensation of the sky spinning, and the earth going round soared around them. This was closely followed by a mysteriously deep cosmos backdrop. This was the same area that signified an end to their previous campaigns, yet now it was here that they were preparing for a realm war. The nightmare imprint transmitted to Xian. Party Ace members have assembled. Party Ace current level, LVL 0. Party scale, small. Party prestige, silver. You have the qualifications to enter this time's low-intensity realm war. Do you wish to enlist? Yes/no. You can reject enlistment, but during your next enlistment, the intensity of the realm war would be upgraded by a level, and you will be forced to participate. Xian had already made his resolve to participate, thus he selected yes. Following this was the crucial phase. With regards to the military information he garnered, he bluntly put forth his request. Party Ace's prestige is silver. Using my authority as party leader, I request enlightenment on my realm war destination. The realm swiftly replied. Request permitted. Drawing. Party Ace will enter the world Star Wars realm war. Xian instantly rejected it. Using my authority as party leader, I request a redrawing of destination with 2 achievement points. Request permitted. Drawing. Party Ace will enter the world Terminator realm war. Xian selected decline. Request permitted. Drawing. Party Ace will enter the world Avatar realm war. After exhausting 4 achievement points, Xian finally saw the word Avatar. He couldn't help releasing a long sigh, and finally mustered his fist and swung towards the realm. Yes. That's it. Immediately, a list of information surfaced, seemingly splashing Xian's face with a basin of ice water. Warning. Avatar realm war lowest class has reached average. Warning. Avatar realm war lowest class has reached average. Detail. Avatar realm war intensity rate may reach medium intensity. You may encounter reserve duty limit Venators. TN, a Venator is Latin for hunter. Warning, you may encounter additional dangers. In view of the unusual characteristics of this world, you will be permitted to draw another world for free. Xian was stunned. He had no clue what a reserve duty limit Venator was. Yet Reef was knowledgeable. It referred to contestants that had reached the 50 points boundary limit, but hadn't gone through the test. They had gained the formidable breakthrough powers, although it was merely limited to few usable times. However, these reserve duty limit Venators were like a ticking time bomb, and could very well explode in your face anytime. Yet for a low-intensity realm war, they wouldn't be any reserve duty limit Venators. Some may ask if Reef wasn't one. Yes, he wasn't. His adaptation period had already expired. Once he dared to break through again, then it would treading the path of no return. No matter if one was prepared for it or not, it would be forced upon them. Essentially, once Reef broke through again, he would instantly be sealed and trapped in a bottleneck. Missions wouldn't provide him with rewards. Hence, Reef wasn't considered a reserve duty limit Venator by the realm. Medium intensity, roughly what is the difficulty setting of such a world? Sheehan frowned, as he slowly asked Mojentia. Mojentia glanced at Reef, and the two began a comparison and discussion before suggesting it should be roughly a B+ difficulty. If not, its lowest wouldn't be beneath B, and definitely wouldn't exceed A-. If it's this difficulty, then at least it's lower than the previous Lord of the Rings world. By a level. Moreover, we would have enough people and parties to leverage on, then, what is there to hesitate? Sheehan's eyes sparkled with vicious currents, before declaring word by word. Set, off. Transporting, the realm war of Avatar. Initializing entering of battlefield planet. Initializing data. Initializing allocation of regions. Space-time locked. Initializing assimilation of character into the world. Initializing entry into world, a powerful blue giant safeguarded its personal territory, highly toxic cyanide hydrogen diluted the atmosphere, the night poured down with acidic rain, venom, bow and arrow, a variety of winged beasts were their weapons, before the rumbling interstellar fleet surge over, conflicts and death had long multiplied within their inhabitation. Sheehan opened his eyes, gearing for an intense firefight. Instead, his view revealed a block of white steel sheet, roughly the size of an air vent. Embedded within it was a crystal-clear, liquid crystal screen that was flashing with a message. Second Lieutenant, welcome to Planet Pandora. Chapter 2, Screw Off. Chapter 2, Screw Off. Second Lieutenant. Welcome to Planet Pandora. Serving you today is AI, Artificial Intelligence, number 557 from the RDA, Earth's Resource Development Administration, Company. AI number 557 is permanently authorized by the ICA, Interplanetary Commerce Administration. You have just awoken from your dormant state of 5 years, 9 months, and 22 days. Your body will experience several light aftershocks, your mind and concentration may receive violent feedback, nauseated sensations and slight weakness may be felt. Do not fret, we have a list of effective methods to combat that. Please follow according to the sequence. The writings were then abruptly cut short here. The liquid crystal screen then started displaying flowery designs and produced a distorted and fuzzy sound. Unknown malfunction of circuit, insufficient power, replenish immediately. Warning, insufficient power. Please promptly fix, circuit. Sheehan remained motionless, his pupils surveyed around before discovering that he was inside a large room. This room was primarily constructed in shades of silver, sketchy, bright, plain, simple, and metallic. There was only a single broad exit in this room, with 2 sliding silver metal doors shutting it tightly. 20 to 30 cold cabin platforms were attached onto the room's thick wall-like drawers. He was lying on one of these cold platforms, just 30 meters away from the exit. Honestly speaking, these cabin platforms gave Sheehan the feeling of lying inside a corpse drawer in a morgue. After ensuring there were no abnormalities present, Sheehan flipped and jumped down and instantly felt that his body had become pretty light and graceful. From earlier information gathered, this planet, Pandora, which was also the 5th moon orbiting Alpha Centauri A in the Alpha Centauri star system, had a gravity lower than that of Earth, roughly only 3/4 of Earth's gravity. Thus, what he was experiencing was normal. Also, it was the main reason why the planet's flora and fauna were relatively larger. Sheehan then ejected another 5 cabin platforms, of which 2 shockingly produced Mojentia and Reef within. Suddenly at this moment, a violent explosion roared in from outside, sending slight tremors throughout the floor beneath. Sheehan instantly understood, they should be currently residing in a large transport shuttle. If combining this explosion and the bizarre power failure of AI number 557, then the answer was obvious. Once again, their transport shuttle had encountered huge trouble. Sheehan instantly called Mojentia and Reef as they swiftly sprinted out of the sliding metal door. A narrow channel greeted them, which was brimming with a high-tech style, simply ice-cold and mechanical. Faint speckles of green illumination repeatedly flickered along the channel, as though it would be extinguished in the next second. Fortunately, the walls were fixed with clear fluorescent arrows pointing towards the safety exit, guiding the humans along. The glows flickered and finally extinguished. Ahead, the end of the channel already exhibited the glare of natural light rays. Yet right now, there was a faint blood stench in the air, awful miserable cries and even a remote roar that Xian hadn't heard before. The roars weren't made by human voices, but instead sounded similar to a dog encountering a threat, the growling of the throat. It rose and fell in succession, its vocal range spanned tremendously. Xian had already realized that this shuttle had already touched down, but it was hard to ascertain if it would explode shortly, hence, leaving the shuttle was now a priority. He quickened his pace as he surged towards the blinding end. The shuttle's door was right ahead, his eyes flashed, exposing a wide panorama instantly. Compared to the foul atmosphere in the shuttle, Xian breathed in the fresh air which revitalized his vigor immediately. At present, their location was shockingly on a comparatively high but gentle slope. There were no craggy cliff rocks, but it was more like the gentle soft arc of a female's bosom. Gazing afar, they could see the exceptionally dense vegetation, a field of untrampled grass stretching into the distance. The sky was overcast, as pure white clouds chose to keep themselves high up this celestial body. Moreover, a distinct funnel atmospheric swirl, like a fantasy, could be seen. Therefore, though skies were not sinister-looking, it gave off a neat yet sullen melancholy. The surrounding mountains and vegetation were abundant. The temperature was roughly 23 degrees. Gigantic trees surpassing 50 meters could be seen everywhere. With one sweep, shades of emerald, soft green, dark green, lime green, olive green, and various greens could be seen in mesmerizing layers. Even the fresh green turf showcased its luxurious growth. Xian didn't know why. He couldn't help feeling this grass, forest, mountains, waters, sky and earth were peculiarly dazzling. He leapt down from the exit, and plucked several strands of grass. Light greenish sap flowed from his fingers, and as he scanned the scenery ahead, he immediately realized the reason. Strangely, everything, even the severed grass stalk, was erected and facing towards his very eyes, as though they seeked to stab in. This signified a strong and overbearing meaning: screw off. A human standing on this remote planet was really treated as a foreign guest by the remote vegetation, remote skies, remote mountains, and remote water bodies. It was as though the entire world wanted to sever them. Xian turned to look back. The enormous metallic beast behind them was obviously a Valkyrie shuttle. This atmospheric public vehicle was currently resting atop a Pandora hillside. With its overbearing size, it was rather unbelievable that this metallic beast was actually able to traverse at Mach 3 supersonic speeds within the atmosphere. The terrifying sonic boom it emits during speedy traveling would require at least 3 minutes to completely dissipate. Yet right now, this 200-meter long, 80 meters broad and 10-meter tall metallic beast was heavily sitting and thoroughly tranquil. It had plowed a deep ditch as long as 50 meters, and halted atop this hill. The rolls of deep mud indicated the tremendous force it dished out upon the crash landing. Its left wing had a clear mark of being rammed off. Clouds of thick black fumes spiraled out from within, slowly drifting into the environment and not scattering. Note, in the movies, the Valkyrie shuttle is much smaller than written over here. It indicates that this shuttle was modified. Blood stench, roars and gunshots were transmitted from a close neighbor towards the lateral side of this shuttle. The clamorous commotion was turning increasingly intense. Xian was about to race towards there. Instead, his mind turned giddy. Instantly, the nightmare imprint displayed a list of information. Time, year 2149, 7th month. Afternoon, 5:00 p.m. In the movies, the male lead had just set off from Earth. He would require 5 years to reach here. The events of Avatar occurred in the year 2154. Noteworthily, humans discovered planet Pandora in year 2129. When the movie happened, constructions had been developed for 25 years already. Location, Alpha Centauri star system, Polyphemus, 5th moon. Setting, Avatar. Difficulty, hard, B+. Pain limitation, 50%. Additional capabilities boost, 0%. Current setting exploration rate, 0%. Additional description, base setting is free world setting. You automatically grasp the relevant language, able to interact freely with characters of this world. Erased upon leaving this world. Accepted mission count, 1. Your appearance/identity have been settled, and will be restored upon returning to the present world. You can also commence modifications within the nightmare realm. For any doubts, voice the relevant queries to the nightmare imprint. If your scope of authority is adequate, you will receive an answer. Warning: planet Pandora's atmosphere is composed of nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, 18%, xenon gas, 5.5%, ammonia, methane and cyanide hydrogen. Without oxygen equipment, humans will die from cyanide poisoning. Hence, all humans must be fitted with breathing equipments. Warning: a contestant's body essence vastly exceeds the ordinary human. However, breathing the air for long periods of time will still sustain persisting harm. Details: you can find an oxygen mask at any random human camp. These things are as commonplace as marijuana in Los Angeles bars. If you are trapped in an emergency predicament, then you can purchase one through your nightmare imprint. Of course, your finances will experience major devastation. Details: this world would become an extremely high mortality rate battlefield. Therefore, once you remain inside the Valkyrie for a period of time, you will obtain the privilege of returning to the realm. The preparation time in doing so is 5 seconds, but it will break if contestant is attacked. Note: fleeing during this war is not advocated. You will have to pay a painful penalty of highest attribute -3/achievement points -5 as your fee to return safely. Moreover, any benefits gained in this world will be forcefully discarded. Warning: you are currently part of the Avatar Realm War. This means that you can randomly face immense dangers, vicious battles, and of course unparalleled opportunities. Of course, your primary objective is now to attempt to gain a footing in this mysterious, enticing, gorgeous, fertile but yet treacherous planet. Chapter 3, Viper Wolf. Chapter 3, Viper Wolf, translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. Contestant number 1018, you and your party have received a battleside mission, footing. Mission summary: the transport shuttle Valkyrie is your only means of contact with civilization. Therefore, no matter what, you have to protect its core engine from being destroyed within 3 days. Mission detail: when the transport shuttle Valkyrie landed, it startled numerous wild native species. Therefore, within a short time, the enemies you will face includes wild beasts and aboriginal inhabitants. Of course, including your own kind. Warning: once the core engine of the Valkyrie is destroyed, the golden side mission will not appear. Subsequently, everyone's rewards would decrease by half. Note: you can accomplish the following milestones in this world. Salary raise: kill any 3 male Na-6. TN, Na-6 are the blue people in Avatar. Fearless: kill any formidable legendary creature upon encountering it. Damage dealt must exceed 10%, not limited to Overlord Great Leonopteryx, Rare Elite Hammerhead Titanothere, Rare Elite Thanator, Na-6 Chief, Meat Owner. Kill 30 unique creatures in this world. Plunderer: gather 1,000 units of Pandora's unobtainium. Crystal's purity must not be lower than 16.8%. Penetrate: obtain the long horn of 2 dire horses. Race deserter: achieve a respected reputation with the Na-6 race. Due to insufficient information capacity, you are unable to obtain more milestone information. In view of the latest information, Xian's primary reaction was to instantly cover his nose to prevent himself from inhaling the deadly air. Then he immediately noticed that he was shockingly affected by a negative state of attributes declining by 5 points, lasting for a total of 100 seconds. With every increased breath, the duration compiled by 10 to 15 seconds. Bursting forth with energy, he charged back into the Valkyrie in search for an oxygen filter mask, and quickly discovered that they were neatly hung over a wall near the exit. Xian was puzzled. Why didn't anyone think of bringing more of these, and selling them off to gain profits? Yet after careful inspection, he realized a small fine print, not to be discarded. Intentional damages will result in 10,000 utility points compensation. This sort of conduct was almost identical to Jinquang's method with his black venom powder, causing one's hair to stand on anger. Instead, Reef and Mogentia came out a little later, and coincidentally met Xian, who was presently trying out his oxygen mask. Thus, they easily avoided the hassle of breathing in the poisonous atmosphere. However, Xian immediately realized if he summoned Jinquang in the future, that wretched slut may get poisoned to death. Hence, he instantly called him over. Who knew that after Jinquang understood what was going on, his rat beard erected up along with his squinted little eyes scanning around, then after several rustling sounds, he pulled out a sackcloth bag. Needless to say, he stole 7 to 8 of the hanging oxygen masks on the wall as he released a sly sneer. "Time is money, master. I have work to do." Then in a twinkling of an eye, he disappeared round the corner. Reef, who hadn't seen this David Beckham before, needed his eyes. Indeed, this matter was really hard to believe. Besides, such a shameless act wasn't commonly seen by him. Yet Sheehan and Mojentia were both exceedingly familiar with it, and proceeded to survey around speechlessly. Fortunately, there were no other eyewitnesses. Coughing, Sheehan said, "Let's hurry up and join the fight. If we can't hold this shuttle, then this would have been a wasted trip." The trio hastily wore their masks as they hurried off to the clamors of the intense war. The filtered air of the mask produced a strange smell, like a pesticide sprayed onto the grasslands. After the trio headed left for 15 to 16 meters, and over the gentle slope of grassland, they arrived at a region where at least close to 100 contestants had formed a defensive line, and were fighting fiercely. On their lateral side, were even some contestants chopping lumber, transporting and building temporary fortifications. Some were shifting random junk from the shuttle to construct a makeshift second line of defense. They could tell there was completely no coordination between these contestants. Yet in view of the realm's advocati and of forming battle parties, everyone had still commenced resistive warfare against the common enemy. The enemies they were facing were a horde of wild beasts. These beasts were similar to the wolves on planet Earth. Their bodies were clad in black, glossy skin. When moving, their bulging muscles beneath their skin squirmed like flowing water, displaying their powerful explosive strength. The wolf had snake-like jaws and obsidian teeth that were able to stretch open to a grotesque 150 degrees, dealing lethal chomps against any who suffered its vicious bites. Under the low gravity, its 6 legs are able to swiftly brake or speed up. Its greenish triangular eyes glittered with an insatiable lust for death. Although this breed of creature modeled the Zerglings of the Starship Trooper world in terms of fighting style and appearance, were both relied on overwhelming numbers. Within few moments, Sheehan immediately noticed the difference. Their combat capabilities were akin to the gap between heaven and earth. Bluntly speaking, Zerglings utilized their claws and brute force, while these wild beasts used their brains as well. Not only did they possess the devilish insanity of Zerglings, they were able to display a clear sense of coordination, battle tactics, defense, and attack. Simply put, their instincts allowed them to shelter comrades and retreat. Therefore till now, the haphazard defense line of contestants had only slain a small amount of these beasts. Naturally, Sheehan's first action was to get a probe with his helmet's pulse detector, and gathered crucial information. His current perceptive sense was close to 30 points, and the probing ability of his black-grade equipment was a great counterfeit replica of natural insight abilities. With the influence of his outstanding perceptive sense, he naturally received excellent results. Very quickly, the target's information was delivered. Male viper wolf, average, in the Na-6 tongue, non-tongue, scientific name, Canopharatus custatus height, 74 cm length, 172 cm weight, 72 kg strength 18 points agility, 15 points physique, 10 points perceptive sense, 9 points charm, 11 points intelligence, 10 points spirit, 15 points basic close combat LVL4, basic footwork LVL7 creature ability, Thunderrock Embrace, additional bonus of 1000 HP, Viper Wolf special ability, passive, 270 degrees mandible. The jaw structure of this strange creature is unique and able to stretch ridiculously wide. A viper wolf's mouth is able to produce a pressure of 4 kilograms per square centimeter. It can easily grind a rock into dust. When attacking, there is a 33% chance of an explosive strike. Viper Wolf special ability, passive, Silk Skin, reduce elemental damages by 15%. Its slippery skin provides a 10% chance of enemy missing. Viper Wolf special ability, passive, Dark Circulation. This creature has a developed cerebrum structure. Thus, they operate collectively and hunt mostly at night. They transmit messages with unique howl-like hisses, accompanied with expressions during communications. A perfectly coordinated strategy allows the Viper Wolves to hunt within a scope of 480 square kilometers. During collective battles, their health increases by 20%, attack power increases by 5%. That Viper Wolf that was probed by Sheehan suddenly swung its gaze towards Sheehan in vigilance. Then, a flickering vengeance appeared in its eyes as it bared its deadly fangs and charged towards him. It was as if Sheehan was the killer of its dad and mom. The leaping force of his Viper Wolf was astonishing, as it stomped onto the ground, rolling up the mud and grass beneath instantly, and kicked them an entire meter away. Drawing an unimaginable force with each stomp, it seeked out its claws in mid-air, before bearing down its vicious fangs. Yet Mojencha was no vegetable. Duh. 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 3 consecutive shots volleyed into its mouth, with blood spraying everywhere. Its head was forced upwards upon the impact, but this strike wasn't considered fatal. Yet instead, an opening was created as Xian dodged easily to the side, swinging his elbow as he sent the beast crashing towards Reef. Without panicking, Reef raised his shield and casted a faith guard on himself. His surroundings flickered as a crystal light screen formed around him. With a flurry of 3 strikes from his lightsaber, it produced that rank B+ passive ability, Rude LVL3, immediately causing this unlucky beast to have its movement/attack speed decreased by 50%. He then simply intercepted the beast with ease. Within a single hand supporting his rifle, Mojencha released consecutive rounds towards the Viper Wolf, causing it to howl in grief. With his other hand, he drank down a blended mix that Xian had prepared long ago. His beastly instincts required MP, therefore during drawn-out battles, the blended mix of agility +4 and intelligence +4 was definitely an optimal compound. As the saying goes, when an expert makes a move, everyone notices. This was a medium-intensity realm war. Contestants that were enlisted into this were more or less old veterans and sly foxes. Naturally, some were able to tell that the recently arrived trio had exceptionally adept coordination between themselves. Chapter 4, Casting Nets at All Sides. Chapter 4, Casting Nets at All Sides, translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. Though the trio of Party Ace were all putting up a good show, at least 9 out of 10 people were attracted by that strange and horrible-looking shield wielded by Reef. It was still that same line, a dime or a dozen could unleash devastating damage output, yet those that were experts in tanking damage, the ones that would do the dirty work of braving the front lines, could only be described as precious rarities. To dare to display a shield out in this medium-intensity warfare, this inevitably meant he belonged to those few scrubs. He was definitely not an imitation, if not the first to die would be him. Is it my good fortune to actually encounter a solo flying MT? In that instance, this notion swirled in the minds of at least 20 others. The Viper Wolf was indeed terribly unlucky to be pincered by the trio of Xian. Moreover, it was only an average beast. Currently, it was suffering a dozen gunshots, receiving burnt slashes everywhere by Reef, and getting pounded by Xian. One must understand that at present, with the boost from his concoction, Xian's peak strength had reached a breathtaking 44 points. Although it seemed like Xian and Reef were thoroughly suppressed in the previous world, that was due to the abnormal circumstances and difficulty of that world. Even the realm understood the demands were too harsh, and allocated an ultimate ticket for them to return to the realm at any time. Right now, they were thrown into a fairly normal world. Though it had a B+ difficulty, it was already 2 levels down from the previous world difficulty. Though his knucklers were white grade, with Xian's outrageous 44 strength, he easily dealt crushing damages. Unable to last for even 10 seconds, the Viper Wolf's skull was totally wrecked with dents and bullet holes. Blood splashed chaotically in resonance to the wolf's melancholic howls. Xian and his buddy simultaneously received the notification: your battle contribution to the RDA company is raised by 14 points. After the battle concludes, you can utilize your contribution points to purchase relevant supplies from the shuttle's interior. After slaying the Viper Wolf, Reef and Mojencha naturally joined in the battle. Instead, Xian squatted down and started analyzing the Viper Wolf's corpse, all because the claws it demonstrated had left him a distinct impression. After careful inspections, he realized that though this creature was hailed as a wolf, it actually had a grip like that of primates. Each paw had a soft padding, 3 toes, and an opposable thumb, allowing it to climb trees and stalk its prey quietly, without leaving a trace. After organizing these details, he recalled the pack nature of Viper Wolves. Xian could formulate their intrinsic hunting pattern, a 3-dimensional hunting field. It could rely on trees as well as its silent trailing to encroach towards its prey, and finally sneak attack them within meters. This sort of vicious scenario caused even Xian, whose HP had reached 800, to shudder in fear, deciding that it was best to avoid conflicting with these creatures in the dark. Naturally, in view of other contestants around, Xian continuously allowed Reef and Mojencha to bask in the limelight, while he himself only produced a white-grade shotgun, where he had no qualms about hiding his true prowess. The crowd's observation were exceedingly critical. Though Xian seemed aggressive, his shotgun was indeed lacking. It boomed loudly and noisily, yet it couldn't even slay a heavily wounded viper wolf. He occasionally stood forward, delivering 2 punches while taking several blows for Reef. All these happened concurrently with receiving the spiteful glares of others. Facing such an awkward situation, Sheehan remained calm and collected. After learning that the battling front lines had eased a little, he then threw a blended mix of bear and eagle at the few contestants in front. A dull mist dispersed out, allowing them to enjoy the fruits of his latest research. Though the buff effects were weakened by using the AoE aspect of his ability, Strength +3 and Agility +3 wasn't considered poor. It was equivalent to the enhancement of a black-grade equipment, a total boost of 6 base attributes. In view of the sparse nature of good equipments in the realm, the attribute bonus of his blended mix could even surpass some average equipments of many contestants. Being engulfed by a sudden mysterious mist, apart from an impulsive, incomprehensive fool who cursed out, "What dog shit is this?" the other contestants realized something. They instantly noticed that their own base attributes were favorably transforming. Successive exclamations of delight, "Oh, yes. All right," could be heard. Some even gestured a thumbs up to Sheehan. Of course, Sheehan wasn't one to discriminate. There was still the backline of long-range combatants and supports, gunmen as well as mage/summoner etc. He casually tossed a flask of blended mix, increasing their agility and intelligence. Nevertheless, he could only cast an apologetic glance to those unique contestants requiring intelligence at the front, and strength at the back. The crowd glittered with admiration. After tossing out the 2 blended mix, everyone was enlightened that Sheehan was indeed a hybrid support, one that could tank a little for the MT while providing massive crowd support. Normally, such a breed would belong to a core member of a party, delivering crucial support to everyone. If such a person possessed a formidable damage output, he could very well vie for the leadership position in a party. But if not, his position would still be unshakable within the party, and welcomed by all. Numerous eyes were set ablaze, a MT plus another hybrid support. This was no doubt the twin thighs supporting their party's body. Though they could experience this combination for only a short while, they were still relatively glad to have them for this battle. The battle continued for several minutes. Sheehan was now slightly depressed, not because of the resources he sacrificed, but because the RDA company didn't acknowledge his efforts as contribution. According to the realm's normal method of determining, this was definitely an impossibility. During wartime, the frontline soldiers would definitely receive outstanding military service, but wouldn't the logistics/transport factions too? The cooks and support staff. This was outrageously unreasonable. While grumbling internally, a tremendous boom abruptly rattled over. Someone had managed to fling a grenade into the mouth of a howling viper wolf. Undoubtedly the outcome was a splattering of brains and blood. Still, Sheehan hadn't touched that viper wolf one bit. Even Reef and Mojentia were fully focused at another side. However, he suddenly received a +5 contribution from the RDA company. Moreover, Reef and Mojentia, who were basking in glory, also received an external +2 contribution rate. So that's the case. Sheehan was enlightened. If a contestant had received a strengthening bonus from me, then his contributions in battle, a dividend would be shared with me. Of course, this dividend was linearly related. For example, if killing a viper wolf earned Reef 20 contribution points while hosting support benefits from Sheehan, then he would only receive 18 points, while Sheehan could receive 5 points. It definitely wasn't calculated as Reef taking 15 points, while the remaining 5 goes to Sheehan. In other words, the total contribution rates would be increased. Noteworthily, the contribution was tied to an individual creature. For example, when 10 support-enhanced contestants worked together to kill a single viper wolf, Sheehan would only receive a single reward, and not 10x of that reward. Since that was the case, Sheehan immediately retained his own plans. Ultimately, he still had a wealthy spendthrift backing in Reef, hence, he wouldn't lack materials in the present world. Therefore, squandering a little now was fine, as long as he rationed his supplies throughout the course of this world. Rather, as of now, he could earn much more contribution points. Presently, he had already realized this wasn't the only battlefield after digging information from the surrounding contestants. This humongous Valkyrie had 4 different exits on the east, south, west and north. Large packs of viper wolves had appeared before all exits, attempting to invade the interior of the shuttle. Thus, an inevitable clash broke out at all exit fronts. No other words needed. There were now 4 other battles occurring at each side. Presently, there was only one thing on Xian's mind, and that was to be a good Samaritan. He would service the contestants in this realm war with generous attribute boosts. By doing so, even if he remained motionless, wealth would come rolling in. Right now, he was positioned within the west battlefield. Thus, he proceeded to detour to the north. Yet when he reached here, his heart skipped a beat, because all the viper wolves had been utterly annihilated. Moreover, there were lesser contestants here. Looking at the contestants here leisurely sitting around, they appeared rather accustomed and familiar with each other, chattering and laughing amongst themselves. Their bodies emanated a dull ochre glow, which obviously indicated they belonged to a large-scale party. Those malicious and well-coordinated viper wolves had all been slaughtered cleanly, without a single one escaping. Even the carcasses left behind were currently being carefully stored by some contestants, trying to maximize their benefits. A lofty and tall contestant was currently squatting at the foremost of the battlefield, with a cigarette lodged between his fingers. The contestant wore an oxygen mask over the face, so what was this cigarette for? Xian couldn't expect this contestant to be a smoking addict. As he observed every few seconds, the contestant would pull down his mask and take a savory puff. It seemed like the poisonous air was merely a secondary concern to him. Chapter 5, Encountering the Illum Union Again. Chapter 5, Encountering the Illum Union Again. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcázar. After puffing, he gently breathed out the fumes before turning to gaze at Xian. Without placing back his oxygen mask, he stood up and walked over. Previously, when he took down his mask, Xian had already noticed he was a fierce-looking baldy. A deep red scar ran from his left forehead vertically downwards to the left of his lip. Though the scar was patched, it carried the cruel uneven mending of flesh, indicating the ruthless nature of the cut behind it. Naturally, suffering such a ruthless chop, his left eye wasn't spared. A chunk of plasma hung within his eyes, as black, white and red flowed out. However, his left eye was still dazzling like a gem. Naturally, it had been repaired by the realm. The scarred baldy stared at Xian and examined him. Instead, when he spoke, his tone was kind and cut straight to the point. "Hey, brother. What do you need? This northern exit belongs to our Illum Union now." Illum Union. The words jolted Xian's mind like a lightning bolt. He instantly recalled the report Reef had told him before. "This is my second encounter with the Illum Union. Damn it, that means the Bowen that I killed back in the Pirates of the Caribbean world is one of them. One of their members announced he wanted to use my skull as a souvenir. One of the core of this party is a woman named Z. An expert in the force of the Star Wars universe. TN, the Chinese character Z, means beauty. This party is definitely like the bank syndicate I tangled with previously. They are a considerably unified organization. The party's scale means that it definitely has a certain hierarchical structure within the party." These list of thoughts flashed through Xian's mind swiftly. One must understand, this world setting was a free world. Though killing will invoke Slayer value, it will similarly produce good benefits. If this group of people saw through his identity as contestant number 1018, they would surge with joy and vanquish him to eternal death. To the present Xian, he was terribly far from the stage of battling 1 against 10. Hence, it was best he quickly evaded them. Xian's current perceptive sense was as high as 28 points, trying to pressure him with perceptive sense would be a difficult matter. Moreover, his helmet possessed a pulse interference ability to guard against others probing, and moreover, it had precedence. Therefore, unless he encountered a reserve duty limit Venator, the chances of him being exposed as contestant number 1018 was slim. Even if he did encounter one, considering this world had just begun, there shouldn't be a lunatic who would show their cards so quickly. One must understand, one could only go into boundary state for only 4 times before invoking the boundary test. Though many thoughts ran through his mind, to others, this only seemed like a blank, normal reaction of a random stranger. Neither servile nor overbearing, Xian faced the scarred baldy and smiled. "Hello, I am Seaman. I'm guessing your party needs an additional support, for example one that would freely provide an incredible individual buff." The scarred bladdy instantly broke out into laughter, turning around to glance at a rather pale-looking, scrawny male, wearing a black wizard robe and a staff. "Aha, lovely Morda, and cute little Freya, someone is here to snatch your business." As a complete and formidable party, the Illum Union would definitely have nurtured their own supporters. Dead Soul User, Morda, was one of them. Beneath the robe, his right hand had an eternally decaying wound, the ability he learned was called Putrefy Curse. When casted against enemies, it would lower all defenses by 10% while issuing a piercing agony. However, whenever he casted the curse on himself, his mental powers would flare up, absorbing the dead souls from underground to disperse to his surroundings. His allies would then receive a darkness strength additional damage of 6 to 10% during their next attack. Because darkness is an elemental damage, only certain variables can resist the darkness element. Therefore, the actual resultant damage it would deal in the end was more or less 12 to 13%. As for Freya, he was a sniper. He had a wonderful ability similar to Xian. Actually, they were like different melodies playing to the same tune. Strictly speaking, Freya was very much inferior to the dead Xiaoer, but he had managed to encounter a good fortune. Thus, he was able to obtain a rank 4 skill tree ability, and had raised it to the 3rd tier already. The skill tree ability was called Precision. In combat state, whenever he targeted the same target, with every increased duration of 2 seconds, accuracy plus 3%, explosive strike rate plus 2%. Stacking of explosive strike rate would not exceed 20%. As for his allies, every time Freya scored a hit onto the enemy, it would issue an area of effect ripple. Allies within that ripple will have their accuracy plus 1%, explosive strike rate plus 1%. At its current level, that effect couldn't be stacked. These two contestants were considered a class of combat supporters. When they matured, they would be a force to be reckoned with. Right now, the Illum Union was still rather pleased with them. Yet why did the scarred Baldy suddenly talk about business snatching? That was because of the realm's regulations. Xian wasn't their party member. If the Illum Union accepted his supporting effects, then the realm would automatically award contribution points to him during the battle. As for Morda and Freya, they would naturally not receive any. Bluntly speaking, though beneficial buffs could coexist, the rewards would only be allocated to one person. This was a protection scheme installed by the realm. To a solo contestant, a party would inevitably be stronger. Therefore, the goal here was to protect the weaker party's interest, and also encourage parties to proactively attract supporting talents. Morda and Freya were both individuals who thought highly of themselves. Upon hearing the scarred Baldy's words, one completely ignored him, not even offering a glance. It was as though Xian was completely non-existent. Another issued a sunken expression as he scrutinized his staff, as though the staff was a naked beauty. Their disdain for Xian were vividly portrayed. Instead, a burly chap with a messy hair and long oddly arms snorted, and waved his hands. Archaeophil, you're really long-winded. Just hurry up and get him to scram. In my previous world, I met a moron who blew his own trumpet, painting a deluge of heavenly flowers for his own supporting ability. In the end, he actually threw away his own face with that HP regeneration plus 3% broken toy. Our party is already cultivating several powerful main support members. There isn't a place for you. Xian's eyelids twitched, his heart was stirred. That was because this guy's tone sounded rather familiar. It sounded as though it was the individual who had sworn to take his skull as souvenir. The burly chap was leisurely sitting on the grass, and beside him was a giant blade fused with lingering blackness. Its surface was dull, but it appeared like it was boiling, as it occasionally emitted waves of black aura. Sable, I should have just let them viper wolves tear your damned mouth apart just now. The scarred Baldy, Archaeophil mocked. He then casted his gaze toward Xian and shrugged his shoulders. My apologies, buddy, looks like you have to find another place to work. Xian could tell this Archaeophil should be the MT of the Illum Union. From the start till now, he had been smoking without wearing his oxygen mask. It had already been a full 2 minutes. Yet he was still glowing with health and vigor. Moreover, the people around him weren't even startled. This undoubtedly meant that this guy had a strong resistance towards abnormal effects, and in fact was at a relatively terrifying level. If not the case, then he probably had an excellent equipment like his own monstrous fighting spirit. Either that, or he possessed an immensely powerful innate ability. If an expert magician-based combatant assaulted him, that constant would definitely be in for a massive headache. Hearing the friendly notice to leave by Archaeophil, Xian had been dying to hear those words for far too long. Being one who harbored ulterior motives, he instantly turned to leave. But at this instance, his pupils shrank. A wave of domineering threat suddenly pressed down from the skies. His perceptive sense that vastly exceeded most people, had already forewarned him prematurely by milliseconds. Xian raised his head, he could see that amidst the funnel-like white clouds, 7 to 8 ruptures in the sky had been speedily broken through. The sudden outburst scattered the clouds like cotton wadding away. Not even 5 to 6 seconds later, winged creatures sped through for the ground, carrying the billowing winds as they emitted indescribable mournful screeches. These uninvited guests had the appearance of pterosaurs of the ancient earth, yet it boasted of a decorative lizard-like epidermis skin. Its broad flat wings had a divided translucent webbing, which covered its bones as it glided easily. It seemed like a stout and strong bat, yet exuberated the carefree nature of a wandering stingray. The most attractive spot was their mouth, drilling outwards for at least 7 to 8 centimeters. Their lower jaws were filled with incisive pointed teeth. These flying creatures displayed large as well as small versions. At present, while they approached in, one could observe their matured wingspan stretching as long as 12 meters. Even the smallest version of the creature had a wingspan that reaches 7 to 8 meters. They were called mountain banshees on this planet Pandora, where its name originated from its own screech. Resembling that of a banshee, also known as a dead female in Irish mythology, with her crying and miserable plaintive wails. Chapter 6, Three-Dimensional Battle Skirmish. Chapter 6, Three-Dimensional Battle Skirmish. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Alcázar. In the movie, mountain banshees appeared frequently on camera. The Na-6 clansmen had relied on them to establish a formidably unrivaled aerial fleet. Moreover, there was even a rite of passage for one to become an Ikran Makto, Banshee rider, according to the Na-6 language. Riding one was akin to riding an Audi A6 in the present world. Of course, the great Leonopteryx that the main lead, Jake Sully, finally succeeded in riding, could be compared to a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, which was the only one worldwide. At the 100-meter mark, those 7 to 8 mountain banshees segregated and dove down in spirals, splitting into 4 groups to assault the 4 different regions of defending contestants. Currently, the long-range combatants naturally started firing at them. Concurrently, a sentry started yelling loudly. Sightings of countless fast-moving creatures from a distance at, I reckon they are a viper wolf pack, quantity of 50 to 100 heads. In this chaotic split second, Sheehan instantly recalled his experiences in the previous Starship Trooper world, where the skies were covered with mutalisks and the earth with zerglings. Fortunately, there wasn't a combined and coordinated full frontal assault by the arachnids previously. If not, even if Sheehan's life was multiplied by 10, or his innate ability was stronger by 10 times, he would have still been reduced to ashes. Yet now, the Viper Wolf Pack and the Mountain Banshees were ingeniously collaborating into a three-dimensional battle skirmish. The crafty and innumerable Viper Wolf Pack, coupled with the vicious and threatening Mountain Banshees, had formed into a perfectly ruthless battle collaboration. Fortunately, Sheehan wasn't the only one in this battle, he was stuck within the Illumunion party. Thus, a major portion of assaults from these formidable and cunning creatures would be tanked by the Illumunion. Fortunately, the long-range firepower of the Illumunion was naturally retaliating in advance. They were already unleashing their strength against the pack of Viper Wolves, and successfully aggravated the furious creatures and capturing their attention. As for Sheehan, he had successfully resigned himself to be just a spectator. Visibly clear, a mountain banshee jolted down against the heavy firepower, and though its skin was lacerating from the bullets and magic blasts, it still maintained its unbearably sharp screech through its incisive long beak. It was like a pebble instigating a thousand-layered tide or screech as it dispersed forth. Through the piercing screech, circles of incorporeal ripples could be seen. Contestants caught in the ripples had seemingly met with a 12-grade stormy gale, as their eyes burnt bitterly with blurred vision, overflowing with tears as they attempted to cover their faces and retreat. Rank B ability, Throat Shudder. Evoking a wildly ferocious gust, causing the surrounding enemies to fall into a persistent retreating stance. Duration of 5 seconds, accuracy dropped by 70% due to irritated eyes. Mountain banshees traveled in a flock, their screeches were their primary form of communication. Because a mountain banshee don't possess a windpipe, its breathing directly enter through its chest. Therefore, their lungs acted as a jet engine to propel air into its skull cavity to emit voice, thereby using its huge mouth to direct the sound towards a specific direction. After a long time, such breathing and sound interactions caused the mountain banshee to develop such a formidable offensive technique. This class of terrifying creature had 2 pairs of eyes. One pair were normal eyes, while another pair were tiny eyes which functioned independently, and were extremely sensitive to movement. During the night, its eyes contained infrared sensors to see, while a transparent lid protected its exterior. Therefore, naturally they would be immune to their own wind attacks. As this mountain banshee broke through the surrounding formation, another two slightly smaller mountain banshees swooped down, tightly seizing this rare opportunity. Their razor-sharp talons carved out a deadly line without effort, as they easily tore through the human's flesh, with the aftermath force carrying fresh blood, as it formed into intertwined red lines in midair. Miserably wails followed suit from long-range combatants, who relied on their party to survive and naturally had a weakness of lower health. Specializing in their own various roles made it hard for them to obtain any survival-enhancing equipment or ability scrolls. Instantly, a few contestants had been thrown to the ground, with wounds that shocked the eyes and astonishes the heart. It was obvious that they had been dealt crushing damage by the mountain banshees, their blood repeatedly gushed out as though it didn't care for money. Closely after, another mountain banshee seized a contestant, while slapping its membrane wings about as it skyrocketed into the sky, and ultimately flung the contestant down from about 70 to 80 meters off the ground. A mournful long scream pierced downwards. Thump. An oppressive crash resounded from beneath the left wing of the Valkyrie, as the contestant rolled along the ground, his fate visibly unknown. However, when the third mountain banshee surged down, right ahead of Xian, Archaeophil had already charged towards its front. Because of his prior location, this MT had arrived late. Therefore, the rank B ability, Throat Shutter, had only messed up his chest hair, and did nothing to hinder him. At this moment, Xian could obviously leave this battlefield, but truthfully speaking, he was reluctant to. Reef's defensive tactics had been scrutinized by Xian many times, yet this MT Archaeophil's capabilities were indeed intriguing. As the saying goes, the other mountain's stone can polish the jade. For Xian, who was still maturing, if he could obtain a valuable lesson from him, then it would be worth more than gold. Against the diving surge of the third mountain banshee, Archaeophil breathed in deeply and fiercely lunged forward, as though he wanted to perish with it. However, at a gap of 5 to 6 meters, Archaeophil reached out both hands as he pulled out a gigantic shield from the back of his head, welcoming the collision of the mountain banshee. Xian could see it distinctly. The surface of Archaeophil's gigantic shield was glittering with silver brilliance. As it swerved, glitter scattered about, forming a misconception of falling stars. According to a report gathered by Jin Kuang and Xian, this was obviously a special effect resulting from an equipment that had at least a +7 upgrade to it. The gigantic shield was at least as tall as a person when erected fully. It had a curved top while its bottom was conical. This design allowed it to easily anchor into the ground. When being supported, it appeared exactly like an impregnable solid door, where its exterior was reinforced with dense penetrating rivets. Every pitch-black rivet had the shape of a pyramid, extended several centimeters from the shield. It was easy to imagine the scene of someone crashing into it, an outcome of densely dotted mutilated blood holes. Thus, it could be described as a blood-drawing machine. The silver metal frame edges of the shield were at least 10 centimeters thick. It was obvious that though it was exceptionally sturdy, it came at the price of additional weight. Hence, Archaeophil required the usage of both hands to be proficient in it. Dang! A thunderous boom followed by a weird shrilling squawk emerged. Although Archaeophil was instantly knocked 5 to 6 meters away by the tremendous force, the mountain banshee's murderous dive had come to a spontaneous end. It lost its balance as it rolled several times on the ground, repeatedly fluttering its wings and squawking miserly. Bluish blood squirted out in large batches from its chest. Seizing this golden opportunity, that long-armed burly chap, Sable, roared loudly like a broken gong. He leapt highly as his hands clasped onto his giant black longsword, chopping down mercilessly. The blade issued a mournful shrill in midair, as though an ability was triggered. Its sheer showing of force appeared as if he had already gained the upper hand. Yet another venter. Xian had already evaluated the guy. Blood splashed as a chunk of flesh was torn off Sable's left arm by the struggling mountain banshee. Instead, Sable roared furiously as his black giant longsword chopped down, his blade tearing halfway through the beast's wing as it drew out a 10-meter fountain of blood. Blood gently drifted through the air, painting a spectacular sight. Besides, for the mountain banshee to glide effortlessly in the air, the membrane covering its wings was thin and its carbon bones were mostly hollow. Hence, it was inevitably lacking in terms of sturdiness. The killing threat of the mountain banshee was currently in steep decline after landing on the ground. Although it constantly issued forewarning mournful screeches, in a short span of minutes, it was overwhelmed by contestants. The concentrated firing of contestants reducing it to a meat paste. Immediately, the other two mountain banshees consecutively dived down in raging anguish. Yet this time, Archaeophil was already fully prepared. The Illumunion also had a tacit understanding of each other, not leaving the slightest thread of hope for the winged beasts. They counterattacked and chopped down a mountain banshee. However, the few aerial beasts had already successfully caused substantial chaos within the crowd of the Illumunion. More importantly, the organized defensive formation of the Illumunion had been utterly thrown into disarray. Therefore, this opened the path for the surprise assaults of the Viper Wolves. They were already intellectual creatures. Seizing the chance when the formation of the Illumunion was in massive disarray, 8 Viper Wolves managed to craftily dodge past the frontline defense of 5 to 6 close combat contestant. They maliciously and viciously pounced towards the backlines of weaker long-range combat contestants. It was really a scene of mercury flowing over the earth, not sparing a single whole star. In a flash, the area fell into a massive upheaval. TN, Chinese idiom, exploiting fully the given opportunity, spectating till now, Xian already had a rough understanding on the strength of the Illumunion. However, he had noticed, out of their core members, it seemed like only Archaeophil and Sable was around, while Xian had personally witnessed at least 6 core members previously. Which goes to say, 4 core members were in hiding, obviously prepared to command a reserve team. At present, he no longer desired to continue loitering around. Thus, he turned around with an intention to observe the other regions, and actively seeking other battlefields to reap some benefits. Chapter 7, Snatching Businesses. Chapter 7, Snatching Businesses, translated by, Chua, edited by, TN and Alcasar. Yet at this very moment, the last remaining mountain banshee fanatically swooped down in assault. Its body was humongous, and hence it could be determined to have the most vitality. Even though its body was punctured with numerous blood holes, and even had a half-a-meter-long bloodied wound torn across its chest, it remained incomparably savage. Probably losing the will to live after witnessing its companions getting slaughtered, it initiated a suicidal charge. Diving down at breakneck pace, it just had to swerve towards Xian's location. However, it appeared as if its primary target wasn't Xian but another contestant that was being tightly hindered by a Viper Wolf. Its plan was naturally to first eliminate that fella before dealing with Xian, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the targeted contestant, his left hand gripped a pistol, and a dagger in his right. Naturally, such an offensive combination was undoubtedly the most superior in the preceding periods of a contestant, not inferior in both close or far combat. But at this phase of development, such a balanced fighting style was merely mediocre, unless one was in possession of an incredible piece of equipment. If not, one would find it hard to become a core member of the party. At present, he was currently tangled up with a Viper Wolf ahead, having not the slightest clue of the unexpected murderous arrival. Its gigantic frame hid the sky and covered the earth behind him. Xian could only smile bleakly, and shrugged his shoulders helplessly. In this circumstance, he had no choice but to step up and rescue, because once this peerlessly savage mountain banshee tore through the contestant with its sharp talons, it would be him that would suffer the devastating assault next. In this situation, he might as well save him on his own accord, and even earn himself a favor along the way. Thus, without hesitation, Xian lunged towards the contestant, braving the immense danger as he pushed him horizontally for 5 to 6 meters. After falling to the ground, he spun while half-kneeling as he used his hands to cover his face. Wearing a pair of white-grade knucklers with a resistive blocking attribute, his heart prepared to test out the domineering strength of this world with resolute enthusiasm. A ferocious wind slapped against his face, carrying the piercing stench of the mountain banshee's blood. Amidst the ear-piercing chaffing of metal, the savage raptor clawed out 2 long streaks of sparks across Xian's wrists, the unstoppable might cleaving open 2 lines of mangled flesh on Xian's arm. As the immense force of the talons pressed against him, Xian was about to summon his strength in resistance. Instead, his mind sparked and he immediately abandoned that thought. Allowing the immense force to drag and flip him over, he was thrown backwards for an entire 12 to 13 meters. Appearing like an absolutely tyrannical attack, yet in actual fact, it only dealt close to 80 points of true damage to Xian. As his body was flipped through the air, many notions swirled within Xian's mind. He could obviously stabilize himself and roll to cushion his fall, but he purposefully allowed himself to crash headfirst, landing himself into a terribly pathetic state. Finally, he struggled to get up, issuing a feigned horrified expression as he gasped for breath. In his current circumstance, hiding his personal strength naturally remained top priority. However, because of this, Xian, who had been dragged into battle, was now being eyed by a viper wolf. Its intelligence mentioned previously, and after eyeing the wretched Xian crashing to the ground, it excitedly rummaged forward with insatiable thirst. Of course, it had no clue Xian was merely feigning. In the end, the unlucky viper wolf naturally nibbled rice instead of stealing chickens. Its clawing and chomps were easily blocked by Xian, but of course to others, Xian made it appear as if he was bitterly resisting it, seemingly about to crumble at any second. Fortunately, the contestants around were not vegetarians. After seeing that someone was tanking, they instantly unleashed their fervent assaults, quickly dispatching that damned viper wolf. TN, author is probably implying weaklings LOL, by now, since he had already been dragged into this battle, Xian's desire to avoid unnecessary attention was rendered impossible. Hence, he might as well just accomplished what he originally came here to do, briefly tossing out 2 blended mix flasks. Naturally, they belong to the composition of strength plus agility and intelligence plus agility. After the flasks shattered, while most of the contestants were locked in gruesome battle, someone very quickly transmitted through his party channel. His message started with an unrestrained gasp of surprise. "Oh, my God. Hurry up and enter this fog, that guy's buff effects are actually plus 3 points to both strength and agility. Its duration lasts for 120 minutes. Hey. Why is my agility plus 3 and my intelligence plus 3? A bonus of 6 base attribute points. Are you kidding me? Isn't April's Fool's over already? Oh. Dog shit. It's actually real. What AF *** king surprise. What are you guys talking about? What powerful bonus? Can't you see for yourself? Oh shit, this guy isn't part of our party. If we acquire his bonus buff effects, then we would be blocking off Morda's and Freya's buff effects. Sorry, Morda. I'm just short of 3 points of strength to inflict crushing on these damned scums, I hope you understand. Morda, Freya, 3 points of intelligence is crucial to me. Morda, Freya, with 3 points of strength, these devil spawn banshees cannot deal crushing damages to me anymore. What luck. With 3 points of agility, these pesky viper wolves are now unable to keep up with my speed. Holy, I'm starting to feel a connection with that seaman guy. He doesn't like gays, your connection is worth farts. The contestants were no fools. An upgrade of 6 entire base attributes, it was definitely worth more than 1% accuracy and 1% explosive strike rate boost, that could at most increase their offensive capabilities by 13%. Because such an enhancement was totally comparable to a substantial upgrade of wearing a black grade equipment, or even a silver storyline grade equipment. In an environment where life or death was at stake, in spite of acquainted sentiments, survival remained the only truth. Furthermore, to these contestants, choosing Xian's bonus buff didn't come at an additional cost. Their only collateral was in the form of Morda and Freya's gains. Due to this situation, rapid flows of battle contribution points came pouring into Xian, which were clearly the collaterals of the 2 miserable dudes. However, even after adopting a terribly ugly expression, they obviously couldn't beg others to forego Xian's buff right. One had to admit that the prowess of the Illumunion was rather insane. After their earlier panic and once they grew accustomed, they simply took care of these crafty beasts with swiftness and ease. Yet at this moment, another massive pack of viper wolves had came charging out of the distant forest. Amongst them, several viper wolf had a distinctively larger body, which were naturally classified as smaller ringleaders or elites. These swiftly encroaching viper wolves utterly spared no breathing space for the Illumunion, delivering endless bouts of assault. Facing such persistence, the front line of close combatants would undoubtedly produce casualties. At present, Xian had finally witnessed the formidable party skill of the Illumunion drive. Such a skill obviously came at a tremendous cost. Once anyone was tackled into a near-death state, an instant flash transport would occur. The destination of that flash transport had already been predetermined at one of their party member, where the member most likely possessed a regenerative and healing ability. Of course, the flash transport distance wasn't infinite, and limited to only 50 meters radius. Similarly, it didn't supply an invulnerable state against assaults. If someone suffered an instant death, then this ability was pointless. It seemed like the close combat contestants were producing more and more casualties, as the gaps between the front lines became wider. All of a sudden, a core member marched out of a channel from the Valkyrie. This person was called Yuan Zhan, who was obviously an Asian. Xian hadn't witnessed him in action previously. At present, he simply observed Yuan Zhan's fingers flashing with green, and congregated into 2 green glows before impaling into the ground. Not even 10 seconds later, all surrounding viper wolf carcasses withered and rotted in succession, paving the way for 2 stumps of 6 meters tall shrubs to sprout from the ground. Those shrubs had no leaves, its twisted roots and intertwined joints contained pointedly acute tips. Whenever a viper wolf closed in, its branches would ferociously stab forward and slice, while carrying a double negative property of repel and poisoning. Its performance was that of an extremely refined defensive mechanism. Apart from that, Yuan Zhan summoned out 5 greater wolves to participate in battle. He was actually a fauna/flora summoner. Xian immediately recalled about Phelps from before, that he too was a summoner. He had summoned wolves that time, and whenever they got injured, Phelps would display an expression of hurt. If it was Phelps who had just summoned 5 wolves, then wouldn't his expression be nervous and apprehensive? However, Yuan Zhan's countenance revealed that he couldn't care less, obviously treating his greater wolves as mere consumables. Thus, Xian could instantly determine one critical matter: this summoner definitely has a reserve and impossibly dangerous ability. Probably his success rate of taming is incredibly high. Hence, he dares to squander his animals in this manner. To become a core member of the Illum Union, he is indeed well deserved of his reputation. Even with the aid of the 2 poison needle giant thorn shrubs, main tank Archaeophil was beginning to feel exhausted. Besides, he had to swing around with his wielded towering shield, which was called Bulwark of Asenath. To coincide his offense into his defense was no easy feat with the shield. In actual fact, Archaeophil's base attributes had barely reached the requirements to forcefully utilize this double-handed shield, especially pertaining to the strength attribute. This shield is actually from the World of Warcraft. You can Google it to see how it looks. Chapter 8, Gold That Shines Everywhere. Chapter 8, Gold That Shines Everywhere. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. Presently, Archaeophil couldn't deny that this seaman brat did have a pretty useful support ability. If not for that additional enhancement of 3 strength, he believed his proficiency in mobilizing his shield would be lacking now. Scram! Archaeophil roared furiously, sweeping horizontally with the giant shield, smashing it against the body of an incoming viper wolf. The pointed pyramid stabbed a agonizingly deep memory in the creature's mind, to the extent that if it dreamt at night, it would definitely relish in a nightmare of having its naked body ravaged by 1,000 cactuses. Releasing a mournful howl, the viper wolf was flung off with blood splattering about. Suddenly, an elite viper wolf who had been prying in a corner, instantly jumped on this chance and pressed forward ferociously. Archaeophil roared as he drilled his shield into the ground. Before pressing his shoulder against the top, his frame instantly formed into a firm triangle with the shield as its front. Though his strength wasn't adequate, but by using the shield in this manner, it would be hard for any collision to break through his defense. Thump! A thunderous knock resounded. The elite viper wolf had rushed head-on into the impaling pyramids, before emitting a pitiful wail as 6 blood-gushing holes instantly surfaced on its body. The long-range firepower then arrived and beat it into consecutive retreats. Archaeophil had consecutively repelled 2 viper wolves, but the repercussions of using this double-handed shield excessively was manifesting fully. Though his defense was impregnable, it inevitably opened an immense gap during rotations or dodging. Hence, he required the collaboration of his party to compensate for that flaw. Yet the supremacy of this model of shields was thoroughly clear as well. With its immeasurable depths of defense, it frequently absorbed loads of incoming damage. Citing a simple example, if Reef had wielded this shield to go against the blood gold sunken colony back in the Starship Trooper world, then he would have probably been able to handle it without breaking through the boundary. However, if he encountered an arachnid seat with it, then rotating 360 degrees around would be a nightmare. Although he had driven away that elite viper wolf, Archaeophil remained depressed internally. This was because he had just witnessed one of this auxiliary tanking assistant being pounced to the ground, and having his throat ripped with one chomp, falling into a critically wounded state. The party skill had activated with a flash, and he vanished. As for that viper wolf who had just sampled the wondrous taste of blood and flesh, it roared in rage, gazing direct towards the nearest Archaeophil, baring fangs and brandishing claws as it charged ahead. At present, Archaeophil was already exhausted beyond limit, the consequential extent of using this giant shield. He panted deeply, but at that instant where his nape was about to be assaulted, that area of his skin shockingly turned ash-gray, as though it had transformed into granite. Evidently, that region of defense was substantially raised. This was definitely one of Archaeophil's trump card. Stone skin art. Right now, if not for his party warning him that he cannot retreat or collapse now, Archaeophil wouldn't have executed such a technique. To the contrary of his expectation, that impending wild strike of pain never arrived. A fist that was shimmering with metallic glint abruptly stretched over, as it heavily pounded the head of the viper wolf, smashing it far away into the sky. Archaeophil turned to glance, just nice observing that seaman brat lunging forward, before promptly guarding himself and the region to his side. This event of sending charcoal in a snowy weather was indeed welcoming to anyone. Archaeophil nodded in approval as he chuckled heartily. Many thanks, endure for 2 minutes until Huckle heals up and replace you. In the end, Sheehan stayed on for an entire 10 minutes. This wasn't because Huckle didn't return to replace him, but instead, it was that Archaeophil didn't wish for him to leave. In Archaeophil's perspective, ever since he discovered the potions Sheehan had tossed out could grant 6 base attributes, he knew that he and Sable had underestimated this fella. After giving a rather good evaluation of Seaman afterward, now that he experienced defending alongside the seaman brat, he had discovered that he underestimated him once again. In actual fact, Archaeophil had already collaborated with Huckle for 4 entire worlds, having established a mutual cooperation between them. Yet once Seaman had replaced Huckle for that moment, Archaeophil could instantly sense a difference. His cooperation with Huckle beforehand could be described as a volatile gas of carbohydrate. Normally when Huckle held position beside him, he would only compensate for the gaps that surfaced when Archaeophil moved his giant shield. However, deep down in his bones, Huckle remained an offensive individual. Once any crack surfaced in the enemy, he couldn't resist the urge to assault the enemy. To the party, that appeared as a proactive action, yet to Archaeophil, that action wasn't favorable at all. Due to the manifold instances of myriad changes in the battlefield, nobody could prevent sudden mishaps from happening. If something unexpected occurred and Huckle wasn't holding fort beside him, then the severity of the matter would be grave. Even though Archaeophil had advised Huckle several times, Huckle still remained obstinate without major changes. Moreover, there weren't many who were willing to be an assistant defensive tank, slaving bitterly while doing the dirty work, yet glories of it were still overshadowed by the brilliance of the MT. Simply put, it was like eating meat without drinking soup. Hence, Archaeophil could only helplessly come to terms with reality. Instead, Sheehan was different, all his focus was placed on assisting Archaeophil. He definitely wouldn't bother with other matters. Even if the situation changed vastly, his reaction was equally smooth. With such a conduct, Sheehan displayed an appearance of relative low profile, so low-key that it seemed like he was slacking. For example, foregoing a near-death creature nearby, letting off a beast that he could easily handle, or just appearing as if he was daydreaming at times. Only the beneficiary, Archaeophil, understood. Ever since Sheehan made his entry, it was as though his blind spot hadn't been exploited by the enemy a single time. Once a gap surfaced from rotating his giant shield, at first notice, Sheehan would be the one to eliminate the crisis. Furthermore, when Archaeophil needed a breather, without muttering a single word, this seaman would proactively replace him and guard him. As for the times when Sheehan appeared to be daydreaming, he was actually calculating the current statistics of the enemies, before advising the current state of the party to Archaeophil. He was judging the state of others recovering, when they would rejoin the battle, or if others were breathless due to their depleted MP, how long would it take for the long-range combatants need to refuel and reload magazines and so on. Hence, Sheehan allowed Archaeophil, who was wholly focused on defense with a disadvantageous viewpoint, to have a clear grasp and understanding of the entire situation. In other words, after battling alongside Sheehan, Archaeophil had realized what the marvelous aid a qualified and professional assistant tank could supplement. Actually, in reality, Huckle was doing a pretty remarkable job as the assistant defensive tank. However, comparing him to Sheehan was an utterly colossal error. There is a saying, only a woman can understand women. The same logic applied, only a MT would be able to understand another MT. Why did Sheehan have such qualifications, and could comprehend what Archaeophil required? Apart from his own intrinsic wisdom, it was due to the fact that his own position wasn't an assistant tank, but an exact MT. Moreover, during previous battles, Reef understood that both of them had to fight shoulder to shoulder in the future, complementing each other's gaps. Hence, he had shared his personal wisdom with Sheehan. With all these factors combined, where the water flows a canal would form, Xian was naturally able to fulfill Archeophil's requirements. Bluntly putting, if Archeophil wanted to find an assistant tank like Xian, it was equivalent to seeking another MT. Yet since he governed this positioning authority, why would any MT be willing to take on the position of an assistant tank? Hence, this topic was doomed to be a dilemma, unless the party had already determined to traverse down the path of twin MTs right from the get-go. However, it wasn't easy to find suitable candidates. Because the current situation was that MTs belonged to a rare commodity. Many would have already held a notion of securing the chicken head, instead of the bull's tail, before when a MT matures fully. To establish a party with twin MTs would simply be a one-of-a-kind situation, a path of 1,000 hurdles. As for the many prerequisite conditions, one just had to recall the coincidental encounter between Xian and his recruitment of Reef. As the battle gradually reached its climax, the other Illum Union members started to discover certain abnormalities. This was because the Archeophil of today was actually able to hold the front lines for an excessively longer period. Those who had entered this realm war were mostly veteran contestants. Moreover, they had coordinated with him for so long, obviously they understood the underlying mechanics of this phenomenon. Logically speaking, from the start of the battle till now, with the appearance of elite Viper Wolves, the war had already reached a menacingly intensified state. Right from the beginning, Archeophil had been tanking the front lines, and his substitution for a 30 seconds rest was already long overdue. According to their usual practice, this vacant space would normally be filled by a combination of Yuan Zhan and another core member, Demon Dream. A summoner, plus another high damage output contestant to mend this gap. However, Archeophil hadn't signaled for any substitute, hence, Yuan Zhan and Demon Dream, who were already prepared for action, could continue acting as the party's insurance and observe the situation peacefully. Both their perceptions were incredibly sharp, and could very swiftly identify the crux of this smooth and unhindered battle. It was shockingly due to that outsider, Seaman. With his gene mixes, he allowed an overall surge in the party's fighting capabilities, and even produced such a tacit coordination with Archeophil. So much so that even when other close combatants nearby Xian encountered a crisis, they would similarly receive his emergency aid and attention. Chapter 9, The Other Kind of Powerful. Chapter 9, The Other Kind of Powerful, translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcázar. In the eyes of the Illum Union, Xian was like an omnipresent specter, always appearing where he needed to. For example, for those fighting at the front had several times where they were about to suffer an attack, but Xian had showed up in the nick of time, either through his fists, or the repelling ability of the shotgun to repel Viper Wolves away, and thus obstruct the Viper Wolves' onslaught. Speaking from the party's perspective, Xian's readiness to get attacked by these beasts was obviously more advantageous than having the beasts attack Sable. That was because the latter would have a higher chance of suffering from an explosive strike. Besides, it was naturally more worthwhile for the prepared seamen, who obviously had excellent defensive strength, to get bitten instead of their own contestants who weren't prepared. Yet another Viper Wolf pack swarmed in. This time, Yuan Zhan and Demon Dream could tell that the hand-to-hand combat front lines had finally reached its limit, and to sustain any longer was excruciatingly difficult. The front lines crumbling would inevitably lead to the entire defense crumbling. In a flash, they readied themselves to act. But at this moment, without a single warning, Xian retreated backwards by 2 to 3 steps. He's finally reached his limits. This complicated notion finally welled up in both Archeophil and Sable's minds. But just before they affirmed their notion, with a twist of Xian's wrist, a shocking flask appeared from his palm. This flash had a huge belly and was swirling with a faint black liquid, filled to half. Then with a flick, he tossed it ahead. The flask propelled through the air, crashing against a Viper Wolf's body and shattered. Suddenly, with the shattered flask at its core, a dull black shock wave swept out rapidly. Finally, a faint black miasma enveloped a radius of 20 square meters around the area. Those Viper Wolves that were caught inside the shock wave seemed to have frozen that instant, sinking into a confused state. Those wolves that were wildly charging in with vicious intent were more miserable, losing their balance in mid-air. They became like goods delivered to their targets. At this moment, though the contestants of the Illum Union were ignorant of what was happening, though went by this principle, scumbags would take advantage of cheap exploits. Thus, they naturally seized this immense opening. Although Xian's curse mix only issued a second of confusion, it was enough to collapse the enemy's onslaught, and allowed the contestants to make the first strike. It was definitely a significant twist of event in this battle. After the curse mix shattered and formed into a faint black fog of black miasma, persisting without dispersing as it enveloped the pack of viper wolves. Someone very swiftly transmitted into the party's channel. How did my attacks become stronger? It's crushing. What the hell is happening? How am I dealing out crushing damage? This guy's a real demon. His potion gave me a 3-point strength boost. But now it actually removed 4 strength off the viper wolf. What an insane 7 points difference. My strength can actually crush these sons of bitches. Haha. Bastards, taste my iron fist. Seaman's earlier ability should be his tossed potion, dealing an AoE effect causing the viper wolf's strength to plunge by 4 points, movement and attack speed decline by 20%, and even released a second of confusion through its shockwave. Wow, what an exquisite explosion effect. I was just 3 centimeters away from that damned son of a bitch's fangs. Following the successive exclamations of joy and surprise from several close combat contestants, the Illumunion's morale instantly soared. Especially Sable, who snarled thunderously as he slashed forth with his giant black longsword, dealing out an atrocious explosive strike plus crushing damages plus AoE effect. It was as if a disgusting wind blade had swept through 4 viper wolves destructively, slaying 3 and heavily wounding 1, instantly reversing their current situation. This battle sequence was within Xian's predictions. He already understood beforehand that an average viper wolf had a strength of roughly 18 points. After a series of observations and deductions, he reckoned the mean strength of the close combatants here to be around 25 to 30 points. Naturally, plus 3 strength wasn't adequate to invoke an outrageous upheaval, yet after tossing out his curse mix and lowering the strength of the viper wolves to 14 points, it only required 28 points of strength to deal crushing damage. This undoubtedly meant that the majority of close combatants would be able to crush them and seal the nail on their coffins. Yuan Zhan, who was initially about to act, glanced towards Demon Dream, and spoke with a low tone. This seaman support ability is truly magnificent. Demon Dream had a mist covering her slender figure. Her curvy waist and perky buttocks could be faintly seen, but her face was a blur, with both hands pressing down on weapons at her waist. A long scabbard on her left, and a short one at the right, as she emanated a threatening and piercing aura. She remained silent as she gazed towards the battle. Suddenly, she turned around with a slightly surprised tone. "Why did you come out, Z?" A tall and lofty female strolled out of the Valkyrie's interior. She was wearing a broad long robe that displayed an elegant and ancient Ramesses * dynasty style. Just by looking at it, one sensed the feeling of fine exquisite craftsmanship. Its design boasted of a sphinx, cuneiform and a scarab. The backdrop of azure blue undoubtedly projected an image of the roaring sea. Ramesses was the 3rd pharaoh of the 19th dynasty of Egypt. Shockingly, 3 rhombus glows appeared around Z's body, circling incessantly around her body. Merely by standing still, she emitted an awe-inspiring and compelling aura. It was as if she was a scholarly Egyptian during Egypt's most prosperous era, an image of an Egyptian queen standing behind Pharaoh as she inspected her subjects from the crown of a pyramid. Z's deep blue pupils casted down towards the battlefield. The viper wolf side had already exposed a clear decline. A sudden appearance of an element X, I definitely need to see what is going on. So Demon Dream, what's your view? A thread of gloom surfaced within Demon Dream's voice. I'm sorry, sire, I have no answer. Z was taken aback and replied. You have no answer. Demon Dream lightly whistled out a breath. Really regretful, sire. This person named Seaman has a rather capable perceptive sense. I reckon it's at least close to 30 points. More importantly, he should be wearing an equipment that can interfere with my ability. I'm unable to probe him effectively. Yuan Zhan couldn't help but interrupt. Doesn't your ability have precedence? Demon Dream coldly replied. Can't his interference-type ability similarly possess precedence? Z quietly scanned the battlefield and uttered. Even if I don't show up, I believe Sable and Archaeophil will definitely rope him in. Then let's first observe. The realm wars are ever-changing and unstable, severely treacherous, with slaughters and conspiracies as its pillar. But now it's just the beginning. Before the Golden Side mission appears, it is better to play it safe. Of course, if this person wants to join our party, I have to admit we must be vigilant. Certain core matters must still be kept a secret. Not even 10 seconds after she finished speaking, the party's upper-tier secret communications channel suddenly rang with Sable's voice. Hey Z, are you there? Z's dark blue eyes flashed with a glitter, as she lightly replied. Speak. Sable's voice wasn't as insolent as before, it had become rather humble and meek. I'll just say 2 points. First, this kid is really useful. Just based on his current performance of abilities, it is enough to land him into any core circle of a party of this realm war. The rhombus glows revolving around Z suddenly sped up, then quickly returned to normal. I find your evaluation a little exaggerated. Sable silently scoffed. I'm glad, our opinions seldom reach an unanimous verdict, but sadly, this brings me to my second point. My previous statement was actually Archaeophil's judgment. Z's gaze tightened. No party leader would ever neglect the opinion of her own party's MT. If not, that factor could easily lead to a division and eventual demise of the party. Z wasn't in a rush to question Archaeophil, but continued with a warm and unquestionable tone to Sable. I'd like to hear your opinion. Sable rubbed his hands and hesitated slightly before saying. Screw it. Really, I also kinda like this kid, he can allow Tom, referring to his sword, to crush damn morons. Moreover, he even showed up several times to tank some blows for me. Still, I think Archaeophil's words would weigh more. Your F*** king mind is only filled with a pile of dogshit. Suddenly, an irritable voice resounded, to be more precise, it was a shout. Needless to say, it was MT Archaeophil that spoke. Hearing those words, Sable's face instantly turned pale a little. If other members dared to shout at him, he would instantly fly into a fit of rage. Only Archaeophil dared to admonish him, with Archaeophil's roar, only Z's calm voice could appease it. Sable, do you need me to repeat myself? Your F*** king mid is filled with a pile of dogshit. Do you know what does it mean for someone to tank several blows for you? Those damned Viper Wolves definitely do not have low damage. If they struck you, an explosive strike would leave you devoid of close to 100 HP. As for Seaman who helped you tank this strike, at most he had lost 30 health points. Counting him within the entire party, it would mean being spared 70 points of damage. Just calculate, how many times has he tanked for you? And you hadn't even considered the fact, how many fatal strikes has he tanked for me? Chapter 10, Bombastic Attention for Safety. Chapter 10, Bombastic Attention for Safety. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. Sable fell into a daze before snorted coldly in response. No, right. But I did. Seaman shielded you 4 times. Covered me 11 times. Apart from that, he even blocked 2 sneak assaults against Kai's neck, and used that weak white-grade shotgun that you ridiculed to send 4 Viper Wolves flying back. Those 4 Viper Wolves had their fangs an inch away from sinking into those weaker kid's body. The vertical scar underneath Archaeophil's oxygen mask flushed with red. 1,500 HP. Since he entered this battle, this Seaman has spared our party at least 1,500 HP. When you guys were slothing around, he was defending. When you guys were fleeing, he was defending. When you were on the offense, he was on the defense. When you were happily slaughtering away, he was defending. When you were looting spoils of war, he was still defending. This brat completely disregarded desires of attacking, like a mad dog, crazily tightly crunching on the word defense. Z gasped deeply, and then spoke with gentleness. Archaeophil, the burden of our party's defense still rests on you. Perhaps Seaman is indeed capable, but without you, he is still nothing. Archaeophil's tone finally soothained a little. Z, perhaps this brat is unable to assume leadership, but honestly speaking, when comparing to Huckle, it is simply comparing a clumsy rearguard to Michael Jordan. Believe me, if this guy possessed an innate ability and adequate equipment, he would be MT material. I firmly believe so. Z's robe fluttered even amidst the still air. I understand your intentions. Archaeophil callously added on. If usable, we use. If not, then we discard. F***, where's Seaman? The reason why Archaeophil could afford to be distracted and participate in this core meeting was because the current state of battle was settled. As the main frontier of the front lines, it was crucial to plan ahead and prepare for a rainy day, awaiting for the next wave of aggression. Hence, he retreated to the rear safety region to rest and mend his wounds. Yet he had never expected that, within these few seconds, Seaman actually vanished. Sable immediately screamed into the party channel. Who has seen Seaman? Swiftly, a reply transmitted. A severely wounded viper wolf just fled, and Seaman pursued it. Sable slapped his thigh as he sighed in vexation, his eyes flickered maliciously. Need me to bring some guys to stop him? If he isn't willing, then I'll kill him immediately. Z humbly shook her head. If this person's present conditions are really as formidable as what Archaeophil described, then once he has left, it would be difficult to find him. Let's not talking about Seaman having other companions, don't forget, the next wave of viper wolves are incoming. If you guys left, then wouldn't our party be susceptible to a huge calamity? Sable was instantly flabbergasted. Z shut her eyes to blink, then with a frosty-like expression, she uttered. Go back to your posts, the next wave is already on the way. Perhaps only a few of them noticed. In that instant she blinked, Z's eyes turned from sky azure to black and then to golden. Golden pupils. With vertical pupils like dragons or cats. If the first wave of viper wolves were considered as a tiny greeting from planet Pandora, then the next flooding tide could be described as full of warmth and utmost respect. This warmth was like a tsunami, swallowing up a dozen of contestant lives. Presently, Sheehan had already made rounds through the northern, eastern, and southern regions and returned. Through his interactions with many contestants, all contestants had obtained a valuable piece of information. In this particular realm war, there was a shocking alchemist, a support class contestant whose name was Seaman. The parties were all exceedingly aware that this bugger utilized a white-grade knucklers and white-grade shotgun, and didn't participate in any offense including the Illum Union. There were at least 3 other parties that harbored intentions to rope Sheehan in. They could all perceive the colossal worth he would provide, and silently made resolutions that if they couldn't obtain him, his death would be the only option, but this also meant one thing. Their primary attitude towards Sheehan would be to recruit him for themselves. In other words, before he rejected their hopes, Sheehan could be said to possess a friendly security amongst them. That was the reason why Sheehan had decided to blow things up bombastically. The sole reason. Right now, it was during a resting interval after a battle. Many contestants were leaning against the Valkyrie's walls and panting heavily, hastily bandaging themselves and consuming healing medicines/foods. Mojentia was currently standing aloft, raising his military canteen as he gulped down the salt water within. Stretching his throat up, his Adam apple shrank in as the water flowed fluidly into his throat. Under the careful guarding and attention of Reef, his life wasn't threatened at all. Even when the mountain banshees dove down from the heavens towards Mojentia, Reef charged towards him with lightning speed and casted Courage on Mojentia, forcibly tanking for him. TN, recap of Reef's ability, Courage, base ultimate ability, Courage. Castable on allies, cooldown duration of 15 seconds. Damage incurred to your target will be shouldered by you, damage lessened by 15%. It had to be mentioned that Reef had also acquired substantial upgrades after meeting Sheehan. Although his equipment hadn't advanced in the recent few worlds, his base attributes had climbed at an astonishing pace. More crucially, his MP had been raised by nearly 200 points, allowing him more freedom to execute abilities requiring MP. One must know, though Reef's Shattering Cardiac Roar was a powerful non-MP ability, his rank 5 ability, Faith Guard, had already been upgraded from the 4th tier to the 5th, it was now half-step into max LVL. Right now, he could cast Faith Guard on others. Naturally the MP requirements grew from 30 to 40 MP. TN, recap on Reef's ability, rank 5 skill tree ability, Faith Guard, previous cultivation of the 4th tier. Activating it will instantly form a layer of mental constructed formidable armor. Armor possess 100 HP, 10 points of defense and duration of 300 seconds. After it is destroyed, it will restore 100 HP to user within 10 seconds. Tier 5 cultivation will allow casting on others. Activation of ability at Tier 4 requires 30 MP. Apart from that, his ability, Courage, not only had a cooldown duration of 120 seconds, it required 30 MP to execute. Therefore, the 2 MP requisites became huge bottlenecks restricting Reef from exhibiting his fullest potential. After his adventures with Sheehan and acquiring those extra 200 MP, pulling his total MP to nearly 400 points, he was now able to substantially alleviate his previous frustrations. At present, an exceedingly peculiar equilibrium was happening on the western battlefield, and this was due to Sheehan and buddies. This was because there was an awkward combination of 2 to 3 medium-scale parties in the western battlefield, with none above the others, and they just had to be without a single MT, MT is most known as contestants possessing defensive innate. Right now, Reef's unrivaled valiance yet humble presence pervaded the atmosphere. Therefore, having him to lead this temporary Western faction naturally became widely acceptable to the various parties. At just this moment, Xian sneakily returned to their sides, sitting beside Reef as he laughed. "How's it? Is the pressure on?" Reef shrugged his shoulders. "It's all right, but we already lost 6 people on our side. Also just a casual statement, that assistant tank from that Gothic party is really trash. Looting keys, he is faster than everyone. Shirking from danger, you'll find him at the rear. Able to trigger a noble and lawful guy like Reef to anger, it could be said that guy was really one of a kind." Xian laughed heartily, focusing his gaze on Reef. "I swear after I left, that MT Archeophil from the Illum Union would also describe his assistant tank with the same phrase. We only lost 6 guys in our western region. Right, they are really lucky. Your shattering cardiac roar ability is perfect for such chaotic massive battles against ordinary beasts. It can even be said to be a field controller. Sadly, the rate of elite or legendary creatures resisting your shattering cardiac roar is rather high." At this moment, Mojentia spat out his chewing gum as he lazily interrupted. "Archeophil. That tortoise-moving baldy that carries a cumbersome shield. Oh, I understand why he has taken a liking to you. Because he is gay, and seaman, your ass is. Oi oi oi, boss, please don't clench your fists so tightly, I'm just kidding. The real reason is because you probably raised his strength by 3. His top 3 attributes are actually physique, intelligence, and spirit. After that is strength." "What?" Xian was stunned. Mojentia shrugged his shoulders. "Don't look at me with those eyes, I promise my information is genuine. Because in the past, his life was previously redeemed by the Symbiosis sect." Hearing this information, Xian's eyes suddenly imagined that strange scene he viewed previously. That was at the instance he supported Archeophil for the first time. His neck had rapidly transformed ash-gray, as though it became granite, and it was the exact spot the Viper Wolf was about to munch on. Don't tell me that MT walks another path. A magic-based, defensive warrior. Xian shook his head, casting aside his thoughts temporarily, as though he was placing a case file back into the shelf. Then he started to calmly assess the next wave of beasts. After facing the terrifying difficulty, a natural scorn towards this difficulty B+ world had already formed in Xian's heart. "I feel we should dig a pit, bury these carcasses and flush away the blood." A contestant randomly blurted out, his tone revealed his relative excitement. Xian had obviously been drawn by his words. Yet sadly, the rest of the contestants around him completely paid no attention. I've changed the term limit venator to growth hunter instead. There is a reason for this which I will explain in later chapters. Chapter 11, 300,000 HP. Chapter 11, 300,000 HP. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. Though he treated as a highbrow entertainer, that contestant wasn't the slightest bit discouraged. He continued to wave his arms and danced about. No doubt, the first 2 to 3 batches of Viper Wolves were inevitable. This is because of the gigantic steel bug behind our arses, which probably agitated and infuriated them when landing. Perhaps, it even wrecked their nests. As for the mountain banshees visiting, that is still a mystery, but an obvious idea would be the dense black smoke spiraling out of the Valkyrie. Stop bullshitting, moron, shut it, if not I wouldn't mind silencing you with bullets. Friend, listen to me please, shut the hell up. Bang. Echoes the next time, it will be aimed at your brains. After hearing the words of this contestant, Xian's vision congealed. He then headed over and spoke to that contestant. Hi, friend. Your reasoning seems rather fresh. The contestant was still dispirited, as he grudgingly shook his head. It is actually pretty common sense. The initial attraction of those frightening creatures is most likely due to their curiosity and agitation. However, every living thing possesses 2 kinds of basic instincts, survival and reproduction. I fear that right now over here, the enticement for those beasts has accumulated too excessively. The blood and flesh littered over this battlefield is the greatest bait for them. Yet the most fearsome part is that, if the battle continues persisting for too long, it may produce a chain reaction. That would mean the more we kill, the more flesh and blood we leave hanging around. The more those savage hunting beasts would pay a visit. Xian pondered for a moment and immediately replied. That does sound logical. You're a summoner based on charm. The contestant helplessly nodded. Yes, but unfortunately, my strongest, most formidable child had died in the previous world. Child. Xian was a little intrigued. However, he immediately reacted, he should be referring to his previously tamed creature. He stared into the contestant's eyes. I am Seaman, and your name? Makaji, glad to meet you, Mr. Seaman. Xian then transmitted several lines into his party channel. Reef then leapt atop a vantage point and clapped for attention. As the strongest, most formidable MT in the western region, his words carried far more weight than most, and could fix the tone with a single hammer blow. I loathe this detestable planet, really. I once again reiterate. This is utter desolation, even breathing is difficult because of the venomous atmosphere. So now, brothers whom I had just fought shoulder to shoulder with, please aid me. Help me bury these bloodied carcasses that are blocking the way ahead, who knows what sort of fatal venom these carcasses would contaminate or release. Damn it, I really don't wish to be unknowingly poisoned, while tanking an elite creature. Without a doubt, once Reef spoke, Mojentia and Xian backed him up. With others instigating, and in addition to the prestige and awe of Reef's prowess, various others started responding in succession. Those present were both diversified and ordinary contestants. Even without any working tools, they quickly excavated several deep pits dozens of meters at a suitable distance. Then they flung those carcasses into the pits and buried them. When the workers gathered back to the western entrance of the Valkyrie, the battlefield was only left with spots of blood stains. Mojentia leisurely tossed out an immeasurably powerful gasoline ignition grenade. In a flash, the entire region was covered in a sea of flames. When the flames subsided, a plain field was left. Of course, to some wild beasts with keener sense of smell, the remaining blood stains and stench were like light bulbs guiding their path. Besides, for them, the sense of smell was akin to the driving license in modern-day society, or possessing essential IT skill towards computers. But never ever forget, Xian's group was only one out of the 4 battlefields. Putting it bluntly, as long as the bait enticement on their side was vastly inferior to the others, then naturally, the pressure they face would respectively de-escalate. Reef then spoke through the party channel. Boss, those beasts provided rather good drop loots. Sometimes, even high-quality rare materials would appear. From the start till now, AK and I have already raked in at least over 10,000 utility points. As for that light blue key that was just dropped, it even gifted us 3 potential points. Xian replied. I understand what you mean. You wish to reap more benefits, right? Just like what you said, these creatures are not a threat to us at present. But never ever forget, our enemies aren't merely these primitive beasts. If we pull out all our aces here, then, wouldn't the most majestic forest trees be blown down by gales asterisk? TN, Chinese saying, that means trees would normally greed for rain, but when the fiercest rain and gales arrives, they would be toppled by that same greed. Similar to humans, Reef's expression changed as he sighed. He was ultimately only a powerful warrior, and comprehended matters at a simpler level. As for Xian, whose thoughts dissected through layers, naturally he was wiser. At this moment, another wave of beast came surging from afar. Amidst the tide of beast, was an appalling sight of a giant monstrous beast, as enormous as a road roller. This giant beast had indigo and orange stripes interweaved over each other into a waving pattern. Its head rather resembled a bison plus a stegosaurus combined. However, its body surface displayed chunks of muscular swells, brimming with explosive strength. Even from miles away, one could sense its tremendous hoofs trampling, producing thump-thump reverberations on the ground, like an oppressive and shuddering drumbeat, resonating violently with the human's internal organs. Xian's gaze flickered. That is. He was about to probe, but another contestant who was given the task of sentry immediately reported the statistics. Seeing the silvery glitters from the binoculars he held, it should be a silver storyline grade equipment. Following that, a 3D imagery of statistics appeared to the audience. Sternbeast, Tier 2 Legendary Creature, TN. I'll be using tier classification for legendary creatures from here on. So Junior Tier, Tier 1, Tier 2 and so on. Na 6 tongue, Taoyuang scientific name, Bovindicum monacerii height, 5 meters weight, over 10 tons description, planet Pandora's giant type creature, height 5 meters, weight 10 tons. omnivorous, violent and bad-tempered, easily startled. Strength, 39 points. Agility. Points. Physique, 10 points. Spirit. Intelligence. Legendary creature ability, Mother Earth Skin LVL4, grants an additional 15,000 HP, LVL4 bonus effect, grants additional 5,000 HP, legendary creature ability, Steel Wool LVL1, most speed reduction / charming / controlling effects fare poorly against any creature with this ability. Creature ability, Wild Collision, deal an exceptionally terrorizing base damage plus bleeding damages plus strike back to enemies. Once activated, unable to stop, once activating, immune to controlling effects / effect that has precedence. The further the distance charge up to collision, the more devastating its might. Creature ability, Warstomp, heavily stomp onto the ground, unleashing an immense seismic wave. Realm War additional bonus, grant additional 300,000 HP to this creature. No doubt, this bad boy was at least a legendary tier mightier than the mountain troll. This teaser, don't even mention Reef, even the present state Archaeophil using that giant shield would be completely unable to resist it. Actually, an additional 300,000 HP bonus from the Realm War was completely normal. With over 60 long-range combatants, even with primary ordinary shots, they would at least be able to deliver 4,000 damage. Without that additional bonus, then this Sturmbeast would only be able to hold on for 10 seconds. However, now with that 300,000 HP, this undoubtedly meant the contestants wouldn't be able to bring it down within a short span of time. This undoubtedly signified that their defensive circle would inevitably collapse to total shambles in due time. As the human crowd glanced apprehensively at each other, when the tide of beasts approached a kilometer distance away, suddenly two portions of black armies split from the main colossal army. The two portions were led by an obviously larger elite Viper Wolf leader, separating and heading towards the southern and northern defense side. Viewing such a comforting scene, the Western contestants couldn't help but gasp in delight. Following that was another scene that left them gratified. Numerous Viper Wolves actually sped ahead to the graveyard dug by the contestants previously. Their movements were fast and nimble, as soil and mud were being tossed out like raindrops. Those fierce and avaricious beasts began to gorge themselves on the carcasses they dug out. After that happened, the ranks of Viper Wolves swarming around the Sturmbeast became relatively sparse. Observing that their earlier preparations had yielded results, Reef then boomed thunderously. Move aside, move aside. I'll draw back that lil monster. All long-range combatants, concentrate your firepower against its front left leg. Try your best to slow it down, don't just target its head. As Reef commanded the army, a layer of crystal gem shielded his body, obviously activating his faith guard. Then he hoisted his shield as he anchored himself at foremost of the army. Honor did not allow one to glance back, Sheehan naturally followed by his side in preparation for combat. Estimatedly under this difficulty, the chances of Reef instantly being whacked into near-death state was not high. But if variables appeared, crushing damages, neglecting defense, or even amplified explosive strikes, or minute probability occurrences, then Sheehan had decided to immediately lift him up and flee. 200 meters, 100 meters. This distance was already within most of the long-range contestants' firing arc. Sheehan could even see the thick profound vein lines on the Sturmbeast's leather skin. It appeared like splintered cracks on a dried paddy field. Moreover, there seemed to be black string-like parasites squirming about within it. Its swelling sinew muscles moved rhythmically beneath its thick skin. Its nostrils repeatedly sprayed out white fog, fogging out a meter far. Chapter 12, Chapter 12, translated by Chua, edited by TN and NL Kasser. The imposing manner of which the Sturmbeast stampeded in could only be described as a magnified steam train rolling in rapidly. Facing such an impending horrific collision, who would dare to dash and slash? Within the western region, there were probably 100 or so contestants, amongst which were at least 70 long-range combatants. Minusing those weirdos who picked unorthodox combat paths, and those agility-based close combatants, then the genuine few who could hold the front lines were barely more than 10. However, the only one that dared claim to be a MT was Reef. Only he possessed a defense-based innate ability. It could be told how rare a MT was. As Mojentia sprayed out long fiery tongues through his trademark Golden Alaska, the other long-range combatants followed suit, as they commenced bombardment on the giant beast's left front leg. Of course, the battle line was as broad as nearly 100 meters. Due to awkward angles or various reasons, only a third were genuinely able to concentrate their firepower there. The rest still had to deal with the pesky average viper wolves. Actually, if this sternbeast was alone, solely focusing their firepower could in fact swiftly beat out a crippling effect onto it. With a plunge in its movement speed, its threat would be reduced substantially. After all, not possessing long-range offensive capabilities was its greatest flaw. The true terror of the sternbeast was displayed with its ability to plow through their defensive formation, slaughtering a gap for the viper wolves behind to rummage towards the rear lines unobstructed. With such a focused assault, it instantly threw the entire battle into disarray. If an ordinary party was inflicted as such, even if they weren't annihilated, they would have suffered immense casualties. Fortunately, Reef had a handy AoE speed reduction ability. Naturally, he was able to hinder the viper wolves from their reckless wild charge. Though an average viper wolf dealt decent damage, they were incapable of long-range assaults. Luckily, there were still 10 or so others alongside Reef, sharing the burden of these beasts, not expecting to slay them speedily, but just hindering them was enough. When the sternbeast was finally dealt a crippling blow and its mobility had waned greatly, it finally allowed the slightly faster contestants to draw its attention and lure it away. The rest of the contestants then concentrated their firepower against massacring the viper wolves, before they would proceeding to slay the sternbeast easily. In theory, Reef's battle plan showed no flaws. However, unexpected variables would always drift into the battlefield like a looming specter. At the instant where the sternbeast arrived 20 to 30 meters away from the Valkyrie, a dozen plus weird beasts clad in golden exterior simultaneously flashed out from its rear buttocks. These peculiar beasts could aim far away towards the long-range contestants who had just emptied a round of fire, before their cheeks swelled and abruptly sprayed out a gust of air. The external appearance of these golden beasts were queer. They had slender long beaks like a red-crowned crane, a curved neck of a pheasant, yet its lower body had an oval shape of a turtle. It had 6 legs, amongst which 4 were used to gallop while the front 2 were oddly crooked, identical to a praying mantis' sawtooth blades, looking extremely menacing. Their skin was smooth yet dry, exposing loosened creases due to its relaxed state. The outline of their muscles could be vaguely seen beneath their skin. When these freakish beasts locked onto the distant long-range contestants, their necks weirdly cocked back into a striking position like a cobra. From its sharp beak, a shocking venomous sting erupted forth, carrying a deadly neurotoxin. Within the disorderly mess, that sentry contestant was actually still able to report information of that creature at first notice. Slinger, ordinary, Na 6-tongue, Lanega, scientific name, Acediocutus xenoterabili, height, 2.4 meters. Weight, 62 kilograms. Strength, 13 points agility, 25 points physique, 8 points perceptive sense, 17 points charm, 3 points intelligence, 7 points spirit, 7 points basic long-range combat LVL4, basic footwork LVL4 creature ability, Thunderrock Embrace, grants additional 1000 HP, creature ability, camouflage, slingers can effectively alter their pigment, concealing themselves and inciting sneak attacks. Slinger special ability, passive, neurotoxin overflow, cause target's muscles to turn rigid, and impair breathing. Movement speed decrease 33%, attack speed decrease 27%. Additional 5 damage/3 seconds, duration lasts for 15 seconds. Slinger special ability, passive, hairless skin, elemental damage dealt to it reduced by 15%. Hairless skin has a 10% chance of causing enemy to miss. Slinger special ability, passive, blade foot, every first successful physical claw will be an explosive strike. However, its crooked claws will easily lodge into the enemy's flesh, and become unable to withdraw. Hence, after successfully striking the enemy, there is a 50% chance of disability of engaging in close combat for 20 seconds. Description: this creature named Lanega in the Nazi tongue, is the strangest discovery on planet Pandora up till today, and is also one of the most dangerous species. This terrestrial carnivore loves to perch in tropical rain forests, and primarily prey on Hexapedes star. TN, another species in Avatar, a land herbivore, it is as tall as 2.4 meters and possess a muscular neck. Its triangular head contains a venomous sting that secretes neurotoxins. When nearing its prey, to prevent itself letting out sounds, it would move slowly and silently to pass through the forest ferns. When inducting its prey, its rooster-line neck would rapidly jet out its venomous sting, and finally capture its prey. The first onslaught of the slinger's venomous stings instantly killed 2 long-range combatants. This group of intellectual creatures even knew how to concentrate their assaults onto single targets, thus inflicting massive devastation. To the defensively weary long-range combatants, a single venomous sting dealt even 50 to 70 points of damage. What was scarier was the poisonous element damage that surfaced. For example, being assaulted by a slinger, it carried an additional poison element damage of 5 points/3 seconds, duration of 15 seconds. Then 2 slingers would equate to 10 points/3 seconds, duration 15 seconds. 10 slingers would simply be 50 points/3 seconds, duration 15 seconds, and so on. In actual fact, the pack of slingers' initial targets converged onto 3 contestants. Every 4 slingers had focused on 1 contestant, and their targets were naturally the most prominent few amidst the long-range combatants. In the end, those guys melted in a flash, not even having time to consume medicines. Fortunately, one of the survivors was indeed Mojencha, who delivered the highest damage output. Firstly, he had the bonus 100 HP from his Silver Party skill, and the equipment he was wearing was forged by Reef using Pandora crystals from the Starship Trooper world. Even with all that, he was still reduced into a near-death state. Shaken to the core, Mojencha threw away his image as he rolled wretchedly ahead, before activating his party skill, Glory Heal, immediately considered as negating the effects of poison with a sliver of healing. After the heart-wrenching 15 seconds of poison damage lapsed, he then bandaged himself, waiting for his health to be restored to half before straightening himself to resume fire. The contestants were caught totally unprepared with the appearance of like-minded long-range aggressors. This was also due to the craftiness of these slingers, who actually pasted themselves behind the buttocks of the Sturmbeast, only coming out in ambush when they reached firing range, thus dealing immaculate damage. However, contestants who had worked their way here had all gone through their own storms and droughts. Though there were casualties, they had all fought against long-range enemies before. Of course, the primary action was to seek cover, before approximating the enemy's attacking intervals. Such attacking intervals in firearms terms would refer to its reloading phase. For the slinger, after propelling its venomous sting, it had to suck in air and spray it out again. By understanding this gap, one could grasp its attacking pulse, then grasping their personal attacking tempo, and finally grasping their authority to take initiative in the battlefield. There were 5 long-range combatants belonging to a party called Sons of Caden. Every time they mobilized and concentrated their firepower, they inevitably inflicted severe damage and even managed to slay 1 slinger. Meanwhile, 2 other close combatants of the same party abandoned their own opponents, sneaking up to the slinger's ass, as they fished in troubled waters, and backstabbed them. Strictly speaking, though they were long-range combating freaks, Sheehan could tell the differences between them and the tentacled freaks of the previous world. At least the round eye of the tentacled freak was an irritating shit, boasting a 24 hours, no blind spot surveillance. Those tentacled freaks held no fear of others sneaking up on their assess, and rupturing their butts. Naturally, the slingers suffered catastrophic casualties in a flash. However, don't forget that the agile close combatants had forsaken their targets to rush back in aid. The 2 viper wolves they were originally dealing with wouldn't possibly idle around, or yawn while suntanning under the sun, perhaps even copulating with their bellies facing the sky. They naturally shifted to charge towards Reef. If Reef hadn't preserved his true strength earlier, and if Sheehan was merely an assistant without the caliber of a MT, then undoubtedly, if Reef didn't die, he would be at least semi-crippled. Yet more crucially, once the slingers surfaced, nobody even bothered with Reef's orders with regards to the Sturmbeast. Like a lively dragon and animated tiger, the Sturmbeast decided to pursue a sniping contestant brat vigorously. That unlucky child dished out immeasurable damage, therefore it was natural that the Sturmbeast harbored deep hatred towards him. While the slingers were defeated and their bodies scattered around, the Sturmbeast had caught up to that contestant. Save him. Observing the situation, Sheehan immediately roared into his party channel. Chapter 13, Hidden Motives. Chapter 13, Hidden Motives, translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcácer. Sheehan had to admit, the live and death of that contestant held no relations to him, however. If they allowed those who obeyed commands to die, while those uncooperative ones to survive, then no matter if he ended up dead or alive, it would be a slap against Party Ace's face. Hence, at this point, Mojencha fumed loudly as he pulled out his silver short spear. The spear metamorphosed into a dancing lightning as it bounced through the viper wolves ahead of Sheehan and Reef. The 3 viper wolves didn't possess full health to begin with, and instantly exploded into a pool of flesh. Simultaneously, Reef triggered his courage ability, as he swiftly flew and threw himself in blocking stance in front of that sniper contestant. Raising his shield, he represented the contestant to shutter the full collision of the sternbeast. Howling winds first slapped against him. The sensation of this collision was exactly like being trapped in a landslide on the Swiss Alps. At that moment of impact, the sturdy and valiant Reef was essentially blown away like a little pebble. In that brief instance, the sparkling faith guard was thoroughly shattered, as fragments of silver shards evaporating out before dissolving into nothing. When it shattered, it reinstated 100 health to Reef. Its calculated damage is 373 points. Xian easily analyzed the collision. And then, he threw out a flask. A flask of flourishing curse mix. After the collision, the sternbeast would inevitably halt briefly, allowing Xian to seize this gap to throw out his flask, as it smashed against the head of the sternbeast. Right now, the sternbeast had already left its immune to controlling effect state. A formless shockwave swept out, a temporary confusion penetrated the giant beast as it sprawled to the ground, while grunting bewilderedly. Its unstoppable, wild collision had finally ceased, but not only that, a fog of faint greenish miasma rapidly dispersed out, enveloping it within. The fog appeared like ants swarming over it, gnawing and nibbling at its limbs. Poison fog. Lowering the enemy's movement and attack speed by 20%. One had to acknowledge, the colliding might of an enormous and bulky creature like the sternbeast was exceedingly dreadful. Its cumbersome weight added amplified deadliness to its reckless charging. However, it was important to note, its frightening weight also compounded inertia needed to maneuver back into a wild sprinting charge. As for the effects of the poison fog, it definitely influenced its speed. After colliding with Reef with its maximum charging speed, in order for it to accelerate back to its maximum speed, it would require another 5 seconds. However, after being confused for 1 second in addition to the persisting 20% speed decline, the sternbeast now required an entire 15 seconds to accelerate to maximum speed. Flying through the air and heavily crashing to the ground, the impact force continued dragging Reef for another 5 to 6 meters, uprooting clumps of grass and mud behind him along the way. Just when everyone was worried, Reef made an agile roll as he climbed back to his feet. Blood trickled down his scalp, covering his face instantly as he looked extremely miserable. Without saying a word, Reef casually wiped away the blood in his eyes. Finally clasping his lightsaber shaft tightly, he strided in large steps towards the sternbeast. Releasing a grandeur that of the mighty Sparta marching towards the Battle of Thermopylae under the setting sun. Before closing up on the sternbeast, Reef activated his faith guard once more. After squandering his MP away, Reef's survivability undoubtedly improved once again. Faith guard was indeed a rather incredible ability. Normally, with only 100+ MP, Reef could only treat this ability as his trump card. But now with 300+ MP, Reef was able to cast one whenever he felt danger. The disparity between the past and present was simply too vast to assess. Within 20 meters of the sternbeast, Reef unleashed his shattering cardiac roar. A ferocious ripple swept out like a ring. However, the sternbeast only lost a little health, its movement shook a little before it recovered to its initial speed. This was the outstanding speciality of a legendary creature, Iron Will. The sternbeast buried its head and charged once again. Instead, the distance required to build its speed wasn't adequate, resulting in its acceleration falling short of maximum. Reef immediately darted to the side, as he made a roll before jolting back up, before continue awaiting the beast sternly. Instead, the massive sternbeast had already poured its fullest weight forward, and was completely unable to retract its inertia. It stumbled several meters forward before scrambling to turn around. Seizing this opportunity, Xian handed his endless spirited vodka to Reef, allowing him to gulp down 2 mouthfuls. Xian then signaled towards Reef, who didn't even possess half HP now, signaling him to cut off 5 to 6 viper wolves who were fleeing away. Although Reef didn't understand, he still gave up on the sternbeast and obeyed orders. Xian himself then lunged towards a heavily wounded slinger that was on his lateral side. Pulling out his white-grade shotgun, he emptied his rounds to harvest the slinger. It was as though he had completely given up on that sternbeast, and paid no attention to it. If you want chaos, then I'll give you chaos. Xian's eyes flickered with a lethal glare. End. At this moment, the cumbersome sternbeast scanned around its surroundings, as it released a bewildered long grunt. It then squinted its incomparably vicious bell-shaped eyes in search of a new target. Afterward, it no longer bothered much, burying its head as it initiated its wild charging. Presently, the entire battlefield situation had shaped up to become an increasing mess, a complete disorder. Yet right now, this chaotic battlefield caused an awkward phenomenon, a lack of accelerating space for the Sturmbeist. Unlucky contestants who were smashed by it only lost about half their health, or a little more. At this moment, the majority of the crowd were berating and cursing. Where did the King MT go? Instead, Sheehan and Reef treated their words as fart, and lazily disregarded them. Within a short 3 minutes, the entire western battlefield was in a total upheaval. The Sturmbeist grunted bewilderedly and furiously again, lifting its front hoofs and heavily stomping the ground. Right now, at least 3 contestants had died to it. Fortunately, Mojencha and the other sniper contestant were constantly guarded by Reef, allowing them to effortlessly unite their firepower. As for the battle situation right now, though the contestants were plagued with injuries and fatigue, the remainder of wild beasts were suffering the same fate. As time sped by, the viper wolves and slingers were utterly eradicated, leaving behind only the cumbersome Sturmbeist wildly charging throughout the battlefield. Its gaze held contempt and great disdain, as it repeatedly bellowed furiously. Without the additional smaller pesky beasts loitering by its sides, the cumbersomeness of the Sturmbeist had finally become its greatest fatality. Reef's life had already recovered to 90% with bandages and medical supplements. He then started to directly confront and draw the Sturmbeist's attention. Sheehan continued to assist him by his side. The chaotic situation immediately returned to its orderly state. Probably because victory had come smoothly in view of their earlier few skirmishes, hence, the contestants only realized now that the previous orderly state of the battlefield was actually unfavorable. As for the crux of the matter, it was all due to the quick-wittedness of this MT in front of them, the same one they clearly neglected a while back. At this moment, people finally started listening to Reef's orders. Without selfish ambitions, they commenced destruction of the Sturmbeist's left front leg. Yet noteworthily, as the Sturmbeist's life force gradually plunged to a critical state, Sheehan and Reef started commencing their shady businesses. Once another close combatant approached, they would intentionally not intercept or draw away the Sturmbeist, allowing it to do their dirty work. A son of Caden, party member, an agile contestant wielding a double-edged blade, wanted to approach the beast in lieu of acquiring advantages. Yet Sheehan and Reef were already roughly clear on the habits of this Sturmbeist. Identifying this opportunity, they waited for the moment that contestant attacked before retreating. The agile contestant sank his double-edged blade into the Sturmbeist's flesh, delivering a terrifying blow to it. However, he hadn't anticipated that Sheehan and Reef would abruptly and shamelessly dodge away to spectate, not participating in blocking the Sturmbeist. Consecutively, the Sturmbeist immediately retaliated against its nearest foe. With an enraged roar, it smashed its head into that agile contestant. The contestant hastily blocked with his double-edged blade, ultimately saving himself in time, but his life force was only 200 points. After suffering a merciless headbutt, he hurriedly executed his life-saving ability and swallowed down a medicine, barely pulling his HP back up. But right at that moment, the Sturmbeist had raised its towering giant hooves, and stomped down viciously. A thunderous tremor shook the earth, unleashing a seismic wave. The warstump severely injured the contestant, before the Sturmbeist came galloping in with a finishing blow. With a horrified shriek, the contestant was thrown 8 meters back, crashing down as his life similarly crashed to oblivion. But at this moment, when the Sturmbeist seemed to be casting a vengeful glare towards the distant Mojencha, Sheehan and Reef instead hurriedly appeared in its line of sight, blocking away its charging path. During the process of battling the Sturmbeist, all self-esteem he had lost to the Uruk-eyes through the many cuts and bruises he received in the previous world, was finally redeemed. Though the Sturmbeist had an incredible offensive might of at least 150 to 250 points, but in comparison, Sheehan's physique had reached a terrifying 45 points. His defense was now 22.5 plus 2 is equal to 24.5, absorbing at least 49% of damage. His innate ability absorbed 25 damage, as though absorbing a quarter of its attack. This was all exceedingly astronomical defensive statistics. The Sturmbeist's average damage is around 150 to 250, while its wild collision probably does more damage as seen from its max acceleration collision against Reef, Chapter 14, Domineering Chapter 14, Domineering translated by Chua edited by TN and Alcácer. Everything must have a beginning and an end, for example the Red Bull I'm drinking now, or Michael Jackson's passing, or the Sturmbeast's life. As the contestants continued chiseling at it, its life finally declined to oblivion. It was constantly thinking of shaking off the two pesky worms in its face, and go after the clamorous, annoying houseflies further away. However, its cumbersome physique and wounded legs repeatedly provided them with ample time to escape. What was worse, was the fact the two pesky worms were dishing out decent damage. They were like little pebbles by the riverbank, appearing insignificant, but tough enough to break someone's tooth. Carrying an unwilling grievance, this enormous beast sprayed out massive amounts of blood, emitting a reluctant and sorrowful grunt, as it despondently collapsed to the ground. Ultimately, dropping a brilliantly radiating, silver key. At that very moment, contestants who participated in slaughtering the Sturmbeast instantly received 1,000 contribution points from the RDA company. This key, obviously attracted every contestant's attention. Instead, it was seized by Reef. Without hesitation, he flung it into the party's shared interspatial storage. Then he swept a provocative gaze around, but none stood forward to question him. Reef then blatantly issued, "This key is mine, whoever is unhappy can step forward now." Nobody spoke up. After completing this domineering deed, Reef remained exceedingly composed. He continued with his own affairs as he sat by the ground, bandaging and mending his wounds. Discontented murmurs could be heard around, but none dared to project their resentment. Most chose to remain silent, because they understood, it was better for things to flow smoothly. At this instant, Sheehan deeply realized the imposing dominance of a MT, ruling by force, an evil tyrant. Anger, that would be placed on others. Therefore, for even a noble and gentlemanly guy like Reef, snatching equipments were indeed reasonable. After a brief rest, seeing that his own health had roughly recovered, Reef widened his eyes as he headed towards the crowd of Sons of Caden members. He then fumed angrily. "Why didn't you guys follow my instructions? If you think my orders are questionable, then you should have raised it up previously. But once the operation commences, you should have followed accordingly. Are you idiots on your first vacation in the realm? You don't know the rules." Honestly speaking, amongst the mortality ranks of the contestants, the Sons of Caden members died the most. Especially that agile dual-edged blade user, he was their current leader. After being berated by Reef, a female holding onto a longbow directly screamed out, "Who do you think you are? On what grounds are you throwing your weight around for? Also, that Sturmbeast was killed by everyone, on what grounds are you monopolizing its key?" Reef glanced at her, snorting coldly before turning to leave. Puffing on a cigar at the side, Mojencha leaned back, his lips curving as he hugged his golden Alaska and laughed. "Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Sounds like you guys are feeling rather indignant. Then how about you guys be the tanker for the next round of beasts? Then nobody would bother." The woman's face changed, gnashing her teeth at Mojencha's back figure, but not daring to do anything. She suddenly glanced towards another close combatant in her party and ordered, "Jemu. You hold the front next, you'll take half the spoils." Jemu scoffed mockingly. "What can a dead corpse do with battle spoils? Previously, treating me like wind after mission completion, but after being pressured by others now, you finally realized my presence. In your dreams. You think wielding a shield and being a MT is a breeze. Let me tell you, without him and his formidable assistant, yes, that seaman also at the front lines, RF **** King pathetic front lines would have crumbled long ago. Just look at that person on the right, yes, that one toying with those twin daggers. Do you know who is he? That is Leal, who slaughtered 7 members of Adi's party in one breath. Yes, that haughty, rash and ill-mannered brat, he was someone who wholeheartedly listened to Reef's orders." Meanwhile, this period of rest had concluded. Mojencha unloaded a clip towards the faraway pack of viper wolves who were still unearthing their dead comrades from the pit. Naturally, his actions agitated the remaining portion of viper wolves. However, regarding the viper wolves whose deadliness lies within their pack, after getting familiar with their attack patterns, their individual threat had lessened substantially. But with sheer numbers, they still offered unparalleled terror. After several contestants had coordinated with Reef's formidable, shattering cardiac roar, the veterans who had long acclimatized to this world's battles swiftly and efficiently concluded the battle with overwhelming superiority. One noteworthy observation was that for the remainder of the battle, whatever keys or drop loots, Reef no longer hogged them for himself. Even when a dark blue glowing key surfaced beside him, it was no exception. As for Xian, he himself understood the logic of this. Since he had eaten the meat, he should leave the soup for others, and wholeheartedly supported Reef's behavior. In the long run, everyone still had to battle together as one. If things were done too excessively, then others would become dispirited or even rebel. After the beast horde was cleansed, Reef called for 3 other influential and reputable contestants for a small meeting. After the meeting concluded, they formed a pact. Then they allowed that sentry contestant Yuzel, an expert in reconnaissance belonging to the Gothic party, to head over to the northern and southern region to investigate their situation. Right now, the silver grade key earned through the supreme hegemony of MT Reef wasn't opened yet. Since there was ample time now, they opened the silver chest. Glittering silver loot appeared with a list of notifications. You receive 4,200 utility points. You receive 5 potential points. You receive a giant bezoar. Valuable object/drug, exchangeable for 3,000 utility points. You receive a ring, barbaric demon pupil. You receive a Horcrux, Sturmbeast's Horcrux. Ring, barbaric demon pupil. Equipment rarity, black. Detail, strength +3, detail, spirit -4, charm -1, basic long-range combat -1. If user doesn't possess this ability, effect will be void. Equipment position, finger. Material, silicate calcium, 2 vulcanization salt, carbohydrate. Equipment passive ability, soul irradiate. This pupil would occasionally strip off a fragment of the enemy's soul, dealing 10 points of damage that ignore defense. Equipment ability, horn rage, within a distance of 8 to 35 meters, inciting a fanatical charge towards the enemy. Enemy will be stunned for 3 seconds, does not deal damage to enemy. During the charge, your movement speed will assume the extreme limits of the world's difficulty, immune to all speed reduction effects. Only when your strength vastly exceeds the target, able to deal crushing damages, would you maintain the 100% accuracy rate of Horn Rage. If your strength is lesser than the target, this ability cannot be activated. No matter if you struck your target or not, you will be stunned up to 1 to 6 seconds after Horn Rage concludes. Duration of stun is determined by strength. The higher the strength, the shorter the stun duration. Cooldown of 180 seconds. Weight, 14g. Description, brimming with vengeance. This is the pupil of the Sturmbeast. Although its soul has vanished, a portion of the Sturmbeast's abilities remained. Of course, for a Sturmbeast who worshipped fleshy strength, it naturally weakens your spirit. Sturmbeast's Horcrux equipment rarity, silver storyline grade usage effect, usable on black grade equipments/weapons. Transforming them into soul artifacts, upgrading the weapon/equipment grade to silver storyline grade. Warning, if the Horcrux is incompatible with the equipment, Horcrux will be destroyed. Material, ghost weight, 3g. Description, planet Pandora's special circumstances has caused Horcruxes to appear by a wide margin. Undoubtedly, this is due to the existence of the Avatar's planet Iwa. TN, Iwa is the guiding force and deity of planet Pandora and the novice, identifying that Slut Jinquang would be very interested in the giant bezoar. Xian confided with Reef and Mojentia, before keeping it. As for the ring, after a series of discussion, both Mojentia and Reef had some form of reliance on spirit, while the 3 points of strength would be a huge boost to Xian. Thus, Xian took it, and reckoned that its performance would be mind-blowing if upgraded to a silver storyline grade. Concurrently, this world's first milestone, Meat Owner, had been accomplished. It rewarded a title, Meat Owner, which increased 10% damage to the wild creatures of this world. Undoubtedly, this title took first wearable priority, although a 10% damage increase was rather commonly seen. After 5 minutes, the reconnaissance guy nimbly rushed back. At present, the northern and southern sides were still locked in ferocious combat like a wildfire. After burying the carcasses in the western region, which led to a lower enticement force on their side, many beasts had filtered off to the other regions. According to Xian's previous investigations, the northern battlefield was held by the entire Illum Union. As for the southern battlefield, its constitution was slightly complicated. With a party named Los Marcoses as its core, the remaining 2 to 3 tiny parties comprised of many loose contestants. Moreover, there wasn't a leader type, cornerstone character like Reef. According to theory, the southern battlefield should be in dire straits. However, in light of the latest report, The Northern Illum Union region was actually the one locked in a difficult situation. Chapter 15, That Gun. Chapter 15, That Gun. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcácer. The Illum Union was clearly stronger, yet their situation turned out to be the worst. Hence, there could only be one reason. The appearance of a legendary creature. The creature storming through the western and southern regions was a cumbersome, solid and mighty legendary creature, the Sturmbeast. Instead, the legendary creature the Illum Union was facing was actually a giant leopard-like creature. According to Yuzel's description, it seemed like the creature was the apex land predator of planet Pandora, a Thanator, which was also known as Paululukan in the Na-6 tongue, which meant dry mouth, bringer of fear. Not only did it possess shocking strength, it had the agility that a Sturmbeast lacked. Just by thinking of Archaeophil's heavy shield, one could tell this was indeed an unfavorable matchup. Once he squared off with a highly agile enemy, multiple loopholes could definitely be exploited. These loopholes not only mean that his situation would be perilous, but even the defensive line with Archaeophil as its core would be burdened with holes. Citing the earlier Western region battle, once Reef retreated, Xian would still be able to temporarily mend the defensive gap. Yet even if Archaeophil could afford to leave his fort to deal with the Thanator, how would Huckle possibly assume such an immense responsibility? Never ever forget, alongside the Thanator were floods of viper wolves and slingers. More crucially, they were further reinforced by loose beasts from the western region. Reef stroked his brows as he spoke to Xian. Even though I have a previous grudge with the Illum Union, but talking about now, if they were to be defeated, then we definitely wouldn't be able to hold the fort until the Golden Side mission surfaces. Xian's gaze flickered, immediately recalling about those few core members of the Illum Union that hadn't acted out. He immediately called Yuzel over to inquire on several matters before ordering into the party channel. Rescuing the Illum Union is definitely a must, but I feel we should advance to the southern region first. Reef was slightly surprised, wanting to question, but Xian immediately hastened him. Time is tight. Reef sighed deeply, nodding his head as he followed according to their discussion, selecting 6 guys with the heavy burden of aiding the southern battlefield. Amongst the 6 were sniper Jean Shimin that Reef had rescued previously, Twin Dagger's agile specialist Leal, party member Jemu of the Sons of Cadence and Bowman 70 Ma of the Gothic party. Apart from Jemu, everyone else was a high-ranking member in their respective areas. Currently back at the southern battlefield, it wasn't a safer haven like what they had imagined it to be. The combination of viper wolves and slingers sufficed to cause headaches. What more, throwing additionally into the pot, was a tyrannical giant bull recklessly charging around, dissolving the defensive formations into disarray. Still, their offensive output seemed rather exceptional, and they followed the tactic of annihilating the slingers first, then the viper wolves and finally the Sturmbeast. Nevertheless, they still had to constantly evade the charge of the Sturmbeast. Since they didn't possess a Reef-caliber person to tank the Sturmbeast, they had to cruelly sacrifice lives in the process. This tactic was undoubtedly equivalent to offering any arbitrary life to the boss Sturmbeast. Strictly speaking, once the Sturmbeast locked onto someone, based on its cumbersome flaw, then chances of surviving for long and even escaping would surface as long as one repeatedly circled around it. However, that was in a 1v1 situation. This was a messy as hell battlefield, where contestants were distracted and deadlocked in gruesome combat with other viper wolves and slingers. Therefore, death was inevitable. But at this moment, Xian and company appeared. With Mojencha leading, the 4 long-range combatants raised their guns/bows in unison, aiming towards the Sturmbeast's buttocks that were in sight, before firing. Instantly, a miserably mutilated and ruptured anus could be seen. Right then and there, the massive creature's eyes turned bloodshot, its gigantic hooves braked abruptly, producing 6 deep depressions on the ground. Amidst the puff of sand and dust, it turned and buried its huge head forward. Without hesitation, it charged towards Mojencha. Similar to previous times, before the Sturmbeast could connect with its target, Reef had cast his courage ability. Like a war god, he sped in front of Mojencha, raising his shimmering silver, alien skull shield. A muffled boom erupted. Reef was once again sent flying as he left a trail of sorrowful blood wafting through the air. The contestants of the southern region all gasped in surprise. As Reef was knocked flying, he did a somersault in mid-air and landed half-kneeling, with his left hand pressing onto the ground. Then calmly and coolly, he stood up and bandaged himself. As for the Sturmbeast, it froze right after the collision. Seizing this opportunity, Xian reused old tactics, tossing a flask over. Then he proceeded to cover the bandaging reef, earning precious time for him to heal up. The contestants at the rear naturally seized this chance to pour in frenzied assaults. With someone curbing the danger at the front, the tremendously cumbersome sternbeast found it extremely tough to free himself from the yoke of its aggressors. The southern contestants were in an uproar, because everyone desired to be a naked snatch thief. Even a moron would know that a legendary creature would produce a silver storyline grade equipment. Even higher grades were a possibility. However, they were still being tied down by hundreds of viper wolves and slingers. Moreover, another notion welled up within them, which was how to snatch the sternbeast back from Xian's hands. Perhaps, only if someone possessed unprecedented might, and could deal a fatal blow to the sternbeast instantly. However, one still had to consider if they could tank the impending terror of the sternbeast's charge. Xian and the rest were both battling and retreating, gradually luring this bad boy towards the western region. With their earlier experience, though the sternbeast was massively formidable, being under the constant pressure from all directions, its life would swiftly deplete. At the moment the sternbeast's health plunged to 20%, Xian suddenly noticed the back of his hand. He discovered his hairs had all erected up. This was indeed a difficult sensation to describe. It was as though his soul was being stabbed through. Almost instantly, a gunfire echoed from the distance. The gunfire was strange. It sounded like a delayed echo that bounced through 1,000 mountains valley, the sound of an ancient mellifluous echo. When the gunshot resounded, Xian immediately felt a tremendous threat. He ferociously darted forward horrendously, rolling onto the ground as dust and soil smeared against his face. Then he swung back in astoundment. The sternbeast in front of him was momentarily stunned. Every single attack struck against its body. Then, its basketball-sized eyes suddenly exploded, black and grayish fluids gushed out, raining over Reef and the Twin Dagger's agile contestant, Leal, beside him. Ash-gray semi-liquid fluid spilled out of its nostrils and mouth. It was the sternbeast's brain sap. After a brief moment, the giant beast seemed to be stripped off its soul, and crashed to the ground. What sort of frightening assault was this, one that could deal a one-hit KO strike to an enormous beast, with close to 20,000 HP remaining? Xian turned his head in shock, viewing a skinny tall figure keeping a rifle. Cyan smoke lingered persistently in the air, as the figure turned around and headed back towards the south, adopting a somewhat haughty and forlorn figure. His figure arrogantly trudged forward, just like a lone wolf staggering into the distance. For some unknown reason, Xian suddenly recalled Diaz, who had died to the metals professor's hands. Bunch of Western snatch thieves. Aye, your father can snatch it back too. No doubt, that contestant belonged to the southern region. Although his gunshot was unable to change the fact that Xian and the rest would still obtain the dropped key, he had snatched away a huge portion of battle contribution. It was like a slap in the face to the Western contestants. One must understand, the contestants alive now were mostly all exceptional ones. Who could tolerate such an act of provocation? Consecutively, malicious glares flashed in several eyes, especially the Twin Dagger's agile contestant, Leal. It was utterly possible to imagine a guy like him handling long-range combatants viciously. Once he got close, everything would simply point to disaster. Fortunately, everyone's attention quickly flashed back to the silver glowing key that was dropped. This time, Reef didn't monopolize the key. The silver key was to be arranged according to their pact, auctioned on the spot. The proceeds of the auction would then be evenly split between the participating contestants. In the end, a weapon emerged, called Knockerhorn. This weapon was a single-handed knife, enhancing strength and agility attributes. Its effects included blood loss damage, 8 points of damage neglecting opponent's defense. Yet, it just had to have a unique equipping requirement. That was LVL5, Basic Eloquence, based on Charm. The weapon's description was, you had to convince the weapon's soul to be able to display its greatest potential. No doubt, this was starkly incompatible with Xian. To him who always lacked utility points and potential points, he would even take months and years to make an investment to reach Basic Eloquence LVL5. Moreover, before this, the trio had squandered their wealth before entering, and could at most produce 3,000 utility points. Their net worth was even inadequate for the lowest auction bid. After a series of intense battle between giants *, the weapon was purchased by the party, Sons of Caden, with 47,000 utility points, and 6 potential points. TN * meaning squabbling or negotiating, author's notes, destroying the 20,000 HP Sturmbeast in a split second, is indeed a contestant's ability. But, using this ability has loads of restrictions, and will definitely not influence the balance of this novel. When this ability is publicly announced later, everyone will understand. Guess the name of that ability. Clue: the name of this ability comes from a fiery movie's name. Chapter 16, Exchange. Observing the current influence Reef and Sheehan possessed, that longbow woman from before shrank into a corner, feeling vexed and dispirited. She no longer dared to speak up anymore. Reef wasn't a scumbag tyrant, he gestured everyone else to rest up till they were almost completely healed. Then they proceeded to rush towards the Illumunion's region. One had to admit, Reef was indeed one who understood the bigger picture. Although he had dueled with the Illumunion several times, since both parties were now on the same boat, he would naturally think for the other party. Yet truthfully, this was also his weakness. A selfless and righteous individual, this was no doubt a tough path to traverse on in this realm. As the proverb goes, water that is too clear has few fish, and one who is too critical has few friends. If his manner of governance always differed from others, then even one who possessed unsurmountable strength would be washed out eventually. The reason why Sheehan had decided to help the southern battlefield first, was obviously for the Illumunion to pile up more casualties. This was due to staying with them briefly before. Hence, he understood the underlying terror of their party. He reckoned that they would definitely become their greatest enemy with regards to vying for the Golden Side mission. Sheehan didn't harbor extravagant hopes that the major powers of the Illumunion would suffer losses. But at least, the supporting crew would be damaged substantially. This was akin to sampling if a citrus was too sweet, one had to first peel off its external skin. While Sheehan followed Reef as they arrived hastily at the northern battlefield, he finally caught glimpse of Pandora's apex land predator, Thanator. Its overall appearance was akin to a magnified black leopard, with its glossy black skin and yellow/red stripes, its maliciousness multiplied manifold. Around its rear skull, there were 10 strands of beard-like sensory quills. These quills were like sensory amplifiers, increasing the Thanator's senses by 10 folds. As it widened its jaws, this savage creature revealed a folded upper lip, leaving its largest fangs to stretch out. The speed of its neck and jaw strike would swiftly crunch out terrifying damage to enemies. Moreover, it had solid armor covering its neck all the way to its tail. At present, this impressive legendary creature was ravaging through the crowd. However, the Thanator's mobility no longer appeared agile, and vividly noticeable, it seemed to have glue poured over it. Such a hunting trick that was as subtle and gentle, as mundane as breathing or eating, definitely required a huge consumption of energy to produce it. As for its ferocious claws and lethal fangs, it could only lash them out against several summoned creatures pestering around it. The contestants were frantically dishing out damage, beating till it roared passively. Previously when Yuzel scouted, he didn't dare go near the battlefield. Hence, he couldn't obtain a report on the Thanator. Now, he displayed his full abilities. Junior Thanator, Tier 2 Legendary Creature, Thunder Beast, Na 6 Tongue, Polulucan Scientific Name, Thanatora ferox Height, 2.5 meters, exceeds 5.5 meter in length. Weight, over 2 tons. Description, Pandora's apex land predator. 6-legged sprinter. Even Na 6, renowned for their courage, would shiver in fear by its approach. Na 6 folks would never sing nor dance to extol it. Strength, 30 points. Agility, 50 points, max. Physique, 25 points. Spirit. Intelligence. Legendary creature ability, Mother Earth Skin, LVL4, grants additional 15,000 HP/LVL4 effect, grants additional 6 HP per 5 seconds regeneration. Legendary creature ability, Iron Will, LVL1, most speed reduction effects would be bad against this creature. Creature ability, Lightning Pace, passive, movement speed and attack speed are significantly enhanced. Creature ability, Brutal, passive, when attacking, it easily results in loss of blood, fracturing or other negative states. The Thanator's assault damage increases by 10% against enemies in negative states, maximum stack of 50%. Creature ability, Quill Sensor, passive, possess an extremely powerful foreseeing sense towards danger. Lowers enemies' explosive strike rate by 30%, raising its own evasion by 15%. Creature ability, Tail Whip, active, the Thanator's tail is its greatest weapon. It can ruthlessly slash opponents like a whip, dealing a strength x4 damage and stun the enemy. Duration of 5 seconds. Realm or additional bonus, grant additional 200,000 HP / grants additional 30 HP per 5 seconds regeneration. Suddenly, the Vanator sent a contestant flying with its tail, before turning to glare at the Valkyrie's interior channel, as it howled sorrowfully. Its sensory quills suddenly swelled and flared up, demonstrating a menacing expression. The movement of these quills were either for warning or flaunting, which was rather similar to a peacock displaying its plume during mating season. Instead, Xian took notice of the Thanator's savage flashlight gaze towards the front. He couldn't help but look over as well. Eventually, he caught a glimpse of a suspended Z in mid-air, within the darkness of the Valkyrie's channel. Her legs were roughly hovering a meter above the ground, and one of her revolving rhombus globes had vanished. She then stretched her left palm remotely towards the Vanator, and maintained this posture. Seems like we've came too early. Xian sighed in his heart. With one sweep of his gaze, he could tell the Illum Union had lost over 10 members. However, their displayed prowess was merely the tip of the iceberg. Such show of force was already extremely lofty, yet beneath that, hid the majestic portion of the iceberg which was still a mystery. The entire Illum Union party appeared exceedingly calm. Furthermore, Xian also noticed that Reef and Archaeophil should have been former acquaintances. Their stares towards each other seemingly rubbed out tension sparks. Faced with this situation, the Westerners dared not be rash, but only remained at the outskirts and lured several elite viper wolves before slaughtering them. At least 2 dark blue keys were produced from that. Then they returned to their western region and made further defensive preparations. Of course, right now, there was no need for any instructions. The contestants who had tasted the sweetness of strategy begun to take care of the carcasses themselves, cleansing the bloodstains neatly. They had even dug 3 different pit locations this time. Naturally, this was to better segregate the famished wild beasts. At this moment, a black cloud of beasts once again approached from a far nightfall. After an entire 4 hours, the blood-soaked and brave fighters finally heard a deafening broadcast from the internal of the Valkyrie. Please return to the shuttle, please return to the shuttle. A shuttle's powered unilateral nuclear fusion power engine is restored. 3 minutes to optical interference shade. Defensive shade possesses untold camouflaging capability. During the night, Pandorian creatures will be unable to pinpoint the shuttle's position. The safety of the passengers will be secured till 8 the next day. Upon hearing this news, many contestants immediately slumped down in exhaustion after entering the interior channel of the Valkyrie, splashing water onto their faces as they sunk to sleep. Actually, Xian had realized one thing from the battling. Digging pits and burying the carcasses could only lessen the quantity of ordinary incoming beasts. Those powerful legendary creatures seemed to be unaffected one bit. During the last waves of attacks, though there weren't new sightings of high-tiered legendary creatures, the sheer quantity of them would be doubled or even tripled every time. Such a quantity was something that even a powerful party like the Illum Union couldn't withstand. Fortunately, the legendary creatures didn't flock over, and most of the ordinary aggressors were enticed by the buried carcasses. Thus, it allowed the contestants a breakthrough chance. The other regions were similarly no fools. After have bizarre packs of beasts running over from the western region, they immediately started to make investigations of the western side, trying to understand why the wild beasts were seemingly deterred by their side. In the end, such a simple matter of cleaning up the battlefield remains was rapidly learned by them. Still, after persisting till nightfall, the remaining quantity of contestants had been reduced to around half. But of course one must understand, it wasn't that many contestants had been killed, the keyword was reduced. Contestants who had survived till now, had long ago learned to accept reality. Therefore, many contestants, upon realizing things weren't looking good, had renounced their participation, paying up a hefty price of 3 highest basic attribute and 5 achievement points. Besides, living remained the basic principle. At this moment, 5 RDA workers from the cockpit of the Valkyrie emerged. They walked down from the highest floor, and finally stopped at the central region of the shuttle. After an announcement that merely scratched the surface on what was wrong in the shuttle, they located a place to settle down as well. Every contestant could utilize pocket computers they were given to engage in inquiries. Furthermore, they could purchase medical supplies/equipment/recipes/unknown strange objects, etc. However, the only currency usable was their RDA battle contributions. In a flash, those 5 workers were naturally encircled by an impenetrable crowd, so much so that even a mosquito would find it hard to join in. Xian constantly observed the 5 workers in deep thought. He even attempted to climb up Valkyrie floor, but was instead warned by a robotic sound upon reaching the top, warning him of this forbidden zone. If he persisted in entering, his battle contributions would be deducted entirely by the RDA company, and the ship-based weapons would turn hostile. Of course Xian wouldn't persist in entering the second floor, forbidden zone. He pondered thoughtfully before nodding, then returning back down and cooled himself in a corner. At present, most of the contestants had assembled at the central aisle of the shuttle's hall. They were sitting in distinct groups, and casted watchful glances towards each other. Chapter 17, Resurrection Tool, Exchange. Resurrection Tool, Exchange. Xian leaned against the wall to rest. After a while, Reef carried a gust of wind as he plunged his butt beside him. With a rather ecstatic voice, he lauded. "Boss. We really need to stake everything in this time. I say this damned world has such a scary difficulty level, but the items we can exchange for are equally great. Hurry up and take a look." Currently, Xian had raked in massive exploitations from his supporting adventure. His offense wasn't considered strong, thus, he frequently couldn't obtain the contribution rewards of dealing the final finishing blow to enemies. However, countless contestants couldn't shy away from the bonuses of his supporting gene mixes. Every time they killed something, Xian chiseled away at their contributions. Although individually it didn't amount to much, the accumulated total was astonishing. Xian's battle contribution rate had discreetly ranked amongst the bests of the contestants, totaling more than 8,000 RDA battle contribution points. Something worth noting was that all contestants seemed to possess an amicable relationship with the RDA company. It had no relations to battle contributions whatsoever. When the contestant crowd surrounding the 5 RDA workers significantly lessened, Xian finally strolled over, requesting for the list of purchasables. The workers initially looked at Xian with abhor, probably due to his low charm. However, after realizing something about Xian, they gasped in astonishment. "So it is actually Mr. Lieutenant. Sir, I've heard about your legendary adventures before. Wow, your contributions to the company are exceptionally generous. Please don't worry, we will definitely provide suitable discounts for interesting merchandise." Xian nodded, the menu list exhibited fully in a flurry. The foremost display was a long list of warning, Research Development Administration Disclaimer Notice, Announcement. Home Base Earth Planet Exploration Regulations, number 2311 and number 3188 states, the Research Development Administration cannot hire active military personnel as their armed fighters. Exploring squad members cannot use weapons of mass destruction. Only high-technology weapons of 50 years ago can be used for battles in foreign celestial bodies. Weapon-based aircrafts cannot exceed the latest model of the Aerospatiale SA-2 Samson, and the Scorpion gunship, aircraft. Every weapon is programmed to be unable to inflict harm onto humankind. The list of disclaimers was due to the RDA company's motive of planet exploration and not starting a war. To preserve the safety of their workers, they had to employ armed fighters. Apart from that, the RDA company was already an extremely powerful company. Therefore, in order to prevent the RDA from further technological advances and amassing greater military influence, the Earth government had prevented them from using weapons of mass destruction. Thus, the armed fighters employed were still stuck in the era of Star Trek, still utilizing regular chemical-based bullets and ordinary rifles. They weren't even allowed laser guns, needless to say space tanks, obliteration warships, and other heavy space weaponry, because these didn't belong to antiques of the 21st century. The best they had was the Amplified Mobility Platform, AMP suits, the robots seen in the movie. However, that too was also a distant descendant of first military exoskeleton used by Earth in the mid-21st century. Which goes to say, during the timeline of the movie itself, every mechanics involved were historic goods of the previous century. Xian skimmed through everything, as he hurriedly browsed the menu. Even though he was already mentally prepared, he couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. For some unknown reasons, the RDA company actually exhibited every single available merchandise in their menu, from items to equipments, to recipes to unknown strange objects. Only, a striking font marked out the purchasing requirements behind each segment. As for Xian, his attention was locked onto the bottom few items. It was obvious these were the powerful objects that Reef mentioned. Integrated Animal Controlling Technique Case. Pandora is host to many savage and hostile creatures. However, humans discovered that Na-6 are able to easily tame some. Afterward, it was discovered that Na-6's external nervous system is linked to the outcome of taming creatures. After analyzing the Na-6 nervous architecture along with the creatures of Pandora, human scientists have invented a mental control device to tame the creatures. During their experiments, scientists have successfully controlled the dire house, hammerhead titanothere, sternbeast, and various creatures. But till now, scientists are still unable to control the primitive vicious instincts of viper wolves and the Thanator. Only simple controlling reactions are recorded. However, due to the reliability and unpopular nature of these inventions, current research had been stalled. This integrated case is an affiliated product of said research. Upon using, there is a chance of controlling the aforementioned creatures and ordinary animals. Maximum usage of 3 times before exhausting its capabilities. Purchasing value, 12,000 RDA battle contributions. 10,800, legend level discount, *AMP military exoskeleton, amplified mobility platform. Hailed as the AMP suit, it is a human-operated, multi-purpose battle suit. The military credits it as an Apache with arms. AMP suit height, 4.205 meters. Width, 2.83 meters. Weight, 1,700 kilograms. Pre-installed weapons, Kevlar, high-carbon steel alloy battle knife. Additional installations, additionally purchased GAU 90 30mm hip-fired autocannon, explosive incendiary rounds, global positioning system, GPS, front infrared panel, radar etc., navigation tools. HP 5000, defense 60. Can be repaired. Purchasing value, 15,000, 13,500 discount, RDA battle contributions. Unmodeled amniotank. Amniotanks are mimicked after functions of the mammalian womb. It can be used for growing cloned animals, humans, rarely, and replace limbs and organs. At present, it can successfully grow avatar bodies. Growth takes place in a suspension fluid, with controlled temperature and constantly monitored chemical composition. Above it are placentiums, which function similarly to a mammalian placenta, supplying nutrients and hormones to the cultivating organism. Simultaneously with the supervision of monitoring equipment, controlling nutrients and other growth stimulants. Avatars are supplied with a synthetic umbilical cord, jolting currents to stimulate muscle growth during the incubation process. You can use the amniotank to cultivate your own cells, and avoid the first descent of the death god. After purchasing this special item, it will be delivered to your personal room. Once your body dies, the amniotank core computer will activate, remodeling according to the cells you left behind. You will receive a new life, but your equipment will be lost. The realm's evaluation of you will drop as well. Therefore, the next few worlds you venture in will be relatively safer. Purchasing value, 20,000, 18,000 discount, RDA battle contributions. Quantity available, this device is a failed model of avatar modeling amniotank. Hence, it only has 8 available. Upon seeing that, Sheehan instantly understood why Reef was so fascinated. This unmodeled amniotank actually contained a resurrection ability that all contestants yearned for even in their dreams. Besides, its valuation was only a mere 20,000 battle contributions. One must understand, slaying a legendary creature already granted 1,000 battle contribution. Moreover, ordinary beasts covered the earth and the skies. After seeing this, Sheehan instantly asked Reef if contribution points could be traded. However, the answer he received was no. Indeed, that is so. Sheehan pondered as he nodded. Following that, he browsed through the menu list again, and very blatantly traded all his 8,000 contribution point. Strictly speaking, through hard work the next day, he could very easily save up 20,000 RDA battle contributions. At most, he could still exchange them for an AMP suit. Instead, Sheehan had squandered it all without hesitation. He procured the following items: Hydra armor, its name derived from the series of protrusions at its waist. It is favorably light, enhanced toughness while preserving high mobility. Because of its focused design, it can reduce the damage dealt by Pandora creatures by 30% and raise your movement speed on Pandora. It also has a pre-installed oxygen mask. During its course of designing, many factors were considered in. Therefore, this Hydra armor can be pasted over your armor surface. Valuation, 5,000, 4,500, RDA battle contributions, unable to be brought out of this world. Nail gun, this is a highly precise, long-range firearm. Its body is long, and its speciality lies in its bullet composition of titanium, allowing its nails to pierce most types of heavy armor. Its primary use is in destroying vehicles and other equipment/devices. Of course, it can be used to deal with various armored creatures of Pandora. In view of this weapon's astonishing weight and recoil, you must have at least 30 points of strength to utilize it. Damage power of 100 to 140 points. Neglects 50% of defense. Infrared laser, accuracy target device, add on with this precious object, even if your aiming is horrendously indescribable, you can turn into a 100-shot, 100-hit gun deity. What you need to do is something even a 5-year-old kid can manage: aim that lethal red dot towards your desired target, and press the trigger. Chapter 18, Undercurrent Flows Nail Gun Valuation, 2,400, 2,160 Discount, Battle Contributions. Infrared Laser, Accuracy Target Device Valuation, 2,000, 1,800, Battle Contributions. This weapon is unable to be brought out of this world. Lastly, I need to inform you. According to Federal Law Regulation 14, whenever you aim the firearm at any humans, note, any single human, the microcomputer within the gun will automatically lock the magazine. Hence, malfunction or other unpredictable variable may occur. I sincerely apologize and beg for your understanding, as the RDA company is merely a resource extraction company, and not an ammunitions company. After purchasing 2 items that could enhance his battle and survival capabilities by a level, Sheehan squandered the rest of his battle contributions on ammunition. The nail gun required titanium nail bullets which weren't cheap at all. Fortunately, Sheehan's +1 legend level was rather beneficial now. Right now, as countless others were observing him, summoning Jin Kwang was simply too provocative. Thus, Sheehan didn't summon him to haggle over the price, preventing others from noticing this shameless hidden trump card of his. Following that, Sheehan engaged in a brief discussion with Reef and Mojencha inside their party transmission channel. After a short exchange of words, Reef and Mojencha's face suddenly changed drastically, and ultimately turned ashen. They hurriedly rushed over to squander cleanly all their battle contributions. Because their intense discussions were done in the party channel, others could only take notice of their ugly expressions. However, many other contestants had comrades that perished in battle, and sunken faces were everywhere. Honestly speaking, if Reef and Mojencha were beaming with pleasure and all smiles, that would truly attract attention. Another noteworthy thing was that 4 other legendary creatures had appeared within the beast tide during the day. However, out of the 4 legendary creatures, only 3 dropped keys. Amongst the keys, one of them exploded forth with utility points only, which was something Sheehan had encountered before. Nothing else came up, just a lump sum of utility points. As for the 2 other silver keys, 3 rather valuable objects surfaced: a silver grade ring, a black grade skeletal bow and another horcrux. These 3 items trended towards long-range or magic-based contestants. Mojencha already had his excellent golden Alaska and Sparta spear. Of course he looked down on that black grade bone bow. Hence, Party Ace didn't really require those 3 items. After dividing the proceeds, their party storage was now brimming with 53,300 utility points and 15 potential points. After cleaning out his battle contributions, Mojencha suddenly revealed a startled expression. Quietly, he transmitted to Sheehan through the party channel. "Boss, one of that resurrection tool's unmodeled amnio tank has been sold." Sheehan was currently holding onto a cup as he drank water. Upon hearing this news, his grip tightened, causing the glass cup to emit creaking sounds followed by clear cracks appearing. This was because Sheehan himself possessed 8,000 battle contributions, hence, he obviously knew what devilish strength one needed to earn an entire 20,000 battle contributions in such a short span of time. Indeed, there is always a taller mountain. Sheehan sighed in his heart. He originally thought his personal establishment of this steel-strong trio party was flawless and unprecedented. Yet now, it seems like his personal judgment was indeed biased. For some unknown reason, the moment Sheehan heard of the resurrection tool, unmodeled amnio tank, being sold off, he instantly recalled that southern contestant, the one that dealt a one-hit KO shot to the Sturmbeast. Then he thought of the core members of the Illume Union, before another audacious notion jolted through his brain. The buyer, it could very well be them, in the blink of an eye, news of that most valuable and limited edition resurrection tool spreaded like wildfire. Like a stone tossed into the lake invoking ripples, word of it traveled to everyone's ears. Time seemed to rush through like an undercurrent. Every single contestant started glaring at the skies with fierce expressions, as though they wished for the skies to turn brighter quickly, eagerly anticipating the next wave of beasts. The next day, morning, 9:18 a.m. The contestants had repelled 2 full waves of beasts already. The passionate craze and desires incited by the resurrection tool had gradually diminished. No one understood why there were so many wild beasts. Even after clearing and cleaning up the battlefield till not a single blood stain was left after each battle, when the next wave came, an unfathomable quantity of wild beasts returned in a swirl of dust. They seemed to be blown over by a hurricane gale, like a back cloud of hailstones smashing in, bristles and thorns of the earth piercing in, stabbing in 1 inch at a time, trampling forward steadfastly across the horizon. Comparing with respect to all contestants, Xian, Reef and Mojentia became supremely low-key. Xian even discarded the initiative of proactively traversing through battlefields to earn battle contributions from his gene mixes. He silently went about with his own affairs, choosing not to fight over meritorious contributions even one bit. Due to their conduct, their influence and position declined greatly. Yet this was reality: the greater someone's ability, the higher their authority. As for the current battles, Tier 3 legendary creatures had started showing up. The waves of beasts no longer fought a bitter fight to the death, but instead carried notions of retreat. Hence, after the 2 waves of beasts had retreated, the entire Western region contestants had suffered casualties amounting to half. The remainder were injured, but most importantly, they hadn't raked in a single good fortune. Although no one knew how the other 3 regions were doing, but had an inkling everyone were probably trapped on the same boat. During previous battles, though the beasts were intelligent and retreated from danger, they still fought as a whole and perished as a whole. However, now, the beast horde would retreat entirely as well. Xian casted a glance towards Reef in preparation to execute accordingly to their earlier plan. All of a sudden, sparse and fragmented cheers could be heard amongst the contestant crowd. Closely following that, from within the channels of the Valkyrie, an earth-shaking sensation tremored tremendously, as though an enormous heavy beast was about to emerge from within. Following that, step by the step, it wasn't a wild beast that emerged from the shuttle's channel. It was an artificial intelligent steel monstrous beast. A terrifying weapon specially bred for war. In the end, it was a contestant that could no longer endure, lacking only 1,000 battle contributions to hit the 20,000 mark. Sadly, the contestant had reached a stage of being an oil lamp that was about to dry up. Thus, an amp suit was exchanged for battle contributions. Piloting the outdated ferocious machine, the contestant stomped into the battlefield. The one piloting the amp suit was that longbow woman from the Sons of Caden party. She casted a disdainful glance towards Xian and the rest, before immediately replacing Reef and Xian's core position entirely, proceeding to usher frenzied bombardment against the 3rd wave of beasts. More and more contestants started following suit, exchanging their contributions for amp suits. This was because, to their horror, the offensive capabilities and sheer quantity of the beast horde was crescendoing to unbelievable heights. During yesterday's assault, mountain banshees only made an appearance once from the skies, but they shockingly was one of the primary forces today. In addition to the swift demons on land, an utterly dreadful calamity rained down on them. Only death awaited one who still harbored hopes of amassing 20,000 battle contributions. Covering the heavens, the torrents of mountain banshees swooped in unhindered as they demolished the contestants. As for Xian and Party Ace, they all coincidentally purchased that Hydra armor, which reduced the damage they received by 30%. Even Mojentia felt rather calm under the constant protection of Xian and Reef. The 3rd wave of beasts were finally repelled. Simultaneously, the Valkyrie broadcasted loudly once again. Attention, attention! The next wave will be the final one for today. This message undoubtedly injected adrenaline into every contestant. Peeking around at the heroic amp suits around them, these unfeeling and monstrous steel mechanical beasts, they completely forgot about their injuries as an inexhaustible conviction ignited within. Hence, after simply bandaging their wounds, they took up positions and prepared for battle once again. Indeed, because these monstrous steel beasts had fully replaced Reef's position, when the 4th wave of beasts arrived, perpetually no one noticed that Reef and his 2 buddies had disappeared. Of course, they hadn't assumed great risks of charging into the beautiful yet remote forest of treacherous danger. Instead, they headed back into the depths of the Valkyrie. Within the steel channel, a deathly silence was observed, barring only the wafting echoes of footsteps. Direction lights dimly flickered, slowly attempting to cover the repulsiveness of the darkness. At present, there was only a single RDA company worker left within the center aisle of the Valkyrie. He bowed politely and inquired respectfully. "Sirs, may I be of service?" Xian stood in front of him, smiling as he replied. "Yes." With the help of Jinquang, they cleaned up whatever measly battle contributions they had on hand. Although purchasing equipment was out of the question, they squandered the small amounts they had on ammunitions, medicinal supplies etc. Xian deliberated for a while before purchasing a large bundle of high-intensity explosives. These explosives possessed widespread and lethal explosive might, but its damage wasn't attributed to the user. Hence, beasts that were fried by it wouldn't reward the user with battle contributions nor drop any keys. Thus, the contestants didn't view it favorably, with presently only few had been purchased. Chapter 19, Fallout. Massacre. Fallout. Massacre. After shopping, Reef and Mogentia left. Only Xian remained. His eyes flickered in tune to the direction lights. This awkward atmosphere persisted several seconds, before Xian smiled slightly and added on. "I have something else that requires your help." The RDA company worker was as smooth as a machine. "Please tell." "But I must inform you, your current battle contributions are insufficient for more purchases." "That isn't important." The necklace across Xian's neck suddenly twinkled with a splendid dark golden radiance. His voice was calm as he proceeded. "What I want is completely unrelated to battle contributions. I only hope, the overall in charge RDA member in this Valkyrie, to release that important Na-6 clan member you guys captured, or, an exceptionally crucial item to the divine Iwa you acquired on this planet." As the words left Xian's mouth, the RDA worker's face instantly changed, stretching his hands towards his waist. But at this moment, an incomparably muffled smack echoed into the still air, identical to the sound of a massive airplane landing. Within a split second, Xian's welded steel knuckler smashed heavily against his face. Caressing along his fist was a ghastly green glow. At this moment, Xian naturally utilized the ability of the shriveled tangerine, smearing that awful lymphatic fluid onto his weapon, allowing his next 3 strikes to carry a corrosive elemental damage. Besides, after activating the ability format of his dark gold necklace, Smith's Matrix microchip, Xian's strength had already inflated to 49 points. It was a terrifying 49 points, only 1 point shy of the breakthrough boundary. TN refresher on ability. Format an order upon oneself, temporary converting 5 points of physique to 5 points of strength. His fist seemed to appear from a void, whistling as it propelled in and directly smashed out crushing damages and a beat-back effect. Blood, rage and violence. This RDA worker was wearing a circular protective helmet, but with introduction of a crackling fist, a clear dent emerged on the steel helmet. Sizzling corrosive bubbles appeared. The miserable wails of the worker throttled within his throat, as he was struck 2 to 3 meters away, completely unable to maintain his grip onto his weapon as it flew out, crashing noisily and sliding over the floor. Armor and steel rubbed against the floor, releasing sparks and a piercing screech. Xian advanced with huge strides, sparing no chance as he carried a ruthless viciousness. He silently charged towards the RDA worker, and swung his next punch. In his desperation, the worker screamed loudly, a mouthful of blood spilled onto the ground along with teeth. During his deathbed struggle, he still managed to dodge forcefully, as Xian's fist pounded against the steel door frame by the side. Sparks scattered along with a piercing screech. Xian pinched against the frame. Immediately, a portion of the steel frame was forcibly torn out. "Do you think you can run?" Xian's mouth curled into a cold sneer. He could already confirm this RDA worker didn't possess strong prowess, his only formidability laid in his status. As he gazed onto the fleeing figure of the RDA worker, Xian plucked out ambition in a flash, a spiraling smoke, a booming echo, and a bullet to the back. The RDA member froze. When Xian neared in, the RDA worker woke up. Sadly, he woke up to Xian's blunt fist. He could only attempt to block with both arms. In the end, a distinct fracturing crack of both arms resounded. His face flushed with red as he spat out a mouth of fresh blood, his pupils seemingly about to pop out. Then Xian raised his fist again, aiming towards the RDA worker's chest as he drilled down. This fist directly penetrated into his chest, deeply squashing his rib, lungs, and heart, before he retracted his hand out. Instantly, a massive bowl-sized, deep blood hole appeared on the RDA member's chest. PSHHH. Shattered eerie bone fragments, innards, blood sprayed out in a downpour. Tranquility resumed once again. Like a graveyard. Sheehan then retracted himself, as he flicked his hands and flung off bits of flesh, innards, and blood against the steel wall. The corpse didn't drop a single key, however. There was an unusual-looking silver-white card pasted at his waist. His nightmare imprint announced. You discovered a special object, RDA Worker Identification Card. Do you wish to collect it? No doubt, this murder was for this piece of item. Sheehan walked over, using his blood-drenched fingers to pick the card. Then, he nodded humbly. I see, so it is like that. Although the channel towards the upper floor of the Valkyrie was locked, Reef and Mogentia, who had left earlier, were currently keeping watch at the door. Naturally, they were spying for possible reinforcements to warn Sheehan. At this moment, both of them couldn't help but recall Sheehan's earlier words. I don't know if you guys have realized, but it seems like there are many discrepancies and illogical areas that have surfaced after we entered this world. We risk our lives to fight for this RDA company, but the rewards we gain from killing those beasts are battle contributions. From previous experiences, it should have been reputation, shouldn't it? This no doubt states that the RDA workers completely doesn't treat us as equals. Instead, their attitude towards us are like how the Romans treated their gladiator slaves. If we won, they'd throw money at us; if we lost, then we die. From the start, we haven't earned a single ounce of respect from them. Analyzing from the perspective of the intensity rate of consecutive waves of battle, we can primarily deduce there is no reason for those beasts to fanatically launch attacks against us for no reason whatsoever. Although the initial 2 waves of beasts can be explained due to the Valkyrie invading their territory or destroying their nest, while the ones after could be explained by the allure of reeking blood because of our initial slaughters. But the most noticeable deviation is that sturmbeasts are herbivores. Although we can eliminate the possibility of them feasting on flesh if they were famished, but just look at the abundant vegetation around us. There must be another reason that incited these enormously powerful herbivores to turn aggressive, risking all with no thoughts of personal safety. According to my understanding and inference, although Pandora is strange, mysterious, and oddly, there are only 2 groups that possess the ability to instigate so many beasts to initiate a charging death wish. The smaller possibility points to the Na-6 clan's extremely powerful Tsahik ***. As for the personal strength of this Tsahik, it should be even stronger than the movie's Omatikea Na-6 clan's Tsahik. The other and also most possible conjuncture should be the actual ruler of this planet. Even in the movies, there hadn't been an appearance of the true body of the divine Iwa. TN** Tsahik is the spiritual leader of a Na-6 clan. I dare not confirm that the RDA company has offended the latter, but there's one thing I can confirm. There must be something worthy of interest on board this Valkyrie to them. If they cannot acquire it, then the beast horde wouldn't cease. These insanely barbaric wild beasts would continue flooding in without sparing a single cost. As for us, there is completely no way to contend against this planet. The said mission of 3 days to establish our footing is just a dead end. To put it clearer, these RDA workers are harboring a certain hope, and are treating us as cannon fodder to drag time. Once the real beast horde arrives that can threaten their lives, they would try and escape, or surrender, and hand over the item the beast seeks. Also, don't just think that those amp suits can pull off an unstoppable riot. It seems that can display an immense explosive firepower within a short duration, and crush the beasts like dregs. However, I wonder if you guys noticed the mission's hints beforehand. The details were, when the transport shuttle Valkyrie landed, it had startled several native wild races. Therefore, within a short time, the enemies you will face includes wild beasts and aboriginal inhabitants. Of course, including your own kind. Please note the term aboriginal inhabitants. This signifies that once the beast wave turns nastier, the battle may involve the novice, these freaks with venomous blue skin, and a bowmanship accuracy of 100 hits in 100 shots. Even the words provided by the realm indicated, your own kind. Do you still not understand? So what? You're harping on those supreme rewards exchangeable with battle contributions. Actually, those are merely bait strung by the RDA company to entice contestants. According to the incremental intensity and strength of the beast waves, if one doesn't purchase any battle add-ons, to amass and save up 20,000 battle contributions is simply a minute possibility. This undoubtedly allows me to confirm the first resurrection tool that had been purchased would most likely be masterminded by the RDA workers. This is all to stimulate and arouse us to engage in spending on it. However, once you purchase a battle add-on, then undoubtedly you will sink into a vicious cycle of repeated spending. Buying the AMP suit would mean purchasing its weapons, and would mean purchasing ammunition. Purchasing armor would mean needing constant repairs. Even though with this equipment, one can continue massacring the beasts like chopping firewood. However, once the strength and intensity of the beast hordes increased, it will ultimately lead to further investments in weapons and protection, until the battle concludes. As for these items, the RDA company should have been given to us for free, because we are actually using our lives to shelter them. Just 20,000 battle contributions, that resurrection tool displayed in our faces. Yet in actual fact, to most contestants, it will become like a stringed carrot attached to a wearable stick extended from your head. Totally incapable of reaching it forever. Chapter 20, First Mover Advantage. Finally, and also what I want to inform you, please scroll through your nightmare imprints again. Carefully examine our mission content. 3 days, protect the core engine of this Valkyrie from being destroyed. It is not, protect the RDA workers' lives within the 3 days, and it is also not, preventing the beast from invading the shuttle. As long as we return the item the beasts wants, would those beasts really want their teeth, claws and blood to be wasted on this giant, unfeeling, icy cold piece of metal? This is the only way of accomplishing this mission. Upon recalling Xian's words, Reef and Mojentia couldn't help but sense a cold shudder surge through their backs. At present, they couldn't help but repeatedly recall the notification of their nightmare imprint. In a short while, you will face wild beasts, aboriginal inhabitants, of course including your own kind. Beforehand, the two viewed your own kind as referring to contestants. But now, it seemed like their understanding was a mistake. Before the first mission concluded, due to the uneven distribution of benefits amongst contestants, mutual conflicts was definitely a possibility. However, it was also a fact that the harsh standards of the enemy was no exaggeration. Under the immense pressure of the boundless beast horde, virtually no one would harbor devious thoughts against each other as of now. Thus, this mission was hinting at another target, and shockingly, it should be the RDA workers of this shuttle. At this moment, Xian marched over with a menacing countenance, carrying faint blood footprints beneath him that stretched far into the darkness. Within Xian's hands was a silver-white card soaked in blood. Right now, the low-key shell that Xian had been wearing the whole time was utterly shattered. Now, the feeling he emitted was that of brutal ferocity and valiantry. Also, a cruel untamed air of displaying his might. But just when Xian had brushed the card against the identity verification slot, his face suddenly changed drastically. He fiercely forced the card into Reef's hands, and issued a low tone into the party channel. Do exactly as I say. After speaking, Xian then retreated half-step back and stood behind Reef, hanging down his brows and retracting his gaze. The shadow managed to cover his face. It was as if his entire aura had strange transformed. Now, only his robust body frame and tightly clenched fists could be seen. In a flash, Reef was now the main lead of their party. Within a short span of 10 seconds, a group of people walked in from the shuttle's channel pathway. This group appeared rather exhausted, their bodies were covered in speckles of bloodstains. However, they had an undivided loftiness when they congregated together. It was as if the air was shrinking in retreat to their every step. An upright lady with long hair fluttering against the wind led the front. Though one couldn't see her features clearly, they could sense a unique aura emanated. Lovely, charming like a blade, capable, experienced like a blade, floating like a blade. Her every advance was as though the clouds stirred, advancing like thunder and moving like the wind. Contestants surrounded and protected around her, seemingly representative of her razor-sharp claws that would claw away any obstructions. Observing this lady, Xian couldn't help but recall the metals professor. A prejudiced, tenacious lady, yet with a tinge of ludicrous stubbornness. During the winged keys stage of that metal's digestive system, Xian had personally witnessed a beautiful woman reduced to stunning bones in a flash. However, after he had heard of news of the metals professor possibly reviving, Xian could sense a deep profound threat stabbing against his back, like an immense pressure. To the former Xian, the metals professor's formidability degree was even stronger than Z. Yet now, it seemed like their positions had to be swapped in current regard. Z At this very moment, that woman Z was actually leading the Illumunion's core members and several ordinary members, as they arrived here. Obviously, the Illumunion had more people infiltrating this shuttle than Xian, hence, to hide away from everyone's notice, the difficulty of covert infiltration was much larger. Therefore, strictly speaking, Z's deliberations and judgment was in no way inferior to Xian, it was merely that her party's scale was enormous, and required more time to operate. However, that time difference was enough to result in her being shy of the first mover's advantage. Just a tiny step would be enough to determine success or failure in many things. For example, Z's party was definitely overwhelmingly superior to Xian's current strength. Yet beneath their overwhelming might and the difference in party scale, they became one step too late. Facing the hastily arriving Illumunion core members, Reef suddenly stretched a step forward, directly stepping into the middle aisle from the darkness. His step was long, and massively heavy, sending clear shivers across the ground when his solid foot sole trampled onto the steel floor. At this instant, Reef's appearance was like an abrupt, resounding mountain smacking into the Illumunion's face. This mountain was not at all steep, but gave off a majestic sensation of spanning 1,000 miles, as though it wouldn't collapse even at the ends of the world. His abrupt appearance caused the Illumunion to suddenly halt their footsteps, with a sour taste welling in their mouth, as though they just complacently walked into an invisible wall. "It's you." Z couldn't contain her surprise. The three rhombus glows around her started revolving rapidly, displaying her unstable emotions. Humbly hanging his head down, Reef suddenly raised his palm. That blood-soaked silver-white card shockingly lodged between his fingers. "I know what you are thinking, Z. And I know what you seek. It's too bad you've arrived too late. This is the only key that allows entry into the upper floor of this Valkyrie. Do you want to try seeing if I would snap this card into two first, or whether you can kill me and seize this card first?" Archaeophil advanced forward with a huge stride, scoffing disdainfully. "Reef, since your luck isn't bad and you managed to sustain your tiny life when your party was obliterated, then you should cherish it and not rush to court death." Instead, Reef ignored him, as he continued negotiating with Z. "Think very carefully, the upper floor RDA workers can at any time alter the scope of authority of this identification card, and reduce it to trash. Every delay of a second is undoubtedly increasing the immensity of risks involved." Z sighed deeply, and very frankly responded. "What do you want?" Reef snapped back. "Obviously to cooperate." Z gently replied. "Cooperate? Sure. Then hand the card over, or you can just open the door right now." Reef stared coldly into Z's eyes. "If you still think making a joke here is fine, then I wouldn't mind delaying here with you guys as well. My conditions are, party alliance for 3 days. The alliance scope must include the clause of no mutual harming, the fees will be paid by you, and any loots acquired will be split 50-50 within the alliance." Z remained silent. Instead, Sable stepped forward from the back as he fumed angrily. "In your dreams." But when Sable's words vanished, Z very straightforwardly replied. "Fine. Your new party's name?" Sable was stunned as he looked back and urgently cried out. "Z." Z gently shook her head, faintly sighing. "We were one step too late. Besides, time waits for no man, we don't have a choice now. I definitely wouldn't allow emotions to affect my decision, or that mere 20,000 utility points to play with everyone's lives." From the darkness, the observing Xian couldn't help but feel moved by Z's decisiveness. Such a woman who conducted her affairs without sloppiness. She may be willing to forego smaller matters, but would become extremely very blunt and courageous with regards to bigger matters. Such a behavioral style was just like her force-controlling energy, sharp and decisive, yet without form as it pressed against one's body. Nearly 10 seconds later, Xian and Mogentia both received notification from the Nightmare imprint. "Your party has formed a temporary alliance contract, advanced, with the Illumunion party. Duration of 72 hours, during the phase of this alliance, allied forces are unable to have mutual conflict." After the allied contract was formed and officiated by the Nightmare realm, everyone let loose a little. Reef gripped that silver-white identification card, as he slid it into the computer slot ahead. Clunk. The card was swallowed in. Closely following, a spiraling set of steel stairs descended down. Demon Dream of the Illumunion core then astonishingly transformed into a mist as she sped forward, Her speed didn't seem outstanding, but in reality, she had already floated forth in a flash. She had even stole first place from the nearest advancing reef. However, Demon Dream immediately halted at the stairs-only entrance, because the computer-generated voice warned, "This is a forbidden zone. If you insist on entering, all your battle contributions will be deducted by the RDA company, and all ship-based weapons will turn hostile." Before reaching her current stage, Demon Dream had already cleared up all her RDA battle contributions. Instead, the last sentence inevitably caused her to shrink back. All ship-based weapons will turn hostile. At this moment, Xian had already scrambled forward, scoffing disdainfully and confidently into his party channel. The Valkyrie shuttle is designed for interstellar transportation, and not for combat. Besides, what era is it now? Don't tell me that huge naval ships still fought in close proximity in this era. Even a warship wouldn't install that many machine weapons internally. Perhaps its exterior would be equipped with weapon systems, but internally, there surely wouldn't be many ship-based weapons. Most crucially, if this is really a forbidden zone, clips and bursts of gunfire would have been unloaded already. Why would they care to bullshit so much? Chapter 21, Swift Breakthrough. Chapter 21, Swift Breakthrough. After Xian rushed in and occupied first place, Mogentia and Reef immediately followed suit, resulting in the Illumunion falling behind. Although rushing head first boasted of more risk, it also provided greater benefits. After Xian and the rest charged up, 2 RDA workers immediately glanced over, before instantly turning to flee without looking back. Naturally, the bunch of contestants sprinted in pursuit. At present, the speed dominance of agile close combatants was fully displayed. Within a span of just 50 meters, Xian and party were thrown far behind by Demon Dream and another short dagger user. But at this moment, the 2 fleeing RDA workers suddenly leapt and hid behind a writing desk on their lateral side, before collapsing a row of bookshelf on the way, as books scattered in all directions. 20 meters ahead of them, a metal door suddenly opened, as 2 black muzzles poked out took aim. When the muzzles surfaced, an abrupt and unexplainable cold sensation jolted up Xian's spine. He immediately transmitted a warning to the party channel, as the 3 immediately darted towards both lateral sides. Twin dazzling and captivating rays shot out from the muzzles, one of them directly piercing and whizzing towards Demon Dream. Then, the 2 muzzles swiftly retracted behind the door, as if trying to continue hiding in ambush. As those oddly blue rays whizzed towards her, Demon Dream suddenly metamorphosed into a regiment of unfathomable violet mist, as though her physical body had been displaced. As the bluish ray whizzed through her, it vanished into incorporeal nothingness. Then Demon Dream's body recongealed, as only her complexion was noticeably slightly pale. The other bluish ray shot towards the short dagger user. The contestant immediately blocked with his dagger. Without refracting or ricocheting away, the bluish ray struck against the pointed blade of the dagger. Not even a tremendous boom or explosion happened, as it merely melted over the dagger like snow. Immediately following, an indistinct faint blue started enveloping the surface of the dagger rapidly, before steadfastly contaminating that contestant's entire body. That fellow released a tragic and abrupt howl, as his body sprung up straightly before beginning to inflate fanatically like a ball. Finally, he exploded into a burst of shallow bluish blood mist. Such a scene was incomparably miserable, brimming with bitter brutality. As the blood mist dispersed, an upright figure with robes fluttering in the air flashed forward. Her face congealed like frost, as she raised her left arm. Her tenderly fair and thin fingers instantly clenched into a fist. Following that, indescribable colorless dazzling rays seeped out through the cracks of her fingers. The rays appeared like gravels, or rain, or tears as they gracefully glided towards the ground, rapidly drifted forward upon landing. Before the sprinkles of rays stopped for a rest, Z forcefully punched her left fist forward. From afar, behind the veranda, a RDA worker suddenly screamed and surged towards them, his hand still grasping onto a powerful oddly firearm. Beneath, the worker's legs were shockingly constricted by unbelievable speckles of colorless rays. Force convergence grip. Undoubtedly, after the RDA worker was pulled in, he was instantly swarmed and thoroughly destroyed. At this moment, the other RDA worker leapt out, pointing the black muzzle of his ruthless firearm towards Z. Yet this woman was fully prepared, and pointed out her left arm. Like a thunderbolt strike, the RDA worker turned senseless momentarily, completely unmoving where he stood. One could even see blood spurting out from his eye sockets, nostrils, and mouth, drenching his entire glass mask. This fellow had already calculated his actions before leaping out, but was ultimately finished off without any conclusion. Previously, Xian was also the fortunate receiver of her force needle explosion. At present, he could tell she casted it on this unlucky brat. Seizing the opportunity of that RDA worker's lifelessness, Demon Dream wafted forward in a myriad of incorporeal mist ahead of Z. The entire mist-wafting moment seemed long, but also seemed short, but when she reappeared in her solid form, the RDA worker was now covered with a gruesome outpour of blood, as he collapsed sluggishly. Naturally, Z, who had executed two formidable abilities, felt rather exhausted. With tiny footsteps, she had once again returned to the surroundment and protection of her fellow contestants. Her long gown danced around her, blossoming like a flower, indifferent and unhurried while she subdued her foes. Her graceful bearing was calm, a beautiful tranquility, like the dying leaves of summer paving the way for autumn. It was indeed an unforgettable impression to others. After this sudden ambush, everyone didn't dare to be careless anymore, thus allowing Archaeophil and Reef to lead the way. As they reached a cornering bend at the end, a clamorous collision of metals reverberated from both sides. Then a fully armed RDA sturdy worker charged out shockingly, his arms supporting a peculiar circular firearm, black deep barrels pointing over as he marched in with large steps, pressing the trigger with great strength. Countless blazing red tongues spat out from the muzzle, pummeling against Archaeophil's great shield. Dang! 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 Chaotic sounds emerged, along with random splashes of innumerable sparks, painting a magnificently gorgeous scene filled with deathly maliciousness. Archaeophil had experienced 100 battles, and he could tell the RDA worker ahead didn't possess great strength. This opening was merely opportunistic timing as well as terrain superiority. Currently, Archaeophil retained many various methods to counterattack. He breathed in deeply, but became fiercely stunned to realize a searing pain throbbing at his chest. Hai's heart welled with shock, because he had instead been struck by a bullet that had penetrated through his great shield. That gun possessed such penetrative ability. Fortunately at this time, the contestants around him had begun retaliating. Mojentia and another two long-range combatants simultaneously acted, as blazing hot bullets swiveled towards the fully armed RDA worker. Although he was fully clad in solid armor, incessant bullet collisions of dang 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 could be heard. His advancement had been utterly stalled. Overwhelmed by a bombardment of firepower, small cracks split surfaced over the RDA worker's armored knee. In a flash, 7 to 8 bullets pierced then into his left kneecap. Even though his fleshy defense wasn't low, it wasn't enough to withstand consecutive gunshots. Roaring agonizingly, blood and flesh sprayed into the air, as his left leg was forcefully decimated. Following that, his chest and abdomen received consecutive gunshots, blood gushed out like a fountain as he was swiftly dispatched. After slaying several RDA workers, it was clear their relationship with this powerful large company had deteriorated to foes. These few enemies dropped key loots, the majority were white grade and light blue grade. Apart from a light blue grade armor, the rest were random dregs, their only worth was to be sold. When the group rushed into the core control room of the Valkyrie, they discovered that the original residents here had already fled cleanly, only leaving a complete mess of scattered files and documents. Suddenly, a whistling scream shook the space. Mojentia scrambled forward to observe through the cockpit window, where he immediately witnessed a small lifeboat, shuttle, spitting out faint bluish embers, as it sped into the sky. F*********. They've escaped. Sable fumed furiously. Instead, Xian gently shook his head and voiced out. If those bastards wanted to run, they would have done so earlier already. Why would they entice us to drag for time here and wait for reinforcements? That was probably a desperate contingency that they had no choice to. Which means, we can confirm that what we seek is still on this shuttle. Moreover. Xian paused briefly, coolly continuing. They won't be able to escape. Do you really believe this steel monster of a Valkyrie crashed due to machinery malfunction? Furthermore, you can see the dense mass of frightening mountain banshees covering the skies. Not even a minute after Xian spoke, someone at the forefront of the window immediately yelled out. Look! They are under attack. 10 seconds later, a thunderous explosion boomed out. The explosions didn't cease, probably the shuttle's random parts suffering consecutive explosions as well. The bunch of contestants glanced at Xian unilaterally. Instead, Z faintly snubbed him, her impression of him lowering by half. This was because Z already knew the RDA workers couldn't escape. However, for such matters with a fixed outcome, no matter if it was said or not, a truly intelligent person would comprehend the logic of trampling underneath the obscure shadows of the light, definitely not garnering unnecessary attention or vigilance. What she didn't notice was that after Xian observed her expression, his vision flickered slightly. Yuan Zhan of the Illum Union appeared to be an IT computer expert. He stepped forward as he strolled towards the control desk up front, and started operating it, his fingers hammering against the keyboard, producing loud clicking sounds. After a brief pause, his low voice spilled out. "It's here." After speaking, he pulled down a lever by the side. Billowing gas sprayed out, as gusts of white fog sprayed out from the exterior of the Valkyrie, a surplus storage compartment. Heavy metallic creaking proceeded closely. An enormous storage compartment was unlatched outside, as it slid down from an inclined plane weightily. The storage compartment was at least a dozen meters long, 3 meters broad, and seemed to be no less than 20 tons in weight. Such a transported good of immense scale was indeed something a tiny lifeboat could not carry. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, every wild beast suddenly started howling fanatically. Abandoning their opponents on hand, they sprinted like maniacs towards that storage compartment. At this moment, Xian and his trio were shocked to discover the amount of Tier 3 legendary creatures had currently amounted to more than 20. There was even a Tier 4 Thanator surfacing as their beastly leader. Seeing the current state now, Xian's deductions were indeed correct. The instigating factor for the beast horde wasn't their daily lives being disrupted or the allure of blood and food. It was RDA workers stirring the wrath of the ruler of this planet. White fog pervaded into the air, that steel container was swiftly struck open, and finally exposed the items stored within. Chapter 22, Wipeout. Wipeout. Within the steel container was a shocking 10-meter-long giant ice block, sparkling and translucent. The ice displayed its forbidden contents extravagantly. Trapped inside was something astonishingly shaped like tree roots, twisted and intertwined, with many strands of white lingering around it. It had a length of at least 7 to 8 meters. The item revealed a meaty texture, while still exuberating a flavor of flora within. Thus, it was simply too difficult to determine its origins at this moment. Upon witnessing such an event, numerous contestants groaned depressedly, and staggered several steps back, with some having blood oozing from their nose and mouth. Z in particular suffered the strongest reaction. She straightforwardly shut her eyes, and sat down exhaustively like a withered flower, as though she had just received a severe blow. Xian instantly realized that she wasn't the only exception, and spirit/intelligence-based contestants were all affected. As for himself, one with poor spirit and pitiful intelligence, utterly devoid of elemental energy or spiritual force, he widened his eyes as he swept his gaze around, having not the slightest trifling sensation affecting him. It was clear that object must have emitted violent spirit ripples. Thus, the stronger one's spirit or intelligence, the more severe one was affected. Under the insatiable pressure of countless wild beasts, the ice block was rapidly chiseled away, and ultimately melted to the ground completely. As for that tree roots object, once it had interacted with the ground, massive roots sprouted from it and drilled deep into the ground. Instantly, numerous visibly thin white threads seemingly released and extended out in all directions, resulting in the tree roots object decomposing with unbelievable pace. Through the naked eye, one could vividly see its size dissolving into thin air, and within lesser than short 3 minutes, it utterly decomposed. That's. The movie mentioned this before, that various kinds of mystical neural links exist between Pandora's flora, trees, and the ground. Every tree possesses millions of links, like a computer network or the human's nervous system, connecting the entire planet into one body of neural network. Those fine spirit threads are like the mediums of connection between organisms. Xian's mind immediately flashed with enlightenment. Sure enough, my guess was correct. The group of RDA workers definitely had acquired something viewed with extreme significance by the mesmerizing divine Iwa of Pandora. Observing how that object dissolved, it was probably an important nourishment for the divine Iwa. Perhaps something like salt to the humans, just requiring a minute consumption daily, but definitely still essential. Oh, from what I've observed today, then I can reach the next deduction that the divine Iwa's main body may perhaps resemble that of the inherent characteristics of fungus on Earth. Since the root cause of the beast horde crisis had been thoroughly rooted out, the waves of feverish and agitated beasts started dispersing. Another thought formed within Xian's heart, yet he wasn't in a hurry to say it. Instead, he quickly spoke to Yuan Zhan. I have good news, the communication system of the Valkyrie is ruined, probably destroyed during its violent crash landing. The latest issued message would only probably be the final emergency warning to the mother warship in space before crashing, or to Hell's Gate * base. In other words, they have no further means of external contact. Which goes to say that whatever we have done here, it is completely oblivious to the mother warship. Delving deeper, our current hostility with the RDA company will gradually subside within 24 hours, and return back to amicable. TN * Hell's Gate is the main center for all human colonial activities on Pandora, and contains the moon's only spaceport. Hush! The pale-faced Z gently exhaled, and she gave off her orders. According to the information I've gathered, the engine we have to guard entailed by the mission isn't huge. It is right here, above this core control room. Thus, 3 of us will keep guard over there. Although those beasts have withdrawn, it doesn't mean that the engine is fully invulnerable. From now until mission completion, we will rotate in 3-hour shifts. Reef, since we are already allied, your people must participate. Reef lightly replied. Sure, of course. Z coughed gently for a while, before continuing. Next, Archeophil, Yuan Zhan and Reef please stay behind. Since we are in collaboration now, and we possess 2 top-notch prestigious MT at the present stage, let's discuss how we can maximize our present interests. The rest, you are free to roam about. Upon hearing that, Xian and Mojentia started heading towards the bottom deck of the shuttle, appearing as if they wanted to return to the battlefield and clear it for loots. However, once they left the surveillance of the Illum Union personnels, Xian took a sudden detour and headed towards the pathway channel towards the shuttle's cabins. Mojentia curiously asked. Why are we heading there for? Xian whispered sneakily. Based on my inference, there should be something else waiting for us to uncover. Mojentia shook his head. Boss, you're underestimating the Illum Union. I believe that when we were busy with other stuffs, they've already cleaned up the entire place like a dog licking its bone. Moreover, those RDA deserters wouldn't possibly leave behind any valuable item. Damned. I suddenly have a brilliant idea, we should head over and search the crash site of those bastards. Xian smiled humbly. You're wrong. There's another place they haven't entered, and there should be something valuable there. As he spoke, that silver-white metallic identification card shimmered brilliantly within his fingers. Within the narrow steel space, a simple decorated cabinet stood silently. It was a monotonous sky-blue cabinet. Standing atop a grayish-patterned fur rug. Such a scenery greeted Xian and Mojentia's view. Behind them, a metallic sliding door had been opened, with a silver-white card inserted within the card slot. Mojentia directly used the nozzle of his golden Alaska to wrench open an armoire by the side. His eyes suddenly glittered. SN-9 Wasp revolver. The same type of revolver utilized by Colonel Miles Quaritch in the movies. Grade, black. This weapon is infusible with a Horcrux state, mildly damaged. Equipment position, single-handed length, 228 centimeters weight, 11 kilograms pre-installed component, torchlight and infrared remote sensor, dismountable. Firearm effective range extended to 300 meters. Attack power, 60 to 80 details, perceptive sense +2/agility +5 details, strength -2/physique -1/charm -3/intelligence -1 magazine capacity, X4, mildly damaged state, originally X8, shooting speed, 0.3 seconds/round. Equipment requirement, agility 30 points, perceptive sense 25 points, basic long-range combat, LVL5. Weapon special ability, Wasp, Stinger, when attacking, 33% chance of neglecting 50% of defense, and deal penetrative damages star. Its effect holds precedence. TN, * penetrative damages is like crushing damages, a special effect. This revolver should have previously been carelessly dumped into the cabinet after its original owner had discovered a slight malfunction, intending to repair it after finishing whatever work he had on hand. Who knew, his work would last forever. No doubt, this revolver became Mojentia's possession. This weapon wasn't powerful because of other reasons but solely its pre-installed component. For a sniper, that torchlight and infrared remote sensor was of little value, but to a rifleman, this undoubtedly enhanced one's effective shooting range by several folds. Moreover, that precedence penetrative effect of 33% was a rather high probability, and further contained a 50% of defense-negating property. Complementing this weapon with Mojencha's personal abilities, though it was just a revolver, the resultant threatening might was definitely not inferior to any small-scale sniper rifle. After reaping this benefit, Mojencha continued rummaging through. Although he found nothing else, he was already fully satisfied. Gazing at the daydreaming Xian standing in front of a desk, he slapped his shoulder. "Boss, it's not bad already. Even though this revolver is black grade, it is definitely better than some silver storyline grade equipments. Even if we can't find anything else, it's not bad already." Xian's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. "You're wrong, our biggest harvest is this." Mojencha suspiciously glanced down towards Xian's fingers. Within it was a shocking sky-blue padlocked diary, written with careless handwriting. Xian was currently browsing through its contents. Today. January, Day 3. Oh, wrong, Day 2. God bless me, I keep forgetting this damned devilish planet has 25 hours in a day. We just received orders to explore Area 7 today. I suspect those giant blue-skinned monkeys are watching us. God bless us. I heard those novice are segregated into civilized clans and uncivilized aborigines. Simply speaking, you can associate those uncivilized aborigines with that man-eating tribe of humans in New Guinea. In their eyes, humans and dire horses are the same, they are both categorized as food. Fortunately, the novice near Hell's Gate are all civilized clans. They are willing to interact harmoniously with the humans. This was one of the main reasons Hell's Gate was able to be established. Day 11, January. Flood. Oh my, oh my. Why is there a flood occurring in this season? If I didn't climb up a fern, I would have probably been swept away by the muddy river. Something happened with Bambo's oxygen mask inside the flood. I personally witnessed his complexion turning into the color of a boiled tomato. All right. I know Mr. Smith would express his apology and just tell us that this was just an accident, outside of their expectations. But the frequency of such accident is really too high. Chapter 23, Clues and Arrangement. Clues and Arrangement. I remained in the mines of Pennsylvania for 5 whole years, and it is already classified as a highly dangerous zone. Yet ever since stepping foot on this damn planet, the amounts of casualties I've personally seen within this month have exceeded the past 5 years. No, I've never seen so many corpses in my life. American dollars are cute, but a dead person cannot convert it into beer, drugs, or enjoy the huge ass of young girls. January 23rd. We finally arrived at our destination, Triangle Shoals. According to signals of our detector, the reserves of Pandora unobtainium crystals here are shockingly unbelievable. Moreover, it is an outdoor mine. The detector's estimation wouldn't lie. Yet we can't even locate a single vein of ore. Fine. Those wretched experts from headquarters explained to us that this was probably due to the ores scattering excessively across a vast region, something our current excavation technology cannot extract. Thus, the value doesn't warrant extensive excavation. I want to screw all those experts' mother's ass. We risked tremendous dangers, losing 7 of us just for that single retarded answer. However, I managed to gather a chunk of unobtainium crystal from the nearby river. Its purity seems rather high, and the quantity isn't small. I'll just bring this back quietly and appraise it. If it is really a high-purity crystal, then it will be the first bucket of gold in my life. What teamwork, what discipline, what RDA company, they can all screw off. January 25th. We set off once again. To guard against my unreliable brain cells from forgetting certain precious objects, I will record the coordinates of the Triangle Beach. It is XXX location. January 27th. We've actually been conscripted. Trudging for an entire 2 weeks without rest, and even after suffering 7 casualties, we've actually been conscripted. Moreover, their destination requires us to trek through that windstone highland. Heavens, I know of a large clan of over 400 novice coincidentally residing in that area. Their clan is called the Mosaic Clan, translated as Toxic Arrowhead. More critically, they are an uncivilized barbarian clan. January 29th. Yes, I admit I rejected that exploration order. I'm afraid half a year worth of salary is in jeopardy, but let those American dollars go down the drain. Life is still the most important. I have a premonition the majority wouldn't make it back alive. Their bodies will end up beneath tree roots, or inside the bellies of wild beasts, or impaled on wooden hunting pikes, or lodged between the canine tooth and tongue of Na6 aborigines. As for me, who decided to keep watch inside this Valkyrie, I will definitely make it back to Hell's Gate alive. Browsing till here, Sheehan started to nod slightly. Instead, Mojencha curiously exclaimed, "Shit, what kind of person still uses a manual diary in this era? I reckon it should have been a 3D hologram imagery." Sheehan replied gently, "Images are merely illusions, diaries can become legacies and pass down. Also, you cannot expect them to constantly have a supply of electricity while trekking through the wild. Even in a grave crisis, a burnt twig can be used as a pen to detail down events." At this moment, footsteps echoed in from the door. Without a change of expression, Sheehan kept the diary, while Mojencha was currently playing with his new toy. An Illum Union member appeared, poking his head in as he suspiciously swept his gaze around. Finally, it settled onto that unique new revolver of Mojencha, his eyes leaping with envious gaze before he left. Afterwards, Sheehan desired to head outside to explore, especially that place where the mystical tree root object had decomposed. Even a minute understanding of the mysterious divine Iwa would make wonders. As for Mojencha, he decided to see if there were random junk worth picking up. This didn't just include dead beast carcasses, but also contestants. After walking for some time, they discovered there weren't much contestants left in this western region battlefield. Presently, those around were all leaning against the walls and panting heavily, but filled with a new lease of life and were rejoicing. Yet something worth mocking was that the majority of AMP Suit's contestant users had in fact died the fastest. From the highest heavens, mountain banshees seemed to harbor deep hatred for those metallic armored monsters, hence turning them into their target of interests. Once an AMP Suit user fell, other wild savage beasts made it impossible to climb back up. After they arrived near the exit of the shuttle, the two of them couldn't help feeling startled. Blood. So much blood. With every trampling footstep, it was like waddling inside a pool of blood. The sorrowful sight of red would send shivers down one's heart, causing boiling blood to surge into their heads. Everyone around, things and object, were all soaked in thin and transparent red blood. An insipid rusty smell permeated through the air. Dead carcasses littered every inch of the ground. It was evident that the endless streams of beasts had occupied superiority, thus forcing the defending contestants to retreat back into the shuttle. Although it was presently deathly still, observing this tragic scenery would cause traumatizing screams of contestants and roars of beasts to continue ringing in their ears, interweaved into a mournful despair only found in the depths of hell. This was an indescribably despairing battle. There were no losers, no captives, and no pity. Weaker ones became food, stronger ones were rewarded with survival. Mojencha observed a badly decapitated, ghastly white bloodied hand that was still twitching slightly over a desk within the channel pathway. Then a furry claw ferociously seized that decapitated hand. Grunts, bone crunching, and whimpers blended together. A heavily wounded and famished viper wolf had pounced up, though its belly boasted of a gruesome wound with intestines spilling out. It voraciously chomped onto the severed hand of a contestant. Its reddened eyes had blood oozing out. Mojencha released a burst shot of 3. A fiery bullet injected into its chest, as a blood lotus splashed out, followed by a flip in midair, then 2 following bullets spiraled into the gruesome belly wound. Mutually clashing inside, the bullets triggered an explosion and utterly finished off the viper wolf. He then gazed towards the scattered mess of flesh ahead, and couldn't help grumbling. Damn it, will there even be survivors here? After Sheehan stepped outside and surveyed his environment, he stared into the skies and sighed deeply. That Z is really not simple. She actually managed to uncover the mission's snare, and were right on our heels. Although the Illum Union had lost over half of their members, their core group is still perfectly intact. In the following battles, they would undoubtedly occupy leading positions. Mojencha earnestly pondered and replied. Z has always been a smart and powerful woman. That year, because of her, the metals professor was able to brazenly break free from her previous party, and establish the symbiosis sect. Apart from that, while observing Yuan Zhan operating the computer earlier, I noticed he seemed to have obtained a relatively crucial report. It should be the location coordinates pertaining to Hell's Gate base. If the Illum Union doesn't harbor sincerity in cooperating, then they wouldn't divulge this information. Hell's Gate location. Sheehan's brows furrowed, as he nodded. I understand. At present, humans had discovered planet Pandora for dozens of years already. To exploit and develop this dangerous, beautiful, and fertile planet was definitely not an easy feat. It no doubt required adequate preparations. One matter of chief importance was naturally to establish a perpetual solid base foundation. Because Pandora was too excessively far from Earth, therefore transportation costs had inflated to an extremely astonishing height. Thus, virtually all metal components, weapons, and mechanics were all locally explored, extracted and assembled on planet Pandora itself. After dozens of years of harsh constructions, that current base had finally reached a basic extent. Humans lived in a poisonous atmosphere here, along with the constant lurking of various vicious and savage Pandorian beasts. This was akin to living in hell. Therefore, the humans hailed their base as Hell's Gate. Its other official name was Resource Development Association, RDA, Extrasolar Colony 01. Previously, Yuan Zhan had already confirmed that communication systems had been destroyed after the Valkyrie crash landed. Therefore, the Hell's Gate personnel from the RDA company wouldn't be aware of everything that had happened here, and their attitude towards the contestants should remain as amicable. This otherwise implied the possibility of more missions, side missions that would allow substantial prolonging of their duration in this world. Thus undoubtedly, the coordinates of Hell's Gate would be extremely precious. Xian nodded, and followed. Their earlier plan to head over to that area where the mystical object had rapidly decomposed. Because of the multitudes of corpses and blood present, when they arrived, there were already numerous contestants scanning through the area. Evidently, though the grass here had suffered from excessive stampeding by the beasts, yet for some unknown reason, it was flourishing more than ever. Not only that, a queer smell permeated the air here, something that Xian had never smelled before in his life. After staying here for barely 5 minutes, Reef suddenly contacted Xian through the party channel. Z raised 2 requests, and they seem rather fair. Should I agree to them? Part 6 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.